At first, Don Taeyu and Longwon didn't like talking to them, but later on, a girl named Liuli would occasionally come to give them wild fruits. After giving them the fruits, she would stand at a distance, watching them. Dat Lok, how to describe it? She wanted to play with them, but she didn't dare to come close, looking shy and pitiful. This went on for 2 days, until Don Taeyu finally gestured to her coldly. When Liuli came over, Don Taeyu took out a beautiful feather and handed it to her. If it were before, Don Taeyu might still have some feathers in hand, but recently, she had cried after plucking feathers to exchange for 2 dragon blood pills. Now, giving Liuli one of her feathers meant she accepted Liuli. Liuli took Dan Taeyu's feather, her face turning red, and after much thought, she finally used the language Emperor Zhang taught her to stutter out, thank you. Don Taeyu still maintained a cold demeanor and said, in the witch tribe's language, if you ever encounter danger, take out this feather, it can save your life. Liuli's big eyes sparkled even more. Surprised, sister, you know our witch tribe's language. Don Taeyu rolled her eyes and said, is it very difficult? Liuli nodded earnestly, becoming excited, and exclaimed, not difficult at all. Sister, what's your name? It's too hard to learn the language of those people outside. Don Taeyu said, indifferently, isn't that because you're stupid? Liuli was not angry at all. Instead, she replied happily, right? How did you know? The elders have always said, I'm stupid. Don Taeyu couldn't understand why someone would be happy to be called stupid. Shouldn't she be angry? Suyi had been watching from the side all along, not saying anything at first. Only after Liuli left did he smile at Don Taeyu and say, aren't you supposed to hate the witch tribe people? Don Taeyu remained silent for a while, then said, she doesn't have witch tribe blood in her, so she's not considered part of the tribe. That reasoning seemed reasonable. Suyi just chuckled. It seemed that reconciliation was possible between the witch tribe and the demon tribe. After all, the witch tribe now only had the 12 ancestral witches. The rest of the witch tribe people were innocent. If Emperor Zhang truly went out to promote witchcraft, allowing more people to learn it and promote it, maybe there could be peaceful development. After 3 days, Emperor Zhang had nearly finished teaching, and Suyi was prepared to leave. However, Emperor Zhang expressed his intention to follow Suyi out. Within the tribe, some witches had already learned the language quite well, so even if he left, it wouldn't have much impact. Emperor Zhang was a sensible person, fully aware of Suyi's strength. Seeing Suyi accompanied by 2 young demons and how well he treated them, how could he rest assured? If he didn't follow Suyi, and those shameless demons flattered Suyi, how would the witch tribe deal with them in the future amidst the arrival of the 3 realms? Mr. Su, rest assured, I have familiarized myself with the laws and promised to behave well after going out, definitely not causing trouble. Emperor Zhang had foresight. He would surely meet Suyi again after leaving. Suyi had actually already agreed for Emperor Zhang to go out and spread the teachings. In cultivation schools where sects could take disciples, why couldn't Emperor Zhang do the same? Although Emperor Zhang was only a reincarnation of a mortal, he was still a witch god. Teaching various theoretical knowledge to some ordinary people was not impossible. Before departing, Emperor Zhang brought many herbs from the mountains and accompanied them out. However, he didn't let him take the plane again. After Suyi told him about the location of his home, Emperor Zhang teleported there in an instant. Suyi specifically instructed, there's a demon in my yard. Don't disturb it. Also, once you enter the yard, don't run around and scare people when you go out. When Suyi returned to the yard, he saw Zhuan Dao transformed into a small dog. Emperor Zhang dressed in a suit with a tie, meticulously groomed, feeding rabbits with Zudi and Diane, showing a kind and friendly appearance. Suyi brother, you're back. Seeing Suyi entering the yard, Zudi and Diane ran up and hugged Suyi's thigh. This uncle is amazing, he can do magic tricks. Suyi patted Zudi and Diane's head, then looked at Emperor Zhang and smiled. Is that so? Emperor Zhang suddenly felt a chill down his back and quickly said, Mr. Su, I didn't do anything to her. Suyi, of course, understood what Emperor Zhang was thinking. He probably wanted Zudi and Diane to learn witchcraft. He just didn't dare say it. After spending a long time with Suyi and Zudi and Diane frequently having meals at Suyi's house, her physique had actually changed slightly. If she learned witchcraft, she would surely achieve something. If Suyi had directly asked Emperor Zhang if he wanted to take Zudi and Diane as a disciple, Suyi wouldn't have objected. He would only ask if Zudi and Diane was willing herself. Unfortunately, Emperor Zhang didn't dare utter those words. When Zudian Dian called Suyi brother, he was already scared. Suyi's sister. She was probably someone like Suyi. How could he dare to accept Zudian Dian as a disciple? Did he think he could have his way just because he didn't look delicious? Xuan Bao has turned into a dog and is hiding in a corner, too scared to make a sound. When Dizhang arrived in the courtyard, he still hadn't noticed him, so he couldn't hide in time. Just as he was preparing to hide, he realized that his aura had been sealed. When Dizhang announced his title, Xuan Bao was almost scared to death. Although he was also a powerful demon, what did it count for in front of Dizhang, a god who controlled the laws of space? Xuan Bao even thought that Dizhang had come to kill him. Little Bao, don't be afraid. Continue to help me take care of the courtyard. So he actually thought very clearly that it was best to keep these powerful demons and ancestral witches busy with tasks, or they would definitely cause trouble if they were idle. Hearing Suyi's words, Xuan Bao finally breathed a sigh of relief. From what had just happened, it seemed that Dizhang would give Suyi some face. At this moment, he felt somewhat grateful to Suyi. If it wasn't for Suyi, encountering a terrifying god like Dizhang would have meant a dead end. At that moment, Dizhang looked deeply at Xuan Bao, causing him to shrink his neck in fear. Dizhang furrowed his brow slowly. This little demon seemed to have a good relationship with Mr. Su. Mr. Su even let him look after the courtyard. In the past, this was his joke. Dizhang, let's go. You want to promote the witchcraft, right? I will take you to a place. Suyi had already decided to let Dizhang teach at the Immortal School. Whether he could recruit students in the end depended on his abilities. The matter of Dizhang going to teach at the Immortal School was informed to Lao Yan, who then arranged everything for him, and even provided him with an identification card. Dizhang also obtained a new name, Wu Zhang. Mr. Su, there are really a lot of people now. Dizhang's biggest exclamation was, there are really a lot of mortals. Suyi said, there are many mortals, but not many who can practice witchcraft to the extreme. Unlike immortal practitioners, many witchcraft practices are mainly based on one's own blood and energy to perform. Some healing witchcraft usually involves sacrificing oneself to benefit others. As for witchcraft methods with lethal effects, they are extremely difficult to learn. The most important thing is that for mortals to practice witchcraft to the extreme, they have to use witchcraft as a guide from the time a child is born, throwing the child into a boiling medicinal soup for innate physical refinement. Not to mention the rest. Just this last step has made many people hesitate, except for those in the tribe who believe in witch gods, who would risk throwing their own children into boiling medicinal soups. Dizhang smiled and said, I found some herbs in the mountains. If someone is willing to learn witchcraft, I can help them refine their bodies. It doesn't have to be innate, it can also be cultivated later. Mortals learning witchcraft must refine the body first, or how else can they perform witchcraft using blood and energy as a guide? This is why all great witches have incredibly strong physical bodies. Witchcraft refines the body, immortals and Buddhas refine the mind. Each of the 12 ancestral witches, aside from their own innate abilities, has an incredibly strong physical body. But Dizhang no longer seeks innate physical refinement now. Later is also fine. A little weaker is just a little weaker. So he asked, haven't you found any good talents in your tribe? Dizhang smiled. How could we not? Do you remember that little one named Liu Li? She's only 6 years old and has already undergone hundreds of body refinements. I have given her a new set of pills and taught her a body refining technique. By the age of 10, she will be able to tear apart those mortal immortals. Dizhang paused and added, if it were before, we would definitely spare no effort to bring her to the immortal realm, but now there is no need. In a short time, the immortal realm will be gone too. Going up there might be killed by those bastards. With me here, all we need to do is wait for her to grow stronger on her own, to ascend to the immortal realm at the age of 10. Suyi squinted slightly. He remembered the child named Liu Li, but hadn't paid much attention to her. Learning witchcraft, as long as one safely passes the initial stages, when facing disciples of the Taoist and Buddhist traditions in the later stages, they are almost invincible at the same level. Great witches ascending to the immortal realm will not abandon their physical bodies. They naturally do not need to recast their bodies. Their powerful physical bodies are their strongest weapons. If you want to take on disciples, it will depend on your own abilities. Suyi said, indifferently, once you enter the school, I won't interfere with you, as long as you don't commit any illegal activities. Dizhang was quite confident, saying, rest assured, there shouldn't be a shortage of disciples wanting to join me. I hope so. Suyi did not inquire why he found a promising talent yet came out. Dizhong being able to teleport, taking care of Liu Li and recruiting new disciples seemed not contradictory. Mr. Su, I don't know who this is. Lao Yan looked at Dizhong, unsure of his background. Suyi said, an elder from the Blood Witch sect. He is here to recruit disciples too. With Lao Yan's cultivation level, Suyi couldn't just say he was the god Dizhong. Dizhong is quite famous in mythology. Lao Yan was stunned. This man in a suit and tie that Suyi referred to as an elder of the Blood Witch sect. Previously, Lao Yan had been to the Blood Witch sect. He thought he was in grave danger back then but was eventually welcomed by the tribal witch elders because he was already Yuan infant realm immortal practitioner. Although they couldn't communicate verbally, they could still communicate through spiritual senses. While there, Lao Yan even learned some of the languages spoken within the tribe under the guidance of the witch elders. Hello, Elder Wuzhong. Lao Yan spoke in the cumbersome witch language. Dizhong frowned. Let's speak in a common language. I understand that better. Even Dizhong found Lao Yang's witch language less comprehensible than common speech. Lao Yang awkwardly scratched his head and said, so you understand our language, Elder Wuzhong? Dizhong nodded. Since that's the case, let me show you to the office. Lao Yan had set up several large offices configured like regular schools, with several teachers from various sects in each office. Dizhong nodded, and Suyi said, I won't accompany you. I have classes to attend. Suyi needed to study some of the more common techniques, and he wasn't a teacher, so there was no need for him to go to the office. Mr. Su, please take your time. Dizhong sent Suyi off with a smile. Suyi walked to the door of Lao Yan's office and said, don't behave like this in school. I am just a student. Yes, sir. Dizhong still didn't lift his head. Lao Yan also realized that this elder of the witch clan had probably seen Suyi's power, or how else could he show such attitude? Witch clan individuals are generally quite exclusive. If it weren't for the tribal witch elders appearing back then, he might have perished in Changbai Mountain. Elder Wuzhong, come with me. Let me explain the rules and regulations of our school to you, and introduce you to the other fellow practitioners from various sects who are serving as teachers. So far, Lao Yang felt that Elder Wuzhong was still quite amiable. Most of the teachers at the Immortal Cultivation School are elders from various major sects, with their strengths ranging around the Nasan Soul realm. This is pretty much the default assumption. Just taking in disciples, there isn't a need to send out overly powerful experts. As for being too weak, it would bring shame to the sect. Suyi was about to return to his small villa when he noticed Hansen waiting for him at the door. Are you looking for me? Suyi raised an eyebrow at Hansen. Looking at Hansen's demeanor, he had indeed comprehended something significant. Breaking through and advancing, his strength had significantly improved. Hansen smiled and nodded, saying, Mr. Su, thank you for that sword. Without your move, I'm afraid Han might have never truly touched upon the way of the sword in his entire life. Suyi nodded. That's because of your own talent. No need to thank me. Hansen, not wanting to be pretentious, said, Han has a request. I hope Mr. can agree. Go ahead, Suyi replied. Hansen hesitated slightly before smiling, saying, Han wishes to join the school as a teacher. Could you agree? Suyi couldn't help but laugh. Have you been waiting for me for days just for this? Hansen earnestly replied, this matter naturally requires Mr.'s consent. Suyi waved his hand and said, I'm just a student. I have no authority over this matter. If you want to be a teacher at the academy, you can talk to Lao Yang yourself. I don't have time to deal with you. With that, he walked back into the room. Hansen was taken aback. Look for Lao Yang. In fact, Lao Yang had already approached him, and he had mentioned that he had the authority in this matter. However, Hansen insisted on getting Suyi's approval before taking up the position at the school. After returning to his room, Suyi checked his phone and found that many apps had returned to normal, including video streaming and other apps. This indicated that the lives of ordinary people were returning to normal. Indeed, the Immortal Aptitude test was like buying a lottery ticket for ordinary people. Before the test, it felt like everyone held the ticket with the possibility of winning a big prize. After the test, most people found that their lottery ticket did not win, and they had to return to their original lives. While Suyi was busy watching dramas in his room, tensions were rising in the office of the teachers at the Immortal Cultivation School. Teachers from various major sects were all immortal cultivators. When they gathered to discuss and exchange views, it was usually a harmonious occasion. Nevertheless, in walked Emperor Zhang under Lao Yang's guidance. Lao Yang felt compelled to introduce the teachers from these sects, saying, "Fellow Taoists, this is Elder Wuzhang from the Blood Witch sect. He will also be serving as a teacher at our school in the future. I hope everyone can get along peacefully." Blood Witch sect. These three words were particularly harsh on the ears of these immortal cultivators. For the past 1,000 years, the Blood Witch sect had been reclusive. Even the previous Supreme Emperor Immortal sect had attempted to claim territory on Chanbai Mountain, only to have their Nasan soul experts suffer heavy casualties. Upon hearing this news, other sects also dispatched experts to try to besiege the Blood Witch sect, but the results were disastrous. In the end, even Hansen was forced to personally take action. The sword god Hansen, who had already reached the stage of ascension, was easily defeated within a few moves. Since then, Chanbai Mountain had become a forbidden place for immortal cultivators, as no cultivator dared to easily trespass again. However, the Blood Witch sect's existence remained a disgrace to the entire immortal cultivation world. A group of immortal cultivators was directly defeated by a few half-naked savages. Most importantly, they lost face. And now, a member of the Blood Witch sect dared to appear in front of them to become a teacher. Did this mean that the blood? If you need the continuation of the translation, please let me know. Is this considered self-defense? Old Yang doesn't know how to classify this. Damn it, it seems that whether it's the Demon King or the Witch Clan, people have already started studying the law, right? It was Emperor Zhang who provoked first, but it was the disciple of the Five Elements Ling sect who struck first. The key is that Emperor Zhang didn't do anything. It was the disciple of the Five Elements Ling sect who poked with his finger, and then his finger broke. Who should be blamed? Old Yang suddenly realized that it seems really difficult to restrain cultivators with existing laws. For example, there must be evidence for murder. The truly powerful cultivators can simply wave their hand and someone will disappear. Do you have evidence to prove that he killed someone? No. This won't work. Old Yang has already started thinking about perfecting the laws for cultivators, but the office is already destined to be restless. Emperor Jian's gaze swept over everyone present, his smile cold, saying, "Why don't you all come at me together?" Emperor Zhang had to give face to Su Yi, otherwise the person just now would have definitely evaporated on the spot. In the ancient times, these ancient gods were indeed kind, but over the years, suppressed by Taoism and Buddhism, Emperor Zhang has already become irritable. Harmony depends on the person. The cultivators in the office completely didn't understand what had just happened. They just felt that the savage in front of them was very strong. As for how strong, that is unknown. Just at this time, Hansen arrived at the office door. Han Immortal. Head. The cultivators in the office seem to have seen a savior. They definitely dare not make a move now, but if they all leave the office in a dejected manner, they would lose all face. What's going on? Han Immortal glanced at the Five Elements Ling sect disciple whose finger was broken, then looked at Emperor Zhang. He could probably understand what had happened. Emperor Zhang and Han Immortal met eyes, his smile not diminishing, but becoming even stronger. Sword Immortal? Just Immortal? What kind of Sword Immortal can he be called? It's ridiculous. Hansen frowned slightly and asked, "Friend from the Blood Witch sect?" Emperor Zhang completely ignored him, and Old Yang hurriedly said, "Head Han. This is Mr. Wuzhang. He's a teacher who just arrived at our school." He simply dared not say that Emperor Zhang was from the Blood Witch sect. The enmity between the Supreme Imperial Immortal sect and the Blood Witch sect, they were not unaware of it. If it were said out, wouldn't the whole cultivation school be torn apart by them? Last time, Hansen dismantled their Supreme Imperial Immortal sect in less than a minute, and this cultivation school was not much larger than their Supreme Imperial Immortal sect's territory. If Hansen went crazy again, wouldn't the school be turned into ruins in minutes? Head. This person is from the Blood Witch sect. Not only did he disable Senior Wang's finger, he even wanted to recruit from our school. A disciple from the Supreme Imperial Immortal sect couldn't hold back anymore. The grudge between them and the Blood Witch sect had been long-standing, and Hansen had even tried to incite trouble in front of Yishak Suan. In their view, Hansen would definitely not tolerate such an arrogant Blood Witch sect disciple and would surely teach him a lesson. Other cultivators were also afraid that things wouldn't escalate, so they echoed, They just hoped that Hansen and Emperor Zhang would fight. As for whether the house would be demolished or not, what did it have to do with them? If the house was demolished, the Bureau 13 people could just build another one. That was not a problem they should consider. What they were thinking now was that Hansen better defeat the savage in front of him. If this had happened before, Hansen might have been provoked to fight Emperor Zhang by the arrogance of the Blood Witch sect disciple. But after the last lesson, his whole outlook had changed somewhat. Regarding the Blood Witch sect matter, he could now let it go. Originally, it was their supreme imperial immortal sect that disturbed the peace by knocking on the door of the reclusive Blood Witch sect. In the end, united with the entire cultivation world, they placed the Blood Witch sect on the side of evil and crooked paths, but they couldn't even win against them as a group. Looking back now, it all seemed laughable. Friend from the Blood Witch sect, are you planning to recruit disciples as well? Hansen was still somewhat polite to Emperor Zhang, partly because his outlook had changed slightly, and partly because he couldn't see through Emperor Zhang. He even sensed a dangerous aura from Emperor Zhang. Instinct told him that the person in front of him was very dangerous. Nowadays, Hansen no longer naively thinks he is invincible and can do whatever he pleases. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure out Emperor Zhang, but Emperor Zhang could see through him at a glance. Just a mortal sword cultivator. Emperor Zhang raised an eyebrow and retorted, "What? Can't I recruit disciples here?" His words were full of mockery. Emperor Zhang wanted to provoke Hansen to make the first move. Old Yang's mouth twitched, and he was about to speak, but a glance from Emperor Zhang made him stay silent. He could only hope that Hansen would be able to endure it and not make a move. Regardless of who won between the two, their place was definitely not going to be okay. The Blood Witch sect can of course recruit disciples here. When Hansen was outside, he had already heard what had happened. Now, he could only suggest to the others, how about we move to another location and give this office to me and my friend from the Blood Witch sect? If someone else had said this, the others would probably not give in, but coming from Hansen, they could only grudgingly comply, pack up their things, and leave. However, deep down, they still hoped that Hansen and Emperor Zhang would fight. Perhaps after calling them out and then challenging this savage to a match. They left, but not completely. A group of people waited in the hallway, waiting for a show. This drove old Yang crazy. Had these cultivators lost their minds through cultivation? How terrible was it when Hansen unleashed his sword energy? They had seen it before. If those two really started fighting, could they really leave safely standing in the hallway? Old Yang was so desperate that he followed and messaged Su Yi. "Mr. Su, something big has happened. Your friend Mr. Wu Zhan is up against Ted Han." Su Yi was watching a TV show, and upon receiving the message, he couldn't be bothered to type, so he sent a voice message instead. "If they're up against each other, they're up against each other. Why are you so agitated? If they start fighting, won't they end up demolishing the house?" Old Yang in desperation exclaimed. Su Yi simply replied, "Don't worry, it won't come to that." Old Yang was helpless. Didn't Su Yi take care of these matters before? How come in this critical situation, he wasn't intervening? Su Yi didn't explain, just continued watching his show. If Hansen and Emperor Zhang fought, if Hansen made the first move, Emperor Zhang would probably defeat him in one move, so there was no need to demolish the house. If Emperor Zhang made the first move, then he wouldn't have to be a teacher at the school anymore. The logic was simple, so why should Su Yi interfere? Lao Yang and the others waited for a long time in the corridor, but they didn't hear any sounds of fighting coming from inside the office. Instead, they heard bursts of laughter. Were the two of them actually having a good time? The head of the Extreme Emperor Immortal sect and the people from the Blood Witch sect were having a pleasant conversation. What were they talking about? Lao Yang couldn't resist his curiosity and walked to the door of the office. "Brother Wu Zhan, I'm actually very interested in witchcraft too. How about making a potion for me?" Emperor Zhang chuckled. "You're too old for that now. It's too late to start. Then I'll have all my disciples learn witchcraft." "Brother Wu Zhan, are you willing to teach them?" "That works out well. To be honest with you, we don't call ourselves the Blood Witch sect. Strictly speaking, we don't even have a name." "I know you don't call yourselves the Blood Witch sect. I came up with that name. I was a bit sorry back then." Lao Yang stood at the door listening to their conversation and felt his head spinning. There had long been deep-seated resentment between the Extreme Emperor Immortal sect and the Blood Witch sect, and this was not a secret in the cultivation world. Although Lao Yang didn't want them to fight, the behavior of these two was becoming somewhat strange. Did he hear Hansen saying he wanted to learn witchcraft just now, and lead all his disciples to study witchcraft? Even if they had reconciled their differences, their relationship shouldn't have suddenly become so good. When Lao Yan entered, he heard Hansen say, "Brother Wujian, this is my first time being a teacher here. Please take care of me in the future." Emperor John also smiled and replied, "Likewise, let's take care of each other." Lao Yan was completely bewildered. How could he have known that the two of them had actually clashed once before? Hansen had actually tried to test Emperor John's strengths just now. Or rather, he wanted to intimidate Emperor John. So, he drew out the treasured weapon of the extreme Emperor Immortal sect, the Listening Wine Sword. But before the sword even reached Emperor John, it mysteriously snapped in half. The Listening Wine Sword was not considered a sword. Under the power of Emperor John's spatial laws, it was fragile and instantly snapped into two pieces. Their treasure of several thousand years was split in half just like that. It was simply ruthless. Han Zhen's sword did gain some insights from Su Yi's sword intent, but he was facing Emperor John, who possessed almost invincible spatial laws, wanting to intimidate someone, only to be intimidated in return. If Emperor John wasn't afraid of causing a scene, Su Yi would have directly killed him. What broke wasn't just a listening wine sword. And then, the two of them began to chat peacefully. Emperor John had actually thought about a lot more. If they allowed ordinary people to learn their witchcraft, not many would probably accept it. But what if these cultivators were to learn their witchcraft? Wouldn't that be more efficient? So, that was the gist of their recent conversation. "Master Han, Mr. Wujian, how about this? This office will be yours," Lao Yang said. "I'll arrange a separate office for the other teachers." Upon hearing this, Emperor John raised an eyebrow and said, "No need. Let them stay in this office as well." Lao Yan looked at Emperor John in confusion. Wasn't he the one who kicked people out of the office earlier? Now he's being so generous. "Master Han, what do you think?" Lao Yan still had some respect for Hansen. After all, he was the head of a cultivation sect, a powerful expert in the ascension stage. Even though Lao Yan was now aligned with Su Yi, he wasn't that close to him, so he didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Hansen. Hansen had already understood who the boss was here, so he could only smile at Lao Yan and say gently, "Let's do as Brother Wujiang said. I'm fine with it." Lao Yan had no idea what was happening, but since the two big shots agreed, he could only go out and inform the others of their decision. "Everyone, Master Han and Mr. Wujian have said that you will also be working in this office in the future. I hope everyone can get along peacefully." Those cultivation sect disciples were all in the Yuanying realm, who were called to be teachers at the school. But now suddenly, a tough guy like Wujian and Hansen arrive. How were they going to handle this? In fact, almost no one wanted to work in that office anymore. But Lao Yang conveyed Wujian and Han Zhen's decision to them. Would it be embarrassing if they didn't go in? According to the traditions of the cultivation world, if a strong figure like Hansen asked them to go in, they would likely have to comply, or they might face consequences. So, the group could only reluctantly return to the office. Emperor John looked at the group of cultivators in front of him, squinting his eyes. He had a bold idea earlier, and now it was time to act on it, to turn his idea into reality. In ancient times, Taoism and Buddhism slandered their witchcraft everywhere. Even the practice of refining newborns was twisted into stories of child eating. Wujian's plan now was to undermine their foundation. So he had spent the day in his room watching movies, and finally, nobody disturbed him today. Until 10 o'clock at night, he went to a milk tea shop as usual and bought milk tea to take to the cliff where Yishiak was meditating. He had been away for a few days, but he still kept his promise to bring milk tea to the cliff every night. However, Yishiak was already immersed in her cultivation and was unaware of Su Yi's presence. He could only reluctantly drink the milk tea himself. With added sugar and milk foam, he didn't seem to care about getting fat. Tonight, Su Yi arrived at the cliff again. Yishiak was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed and concentrated on her cultivation. When Su Yi was watching her, suddenly, she moved. With a wave of her hand, a bundle of red flames mixed with a hint of blue and a strand of gold flew towards Su Yi. Su Yi didn't even flinch, and the flames stopped in front of him. He even reached out to play with the flames, carefully analyzing them. Had the Samadhi true fire been refined? No. This was more than just the Samadhi true fire. The flames thrown by Yishiak actually contained an understanding of the heavenly Tao and Su Yi's unique power. harmonizing yin and yang. Is this even possible? Suyi furrowed his brow and looked at Yi Xiaoxuan in disbelief. He had had so many women before. Even someone as powerful as Yang Xiao couldn't absorb his power in that way. Over the years, the reason Suyi hadn't had any children was that his genes were simply too powerful. Even Yang Xiao, who had stepped into the realm of a saint with one foot, couldn't blend with his genes and conceive offspring. But Yi Xiaoxuan's Samadhi true fire contained his power. Whether the flames were strong or not didn't matter to Suyi. What mattered was that he felt that if Yi Xiaoxuan continued to cultivate like this, once she reached a certain realm, perhaps they could have children together. Suyi's fingers played with the flame entranced, and within the flame was a hint of the power of the heavens. The power of the heavens perfectly merged with his own, making this Samadhi true fire truly terrifying. Yi Xiaoxuan slowly exhaled a breath, then opened her eyes, only to see Suyi playing with a flame in his hand. Now that it was late at night, within the red flame was mixed with a hint of gold and blue light, looking more dazzling than fireworks, also illuminating Suyi's face. "Master, where is my milk tea?" Yi Xiaoxuan, after coming out of seclusion, was oblivious to how long she had been at the bottom of the cliff, thinking it had only been a day. She even felt a sense of joy within her, as Suyi truly kept his promise. Suyi extinguished the flame in his fingertips, then reached out his hand to hand Yi Xiaoxuan half a cup of milk tea, asking, "Do you want to add ice?" "The ice has melted. No need to add ice." Last time when Yi Xiaoxuan asked Suyi to add ice, everything ended up frozen, so she dared not add ice this time. Yi Xiaoxuan took the milk tea and puckered her lips. "Why is there only half left? I thought you wouldn't wake up, so I drank it." To Suyi, this was already a common occurrence, as he was unsure when Yi Xiaoxuan would wake up from her cultivation. Some cultivators, after closing their eyes, could pass 1,000 years without it being unusual. Yi Xiaoxuan was considered quite fast to wake up. "What do you mean I wouldn't wake up?" Yi Xiaoxuan was almost enraged by Suyi's words. There was a lot of ambiguity in them. Suyi squinted, just the literal meaning. Yi Xiaoxuan took a sip of milk tea and suddenly remembered the flame Suyi was playing with earlier, asking, "Was the flame just now released by me?" Suyi answered with a question, "Do you think I would be bored enough to play with fire for no reason?" Yi Xiaoxuan had long become accustomed to Suyi's tone, and did not think much of it. Instead, she said, "Well, my flame doesn't seem to be that great. I saw you easily extinguish it with a puff." "That's true. It's okay for roasting meat and refining pills." Suyi didn't explain much. He wasn't sure how powerful Yi Xiaoxuan's flame actually was. He could only say that when a cultivator in the nascent soul stage encounters such flames, they would turn to ashes in an instant. Ascension stage cultivators would at least be severely injured, and it would definitely cause some degree of harm to a cultivator's nascent soul. "Alright then. Since you won't help me roast meat." Yi Xiaoxuan drank the milk tea in a few sips, then took out the purple skyline dragon furnace from the jade bracelet given by Zhang Zhesheng, preparing to start refining pills. "If you're refining pills, then I'll head back first," Suyi said as he was about to leave. Yi Xiaoxuan pouted, "Won't you stay and watch me refine pills? What if the furnace explodes again?" Suyi raised his eyebrows slightly. "It exploded before." Yi Xiaoxuan. It seemed that Suyi was always like this when chatting. Yi Xiaoxuan urged, "Aren't you afraid it might explode again?" Suyi ruffled her head and said, "It's okay. If it explodes, I'll get you a new one." Now that Yi Xiaoxuan had the power of the heavens aiding her, surrounded by the primordial purple energy, it wasn't easy for her to get hurt. If the furnace exploded, they could just get another one. To find another furnace, Yi Xiaoxuan pursed her lips slightly, feeling impressed by where Suyi's focus lay. Shouldn't he be concerned about whether she would get hurt after the explosion? Did he only care about the furnace? And he was only planning to get a new one, not make one for her. "You can go. I don't want it anymore." Yi Xiaoxuan looked up at him with an annoyed expression, knowing that coddling her with head pats wouldn't work. Useless. Such a jerk. "Can't you tell I'm angry? Why not pacify me?" "Fine. Then you focus on refining pills. I'm going back to sleep." After Suyi finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. She was wrong. She was really wrong. She actually imagined that Suyi would comfort her. Perhaps cultivating had made her a bit foolish. Suyi came man left at will, leaving her alone in the dark at the bottom of the cliff once again. She surely wouldn't be able to sleep now. If she didn't find something to do, Yi Xiaoxuan would feel even more uncomfortable. Plus, She really wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Yi Xiaoxuan wasn't truly angry. Once she calmed down, she began seriously refining pills. Suyi had taught her alchemy methods dating back to ancient times, making it incredibly complex to control the alchemical fire and the manipulation of seals. Yi Xiaoxuan started searching for alchemy materials at the bottom of the cliff. After preparing everything, she embarked on her path of alchemy. Suyi didn't really go back to sleep. He contemplated it and knew that Yi Xiaoxuan's alchemical fire would definitely cause the furnace to explode. Could the purple skyline dragon furnace withstand her samadhi true fire? To successfully refine a pill would already be quite impressive. It looks like I'll have to personally make an alchemical furnace. Suyi scanned the new small world that had arrived with his spiritual sensei and soon arrived at the foot of the Linky sect's mountain. Linky sect had really chosen a good location, building their new mountain gate on a rare golden spirit sand mine. In ancient times, golden spirit sand was considered a rare mineral, and it was the main material used for the alchemical furnaces of both the Supreme Old Lord and Suyi's Divine Farmer Cauldron. Its melting point was extremely high, so it should be able to withstand Yi Xiaoxuan's Samadhi True Fire without any need for additional spell formations. Looking at the current world, there was only this one mine left, so it was impossible for Suyi to mine elsewhere. Suyi didn't want to attract too much attention. After hesitating for a moment, he put on a black mask, took advantage of the night, bypassed the Linky sect's protective array, and arrived at the foot of the mountain where the mine was located. The patriarch of the Linky sect, DRIZZLE, took the clear heart pill refined by Yi Xiaoxuan a few days ago and has now reached a critical juncture. DRIZZLE had already been barely controlled by Zhang Zhesheng, using the divine needles to regulate his meridians. At this moment, with his eyes tightly closed and sitting cross-legged, faint blue mysterious runes could be seen faintly pulsating on his skin. Of the 108 divine needles in his body, 100 had already shot out, leaving 8 more. And everything was about to be successfully accomplished when suddenly, a violent shaking was felt on the ground. Zhang Zhesheng, who was protecting him, furrowed his brows tightly. If anything were to go wrong at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. It might not just be a matter of being unable to eliminate the demons. DRIZZLE might directly lose his mind or even perish. Zhang Zhesheng hastily sent a message to the disciples outside the secret chamber. Quickly go investigate and find out what's happening. At this moment, he also dared not divert his attention, as he might be able to have a general idea if he scanned with his divine sense. The disciples of the Linky sect below received the order and started flying on their swords to patrol the area near the sect. Although Suyi was powerful, and even if he needed to construct an underground city, he only needed a thought to do so, the construction still progressed step by step. In his mind, he kept flashing the structure of the underground city, and the ores from the mine were constantly being collected into his spatial ring. The tremors from the mountain weren't particularly severe, but Suyi noticed hundreds of people from the Linky sect flying on swords near the sect's gate. Suyi acted decisively, choosing to hide directly to avoid unnecessary trouble. A disciple of the Linky sect was already standing in front of Suyi. He had discovered the enormous cave and witnessed an extremely bizarre scene. Rocks and sand kept flying out from the cave and then disappeared into thin air. What's this? The disciple of the Linky sect couldn't see Suyi, but the strange scene made him curious. He cautiously approached the cave but was blocked by a strange force. We've discovered something unusual. More and more people were gathering around Suyi, but no one could approach within 2 meters of him. What are these people up to? All this fuss just for a few rocks? And it's not even that nosy. Suyi glanced around at the people. Perhaps all the Linky sect disciples were here. Elder Chad, we can't get in. What's happening? How can rocks suddenly appear and then disappear? At this rate, isn't the mountain going to collapse? Our sect master is in a critical moment of seclusion. If the mountain collapses, it will be a major disaster. We must find out what is happening. A man in a white robe came to the front of the cave. He was Elder Pu Feng, the 7th elder of the Linky sect and one of the few mid-stage flying ascension experts in the sect. Pu Feng slowly extended his hand towards Suyi's direction, with a terrifying power enveloping his palm. An invisible barrier. Shouldn't his hand be able to break through anything in the world? Suyi furrowed his brow slightly. The sect master of the Linky sect is in seclusion. He had heard from Zhang Zhesheng that their sect master seemed to have fallen into madness, hence the use of the red dragon purple heaven furnace to exchange for Yi Xiaoxuan's clear heart pill. It had been many days since the exchange, and the sect master was still in seclusion. Suyi realized that someone on the mountain might be in trouble because of his mining activities. Tu Feng's palm fell to meters away from Suyi, and the invisible barrier once again blocked him. Tu Feng's brows furrowed even deeper as he began to actively manipulate the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. His palm started emitting a dazzling white light, and the disciples of the Linky sect around him were overwhelmed by the terrifying aura, forcing them to retreat several kilometers. Although Pu Feng was a mid-stage flying ascension expert, his full-powered palm strike seemed capable of turning the mountain in front of him into a flat ground. However, Pu Feng found that his palm could not move forward even a fraction of an inch. The ores inside the mountain were still flying out continuously and disappearing into thin air, yet he was powerless to break through the unseen barrier. So he had no idea what this person in front of him was up to, as he was already being quite accommodating. If several tens of thousands of years ago, if he fancied a mountain, he would have directly occupied it, regardless of any sect present. He was meticulously mining now to prevent the mountain from collapsing. Tu Feng released such a terrifying force. If Suyi suddenly removed the barrier, wouldn't the mountain directly explode? Suyi took a look at the ores he had collected, and he probably had enough to build a pill furnace. The underground city inside was also completed. Suyi then stopped his work and faced Pu Feng's palm, lightly poking it with his finger. Tu Feng's face changed drastically. He couldn't see Suyi, but the force on his palm dissipated instantly. He could feel that someone had poked him, and the barrier in front of him disappeared. Due to the massive inertia, Pu Feng stumbled forward. Who's there? Tu Feng wasn't stupid. Although he couldn't see Suyi, his intuition told him that someone was definitely here just now. The disciples of the Linky sect in the distance, seeing their elder break through the invisible barrier, flew to Pu Feng's side. As expected of Elder Che, he quickly resolved the problem. Naturally, our Elder Che is likely approaching the later stage of ascension, but it was just an invisible barrier. What's the big deal? The disciples of the Linky sect had no idea what the invisible barrier was all about. They only saw Elder Che break through it and began to flatter and praise Pu Feng. Looking impressed but clueless, Tu Feng's face reddened, but only he knew that he hadn't really broken through any barrier. Someone had been here a moment ago, and not only had Pu Feng failed to break the barrier, but he also didn't know who the other person was, and had all his power dispersed by that person's single touch. Could there be such a terrifying person in the world? As they entered the cave, they were amazed by the scene inside. The Linky sect had established this mountain range as a new sect gate and naturally had inspected the entire mountain. The sudden appearance of the cave alone was startling, but the fact that a massive underground city had appeared out of thin air left them in shock. They had thought the rocks and debris flying out intermittently were part of a natural landscape, but now it seemed that it was all artificial. The invisible barrier from before, wasn't that also man-made? In other words, someone had built an entire underground city overnight right under their noses, and they hadn't noticed at all. It was truly terrifying. Regardless of their thoughts, Suyi had already appeared in the secret chamber where Jizan was in seclusion. Probably influenced by the ground shaking, Jizan forced out the remaining 8 silver needles, benefiting from the effects of the clear heart pill. Zhang Zhesheng thought he had completely resolved the inner demons, found himself enveloped in a terrifying killing intent the moment he relaxed. Zhang Zhesheng was slightly distracted for a moment, and the next moment, Suyi's back blocked his line of sight. Cheng. A crisp sound of metal breaking rang out. Jizan had already disappeared from his original position, and in his hand appeared a jet-black broken sword like ink. It should be said that Suyi caught Jizang's sword with his bare hands and broke it into 2 pieces. Half of the sword blade was inserted into the ground, and Suyi was still facing Jizang. Zhang Zhesheng had already retreated to the side, only to see that Jizang's left eye was pitch black, his right eye blood red, his face fierce, full of killing intent all over, and the aura on the broken sword in his hand was incredibly violent. He was clearly completely possessed. Suyi, killing you to prove the way. Jizang actually shouted Suyi's name, trying to pull out the broken sword from Suyi's hands. However, the broken sword in Suyi's hands was as steady as a rock, and even with all his strength, he couldn't pull it out at all. He could only abandon his weapon and launch a flurry of attacks on Suyi with his palms and feet. Zhang Zhesheng was full of astonishment. How could Jizang know Suyi? Thousands of years ago. At that time, Suyi didn't seem to be called by this name. Suyi stood still, allowing Jizang to attack. No matter how he attacked, His fists and feet couldn't penetrate the 3-inch barrier around Suyi's body. All his punches and kicks landed in the air. Someone who had been possessed. It's that guy, Suyi slashed out. He really knows no bounds. Is he trying to get Suyi to kill someone just to affect Suyi's state of mind? After all, he wouldn't be so foolish as to think that Jizang could kill Suyi. If Suyi did kill Jizang, it wouldn't have any impact on him, as the power attached to Jizang would just transfer to someone else. Senior, please go easy. My disciple is just temporarily possessed. Zhang Zhesheng stood on the side, not daring to intervene. He could see that Jizang was much stronger now than before, and with his current strength and the last bit of pre-natural aura, Zhang Zhesheng could not stop him. Similarly, Jizang's so-called attack seemed like child's play in front of Suyi, as the force of his punches and kicks couldn't even touch Suyi and were all dissipated. The disparity in strength was self-evident. Suyi did not speak, but calmly tossed the broken sword in his hand aside, completely unaffected by Jizang. Then he raised his hand again. Smack! What seemed like an ordinary slap landed on Jizang's face. Jizang, who had been launching attacks furiously a moment ago, was directly slapped away by the slap. Doom! Zhang Zhesheng didn't even see the trajectory in midair, and Jizang was already embedded in the wall of the secret room. What just happened? Jizang climbed out of the wall, shook his head vigorously, his eyes now clear again, but his head was still spinning, vaguely remembering being slapped by someone. Someone actually dared to slap me. Jizang scanned the secret room and saw Zhang Zhesheng staring at him pale-faced. Uncle, did you hit me just now? Jizang had no memory of what had happened just now, as the influence of being temporarily possessed had left his memories in disarray. Zhang Zhesheng coughed heavily, covered his mouth, and said, "It's fine as long as you're okay. You were temporarily possessed earlier." He could see that Jizang's internal energy was now operating normally, and he had fully recovered his senses. If he had known that a simple slap from Suyi could break him out of being possessed, he would have brought Jizang in front of Suyi earlier. "If you're okay, I'll be leaving now." Suyi was now staff member of 13 territories. Adhering to the principle of loving one's job, he was well aware that if he killed Jizang, the Linky clan would be in chaos again. That guy was trying to force him to kill someone. Suyi was not one to be soft-hearted, but whether or not to kill someone depended on his mood. His mood was fine now. It was just a strand of power attached to Jizang. Wasn't a slap enough? If Suyi wanted, he could erase that strand of power directly. He just didn't want to do it now. As for when that guy would be able to regain his physical body and descend into this world, it wasn't that important to Suyi. He just wanted to do what he wanted to do. At the moment, what he wanted to do was to make sure those who descended into this world all followed the laws of the world, without disrupting his normal life. Wait. Just as Suyi was about to leave the secret room, Jizang suddenly called out to him, asking, "Who are you? Why have I not seen you before?" Smack! Zhang Zhesheng appeared in front of Jizang and slapped him on the right side of his face. "You asked too many questions." Zhang Zhesheng glared fiercely at Jizang, then stood up straight, looked at Suyi with a smile, and said, "Senior, please take your time. I will take care of what we agreed on now." Suyi nodded, and he had already disappeared from the secret room. With Jizang's current strength, he could easily evade Zhang Zhesheng's slap, but he didn't dare to. Reverence for his teacher and the way. Jizang understood this. "Uncle, who was that person?" Jizang's face was swollen like a pig's head on both sides, but he still looked towards where Suyi had just left. Zhang Zhesheng took a deep breath and said, "Zayan, during the time you were possessed, the world has changed too much. You'd better go out and take a look. Remember, if you meet that person again, you must show respect." "Uncle, are you asking me to practice in the mortal world?" 2,000 years ago, I had already experienced the mortal world. Jizang rubbed his face now back to normal, and said, "And that person just now, is he a powerful cultivator in the mortal world?" Zhang Zhesheng nodded and said, "The Linky clan will rely on you in the future. I still have something to do and then I will ascend." "Ascend? Have messengers from the immortal realm come?" Jizang looked at Zhang Zhesheng seriously, his brow furrowing even deeper. "Uncle, why do you only have a little pre-natural aura left?" Zhang Zhesheng said, "Immortal realm messengers have been living on Kunlun Mountain for 100 years. You were just temporarily possessed and didn't know. If those immortal realm messengers find you, you shouldn't ascend. I feel that something might be wrong with the immortal realm." "What could go wrong in the immortal realm?" Jizang asked in confusion. What if they force me to ascend? Ji Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Kill them, then find that senior who just left, and stay by his side." Ji Yangzi did not expect Zhang Zhesheng to actually ask him to kill the envoy from the immortal realm. Since ancient times, countless cultivators have wanted to ascend to the immortal realm because the cultivation techniques in the origin world are lacking. If they truly want to obtain stronger techniques, almost aside from ascending, there is no other way. Similarly, when cultivators in the origin world truly reach the ascension stage, there will naturally be envoys from the immortal realm coming to them. These envoys are mostly urging or leading them to the immortal realm. Perhaps only those who have entered the ascension stage note that the first condition for entering the immortal realm is to give up the current physical body. The soul must enter the immortal realm and then reshape the body. What the immortal realm is truly like remains unknown. Ji Zhang's strength was already in the late ascension stage before. After taking the Qingshan pill and restoring his consciousness, his strength far surpassed any other cultivator in the ascension stage. Killing immortals? It's not impossible. But what are the consequences? Wouldn't killing immortals result in retaliation from the big shots in the immortal realm? Even if Ji Yangzi thinks he is invincible, he would not be so arrogant as to believe he would still be unbeatable in the immortal realm. Master Uncle, who exactly is that senior? Ji Yangzi asked worriedly. If I really kill the envoy from the immortal realm, will that senior really help me? Zhang Zhesheng said, I don't know if that senior will help you, but I just feel that something must be wrong in the immortal realm. Unless absolutely necessary, do not ascend to the immortal realm. Other cultivators may not know what ascending to the immortal realm means, but Zhang Zhesheng is very clear on that. He is already at the end of his rope, with only a trace of innate energy left. After ascending to the immortal realm, his strength would definitely not be as strong as before, and everything might need to start over. Just with the soul cultivated in this life, the cultivation speed would be faster. The ultimate conclusion is that immortals in the immortal realm may not necessarily be stronger than ascended cultivators. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Won't Zhang Zhesheng understand this principle? The key is that a small world's recent arrival made Zhang Zhesheng feel that there should be a major event in the immortal realm. Su Yi's terrifying strength displayed. It is better to stay by Su Yi's side than to ascend to the immortal realm. Then I will start worldly cultivation tomorrow. Ji Yangzi is not a total novice who knows nothing. When he was entering the early ascension stage, he had already been found by envoys from the immortal realm, informing him that he could enter the immortal realm at that time. At that time, Ji Yangzi had observed the two envoys from the immortal realm. With Ji Yangzi's insight at that time, they were just average. At that time, he would definitely not have been able to fight 2 against 1, but with his current strength, a massacre. After all, most envoys from the immortal realm have reincorporated bodies as post-cultivation immortal cultivators, and their cultivation is generally in the realm of mortals. As the head of the Linky sect, Ji Yangzi's cultivation technique cannot be considered weak. With his exceptionally strong physical body, beating the so-called envoys from the immortal realm would be like child's play. While Ji Yangzi was considering worldly cultivation, Su Yi returned to the small villa and started refining the gold spirit sand. With his speed, refining the half-mountain gold spirit sand mine into pure gold spirit sand overnight was not difficult at all. On the second day, the cultivator school had already resumed classes, and as a student of the school, Su Yi naturally had to attend. Most importantly, Gu Tantong thought Su Yi was just a Czech cultivation miner cultivator. Early in the morning, she kicked Su Yi's door and dragged him to school. Mr. Su, are you here to listen to the class? What are you going to listen to? Dan Taiyue naturally followed Su Yi, but almost fell asleep listening to the teachings about the 5 elements technique in the classroom. The most basic 5 elements technique. For Su Yi's cultivation level, does he need to listen to this? The teacher in the classroom was only at the elemental infant stage, let alone a slat. Even a sneeze could wipe out the old teacher. Su Yi was actually so bored that he listened to his lectures, and judging from Su Yi's appearance, he even took meticulous notes earnestly. Do you even understand anything? Su Yi was too lazy to explain to Dan Taiyue. The techniques he was using now were indeed a bit too terrifying, which made Su Yi incompatible with the current cultivation world. Striving to weaken himself is Su Yi's pursuit. As a cultivator with Czech cultivation level, knocking somebody unconscious with a slap at the drop of a hat was just too much. Su Yi listened to the class in the large classroom and noticed that Lin Yun was also present in the classroom. The two glanced at each other, and Su Yi just smiled. Lin Yun, however, had no expression on his face and said to the man beside him, "Do you see him? If you kill him, I will become your Dao companion." Although Suyi was a bit far from Lin Yun, he could still hear what he was saying. He believed that the teacher at the podium could also hear what Lin Yun was saying. Was this a loud covert discussion? In addition to this, Yu Huiyan and Bai Miao Miao were also in the classroom. These two women had passed the cultivation test and successfully entered the school. However, by the time Suyi entered the classroom, they had already sat down and it wouldn't be right to run over to Suyi's side. In the second class, the lecturer turned out to be Hansen. "What I am going to teach you now is the most basic swordsmanship." Hansen entered the classroom and saw Suyi. He smiled at Suyi and then led the students in the classroom out. Swordsmanship. Suyi was his student. In fact, Hansen was more interested in watching Suyi wield the sword. Last time Suyi wielded a sword, he benefited greatly. If he could see Suyi wield a sword again, perhaps there would be further breakthroughs. The attacks with the sword are mainly divided into chopping, thrusting, stabbing, catching, rupturing, rubbing, piercing, stabbing, lifting, sweeping. Students can come with me to the arena outside, and I will demonstrate to you. Han Zhen's main purpose now was to showcase a bit in front of Suyi. After arriving in the arena, each move was performed meticulously, returning to simplicity and perfection. Each move was carried out to the extreme. Because of this, even those who had never used a sword felt that swordsmanship seemed quite simple. It looked relatively easy. Any student willing to come up and try. After Hansen finished demonstrating, he tried to get the students below to try as well. These were the most basic sword techniques, and he felt that if Suyi was sitting below and wanted to instruct others, he should come up and teach. However, Suyi had no intention of coming up at all. Instead, the man beside Lin Yun loudly said, "Teacher, I am willing to try, but I would like to find a classmate to spar with me." Hansen felt somewhat disappointed. This way, wouldn't he end up playing swords with a bunch of kids? Alright, who else wants to give it a try? Hansen was somewhat disheartened. Since Suyi didn't want to step up, he didn't dare to call out Suyi's name. Watching other students sword fighting will indeed be like watching little kids fight. The man beside Lin Yun pointed at Suyi, saying loudly, "That classmate with the very pale face." Suyi stood among the crowd, his gaze slowly falling on that man. Yu of Fengxi sect is also a chosen one. In just a short period of time, he has directly broken through from the Yuanying realm to the late stage of the Nasan Soul realm, truly deserving to be called the pride of the heavens. Perhaps only he and Yuan Haoren dare to seek Lin Yun as their Dao partner. But Suyi also sensed that Lin Yun intended to use him as a scapegoat. Others may not know Suyi's true strength, but Lin Yun is very clear. By saying those words to Yu in the classroom earlier, wasn't she essentially asking Yu to offer up his head? To just offer it up? Hansen, as the teacher of this swordsmanship class, wanted to laugh when he saw Yu pointing at Suyi. Could it be that he would witness Suyi draw his sword again like this? He wasn't thinking too much. In his opinion, with Suyi's status, if Yu, a junior, challenged him to a sword fight, Suyi would at most just offer some guidance. There was no suspense. Suyi was unlikely to kill him. Yu, this young man, had excellent aptitude and excellent luck. The protector was standing just 100 meters away. Suyi should also appreciate such a junior. "Are you talking about me?" Suyi took 2 slow steps forward, staring at Yu. He didn't understand why these people targeted him just because he was fair. Should he be a bit darker and less easy to bully? Yu smirked, "It's you. Come out. The thing I dislike the most in my life is a pretty face like yours. If you're fair, you should be prepared to get punched." Hansen didn't know how to describe his current mood. It's fine for a young person to be a bit arrogant, but shouldn't you choose your battles wisely? If it was just a sword fight with Suyi, maybe that would be fine, but the way he said it sounded like he was asking for trouble. Before Suyi could speak, Gu Tongtong walked out from behind and shouted, "Hold on, I'll fight you." Yu glanced at Gu Tongtong and laughed. "Principal Gu, you don't seem to be a student. You are the director of the education department. This is just a friendly match among students. What does your interference mean? Isn't this pretty boy your lover?" Gu Tongtong frowned, not wasting any words. In the next moment, she rushed towards Yu, throwing a punch. Nasan Soul Realm. So what? Gu Tongtong was really displeased with a Nasan Soul Realm person bullying Suyi at the chair-refining realm. Yu stood still, and Gu Pantong's fist was suddenly blocked by an old man in white robe appearing out of nowhere. "Principal Gu, this is a sparring match among students. It's not appropriate for you to intervene like this." The white-robed old man was Lin Yefeng, the Grand Elder of Fengxi sect, a post-late period cultivator. Fengxi sect was not a large sect, not easy to produce geniuses like Aangyu. Gu Tongtong's name was known in all major sects, and Lin Yefeng wouldn't stand by and watch her attack Aangyu. Gu Tongtong wasn't good with words and didn't need any. Frowning, she didn't care who the old man was, and wields her fists to continue her fierce attacks. Her current strength was at most at the late stage of Nascent Soul, a huge realm difference compared to the Nascent Soul late period. Even though she had a born Dao body, it was hard to pass such a large gap. Lin Yefeng, seemingly untouched, stood still, blocking all her violent attacks with one hand, showing his prowess as a master. In the eyes of others, Gu Tongtong looked like a child being toyed with by an adult. Hansen finally couldn't bear it anymore and whispered, "That's enough." But what was the use of him saying that? Gu Tongtong was already fully engaged in battle, getting more and more courageous and faster with her movements. Suddenly, she thrust out a palm, causing black palm prints to appear in the sky and all around, launching attacks from almost every angle. The heaven-covering palm. Gu Tongtong only learned this one move, but she modified it in various ways. From a simplified version to this 360-degree attack with no blind spots, all of it was her own evolution. Her combat talent, even Suyi secretly marveled at it. Can she still play like this? Lin Yefeng couldn't help but be surprised. All of a sudden, he urged his robe with spiritual energy to create an invisible barrier around him. After all, being at the late period of nascent soul cultivation, he still had some reaction capabilities. Doom. The black palm prints created by Gu Tongtong disappeared as they hit Lin Yefeng's barrier, but her palm broke through his defense, passed through the invisible barrier, went through his guarding arms, and landed on Lin Yefeng's chest. The ground beneath Lin Yefeng's feet cracked, leaving a palm print on his white robe. As expected of the heavenly Dao Saint body, Lin Yefeng's eyes narrowed, his chest shaking as he sent Gu Tongtong flying. Although Gu Tongtong's blow landed on him, there was still a big realm difference between them, and it didn't cause any substantial harm to Lin Yefeng. Lin Yefeng, while Gu Tongtong was sent flying, moved like lightning and followed her, his hands turning into claws, grabbing towards Gu Tongtong's throat. He had murderous intent. With a thud, although Lin Yefeng's hand was still a bit away from Gu Tongtong's throat, his entire arm suddenly exploded, and he was also sent flying. Suyi watched Lin Yefeng emotionlessly. Would he kill Gu Tongtong in front of him? What was he thinking? Regardless of the relationship between Gu Tongtong and him, if Gu Tongtong was standing up for him, there was no way he would let her get hurt. Hansen, what do you mean by this? Lin Yefeng's face was pale, with traces of blood. After stabilizing himself, he stared angrily at Hansen and yelled, "What does it have to do with you if I try to harm this woman? What kind of relationship do you have with that kid named Sue? If I deal with this woman, what's it to do with you?" Hansen first looked bewildered, then his face turned red with anger. "What are you saying?" Hansen was getting close to losing it. An affair between him and that kid named Sue. An affair? What is this old man talking about? Lin Yefeng lost a lin and attributed it to Hansen. Didn't care who did it, and said loudly, "Do you think we don't know what relationship you have with that Sue kid? The affair between you two has already spread throughout the entire cultivation world, but you yourself are still unaware. The dignified head of the extreme Emperor Immortal sect actually has such perverted tendencies. Aren't you afraid of being mocked by the world? I killed that woman, shouldn't that be to your liking?" Lin Yefeng said angrily, "I was solving your love rival for you, and you even dismembered my arm. This enmity is irreconcilable." Hansen was so furious that his whole body trembled. What kind of nonsense was this old man spouting? Even daring to compare himself to him? He hasn't done anything right. It wasn't he who crippled Lin Yefeng's hand, yet Lin Yefeng actually slandered him in front of so many people, accusing him of having an affair with Suyi. What affair could those two men possibly have? This despicable person is truly full of crap. Hansen thought his temper was already quite good, but in the end, he couldn't help but thrust his sword towards Lin Yefeng. With his hearing already cut off, he was holding a wooden sword in his hand at the moment. However, even if it was a wooden sword, it was definitely not something Lin Yefeng could withstand. The crowd only saw a fleeting shadow pass by. In the eyes of many, Hansen was still standing in place, but in reality, Han Zhen's sword was already pointing at Lin Yefeng's neck. Hiss. Is this the strength of a sword god? For Gu Tantan, Lin Yefeng was like someone from a higher realm, but wasn't Hansen completely overpowering Lin Yefeng in terms of realm? Among the cultivators in the Ascension period, Hansen was considered a top powerhouse, so what could a cultivator like Lin Yefeng in the Tribulation period be in front of him? With a wooden sword in hand, he could kill him 10,000 times. Lin Yefeng naturally knew how big the gap was between his strength and Han Zhen's. He simply gave up resistance and sneered. What? The sword god Han is so humiliated that he wants to silence me. Now that everyone knows about the little affair between you and someone with the surname Su, can you kill me alone and wipe out the whole cultivator world? Lin Yefeng burst into a mad laugh. His words dumbfounded the surrounding students, and their views of Su Yi and Hansen changed. Lin Yun's expression was even more complicated. Su Yi actually likes men? Hansen was so angry that his hands started shaking. Killing Lin Yefeng was not a difficult task for him, but what about the rumors? If he killed Lin Yefeng now, would it really be considered silencing someone? While Hansen hesitated, a coldness flashed in Su Yi's eyes. Lin Yefeng's body actually turned into particles of light dissipating directly into the air. Death and disappearance. Rumors? Did Su Yi care about such things? Some words, when spoken, require corresponding responsibilities to be borne. Hansen still held up his sword, watching as Lin Yefeng disappeared bit by bit. He secretly glanced at Su Yi. Throughout, he did not see Su Yi make a move. Was this Su Yi's true strength? All the students present were silent. From their perspective, Hansen was the one who killed, and they also did not see how Hansen made his move. But how could the students understand the actions of a sword immortal in the Ascension period? Hansen suddenly looked flustered. Just then did he realize and took a deep breath, coldly saying, "From now on, anyone caught spreading rumors will face such consequences." He quickly understood a principle. Rumors either end with reason or absolute force. Yu stood foolishly in place, completely lost on what to do. Lin Yefeng was their sect's elder, and their strongest member was only at the early ascension stage. Hansen didn't even blink an eye before killing Lin Yefeng. Who in their sect could stand up for him? He thought of himself as a pride of heaven. He was only at the nascent divinity realm now. According to the customs of the cultivation world, someone like Hansen would have already targeted their elder and wouldn't let him go. The greater the genius, the more necessary to approve potential threats. The grudges had already been established, so there was no reason to let him go. Keep him alive, then wait until he becomes powerful and seeks revenge from the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect. Han Zhen's gaze swept over Yu, who immediately knelt down with a thud. "Senior Han, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life." Hansen couldn't figure out why. After he killed Lin Yefeng, Yu knelt. Was his mind muddled? Hansen raised an eyebrow, and Yu's heart involuntarily trembled. Was this a sign that he was going to kill him? Yu was so scared that he quickly knelt before Hansen and knocked his head on the ground. The blue stones in front of him shattered from the impact. Where was his arrogance and courage now? With tears and snot mixed together, he trembled as he begged, "Senior Han, spare me, please. I swear that in the future, if I encounter any friends from the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect, I will retreat 3 miles away and never be an enemy to the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect." "What are you doing?" Hansen felt a little confused by Yu's actions, as if he was trying to intimidate him, as if he was trying to silence him. Although Yu could be considered a genius, Hansen didn't think that far. A genius? Wasn't everyone a genius in their youth? He didn't think as much as Yu did. Just then, a rainbow light flashed across the sky, and Zhang Zhesheng and Jizan descended with their swords. When they saw Su Yi standing below, they quickly landed. "Senior Zhang, Brother Ji, why are you here?" Hansen put away the wooden sword in his hand and looked at Zhang Zhesheng and Jizan. When Yu saw Jizang and Zhang Zhesheng, he also excitedly exclaimed, "Uncle Ji, do you remember me? I am Yu from the Maple Creek sect. When you were young, I even carried you." No. Yu was so terrified that he was a little incoherent. He mentioned that in his infancy, Jizang had carried him. Jizang gave him a glance and just nodded slightly, his focus already on Su Yi. As for Zhang Zhesheng hearing this, his eyes were fixed on Yu. He asked again, "You are Yu from the Maple Creek sect?" Yu was overjoyed. He had heard Hansen address Zhang Zhesheng as Senior Zhang just now. In the Spirit Chess sect, besides the number one person in the world, Zhang Zhesheng. Who else could Hansen call senior? After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Zhesheng said, I was just looking for you. Come with me. One of the people he was asked to kill by Suyi was none other than Liangyu from the Maple Creek sect, right? Committing such a crime in front of so many people was not good for the Spiritual sect, so it was better to take him away. After a casual stroll to anywhere, kill him and bury him on the spot. Senior John, please be our Maple Creek sect's advocate. Liangyu believed that Zhang Zhesheng saw his talent and wanted to take him as his disciple. With the world's number one person in his corner, what did he have to fear from Hansen? Hansen, the sword immortal, right? Let's see how you die. Zhang Zhesheng frowned. Be an advocate for what? Liangyu wiped his forehead and looked at Hansen, then pointed at Suyi, saying, the sword god Han had an affair with that pretty beau, Suyi, and was exposed by our elder. In a fit of anger, he killed him to silence him. Senior John, won't you uphold justice for us? Zhang Zhesheng looked where Liangyu pointed and fell silent. Was he just asking for a quick death? An affair? Did you use that term for Suyi? Zhang Zhesheng didn't say anything more. It was clear that Liangyu didn't just narrow the path, but he directly cut it off. Leader, aren't you supposed to be a teacher here? You talk to Director Gu slowly. I'll take him away. After Zhang Zhesheng instructed Jizayan, he said to Liangyu, you come with me. Liangyu completely didn't understand what was going on. Was Zhang Zhesheng not going to punish Hansen? After all, Linky sect is the number one sect in the cultivation world. Shouldn't they uphold justice and seek revenge for Lin Yafeng? You're not leaving. Zhang Zhesheng's eyes turned cold, his tone already unkind. He didn't want to make a big fuss to avoid causing trouble for Linky sect. But if Liangyu really didn't leave, killing him here wouldn't be a big deal. Though currently, the 13th division in the cultivation world emphasizes that cultivators should obey the law, ultimately, they still worship strength. Justice. Hansen is the leader of a reputable sect after all. If he killed the elder of Maple Creek sect, that would be a matter between Jidi Shan sect and Maple Creek sect. Even if Suyi is not here, he would definitely not intervene. Liangyu shuddered and quickly said, I'll go with you. And so, Zhang Zhesheng took Liangyu and left directly, leaving behind Jizayan. Jizayang's face looked relatively young, around 20 years old, with plenty of collagen on his face, but there were already strands of silver hair mixed in his long hair. Even at the ascension stage, the innate chi in his body was almost depleted. In this situation, he probably could only prolong his life by reshaping his body after ascension. Excuse me, who is Director Gu? Jizayang really didn't recognize Gu Tantan. He had been lost in madness for a long time, and Zhang Zhesheng didn't introduce who Director Gu was before leaving. Gu Tantan looked at Jizayang and asked, what do you want from me? Jizayang carefully assessed Gu Tantan and could tell his background at a glance. Naturally talented Taoist body. Jizayang looked surprisingly at Gu Tantan. A naturally talented Taoist body possesses extraordinary combat talent and has a special affinity for Linky. They are considered geniuses among geniuses in any era. However, due to the particular cultivation method that Gu Tongtong practiced, without a Jin Dan or Yuanying in his divine consciousness, even Jizayang could only judge his strength based on the Che in his body. He felt that Gu Tongtong wasn't very strong, but Suyi. Zhang Zhesheng had to address Suyi as Senior Suyi. In his view, Suyi was only at the Che refinement stage, which meant only one possibility. Suyi was stronger than him. However, since Suyi was practicing in the secular world, he didn't want to reveal Suyi's identity in front of so many people. Director Gu, I am Jizayan, the leader of Linky sect. I have come today to teach at this academy. Okay, follow me. Gu Tongtan didn't care about these matters and directly led him to meet Old Yang. Jizayang stole a glance at Suyan, had no choice but to follow Gu Tongtan. His cultivation had already broken through the so-called ascension stage, entering the realm of mortal immortal. According to the envoys from the immortal realm, once a cultivator breaks through the ascension stage, they must ascend to the immortal realm and not linger. The reasoning is simple: to prevent excessively powerful individuals from disrupting the balance of this world, to give the aspiring cultivators a choice between Buddhism and Taoism, and because the innate Che in their bodies will not last long if they don't ascend. These reasons seem full of justice and consideration, making it hard to resist. After ascending, there would be new cultivation methods, and the envoys from the immortal realm even promise them longevity. Normally, cultivators wouldn't refuse to ascend to the immortal realm, so Ji Zhang didn't understand why Zhang Zhesheng told him not to ascend if he didn't have to, and even asked him to kill an envoy from the immortal realm in desperate situations. Who exactly is Su Yi? After Ji Zhan followed Gu Tantan to ease the awkward atmosphere, Hansen could only say, anyone else wants to come up and try now? If not, you can all disperse. Wait a moment. Teacher Han, I want to try. Lin Yun suddenly stood up, smiling as she glanced at Su Yi, saying, let me spar with Su Yi. Hearing her words, Hansen couldn't help but furrow his brows. What's going on with these students? Why do they all want to spar with Su Yi? Do they actually know that Su Yi is strong and want him to guide them? Hansen remained silent and exchanged a glance with Su Yi. Su Yi slowly stood up and smiled. Sure, fellow student Lin Yun, let's learn from each other. Lin Yun extended her hand, a wooden sword falling into it. Su Yi casually approached and stood in front of Hansen, saying, Leader Han, can I borrow a sword? Hansen handed his wooden sword to Su Yi. Su Yi and Lin Yun stood in the middle of the group. All the students stared wide-eyed at them. Some knew Lin Yun's strength and Su Yi's strength. Refinement against soul condensation. Wasn't that like hanging up a beating bag? Lin Yun held the wooden sword with a smiling face as she whispered to Su Yi, are you willing to kill me? Su Yi raised an eyebrow and whispered back, do you really think I can't do it? Even if there's 100 days of grace in a marriage, even if it's a 2,000-year-old marriage, Lin Yun believed that Su Yi wouldn't really kill her. Then why don't you kill me? Lin Yun's gaze gradually turned cold. Or is it that you simply want to hide your true strength? Su Yi didn't whisper back to her and simply said, let's begin. Many students next to them chuckled at Su Yi actually asking Lin Yun to make the first move. Was he planning to finish her with just one move? Lin Yun took a deep breath, and Sword Chen enveloped her wooden sword, distorting the light around it. Hansen watched in silence. Was this girl going all out? Indeed, she knew Su Yi's strength. Did she want Su Yi to guide her? Su Yi didn't seem extraordinary, holding the sword casually, and no apparent sword charm, a wooden sword. To those unaware, Lin Yun seemed to be using her full strength. If Hansen didn't intervene to save Su Yi might have been in trouble today. Lin Yun was testing the waters. She wanted to know Su Yi still had any feelings for her and whether he would kill her. Swish! Lin Yun thrust her sword at Su Yi's chest, the sword rippling with a fierce killing intent. Su Yi lifted an eyelid, casually flicked his wooden sword up in response. I don't want to kill you, but I think you should just live as an ordinary person. Lin Yun's wooden sword was flicked out of her hand by Su Yi's simple movement. Simultaneously, her pupils contracted, feeling a majestic force coming from the wooden sword. A mysterious and unfathomable power shattered her sword pierced her sea of consciousness, and dispersed all her cultivation. Lin Yun's sword was undeniably swift. Even Hansen thought it was a perfect sword. But in the eyes of the crowd, Su Yi seemed to casually pick up the wooden sword in Lin Yun's hand and send it flying. A cultivator at the Divine Transformation Realm. Could she have her sword picked up by a Refinement Realm guy with such ease? Was she showing her true colors so obviously? Lin Yun's cultivation was crippled, but she didn't even sigh. By now, she already had quite a few cultivators under her, positioning herself as a leader. But if those cultivators were to find out about her crippled cultivation, the consequences would be unimaginable. It wouldn't be just death. She looked at Su Yi expressionlessly, then retreated, saying, I lost? No way. There's a backstory. That damn pretty bow. Did he also deceive Goddess Lin? Damn it. He fooled her again. Except for Hansen, no one believed that Lin Yun would lose to Su Yi, thinking that she was just cooperating with Su Yi in acting. And her performance seemed a bit exaggerated. Hansen was still reminiscing the sword Su Yi picked out, seemingly ordinary. After all, not having experienced it firsthand, it was difficult to appreciate the subtleties of the sword. If Su Yi knew of his thoughts, he might truly gift another sword to him. Class is over for today. Now let me introduce you to Teacher Wu Zhang. Hansen greatly admired Emperor Zhang's power. And only after chatting did he learn that Emperor Zhang was also brought by Su Yi from Changbai. He had to perform well in front of Su Yi, at least to make Su Yi feel that he got along well with Teacher Wu Zhang. Emperor Zhang had been watching from a distance long ago. When Su Yi made his move, he saw it too. He also noticed that Lin Yun's cultivation was crippled by Su Yi. But Lin Yun actually exuded a hint of Su Yi's aura. It could be inferred that Lin Yun's relationship with Su Yi was not simple. Understood. Emperor Zhang's eyes lit up. He understood. This woman must have practiced Taoist techniques before. When Suyi crippled her cultivation in front of him, wasn't that asking him to take her as his disciple? Yes. Didn't he see her cultivation crippled, without showing any signs of pain or resentment? After stepping forward, Emperor Zhang threw a grateful look at Suyi. Suyi and Emperor Zhang exchanged a glance, a bit puzzled by the look. But it seemed unimportant. Dear students, Teacher Wu Zhang here is a great talent of the Wu clan, stronger than me. Whether any of you students are interested in learning witchcraft? Hansen was not very interested in taking on disciples now, but Emperor Zhang urgently needed disciples to promote the legacy of witchcraft. Hansen didn't mind doing a favor. The incident between Lin Yun and Suyi just now, ordinary people couldn't see much of the subtlety. Even cultivators, upon seeing Lin Yun's weakened aura, would at most think she was concealing her aura rather than being crippled by someone. But the words by Hansen got everyone excited. Hansen admitted that Teacher Wu Zhang was stronger than him. Witchcraft was mysterious and unpredictable. In this age where cultivators roamed freely and the line between good and evil was blurred, as long as one could become stronger, what wouldn't they learn? Everyone looked at Emperor Zhang, not realizing that the man before them was none other than the Emperor Zhang among the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't care about Hansen and the others. Standing in the arena, Emperor Zhang scanned the students present and said loudly, "Dear students, I am Wu Zhang. We are now accepting disciples in the Witch Clan. If any of you are interested, you can learn from me. Teacher Wu Zhang, I would like to ask, what advantages does witchcraft have compared to Taoist techniques and sword cultivation?" These students were not fools. They had all received 9 years of compulsory education and read various fantasies. Choosing a profession and sect was akin to playing a game, requiring careful consideration. And were their aptitudes suitable for practicing witchcraft? Emperor Zhang, stronger than Hansen, didn't mean they were definitely suited to learn witchcraft. Upon hearing a student's question, Emperor Zhang arrogantly smiled and said, "When witchcraft is practiced to the extreme, one can break the void with fists, possess a powerful body. What can those weak refinement cultivators do? One punch finishes them. As for sword cultivation, when your body is powerful to a certain level, your fists and feet are already the most powerful weapons. Flying swords are just that, easily broken." Hearing this, Han Zhen's face turned green. Damn. Shameless. Is he really resorting to such means just to recruit disciples? I introduced him properly, and he insults all our refinement cultivators. Especially that last sentence, flying swords are just that, easily broken. Do you have any dignity at all? Hansen sneakily glanced at Suyi. Noticing that Suyi had no intention of interrupting, he couldn't help but say, "Teacher Wu Zhang, you haven't told the students yet how to train their bodies to the extreme. Training the body to such an extent, how simple did he think it was? Did he think refinement cultivators hadn't considered it? To toughen the body to withstand flying swords, how many years of cultivation would that take? Did he think it was just a breeze?" Emperor Zhang paused, saying, "It's not very difficult. Ordinary people just need to bathe their bodies in medicine daily, combined with my witchcraft, and in 10 years they can make some progress. Meeting a golden refinement cultivator, they would be a piece of cake. Training for 10 years to beat golden refinement cultivators. Many refinement cultivators, after 100 years of cultivation, never even come close to glimpsing the path to golden core." Emperor Zhang's words left Hansen stunned. Is witchcraft really that powerful? If so, within 100 years, the witch clan could unify the world. Teacher Wu Zhang, what are your requirements for taking on disciples? The students on the field were getting more excited, completely forgetting about Lin Yun and Suyi's previous duel. After pondering, Emperor Zhang said, "For practicing witchcraft, it's best to start training from infancy, but you can also start later. It'll just take longer to see results, and the process might be a bit harder." Hansen felt things were getting off track. These students were all sources of life for various sects, and they had agreed earlier that for the first month, they would teach together, and after a month, let the students choose a sect to join. Yet, before the first month was over, all had joined the witch clan following Emperor Zhang. After all the effort, they ended up creating wedding garments for others. Teacher Wu Zhang, by harder, what do you mean specifically? Emperor Zhang raised his eyebrows. At the beginning, you'll need to bathe in medicine, and there might be a bit of pain. Just that. nothing more. Soaking in medicinal baths to cultivate the body may involve a little bit of pain. These are Emperor John's original words, which landed in the ears of these people, making them feel as if they were going for a major health treatment, and when the masses' strength was a little too strong. It felt so leisurely that one could challenge Master Alchemist in 10 years. Just thinking about it feels delightful. Emperor John didn't care about how they felt. His gaze fell on Lin Yun, staring at her and saying, "Miss, would you like to learn witchcraft from me?" Suyi couldn't help but look deeply at him upon hearing this. Is Emperor John trying to go against him? Lin Yun was also taken aback, but she quickly reacted, "I'm willing." Her cultivation had been destroyed, and if those who followed her in cultivation found out, her fate would be miserable for sure. The strong of the witch sect must have noticed that Suyi had destroyed her cultivation, but he still wanted to take Lin Yun as his disciple. Could it be that his relationship with Suyi was not good, but his strength was similar to Suyi's, and taking her as a disciple was just to upset Suyi? Very well. Emperor John smiled satisfactorily and glanced at Suyi, his smile deepening. Essentially, the meaning was, "Boss, are you satisfied with my actions?" Suyi gave him a disdainful look and turned away. He had already destroyed Lin Yun's cultivation, so if Emperor Zhang wanted to take her as a disciple, it was Emperor Zhang's business, and it was also Lin Yun's opportunity. He couldn't be bothered anymore. Suyi's sword was meant to make Lin Yun understand not to test him repeatedly. Past feelings? Sorry. Suyi was not that sentimental. If Lin Yun provoked Suyi again, as she had just done, it wouldn't be as simple as destroying her cultivation. Emperor Zhang also didn't quite understand Suyi's intentions. He just felt like he had done the right thing. "What's your name?" Emperor Zhang was quite attentive to his first disciple, and although Lin Yun's cultivation had been destroyed, she had previously absorbed a bit of Suyi's assassin's blood, making her physique stronger than the other cultivators present in Emperor Zhang's eyes. Lin Yun was a good seedling. Lin Yun's mentality had already matured from that of a delicate girl, and she bowed to Emperor Zhang with the etiquette of the Han dynasty, saying, "Respected master, your disciple is Lin Yun." "Very good." Emperor Zhang nodded approvingly at Lin Yun and then said to the other students, "I see that you may not understand much about body refining. Why don't we let Lin Yun demonstrate for you, and then you can decide whether or not to become my disciples." The witch sect valued martial prowess. Emperor Zhang also knew that body refining was not as simple as it seemed. You get what you put in. If you want to challenge a chair refining expert in 10 years with just practicing witchcraft, the price you pay daily will inevitably be 10 or 100 times more than others. After Emperor Zhang finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a bathtub-sized copper pot appeared in front of everyone. This copper pot was brought over by Emperor Zhang using spatial magic from the tribe. Various eerie runes were drawn around the copper pot using blood, and it was filled with various herbs and the blood of some fierce beasts. With another wave of his hand, the copper pot was already filled with water. People standing aside could faintly smell a faint scent of blood and an unpleasant odor of herbs. "Go in." Emperor Zhang's gaze fell on Lin Yun. As soon as he spoke, the medicinal water in the copper pot began to boil, the smell of blood becoming more intense. A dark red smoke rose above the copper pot, making it look even more eerie. Is the water boiling? Those who had only passed the cultivation test and had not formally cultivated were astonished. Boiling water, won't you be scalded if you go down? It looks so terrifying. Scalded? Clearly, it seemed more like it could cook a person. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun couldn't help but tremble with fear. She didn't have the cultivation of the Nasan soul realm now. Was it really safe to go down now? Emperor Zhang saw her confusion and calmly said, "Don't worry, you won't die. If you can't even handle this, how can you learn witchcraft? In our tribe, even infants can go in. Infants can practice inside this thing. Are they going to eat babies or something?" The students present shivered in fear at the thought. Not conforming to orthodox methods, it was no wonder that the witch sect was unconventional. It seemed very sinister at first glance. Lin Yun glanced at Suyi's direction and saw that he was chatting with another man, paying no attention to what was happening here. She gritted her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and then jumped in. Upon jumping into the copper pot, Lin Yun instantly felt the skin on her body tingling with severe pain from the scalding hot water. This was the kind of burning sensation when boiling water splashed on her skin. She felt like every inch of her skin was being cooked. But a mysterious force emanated from the medicinal concoction in the pot. It intensified the pain, feeling like descending into hell. Was this what John meant by a little bit of pain? Lin Yun gritted her teeth and refrained from screaming, but she finally fainted from the pain, and even her head submerged into the potion. The mysterious witchcraft runes drawn on the copper pot seemed to come to life. Blood-red light flowed into the pot. Lin Yun woke up again from the intense pain, this time deliberately letting out a heart-wrenching scream. However, she immediately subdued it once again. When she lifted her head out of the potion, many students covering their eyes were terrified. Lin Yun, who had previously appeared like a celestial maiden, now had her face covered in burns, blisters, and red marks, looking absolutely frightening. Some girls were shocked and burst into tears, sitting on the ground. Wang Zhu had already walked over to Su Yi, engaging in casual conversation with him, but upon seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn. She's been disfigured. Su Yi watched Lin Yun enduring the pain in the copper pot with an expressionless face. He didn't know how to describe his current feelings. The reason Lin Yun wanted to kill Su Yi to prove herself was probably because she had learned the forgetful path from the Darkwater Abyssal Emperor, thinking that technique was truly invincible. Or perhaps she believed that as long as she could heartlessly kill Su Yi, she could ascend. Unfortunately, she didn't realize that even if the Darkwater Abyssal Emperor himself came, he would be insignificant before Su Yi. Could Guo Shentan's cycle of memories really change a person's thoughts so easily? Su Yi always thought he understood human nature well, but now, he was starting to doubt himself. Disfigured? Lin Yun trembled violently inside, but she still clenched her fists and didn't move within the copper pot, not uttering a sound of pain. Lin Yun won't die, right? Boiling water, can that bring someone back to life? Aren't people boiled alive in it? I dare not dabble in any more witchcraft. How can this be called a little bit of pain? Clearly, it's about taking lives. It's over before it even begins. The surrounding students were discussing heatedly, but Dizhong didn't say anything, just quietly watched Lin Yun. Body refining through witchcraft must be painful, but the witch formation on the copper pot and the power in the soup were enough to ensure that the person inside the copper pot wouldn't die. Burned skin would quickly regenerate, and with prolonged practice, when pushed to the extreme, the physical body would become incredibly strong. As time passed bit by bit, some couldn't help but vomit, others were trembling in fear. Wang Zhu, next to Su Yi, whispered, Su Yi, Lin Yun didn't die, and I feel she will become stronger because of this. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Wang Zhu nodded. Do you trust me, big brother? Su Yi said. I trust you. Why wouldn't I? Wang Zhu patted Su Yi's shoulder and said, with your poor aptitude, it's probably impossible to cultivate immortality. Why not give witchcraft a try? I feel like it could work. Su Yi smiled. I'm afraid of pain. Wang Zhu sighed. With such poor aptitude and fear of pain, do you plan to stay stuck in the chair refining stage for your whole life? How is that different from being a salted fish? Su Yi said. Being a salted fish is fine. I just want to be a salted fish. Wang Zhu shook his head helplessly, as if resigning to Su Yi's stubbornness, and finally sighed, saying, but rest assured, Big Brother will watch over you in the future. Su Yi glanced at Wang Zhu and said, well, thanks in advance then. Wang Zhu was still immersed in his dream of being a big brother, saying, it's a small matter, wait and see. I plan to learn witchcraft. Clenching his fists and staring at the copper pot in front of him, he said, I feel that Lin Yun's face will improve. Just wait. Su Yi was now curious and asked, what makes you think that? Wang Zhu smiled wisely. Isn't it simple? Look at Witch John. Has he been disfigured? And after reaching a certain level of cultivation, he can definitely reshape his appearance. Besides, maybe Lin Yun isn't as painful as we imagine. All of this might be a test from Witch John to us. Su Yi couldn't help but nod. You have a point. At this moment, Su Yi's gaze fell upon Yuan Haran not far away. This Yuan Chang'an descendant had also come to the School of Cultivation. Dizhong scanned the crowd, waved his hand, and two large copper pots appeared in front of everyone. I take back what I said earlier. Now we'll take in two more disciples. If you're willing, come in. Dizhong noticed that not everyone had the courage to enter the copper pot for body refining. The people in the tribe had faith. They believed in witch gods, so as long as he spoke, the tribe's people would listen. Even if he asked them to sacrifice, they would unquestioningly comply. But these people in front of him were different. They wanted to gain powerful strength without paying any price. They were scared even at the first step of body refining, afraid of facing Che, or finding experts in the golden elixir realm effortlessly. What did he need such people for? Better to be scarce than do wrong. These are the last two spots. Suyi. Do you want to be a coward for life? Wang Zhu grabbed Suyi, trying to persuade him to join the witch sect with him. Before Suyi could react, Yuan Haoren had already rushed out, standing in front of one copper pot, and said to Di Zhang, "Teacher Witch Zhang, I, Yuan Haoren, would like to join the witch sect." Di Zhang nodded. The copper pot in front of Yuan Haoren was already filled with boiling water. Going. Yuan Haoren glanced at Suyi, made a meaningful smile, and then jumped into the pot. He had clashed with Suyi. No, he had tried to make a move against Suyi. Just flipping through a book, Suyi shattered his innate Bagua formation, so Yuan Haoren still wasn't clear about Suyi's level. But now, as he entered the copper pot, he might just be seizing Suyi's opportunity. Seeing Yuan Haoren taking the lead, Wang Zhu gritted his teeth, let go of Suyi, and said, "I'll give you a chance. You don't know how to appreciate it." With that said, he took advantage of others' hesitation and rushed to stand in front of the other copper pot, saying to Di Zhang, "Teacher Witch Zhang, Wang Zhu is willing to join the witch sect." Di Zhang had noticed Wang Zhu's familiarity with Suyi, thinking he might have been recommended by Suyi. "Very well. Go in." Di Zhang nodded, indicating he could enter and accepted him as a disciple. The moment Wang Zhu jumped into the pot, he let out a painful scream. T. It's so hot. Wang Zhu was only at the foundation establishment realm, somewhat experienced, but was still screaming in pain after entering the pot. He was now annoyed, wondering why Yuan Haoren and Lin Yun didn't feel the heat. Soon, he realized that as he involuntarily merged the substantive blood color, which runs into the soup, the mysterious power absorbed and assimilated the chat he was mobilizing throughout his body. The pain kept intensifying. Ah, damn it, it's scalding. Wang Zhu's voice echoed throughout the school of cultivation, truly heart-wrenching, but he still didn't come out of the copper pot, still screaming in agony. Compared to Wang Zhu, Lin Yun and Yuan Haoren were much quieter, enduring the same pain. Lin Yun, a woman whose cultivation had been broken, endured without even a whimper. Such willpower, what couldn't be accomplished? You can all leave. I'll only accept these three for now. Di Zhang waved his hand at the others, having made his decision. Since Suyi chose them for his sect, he was determined to teach them properly. They might even change the fate of the witch sect. The other students had to disperse as there were already other teachers giving lectures. As for Lin Yun and the others, they continued in the arena to undergo body refining through witchcraft. Lin Yun had received a drop of Suyi's essence blood before, which she hadn't fully refined at that time. Now, the remaining power of that drop of essence blood was gradually being awakened. The burned skin on her face kept healing, only to be burned again. Suyi didn't pay any attention to the three of them and went back to the classroom to listen to other teachers. Di Zhang stayed by their side until late at night, as the medicinal soup in the copper pot went from boiling to cooling. Lin Yun emerged from the pot, her face showing no change in appearance. The previously burned skin had completely healed, as flawless and alluring as ever. Her cultivation had been ruined before, but now, she could clearly feel her power growing stronger. In just one day, this feeling was so clear. If this continued in the long run, the art of body refining of the shaman clan, Suyi clearly understood it. This was the trick that Emperor Zhang grasped when he saw Suyi cooking. Back then, if Suyi made soup, and there was any left, he would definitely soak his whole body in it. It was after this incident that such a bizarre body refining technique emerged. Since Lin Yun and Yuan Haoren chose to cultivate shamanism, it was their fate. Since Suyi did not kill Yuan Haoren last time, he naturally wouldn't do it now. Lin Yun had already lost her cultivation once. It seemed that she couldn't cultivate the forget love technique, and Suyi couldn't be bothered to deal with her again. After finishing the lesson, Suyi went straight back to his small villa. To his surprise, Gutan Tong had brought Jizan back with her. He said he couldn't find a place to eat or stay, so I brought him here. Gutan Tong half lay on the sofa, eating potato chips and playing chess with Tanjo Yue, looking very relaxed. Jizan sat obediently on the side, sitting upright. When he saw Suyi, he grinned naively. Suyi squinted at this guy. No place to eat, no place to stay. Little brother, you're the head of the spirit chess sect. It's okay to come here for a meal, but it seems like you want to live here too. Suyi asked, Gu Tonton, can you cook? Gu Tonton looked up at Su Yi and asked back, do you want me to cook? The air suddenly froze. Su Yi felt he shouldn't have asked that question, so he could only say to Jizan, after this meal, you should leave. Saying that, Su Yi headed towards the kitchen. However, Gu Tonton said, no way. There's no place to stay now. Let him squeeze in with you, or let Yue sleep with me. Tanjo Yue immediately said, I don't want to sleep with you. I'm afraid of being infected by you. Infected? Gu Tonton's voice came from the living room. Tanjo Yue coldly snorted, I'm afraid your brain won't work properly, just like yours. Who are you saying has a malfunctioning brain? Ha ha. Tanjo Yue's barb-like laughter already answered her. Su Yi couldn't be bothered with them and found that the ingredients in the fridge were quite complete. He cooked in the kitchen, and Jizang came in and asked, need help? Su Yi asked, can you cook? I have some knowledge. Jizang smiled. I think it shouldn't be more difficult than refining pills. Su Yi was taken aback. He understood what some knowledge meant. Usually, that meant a certain level of skill. Su Yi asked, do you want to stay here? Jizang nodded, saying, it's convenient. Su Yi put down what he was doing and said, all right, from now on, you're in charge of our 3 meals a day. If you agree, the sofa in the living room is yours. No problem. Jizang's smile was very sunny, nothing like someone who had lived for thousands of years. He was here for training, and Zhang Zhesheng wanted him to stay with Su Yi as much as possible. Helping with cooking was nothing he couldn't accept. Su Yi wiped his hands, and in a blink, he appeared near a milk tea shop. He bought a cup of milk tea and went to find Yishiak Suan. When he arrived at the cliff bottom, he saw Yishiak Suan controlling a group of Sanmai True Fire to barbecue. The meat and the Sanmai True Fire were floating in the air. Not far from her, there was a huge pit with metal shards scattered around. Obviously, the previous alchemy furnace had exploded, with some fragments still embedded in the nearby rock walls. It was evident how terrifying the explosion had been. What about the barbecue? Su Yi emerged from the darkness. Yishiak Suan, with her back to him, heard his voice and trembled all over, the Sanmai True Fire carrying the barbecue falling to the ground. Oh gosh, Yishiak Suan didn't turn her head and started crying. Su Yi slowly approached her and, sitting opposite her, asked, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Yishiak Suan was crouched on the ground, head buried in her arms, crying even louder. Su Yi held the milk tea, sat across from Yishiak Suan, and asked, do you want some milk tea? No. Sobs. Su Yi inserted the straw, drank the milk tea himself, not reacting to Yishiak Suan's crying. After about a minute of crying, seeing no response from Su Yi, Yishiak Suan discreetly raised her head and glanced at him. Good gracious, he had no intention of speaking. It seemed that if she continued crying, she might end up without any milk tea left. So, Yishiak Suan finally lifted her head. Her face showing a mix of crying and smiling, extended her hand. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Stop crying. Yishiak Suan shook her head, staring straight at him. Su Yi lowered his head, finished the milk tea in the cup, and handed it over. The light feeling of the empty cup made Yishiak Suan even more aggrieved, not sure whether to cry or laugh. How could he treat her like this? Too much, Su Yi said. I'm here to bring you a furnace. Yishiak Suan turned her head away, showing no sign of wanting to talk to him. Ignoring her reaction, Su Yi continuously conjure and purify metal ores from the spirit Chesx mine. In the blink of an eye, the ores were refined into gold spirit sand. What's this? Yishiak Suan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Su Yi replied, it's for making a furnace. Yishiak Suan asked, are you making it personally for me? Your Sanmai True Fire can't be used with other furnaces for alchemy, so I have to make a new one for you. As he spoke, more gold spirit sand appeared beside Su Yi. The gold spirit sand was a dark blue color, the metal with the highest melting point in the world. Normally, purify it would be challenging, but in Su Yi's hands, it was like child's play. After about 10 minutes, the half-mine mountain had been completely refined, leaving approximately 3 cubic meters of gold spirit sand. Su Yi extended his hand towards Yishiak Suan and said, give me your hand. Yishiak Suan's face finally showed a slight smile as she placed her little hand in Su Yi's palm. Sometimes, Su Yi could be quite romantic. Don't move, I need a bit of your blood. Su Yi lightly scraped Yishiak Suan's right index finger with his nail. Yishiak Suan sucked in a breath of cold air. How romantic. The next moment, Yishiak Suan saw blood gushing from her finger, all of it dripping onto the gold spirit sand nearby. Done. Suyi held Yi Shaxuan's wound, which healed instantly, then held her hand and asked, "Is it painful?" Yi Shaxuan puffed up her cheeks and said, "It hurts." Oh, Yi Shaxuan didn't know whether to cry or laugh at the moment. She didn't even know what to say. She decided to shut up to prevent further emotional injury. Suyi also fell silent, one hand holding Yi Shaxuan while the other controlled the gold spirit sand in front of them. Soon, a furnace-shaped rough structure appeared before them. Making an alchemy furnace was too simple for Suyi. The only thing he had to be careful about was not to let the furnace's grade be too high. In 3 minutes, a rough prototype of an alchemy furnace appeared in front of Yi Shaxuan. Then, Suyi stopped. "The rest, you finish it yourself," Suyi thought, adding this temporary task to Yi Shaxuan. "Make the alchemy furnace yourself. The prototype is already completed. At least for now, this furnace won't explode when used for alchemy. Just now, he used Yi Shaxuan's blood for refining, so let her finish the remaining work by herself. Didn't we agree that you would help me?" Yi Shaxuan widened her eyes. How did it turn into her doing it herself halfway through? "I have to hurry back for dinner." Suyi raised his eyebrows, feeling justified. Yi Shaxuan's heart could only think of 3 words: "I'm done with you." She hadn't eaten anything even in the dark and damp depths of the cliff, and when Suyi sent her a cup of milk tea, he left an empty cup for her. Now, this despicable guy had promised to make the alchemy furnace for her, but as soon as it took shape, he wanted to go back to eat. "Can you cook for me tomorrow?" Yi Shaxuan's eyes nearly filled with tears and disappointment. So greedy, wanting a foodie like her to stay at the bottom of the cliff for so long and even eat the meat she roasted herself was outrageous. Suyi raised his eyelids and said, "You have been fasting. If you want to eat, you can go to the lake bottom to cut the dragon meat. I can give you some seasonings, but don't think about anything else." He made Yi Shaxuan stay at the bottom of the cliff, not to let her vacation. Yi Shaxuan had mediocre aptitude and was lazy. She must learn to stand on her own. "Then you should also bring me a recipe book with 100 ways to cook dragon meat," Yi Shaxuan demanded. "You can figure it out by yourself," Suyi said before disappearing on the spot. Yi Shaxuan's face darkened. She stomped her feet in anger, standing in place with a face full of resentment. Everything had to be figured out by herself. It was really tough for her. Faced with just the rough prototype of the alchemy furnace, she suddenly thought of a method to refine it. Not to mention, Suyi had directly implanted this knowledge into her mind. The knowledge of making the alchemy furnace also included an introduction to the materials. Gold spirit sand, a top-quality material, extremely rare, with a melting point as high as 6,000 degrees. Yi Shaxuan's face darkened even more. She had studied physics, and in physics books, the highest melting point metal was tungsten, with a melting point of 3,380 degrees and a boiling point of 5,920 degrees. Now suddenly, there was gold spirit sand with a melting point as high as 6,000. She had to melt the rough exterior and then form various enchantment patterns on it. How many years would that take? She even suspected that Suyi intended for her to spend her whole life at this dim and damp cliff bottom, while he flirted with other girls outside. No way. Yi Shaxuan looked at the alchemy furnace prototype in front of her, frowned slowly. "I must find another way." In less than 3 minutes, she held the soul break in her hand, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Who said it had to be refined with fire? Could she engrave patterns on it with the soul break in her hand instead? Yi Shaxuan began her operation at the bottom of the cliff, while Suyi didn't care about all this. He was only responsible for teaching Yi Shaxuan the method. How she executed it was up to her. Suyi returned to his room and heard some unfamiliar voices coming from the hall. "Jizang, are you sure you don't want to come with us?" Jizang said, "I have made myself very clear. Please go ahead." Suyi opened the bedroom door and saw 2 men in robes confronting Jizang, with Gu Tantan still lounging on the sofa without a care. Dan Taiyue and Longwen each held half a watermelon, scooping it with a spoon. These 2 men were already at the level of mortal immortals. When they heard Jizang's words, their faces turned unsightly. Refusing to ascend? For thousands of years, there had never been such a person. One man with a particularly fierce appearance coldly said, "Jizang, you are disrupting the balance of this world. If you insist on this, then we will have to erase you. We'll leave a trace of your soul, and then you can make your choice later." Jizang remained composed and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, please. But if we are going to fight, let's find a less populated place to avoid harming others." Suyi walked out and glanced at the kitchen, wrinkling his nose. Looking at Ji Zhang, he said, "What are you doing? Didn't you smell the burnt food?" Ji Zhang's smile faded. He then said to Su Yi, "Sorry, the food was halfway cooked when these two visitors arrived. Don't you know to turn off the fire when attending to guests?" Su Yi walked into the kitchen and saw that the pot was completely burnt and smoking. The two immortal messengers looked at Su Yi curiously, wondering what kind of person he was. He was yelling at Ji Zhang, who was still bowing and scraping. Su Yi paid no attention to them and turned off the fire to wash the pot. "If you want to fight, do it outside. If you can't cook, don't stay here." Su Yi didn't care who these two immortal messengers were. Fighting in his house, even if a saint came, it wasn't allowed. "Yes, yes, yes." Ji Zhang nodded and then said to the two immortal messengers, "How about it? Our host has spoken. Shall we step outside for a fight? If I want to kill you, do we have to move?" One messenger said before trying to release his aura, to make these mortals know what respect for immortals meant. But at that moment, he realized that his immortal power couldn't be accessed at all. The other immortal messenger also had a drastic change in expression. They exchanged glances, completely unaware of what was happening. Not only were they unable to utilize their immortal powers, but their forces were inexplicably suppressed. The two looked fearfully at Ji Zhang. What kind of realm had he achieved? He could secretly suppress the two great immortals without anyone noticing. So he washed the pot, walked out, and said to Gu Tonton, "Gu Tonton, they are doing whatever they want in your house, and you're just watching." Gu Tonton rolled her eyes at Su Yi and said, "Teacher Ji said I can't beat them, so he told me not to move." She then took a spoon and scooped a bite from the watermelon in Dan Taiyu's hand. Quite reasonable. She probably felt that these two individuals were beyond her ability to handle, but lying semi-paralyzed on the sofa eating fruit was not exactly a proactive response either. Su Yi gave her a disdainful look and asked, "So, what do you plan to do now? Watch them fight?" Gu Tonton said, "I feel Teacher Ji is probably slightly more powerful, all based on a direct view. Indeed powerful." She probably hadn't even thought about whether the house would still be standing, or if they'd still be around, if these three really started fighting. The three were behaving like a self-absorbed audience, ignoring. Ji Zhang also noticed the state of the two celestial envoys. Hey, they were looking for a fight with him, right? How are these two guys going to fight him when they can't even use celestial power? And they still say there's no need to change the location. Just now the person said, after killing him, leave his primordial spirit behind, and then let him choose whether or not to ascend to the celestial realm. Isn't that basically forcing him? Keep pushing. Keep forcing. Weren't they very arrogant just now? Keep pushing now. Gentlemen, are we still fighting now? Ji Zhang stared coldly at the two celestial envoys. The two guys were dumbfounded. How can they fight the seemingly undefeatable Ji Zhang? Ji Zhang probably guessed that all this was because of Su Yi. If he acted now, he could easily kill these two celestial envoys. But what happens after killing them? Su Yi doesn't seem to like people fighting in his home. Zhang Zhesheng admonished Ji Zhang before leaving, telling him not to anger Su Yi and to strive to stay by his side as much as possible. If he kills these two celestial envoys now, would Su Yi get angry? Ji Zhang is finding it increasingly difficult to understand Su Yi. Although celestial envoys are not considered very strong, they are certainly not weak either. Su Yi seems to have done nothing, yet he has rendered the two of them powerless. Doesn't this mean that Su Yi is far more powerful than these two? Ji Zhang is clear-minded. Although Su Yi hasn't made a move, the events unfolding now are even more terrifying than if Su Yi had acted. What are you going to do? The celestial envoy who had looked fierce just a moment ago now had a flattering smile on his face as he spoke to Ji Zhang. "Brother Ji, please don't misunderstand. We two brothers came to see you purely to offer our help, to ascend to the celestial realm. The benefits are countless, but I feel that talents like you, even without ascending, are still unrivaled." Ji Zhang did not expect this celestial envoy's sudden change in attitude. In the blink of an eye, a complete reversal had taken place. They were about to kill him in the previous moment, and now they were trying to butter him up. Such shamelessness is truly beyond imagination for a celestial envoy. "Since you don't want to fight, please leave." Ji Zhang gave them a cold look. He dared not kill these two celestial envoys in Su Yi's home. It would be better to let them leave now and find another opportunity to kill them later. "Brother Ji, then we will take our leave. We apologize for any inconvenience. said the celestial envoys as they departed. The celestial realm upholds the principle of respecting the strong to the utmost. They are now considered public servants of the heavenly core and are skilled at changing their stance as needed. How boring. Leaving like this. Long Wen shrugged, scooped up a piece of watermelon, feeling somewhat regretful. These two people, who were so arrogant when they came in, now didn't even fight and simply surrendered. It was truly boring. Long Wen never paid much attention to these two individuals. His tone was clearly mocking, without any attempt at hiding it. He was on the verge of cursing at them as trash. Brother G, what's your relationship with this child? The fierce-looking celestial envoy's face turned ugly. After all, he represents the celestial realm. What's wrong with people nowadays? Where's the respect for the celestial realm? Ji Zhang followed the man's gaze towards Long Wen and casually replied, I don't know him. What's the matter? Did this person want to harm the child from Su Yi's house? Isn't that just seeking death? So, Brother Ji won't interfere, right? Ji Zhang raised an eyebrow. Of course, I won't interfere. Why should I? That's good then. The celestial envoy coldly looked at Long Wen. He didn't care about respecting elders and loving young ones. After becoming a celestial being, in his eyes, ordinary people were no different from apes or monkeys. He considered himself a higher existence. Even though Ji Zhang could suppress them, he hesitated to act, perhaps out of fear of repercussions from the celestial realm. Even if he killed one or two mortals in their presence, Ji Zhang probably wouldn't turn against him. Ji Zhang also became a bystander in this situation. What does it mean for a dragon slayer to become a dragon? Long Wen and Dan Taiyue had never experienced Ji Zhang's feelings back when they were bystanders. Ji Zhang was content to be a bystander. The celestial envoy glanced deeply at Ji Zhang, waiting for him to release his restraint. The room fell into silence, and the celestial envoy exchanged looks with Ji Zhang. Brother Ji, since you won't intervene, then, Ji Zhang quickly came to his senses and said, I haven't done anything. Feel free. The celestial envoy's old face turned red. What is the meaning of this? Is Ji Zhang trying to make him lose face? But he was still a celestial being. Even without using celestial power, dealing with a child shouldn't be difficult, right? His physical strength alone should be enough to easily kill any mortal. In the next moment, the celestial envoy gritted his teeth, quickly appeared in front of Long Wen, and raised his hand to give the cheeky child a lesson. It must be said that, after all, he was a celestial envoy. When he made his move, even Gu Tonton nearby didn't react in time. Long Wen's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He was used to being a little tyrant in the celestial realm, so if someone provoked him, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Having spent these days by Su Yi's side, he was feeling suffocated. Having to clean up after the others and occasionally be bullied by Dan Taiyue, where was his former dominance as a little tyrant? Now someone actually wanted to slap him in the face. An ordinary celestial being. Long Wen discreetly glanced at Su Yi, contemplating, if this guy doesn't make a move soon, should he retaliate once he's hit? He pondered in his little head, feeling a bit uncertain. Should he wait to be hit first before deciding? At least, if he's slapped once, he'll have to hit back. Long Wen simply sat there without moving, waiting for the slap to come down. Smack! The slap landed on Long Wen's face solidly. However, even after the slap, Long Wen didn't even flinch. Even if an ordinary celestial being were to use all their celestial power to slap him, it would be like tickling him. Long Wen just sat there and took the slap, then looked at Su Yi as if nothing had happened, his eyes sparkling, and asked in a crisp voice, Mr. Su, can I hit back? Su Yi raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, he hit you, of course, you can hit back. When Su Yi spoke, the air froze once again. The celestial envoy who had just slapped Long Wen suddenly realized that something was wrong. His slap should have contained the power of several thousand kilograms, even though he hadn't used full force. It should have been enough to knock this brat's head flying. But why did he feel like his slap had no effect at all? The kid didn't even flinch, making him feel like he was just patting the child. The look in the kid's eyes seemed somewhat off. He actually smiled. Why did it feel so perverse? The more he hit, the more excited he became. The kid seemed to be saying, have you not eaten? Your strength is so weak. Play a game with me, and I'll forgive you. Long Wen didn't intend to directly kill the person. It was rare to have a chance to play. It would be a pity to kill directly. The celestial envoy swallowed hard, feeling uneasy as he looked at Long Wen and stuttered, what game? Checkers. The loser will have their head smashed. Long Wen had been watching Tan Taiyu and Gu Tong play earlier, but Tan Taiyu didn't let him. Now there was someone to play with. Head smashed. The celestial envoy felt a bit uneasy, but he couldn't pinpoint why. Tan Taiyu glanced at Long Wen and muttered quietly, "Boring. Mind your own business. Let me do it." Long Wen sat excitedly by the coffee table, squeezed Tan Taiyu to the side, then stared at the celestial envoy and said, "Hurry up. Let's begin." Just one look from Long Wen sent chills down the celestial envoy's spine. His gaze instilled a deep fear in his heart, as if he were facing a terrifying primordial beast. "Hurry up, or I'll just have to give you a slap." Long Wen saw that the person wasn't moving and his tone turned cold. All right, as a celestial envoy, Zhao Hai hadn't felt this way in years. He couldn't imagine what would happen if this seemingly ordinary kid were to slap him. Yet he found himself lacking the courage to refuse Long Wen, so he sat across from him. So he didn't bother with Long Wen anymore, glanced at Ji Zhang, then said to Gu Tongtong, "You guys continue playing, I'm going to sleep." Gu Tongtong faintly felt that something was amiss, finally realizing that these two kids were not simple. No, it wasn't just the kids in this room. Everyone was out of the ordinary. Judging from Ji Zhang's attitude towards Suyi was definitely powerful. She just hadn't realized it yet. When she first met Suyi, Gu Tongtong suspected that Suyi was more powerful than her, and now that feeling was getting stronger. She might be a bit naive, but she wasn't stupid. Gu Tongtong looked at Suyi, then at Long Wen and the others, and finally started using her clever brain to think. Suyi entered her bedroom, closing the door, indicating she didn't care about anything. The celestial envoy, Sun Ryu, who was still standing, was completely dumbfounded. He realized that something was off. Even if Ji Zhan suppressed their celestial powers, the slap Zhao Hai just received was solid. However, the kid showed no reaction and even invited Zhao Hai to play checkers. As Long Wen and Zhao Hai started their game, Tan Taiyu was also bored, watching from the side. Gu Tongtong still had questions in her head, naturally sitting on the sofa and watching. And so, a group of people ended up crowding around to watch the two play checkers out of boredom. "Stupid servant, are you so bad at this that you can't lose?" Tan Taiyu couldn't help but yell as she looked at the game, disgusted. "Don't you know it's impolite to comment on a game?" Long Wen glared at Tan Taiyu, finally displaying some backbone. Tan Taiyu snorted, saying, "Let's see how you lose it." Although this was Zhao Hai's first time playing checkers, he had played other games over the years and was quite good at them. Seeing that Zhao Hai was just a piece away from winning, he finally smiled. He held the piece that would lead to his victory and was about to jump it onto Long Wen's side. Cough. Long Wen coughed lightly at this point, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Zhao Hai's mind. Startled, Zhao Hai trembled, and the piece he was about to drop was frozen in midair. He had no doubt that if he let the piece fall, Long Wen would slap his head off. Carefully lifting his head, Zhao Hai locked eyes with Long Wen, the smile frozen on his face turning grotesque and forced. He reluctantly withdrew the last piece, his expression of defeat evident. "Hey, servant, are you trying to cheat?" Tan Taiyu couldn't bear watching anymore. The game was going badly, and yet he wouldn't even let the other win. The guy in front clearly had been scared by Long Wen. Long Wen turned his head, not looking at Tan Taiyu, and said stubbornly, "How am I cheating? He played badly himself. Blame me?" Zhao Hai was close to tears. If someone played badly, didn't that mean he had some skill? He clearly was about to win, but he didn't dare. Cold sweat began to appear on Zhao Hai's forehead. His scalp was tingling now, trying to decide if taking a slap was better or having his head smashed. Damn it, winning wasn't an option anyway. Zhao Hai didn't dare to speak. Tan Taiyu sat on the sofa holding a watermelon. Shameless, "I'm done watching." Long Wen, with a straight face, refrained from any reaction. Having already received a slap, should he let the garbage person smash his head after losing a game of checkers? This was no longer about pain. The insult was too much. How could he take revenge in a normal game? Time passed. Tan Taiyu scooped out watermelon pieces lazily, watching an anime on her tablet without bothering to watch Long Wen play. Finally, after some 5 minutes, Long Wen won the game. "Hey, I won." Long Wen gleefully stared at Zhao Hai and waved his fingers towards him, saying, "Bring your head over here." Zhao Hai felt like crying. This brat was insufferable. Getting hit like this. Better get out of here. He was wrong. He was really wrong. Why had he come here to face Ji Zhang when he realized something was off? He should have slipped away at the first sign of trouble. Why did he end up slapping Long Wen? In this moment, Jia Hai felt just like the character Xiang Lin La *, silently cursing, "I'm so dumb, so dumb." Long Wen's eyes gleamed as he flicked his finger on Jia Hai's forehead. Dang, that tender little hand. Those delicate fingers flicked down. Jia Hai was sent flying. Just when he was about to crash into the wall, Tan Taiyu suddenly appeared behind him and caught Jia Hai in midair. As they crashed on the ground, the room shook violently, and cracks appeared on the floor. Suyi sat comfortably in the chair in the bedroom, leisurely watching TV series, when suddenly the ground shook violently, causing him to furrow his brows involuntarily. But soon everything quieted down. At least his room was not affected, so Suyi couldn't be bothered with them anymore. If that mortal had sought trouble with Long Wen himself, whether he lived or died would all come down to his luck. Living room. Don Taiyue glared fiercely at Jia Hai, who was on the ground, then gave Long Wen a stern look and said, "Don't you know how to keep your voice down? What if you disturb Mr. Su? Do you want to die?" Long Wen glanced at Jia Hai on the ground and muttered softly, "It was clearly you who knocked him down. Why blame me?" Don Taiyue snorted, "If I hadn't intervened, the house would have been raised by you." Long Wen clicked his tongue and said to the unconscious Jia Hai on the ground, "Stop playing dead. Get up. We are going out to play." Don Taiyue's previous strength was indeed formidable, but in reality, it did not cause any harm to Jia Hai. However, Jia Hai was currently completely unconscious. Long Wen flicked his finger at him with such force that he almost killed him on the spot. Brain burst. Was that really a burst from a flick? With just one flick, Jia Hai clearly felt his skull shattering. Surviving was already a testament to his strong vitality. And now Long Wen was asking him to go out and play again. Wasn't this like playing the person to death directly? But could Jia Hai refuse? Long Wen didn't give him a chance to refuse. He approached Jia Hai, grabbed his clothes, and dragged him outside. Sun Ryu, who came with him, could only dumbly watch Jia Hai being dragged out by Long Wen. He hesitated. Should he follow them out? Would he die if he followed them out? Long Wen, being small in stature, carried Jia Hai to the door, glanced at Sun Ryu, and then said, "You, come out with us." Sun Ryu could only follow them out. Up to this point, he still couldn't figure out who the people in this room were. Don Taiyue and Long Wen were obviously extraordinary, but they seemed a bit afraid of Mr. Su in the bedroom. Just that ordinary-looking young man. Don Taiyue naturally wouldn't be bored to go outside to watch. She was contemplating how to restore the cracked ground, while Zhaixiang was a bit curious and followed them out. He didn't know that these two children were so powerful. Jia Hai and Sun Ryu left the room, immediately feeling the inexplicable oppressive feeling disappear. Jia Hai's injuries also quickly healed, but facing Long Wen, he still felt a deep fear from within. "You two, squat down." Long Wen seemingly lightly kicked Jia Hai, and his thigh broke directly, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain. Seeing this, Sun Ryu also had to squat down at the doorway. Long Wen looked at the two of them, a wicked smile appearing on his face as he rubbed his hands excitedly. "You want me to slap you, right?" Long Wen chuckled, raised his hand and slapped Jia Hai on the face. Smack! This slap directly sent Jia Hai flying. Blood sprayed from Jia Hai's mouth, his teeth flying, in the blink of an eye. No one knew where he had flown off to. Sun Ryu watched in shock. What kind of person was this kid? Just now, when Jia Hai slapped Long Wen didn't move an inch, but now, he slapped Jia Hai and made him disappear. The disparity in strength was too big. They were envoys of the immortal realm. They should have been at the peak of combat power in this origin world. How could they be easily beaten by this kid? After slapping Jia Hai away, Long Wen's gaze fell on Sun Ryu. Why make them squat down? It was because it was easier to slap them that way. Did he want Sun Ryu to jump up to be slapped? What? What do you want? Sun Ryu gritted his teeth. We are envoys of the immortal realm. If you hit us, it will be equivalent to offending the entire immortal realm. Are you trying to scare me? Long Wen laughed. The two of you trash represent the entire immortal realm. The various forces in the immortal realm were complex and intertwined. No one could represent the immortal realm, and as for these two, they were probably just rubbish sent by the heavenly court to receive ascendance. They had wanted to descend from the immortal realm to the origin world before. The weaker their strength, the easier it was. Obviously, these two should belong to the kind of trash with very weak strength from the heavenly court. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to being arrogant and domineering in the origin world, really thinking they were something important. This statement made Sun Ryu's expression ugly, but the next moment, Longwen's palm had already landed on his face. This slap was even harder than the one on Zhao Hai earlier. When Longwen slapped Zhao Hai, it was merely the power of his physical body, but this slap utilized his demonic power directly. Sun Ryu didn't even have a chance to be slapped flying. He was directly struck into nothingness on the spot, his body dispersing into the air. After hitting someone, Longwen rubbed his hands and walked back into the room, leading Zhizong, who followed him, dumbfounded. He had imagined that this kid might be a bit strong, but he hadn't expected him to be so strong that even with just one slap he could send someone flying, and with another slap he could directly erase them. But whether it was Longwen or Dan Taiyue, they seemed very afraid of Suyi. Just how strong was Suyi? At this moment, Suyi was still watching anime, being a salted fish, when his colleague, Bu Tonton, knocked on his door. Coming, Suyi felt that there was no need to hide his strength in front of Gu Tonton, and more importantly, it seemed that there was nothing left to hide. As an agent of the 13, he had originally wanted to slack off and freeload on his salary, but now that his strength was exposed, it seemed a bit awkward. Gu Tonton walked in, stared at Suyi, and asked, "Are you going to cook? Isn't it Zhizong's turn to cook?" Suyi looked at Gu Tonton with some confusion. Could it be that this silly girl didn't notice anything unusual? Gu Tonton said, "You have nothing to do right now, so you cook." Suyi thought she would come in to question something, but unexpectedly, she wanted him to cook. All right. Suyi could only press the pause button and walk out of the bedroom. When he saw the shattered floor in the living room, he gave Dan Taiyue a deep look, and Dan Taiyue hurriedly said, "It's not my fault, it was Longwen's doing." Suyi ignored her and went to the kitchen to prepare to cook. Zhizong followed Longwen in, and when he saw Suyi in the kitchen, he hurried over and said, "Let me do it, I said I would cook." Suyi and Gu Tonton exchanged a glance and said, "He wants to do it." Gu Tonton didn't mind, and at that moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Just what level are you at?" She had thought it over for a long time just now and finally found that she wasn't suitable for pondering these questions, so she might as well just ask Suyi directly. It was just out of curiosity, Suyi hiding or not hiding his strength. For her, it was nothing too serious, she was just curious. Suyi also directly said, "Why level? You can understand it as invincible." Suyi had never had a level, his strength was never in tune with this world. Invincible, Gu Tonton was considered the peak combat power of 13 locations for a long time. Although she never had a concept of this, she basically never lost to anyone she fought before. But now, it is clear that many powerful people have suddenly emerged in this world. Unlike Yishiak-Suan, who seems carefree, Gu Tonton almost instinctively wants to become stronger, as if this pursuit is engraved in her genes. How did you do it? Gu Tonton didn't even let Suyi demonstrate anything. Even if Suyi claimed to be invincible, Gu Tonton showed no shock or doubt. Suyi explained something, and Gu Tonton simply listened and believed. Zhizong listened attentively beside them, and when he heard them talking about studying, cooking, and exercising, he was filled with question marks. Is that all it takes? Can you become stronger like that? Gu Tonton nodded. Then teach me during your practice. Zhizong was cooking and couldn't help but look at her. Could this girl have a problem with her brain? She just believed it like that. Mr. Su, can you teach me as well? Zhizong asked quietly. Suyi glanced at him and said, "Finish cooking first. If the taste is bad, you can leave later." Zhizong had to close his mouth and cook seriously. Becoming stronger is the pursuit of the vast majority of cultivators. Gu Tonton thought for a moment and said to Suyi, "Let's spar." Seriously. That's what she wanted to say. Regardless of what Suyi said, she just wanted to spar with him. Her strength now is comparable to a cultivator in the Nasan Soul realm, but compared to the people in the room, she really can only be considered weak. I will take it seriously. Suyi realized that Gu Tonton didn't really understand what invincibility meant. Taking it seriously, fine. Suyi's control over power had already been quite precise, so he wouldn't accidentally kill someone. The two of them then went outside. Zhizong was curious and wanted to go out to watch, but as Suyi had said, if the food wasn't good, he could leave, so he had to stay obediently in the kitchen. Longwen and Dan Taiyue, on the other hand, were busy. They sat outside in the courtyard with small stools, one holding half a watermelon. Suyi and Gu Tonton stood in the courtyard, and Gu Tonton was ready. "I'll use all my strength. It shouldn't hurt you." "It won't," Suyi glanced at Longwen and Don Taiyue next to him. These two kids had unexpectedly become the audience. It seemed like they were no longer afraid of him. This was exactly the feeling Suyi wanted. Over the years, he had disliked the look of fear others gave him. The best scenario was peaceful coexistence, which was why he quite liked this era. Here I come. Gu Tongtong's eyes flashed, and she slammed her palm down from above. Another heaven-covering palm. It seemed like this was the only move she knew. This move was actually taught to her by Suyi, but she had modified it in various ways, varying its power and making it flashy. It had to be said that her talent was truly remarkable. At least Suyi felt that. Compared to Yishiak Suan, who didn't focus on cultivation at all, she was much more adept. This move by Gu Tongtong was definitely not weak, and if it landed, the small villa they lived in would definitely be destroyed. Suyi made no movements, and the palm imprint in the sky dissipated instantly. Let's stick to just hand-to-hand combat. Your attacks are too likely to harm others. Alright. After finishing speaking, Gu Tongtong appeared in front of Suyi, a flash and threw a plain punch at his chest. This was probably the first time Gu Tongtong had sparred with Suyi. When they first met, Gu Tongtong had tested Suyi's skills, but Suyi's various tricks made Gu Tongtong give up on testing him. Gu Tongtong's fist actually had its own intent. If she had faced a Nasan Soul Realm cultivator, they probably would have forgotten how to dodge under her intent. But she was facing Suyi. Suyi just slowly extended his palm in front of his chest and said 3 words. Block using Cheng. Gu Tongtong's fist strength was completely deflected, and with a light push, she was pushed back more than 3 meters. HMPH. Gu Tongtong snorted and moved faster, her fist attacking Suyi like a storm. But Suyi just stood in place, his hands seemingly weak and powerless, yet he still took on all these attacks. Gu Tongtong punched for over an hour, her speed and strength increasing. But in front of Suyi, it was still not enough. Suyi could keenly feel that Gu Tongtong's boxing was becoming increasingly fierce. The heavenly Tao body was not just for show. The more she fought, the stronger she became. This was Gu Tongtong's talent. As time passed, Suyi realized that if they continued like this, Gu Tongtong would keep breaking through, but he couldn't keep sparring with her from morning till night. How boring. Don Taiyue and Longwen, who were eating melon on the side, were already falling asleep. Just as Gu Tongtong, sweating and panting, fiercely threw a punch at Suyi, he once again caught her fist and lightly pushed her forward. Let's end it here today. Go take a shower and eat. Suyi unilaterally declared the end of the match. The heavenly Tao body might be amazing, but Gu Tongtong hadn't cultivated before, so the more she spent, the more she ate. Her stomach was grumbling during the fight. Gu Tongtong breathed lightly and asked, "What technique was that?" Suyi replied casually, "Han Yuan Tai Chi. Very powerful." Gu Tongtong said, "I've learned it." Suyi was a bit curious. Learn it? The combat talent and learning talent of the heavenly Tao body were both excellent, so there was no question about that. Gu Tongtong said, "This time, let's switch. You attack, and I defend." Suyi's unilateral ending was ineffective. Okay. Just one punch. Suyi adjusted his breath and controlled his strength at the Nasan Soul Realm level. He tried very hard not to let this punch contain any intent. If the power was too great, Gu Tongtong definitely wouldn't be able to block it, and it would be even more unbelievable if intent was involved. Suyi threw a normal punch. Surprisingly, Gu Tongtong really caught Suyi's punch just like before, perfectly nullifying it. Was this the comprehension ability of the heavenly Tao body? After Suyi and Gu Tongtong finished their encounter, it was obvious that Gu Tongtong's aura had strengthened a bit. She, who was always cultivating, grew rapidly. The watermelon in front of Longwen and Don Taiyue was scooped clean, and Suyi went up to snatch the watermelon rind from Longwen's hand. Longwen couldn't help but stare blankly, foolishly looking at Suyi. Oops. Did he anger him again? Don Taiyue couldn't help but say, "Mr. Su." Longwen. Suyi picked up the remaining watermelon rind and covered Longwen's head, saying, "Let's eat." After speaking, he walked inside. Don Taiyue and Longwen both breathed a sigh of relief, with Longwen touching the watermelon rind on his head for a while before smiling and moving a stool into the room. Jizang did have some skills, actually making a table full of dishes that looked pretty good. Suyi tasted the dishes he made, and Jizang stared at Suyi fixedly. Suyi might decide if he could stay based on this. Okay. The sofa is yours. Suyi was quite satisfied with the dishes Jizang made, The taste was indeed good. When he was bored, he liked cooking, but it was mainly for himself. Serving a house full of people was something he resisted, but now that someone came to cook, why not? Finally, Jizang smiled, and the sofa was his. After they finished eating, Jizang enthusiastically took the initiative to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. If the disciples of the Linky sect saw this, they would surely collapse. Their most distinguished sect master actually went to do these things, such humiliation. But for Jizang, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. When he entered the mortal world to cultivate, he sealed all his cultivation, witnessing the joys and sorrows of the world. Although he didn't live as long as Suyi, his state of mind was still good, especially after going through demonic possession. Many things became clearer to him. The next day, Suyi returned to the Immortal Academy, where Yang Hui and Zhang Bao found him. Yang Hui asked, "Su brother, did you meet Wang Junlin?" Suyi shook his head. "I didn't see him. Isn't he an S-level talent?" Yang Hui asked in confusion. "Isn't the S-level talents in the academy?" Suyi shook his head. "I don't know." Since the establishment of the Immortal Academy, Wang Junlin had disappeared without a trace, undoubtedly due to Lin Yun's actions. Wang Junlin's fate was sealed the moment he slapped Ding Miao Miao. S-level talent? Even Yuan Haoran didn't receive special treatment. Why should Wang Junlin? Yang Hui didn't say more and asked Suyi, "Su brother, what level are you?" Suyi said, "I didn't measure. My Su brother naturally doesn't need to measure." Zhang Bao chuckled. Yesterday, there were rumors in the school that Suyi had a relationship with the sect master of the Ji Emperor Immortal sect, Hanzhen. There were also rumors that Suyi lived together with Gu Tongtong, the director of the 13th department. With such a background, what need was there for testing? Looks determined everything. Suyi didn't say much and proceeded to enter the classroom with Zhang Bao and others. Many familiar faces were in the classroom. Yuan Haoran and Lin Yun were sitting together, while Wang Zhu sat next to Suyi. "Damn, Suyi, you really owe me this time, you know," Wang Zhu said. "I only now realize how amazing that witchcraft body refining is, actually being able to fuse the innate Chen nucleus in my body after soaking me just once. I can feel how much stronger my physical body has become, but it's a bit painful. It really hurts," Wang Zhu complained. But Suyi said, "I'm afraid of pain. One must endure hardship to become superior." Wang Zhu whispered, "If you want to learn now, I'll let senior apprentice brother Wu Zhang know. See if he will accept you." Suyi asked curiously, "Why are you so concerned about me?" The time he had known Wang Zhu wasn't that long, and Suyi had tricked him more than once. However, last time at Qingzhou University, Wang Zhu had proactively helped Suyi. Now he seemed very caring. It was indeed strange. Wang Zhu put his arm around Suyi's shoulder and said, "I told you before I got you covered. What's wrong with that? As long as you want to learn, I'll ask senior apprentice brother Wu Zhang. It should be fine." Allowing Wu Zhang to teach Suyi body refining techniques. That was certainly an interesting idea. "No need. I'm afraid of pain." Suyi smiled and looked up to see a young Taoist in a red Taoist robe with sword-like eyebrows standing on the platform. Suyi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Taoist. This fellow was pretty formidable. It seemed the immortal realm was really on the brink. The Heavenly Master had arrived. "Hello everyone, I'm your new teacher at the academy, Kong Wulian. You can call me Teacher Kong." The Taoist in the red robe's eyes sparkled as he swept over the students present. He lingered on Gu Tongtong for a long time, nodded, and then his eyes fell on Suyi, immediately stunned and then became excited. Suyi could tell from his expression that he definitely possessed the memories of the Heavenly Master. Many people knew of the Heavenly Master, but not his surname or full name. In reality, the Heavenly Master belonged to the Kong, Meng, Yan, Zheng family lineage, and in later generations, he also had another identity, which was the sage Kanzi. However, at that time, he did not have the memories of the primordial era nor recognize Suyi. Now that he immediately recognized Suyi, it meant that the man before him already had the memories of the Heavenly Master. As for his strength, Suyi almost burst out laughing. Except for that strand of spirit, was he just an ordinary person? Even the Emperor Jiang's soul reincarnation could easily thwart powerful demons, but this guy dared to come teach at the school with just a thread of spirit. Wasn't he afraid Emperor Jiang would come and just kill him on the spot? "Everyone, please wait a moment." Kong Wuliang saw Suyi and called out before walking directly toward him. At this moment, Gu Tongtong also walked up from behind the classroom. Suyi furrowed his brows. What was this guy up to? One Su next to him also stopped, looking at Kong Wuliang and quietly asked Su Yi. Su Yi? This teacher Kong is also looking at me. Does he want to take me as his disciple too? Su Yi took a deep breath and said, maybe. Your talent is exceptional. Master, when did you arrive? You didn't even tell me. Come, I'll take you for hot pot. Gu Tongtong stepped forward and grabbed Kong Wuliang. Kong Wuliang stared at Su Yi, raising his eyebrows and winking. You too, the teacher said, pulling Su Yi. The classroom fell silent. What was going on? A new teacher had just given the introduction, and the director of education was taking him out for hot pot. And they even brought Su Yi along. Su Yi did not refuse, and left the classroom with Gu Tongtong and the others through the back door, leaving a group of students staring at each other. Are we not having this class anymore? Obviously, Gu Tongtong didn't care whether the class would continue or not. What surprised Su Yi was that Gu Tongtong actually referred to Kong Wuliang as his master. Kong Wuliang had stored a wisp of the soul of the heavenly master, and Gu Tongtong was supposed to be the reincarnation of Yangshao. And now he was Gu Tongtong's master. Well, their master-disciple relationship seemed to develop quickly, and to choose this moment, Su Yi even suspected that he had some special intentions. Master, is it really you? Kong Wuliang came out and excitedly grabbed Su Yi's hand. Master? Gu Tongtong curiously looked at her master, then at Su Yi, mainly because she didn't know what master meant. It seemed that Su Yi had a high seniority. Su Yi pulled his hand away, saying, stop calling me that randomly. How many years has it been? Yangshao is no longer here, and you still call me master. But you are still my master. Kong Wuliang touched his non-existent beard and looked at Gu Tongtong, then at Su Yi, smiling. This bond of several tens of thousands of years. In this life, I helped bring Yangshao's soul back to give her innate Tao body. You found her, so it's only right that you're my master. Su Yi realized. Did you intentionally bring back her soul? Kong Wuliang nodded. Of course. How could she remember the past techniques without the innate Tao body? Su Yi stared at Kong Wuliang. This guy wouldn't be playing some kind of game with the world as the chessboard and the people as pieces, would he? Master, why didn't you go to the immortal realm back then? Kong Wuliang said, I couldn't find you in the immortal realm either. Did you also choose reincarnation like Yangshao? Su Yi fell silent. He had forgotten that when he unleashed the disaster that year, it seemed as though the heavens and Buddhas didn't react at all, and they didn't know if it was because of him. Su Yi and Supreme Master Tongchen are definitely old acquaintances, and their relationship is quite good. Previously, Supreme Master Tongchen's disciple, Yangshao, married him, so Su Yi also became a brother-in-law of the Jiadu. Since the catastrophe, Supreme Master Tongchen has been cautious, leaving a trace of his soul in the original world, using a secret technique. Every 100 years, it attaches to a person's body. Su Yi has sought him out many times, but most of the time, he does not remember being Supreme Master Tongchen and just lives aimlessly. After tens of thousands of years, this trace of soul has become incredibly weak. Seeing Tongchen join the witch sect as Kong Wuliang, Su Yi really didn't know what to say. Indeed, once the memory is recovered, he is shameless as always. Kong Wuliang dressed in the old white inner garment and casually tossed the red Taoist robe into the nearby trash can before asking the Imperial River, how should I address you? I am called Wu Zhan. You may call me Teacher Wu Zhan, replied the Imperial River. After studying the new Chinese dictionary, he had developed a preference for being called teacher. Hello, Teacher Wu Zhan. Kong Wuliang smiled. Let me introduce myself again. I am Kong Wuliang. Please teach me a lot, teacher. Su Yi listened from the side without saying a word. Tongchen has always believed in having all teachings without discriminating and has never excluded other exercises. He even mentioned once, when drunk, that he had 3,000 incarnations in various small worlds. Now, this trace of soul actually wants to infiltrate the witch sect. Is it just to steal exercises forcibly? The Imperial River carefully assessed Kong Wuliang and said, your aptitude is good. Abandoning the Tao to practice witchcraft. Within 100 years, you will surely become a great witch. Perhaps within 1,000 years, you could even rival me. Oh, by the way, when I say a year, it is a Tao year, equivalent to 4,000 years in this world. The Imperial River thought for a moment and explained since his bluff was already quite grand, and he was also subtly showing off. Although Kong Wuliang's body was indeed excellent, so he felt that his primary goal was to break into the Taoist practices. If he were Kan Wuliang and joined under the Imperial River, he would surely display his extraordinary aptitude, impress the Imperial River, become a grand disciple under the Imperial River, and master the spatial rules of the Imperial River. Perhaps he would even learn the rules of the other 11 witch gods as well. Infiltrating the enemy's camp would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, the Imperial River thought that he had already impressed this little Taoist disciple so much that he had successfully made a move without anyone noticing. "Master, weren't you coming to school to be a teacher?" Gu Tonton looked at Kan Wuliang somewhat puzzled. Kan Wuliang replied firmly, "Be a teacher? From now on, I will learn witchcraft under teacher Wu Zhang. With such powerful witchcraft, why would I want to be a teacher? Then I want to learn too." Gu Tonton stared earnestly at the Imperial River. "Can you teach me?" The Imperial River was overjoyed. Wasn't he coming out to promote the witch Tao? Gu Tonton's aptitude far surpassed that of the little Taoist, and most importantly, there seemed to be something special about Gu Tonton's relationship with Su Yi. If he could become her master. At this point, the Imperial River couldn't help but shiver. He asked Su Yi softly, "Mr. Su, may I take her as my disciple?" If Gu Tonton's relationship with Su Yi was indeed special, and he accepted her as a disciple, wouldn't that be taking advantage of Su Yi? It's fun to show off without being obvious, but if it backfires, it would be miserable. Su Yi said, "If you're willing to teach, go ahead, don't ask me." The Imperial River smiled at Gu Tonton and said, "Then I will accept you as my disciple. From now on, you will be my second disciple." He then glanced at Kan Wuliang and added, "You are the sixth, eh?" Kan Wuliang was dumbfounded. "Aren't I the eldest brother?" "Teacher Wu Zhang, let me enter first." The Imperial River frowned. "I've already taken on for disciples before. Tonton is the exception as my second disciple. You rank sixth. Any objections?" So Yi couldn't help but laugh and said, "Kan, why don't you also call her elder sister number 2 and see how she reacts?" Kan Wuliang was truly bewildered. For the sake of learning secret techniques, he had already compromised his dignity and joined under the Imperial River. Now to suddenly be demoted to the position of a junior apprentice in the witch sect ... And to have to address his disciple as elder sister number 2. Who could bear that? He was a saint. After all, such a shameful matter, if it were spread, would he, Supreme Master Tonshan, still have any standing? "Hello, elder sister number 2. Kan Wuliang put on a sincere smile, his voice filled with sweetness. Whether this mattered or not, once he mastered the force of the 12 witch gods' laws, he would become a god in this world. Moreover, if he called Gu Tonton his elder sister, would she agree? What a joke, Gu Tonton nodded and said to Kan Wuliang, "If someone bullies you in the future, tell your elder sister." Kan Wuliang was dumbfounded. He was truly clueless. He realized that his disciple had a bit of a straightforward nature. Not to mention calling her elder sister, she probably would agree if he called her father. So Yi cleared his throat and asked, "Should we go for hot pot then?" "Let's go." Gu Tonton loved studying and loved good food even more, so she quickly picked up her pace. Su Yi and Gu Tonton's choice of dining place was surprisingly in sync. They walked quite a distance and finally arrived at the Old Pei Hot Pot restaurant at the east gate of Qingzhou University. Last time when they dined with the Immortal Cultivators, it was the place that charged 68 per person, waived the hot pot base fee for groups of 3 or more, and offered free drinks and designated beers. When the boss saw Su Yi and Gu Tonton, the hand that was holding the cigarette began to shake. "Brothers, are you here to teach me another lesson?" Su Yi said. "Boss, don't worry, it's just the 4 of us." The young boss remembered that last time, Su Yi and the group occupied for full tables, with each table having 8 seats, and they were all big eaters and big drinkers. Especially the seemingly delicate and fair little girl in front of him seemed to be the biggest eater among them. "Just 4 of you. That's fine. That's fine. Thanks a lot, brothers." After serving the cigarettes to Kan Wuliang and the Imperial River, the boss brought out the hot pot. Half an hour had passed, and it was not yet noon. The students at the school had not been let out yet. The boss of the hot pot restaurant had a cigarette hanging from his mouth, staring foolishly at the table where Su Yi and his friends were sitting. The silvery cigarette ash had formed a long string, but he had forgotten to flick it off. Just half an hour ago, he thought that the girl who appeared refined was a big eater, but now he realized he was wrong. This realization was completely overturned within this half hour. That girl at least knew to cook the meat before eating it, but the big brother in the suit and tie didn't bother cooking the meat properly before putting it in his mouth. That was pork belly, not beef. Can you eat it when it's only 80% cooked? Most importantly, he would eat a bite of meat and drink a bottle of beer. 3 bites to a bottle, no hesitation. He counted. In half an hour he had drunk 360 bottles of beer, averaging 1 bottle every 5 seconds, without even going to the bathroom. And this was in addition to the don't mention eating vegetables. The boss never saw him eat a single piece of greens from start to finish. The restaurant had cleared out half of the preparation of beef tripe and duck intestines from last night, and various meats had also been drastically reduced. The young boss looked at Suyi with a resentful expression. You call yourself Surini? Suyi felt the friendly gaze of the boss, turned his head to smile and nod at him, then turned back to pick up a piece of duck intestines with his chopsticks and slurped it up. After downing his 361st bottle of beer, Dejong burped and chuckled. This taste is not bad. I'll come here often in the future. Kong Wuliang also praised. The taste is indeed not bad. He also didn't hold back, dipping both his meat and alcohol. Even though he possessed the memory of the Heavenly Master, he was still Kong Wuliang, and now he had joined the witch sect. Moreover, even the former Heavenly Master was known to enjoy his meat and alcohol. Gu Tongtong basically adhered to the principle of not speaking when eating or sleeping, burying her head and eating quietly. Ziliu, this is your Uncle Su. You have to show respect when you meet him in the future. Dejong called Kong Wuliang over. Come, let's toast your Uncle Su. Kong Wuliang was in high spirits. Even before they arrived he kept calling him uncle. Now, without saying another word, he grabbed a bowl of alcohol and called out to Suyi, Uncle Su, here, this is for you. If he could call Gu Tongtong master sister, calling Suyi uncle was no big deal. After all, given Suyi's age and seniority, calling him uncle wasn't an issue at all. Suyi also raised a beer bottle and blew into it. He didn't see any problem with it. This smelly Taoist priest had such a thick skin, so calling him by such a name was not a problem for him either. Who could become a sage without being shameless? Very good. Ziliu, after we go back, I will provide you with body-refining medicine. After finishing speaking, Dejong also raised a bottle of beer towards Suyi with a kind smile, saying, Mr. Su, I toast to you. This attitude was even more respectful. He didn't criticize Kong Wuliang's attitude just now. Wouldn't that make his own attitude look even more respectful? Suyi clinked his bottle with his, then blew into another bottle. They ate at this table until 1:30 in the afternoon, and there were still many students recording videos nearby. They had eaten quite a lot, which was why the restaurant was almost empty. Considering the cost of ingredients and drinks, Suyi generously paid the boss for 1,000 yuan. The boss didn't have it easy either. The 4 of them had almost emptied out all the dishes. If calculated per person at 68 yuan, the boss would definitely be at a loss today. Brother, benevolence. The boss shook Suyi's hand excitedly, tears welling up in his eyes. Suyi smiled and replied, benevolence is a must. After the group finished eating, they returned to the small villa where Suyi lived. When they entered, Jizan was wearing an apron and tidying up the house. Don Taiyue was holding a tablet and playing games, and Longwen was watching the 3-body problem on TV. In front of them were piles of fruits and snacks, and the floor that was smashed yesterday was now repaired. Dejong glanced at Jizan, not finding anything wrong with it. Just an ordinary mortal tidying up the house in Mr. Su's home was already his blessing. Who knows what kind of luck he had stumbled upon. Tong, Ziliu, come over. Dejong led Kong Wuliang to the backyard of the villa. With a wave of his hand, 2 huge copper pots appeared in the yard, with the medicinal soup inside already boiling. Go in, he said, and Gu Tongtong and Kong Wuliang jumped in. Neither of them made any painful sounds. Instead, their bodies crazily absorbed the power of the medicinal soup. Dejong was somewhat surprised. Did these 2 already cultivate their bodies before? The speed at which they absorbed the medicinal soup could even match the Liulia of his tribe. Half an hour later, Gu Tongtong had perfectly absorbed the energy from the pot of medicinal soup, and the soup no longer boiled. Is that it? Gu Tongtong frowned. Just this, Dejong felt a bit embarrassed. Typically, first-time body cultivators would be scalded and take close to a day to absorb the power of the medicinal soup. Gu Tongtong's speed was simply abnormal. He didn't know how terrifying the speed of absorbing this energy could be for someone with innate Tao body. For Gu Tongtong, this was just basic. Kong Wuliang's speed was not slow either, and an hour later, he had completely absorbed the energy of the medicinal soup. Although they possessed the memory of the former heavenly master, body refining through witchcraft. Did he think he was clueless about it? There wasn't much of a difference between refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and his body. It was just that his physique was not as good as Gutantan's, or else ... his ... Dijon looked at these two and couldn't help but inhale a cold breath. Their strength wasn't strong, but their potential was promising. Maybe they were the future of the witch sect. Perhaps he was witnessing the future of the witch sect. I will teach you witchcraft. After some thought, Dijon decided to teach them some simple witchcraft. Gutantan and Kong Wuliang watched him, while Sui had no interest and sat with Long Wen on the sofa watching TV. Jizan was tidying up the house and sneaking glances into the yard. He could sense that Dijon was no ordinary person, and he had long heard about the power of witchcraft. While he didn't want to learn, watching would be interesting. After playing games for a while, Don Taiyue looked towards the yard and said to Sui, "Mr. Su, are these two staying with us too?" Sui raised an eyebrow. "No, Dijon has his own place. There's no problem with these two sharing a room." He didn't see any issue. Letting Dijon and the former heavenly master live under the same roof was actually a good idea. Sui even wondered, if Kong Wulian were halfway through learning from Dijon while Dijon suddenly discovered he was the former heavenly master, what would Dijon's expression be? It had to be quite interesting. Time flies. 20 days have already passed. Kong Wulian is actually living under the same roof as Dijon, and Dijon even treats Kong Wulian as a disciple, praising his exceptional talent in front of Sui from time to time, saying that he will definitely become a new generation of witch god. Sui is starting to find it hard to watch, as the old Taoist has even cut his hair short now, styling it into a trendy mane, following behind Dijon all day and calling him master, making Dijon happy and sharing the secrets of the witch clan's arts with him. Innumerable arts, different paths leading to the same goal. Kong Wulian, with the memories of the heavenly leader, already had abnormal intelligence, and with Dijon personally teaching him, learning these witchcraft arts was a breeze. In just a week, Kong Wuliang learned over 20 types of witchcraft, which made Dijon so happy that he shed tears of excitement. Kong Wuliang has now become the most outstanding student in the Immortal Academy. Yuan Haoran and Wanzhu once tried to challenge the sixth junior brother, but they were all taught a lesson. As for the other students, they dare not provoke him. He has completely become the bully of the academy. Today, Sui was originally in the main classroom listening to Advanced 5 Elements Arts, and Kong Wuliang skipped Dijon's class and came to the main classroom as well. Sui likes to sit alone at the back, and as soon as Kong Wuliang walked over and sat down, he mysteriously asked, "Brother Su, do you know what happened back then? Which year are you talking about?" Sui vaguely guessed what he wanted to say but pretended to be clueless. "I'm talking about the great upheaval of the heavens and earth that year." Kong Wuliang whispered, "My original self in the immortal realm discovered that a mysterious strong man was secretly mobilizing forces to continuously destroy the spatial barriers of small worlds and the primordial world." While listening to the lecture, Sui turned his head and asked, "And then?" Kong Wuliang said seriously, "I suspect that the great upheaval back then was caused by that mysterious strong man. I don't know what he intends to do this time." With a calm expression, Sui said, "That's not something I should concern myself with." "Brother Su, what you said is not right." Kong Wuliang lowered his voice and said, "I also discovered that the mysterious person has signed contracts with many strongmen in the immortal realm. Those who sign contracts with him are collectively known as foreign devils, and he is known as the ancient demon god. I caught a foreign devil and extracted his memories. Do you know what I found?" Sui raised an eyebrow at him. "Wide-eye," Kong Wuliang said, "if those foreign devils kill someone other than a foreign devil, they can gain a certain power. If they kill another foreign devil, they can obtain half of the other's power, while the ancient demon god will receive the other half of the power. The souls of the killed foreign devils will also return to the ancient demon god. Do you know what this means?" Kong Wuliang gritted his teeth. With the countless years of accumulated killings as proof, how strong will the ancient demon god become? Sui laughed, realizing that the person he defeated in the immortal realm was actually given such a title, such a chunabu. Ancient demon god. Ha ha ha. Sui really wanted to laugh. "You can still laugh," Kong Wuliang said. "I suspect that the ultimate goal of the ancient demon god is to return the 3,000 small worlds to the primordial world, and then descend to unify the world. By then, the whole world will be plunged into slaughter. Su Yi's smile did not diminish as he replied, I have also discovered a secret. Oh. Tell me about it. Kang Wuliang curiously looked at Su Yi. Kang Wuliang has always admired Su Yi, and their relationship is good. He knew Su Yi's character well. If Su Yi considered it a secret, it must be something extraordinary. Su Yi smiled and said, Have you noticed Yuan Haoren? Kang Wuliang nodded. That young lad has extraordinary luck. He will be successful in the future. Su Yi said, There are still more than 70 people like him in the primordial world. Previously, there were over 100. Each time one of them dies, the rest will share that person's luck and merge with a mysterious power. I think when there is only one of them left, the ancient demon god you mentioned will possess his body and descend into this world. Kang Wuliang was stunned and frowned. After a while, does that mean it's a necessary condition for the ancient demon god to descend? Su Yi nodded. It's just my speculation. Recently, I finished a self-moving chess game and felt like that's how it works. Self-moving chess? Kang Wuliang looked at Su Yi with confusion. Su Yi explained, 3 1-star characters can combine into a 2-star character. 3 2-star characters can combine into a 3-star character. It's probably something similar. Kang Wuliang felt a bit dizzy hearing this but vaguely understood Su Yi's idea, considering he had never played self-moving chess. So, as long as we protect those 70 or so people and prevent them from dying, even if there are 2 people left, the ancient demon god won't descend. Kang Wuliang started to feel excited. Is this the way to solve the problem? Su Yi nodded. In theory, that's right. In these days, he had been studying the foreign devils and the chosen ones. These chosen ones like Yuan Haoren all carried the original power of the person he defeated. Constantly merging these forces, they would eventually rebirth. Kang Wuliang talking about protecting those people from dying. Su Yi's previous plan was to directly kill until only one was left, not preventing it but helping. A rebirth is that powerful? But Su Yi was also thinking, after that guy rebirths, was he supposed to slap him into a pulp? Thinking about what might happen in the future made Su Yi feel indifferent. It would be tasteless if every enemy could be taken down with a single move. But either way, these were not Su Yi's concerns. Whether they rebirth or not, it didn't mean much to Su Yi. Let Kang Wuliang and them do as they wish. Maybe even if that guy rebirths, he would behave properly. Either way was okay. It didn't matter what Su Yi thought, as long as it didn't affect his current life. Excitedly, Kang Wuliang said, Indeed, it's you. You found the solution so quickly. Admirable. Su Yi chuckled. Not bad. But do you want to protect them? How can I protect them? Let Tong Tong send someone to protect them. My divine soul can't handle this situation. Since it's the scheme of the ancient demon god, do you think I can solve it with just a clone here? Am I out of my mind? Kang Wuliang laughed. Then how do you plan to deal with it? Su Yi was now curious about Kang Wuliang's plan. Kang Wuliang smiled and said, Just wait and see. Since he wants the 3,000 worlds to return to the primordial world, I'll help him and let the immortal realm descend early. By then, we will let the major forces each take some of those 70-odd people and imprison them separately. Su Yi felt that Kang Wuliang's idea was quite good. However, those guys all had great luck surrounding them. There would most likely be accidents during their imprisonment or capture. Su Yi also noticed that the reason why the chosen ones experienced a surge in luck was probably because they gained the original power from that guy, which changed their luck, rather than their inherent luck being strong. Su brother, where did you put my 4 swords of the divine slayer? I've been playing with them for so many years. Why not return them to me? Kang Wuliang finally said the words he had wanted to say to Su Yi since he first saw him. Su Yi squinted his eyes slightly and smiled, saying, This should be the reason why you've been looking for me in the immortal realm, right? Back then, the mastery of the heavenly path gave Su Yi a purple thunder hammer to thank him for solving a problem for him, and then made a bet with Su Yi. If Su Yi could break through his divine slayer sword formation, he would borrow the 4 swords of the divine slayer to play with for a while. How long this while wasn't mentioned. So until now, the 4 divine swords were still with Su Yi. Kang Wuliang chuckled. Su brother, I didn't like what you just said. Our relationship is simple. I just wanted to catch up with you. Really? Su Yi put down the pen in his hand and looked at Kang Wuliang with a smile, saying, If I told you that I also don't remember where I put those 4 swords, you shouldn't be angry, right? Kang Wuliang looked somewhat embarrassed and chuckled nervously. Oh, of course, I won't be angry. Su Yi hit the nail on the head. The main purpose of the mastery of the heavenly path entering various small worlds with 3,000 incarnations was actually to find Suyi and retrieve the 4 swords of the divine slayer. However, Su brother, our previous bet was about lending you the swords for a while. Now, Kong Wuliang knew that Su Duanhen had many treasures, and although the 4 swords of the divine slayer were already innate treasures, Su Duanhen's treasures were no less. For example, his treasured sword, Duanhen. Kong Wuliang felt that based on Su Duanhen's status, even if he had truly lost the divine slayer for swords, or didn't want to return them, he would at least voluntarily offer comparable innate treasures in compensation. Suyi raised an eyebrow and said, Kong, old friend, please understand one thing. Your swords were lent to Su Duanhen, so why is it my concern as Suyi? Even if they're lost, you shouldn't be looking for me. Oh. Kong Wuliang was at a loss. The swords were lent to Su Duanhen. Why is it Suyi's concern? What was this? Was he outright denying it? Moreover, what you just talked about was between the mastery of the heavenly path and Su Duanhen. Even if Su Duanhen returns the swords, it should be back to the mastery of the heavenly path. So what's your urgency? This left Kong Wuliang truly speechless. According to Suyi's words, his 4 swords of the divine slayer were borrowed and gone. And Suyi clearly had no intention of providing any compensation, given away for nothing. Suyi had already decided to make these bigwigs comply with the law and ideally live peacefully. How could he hand over the 4 swords of the divine slayer? Wouldn't that be like handing over a powerful weapon? Absolutely not. It couldn't be given. On the podium, the teacher had finished and left. Suyi also packed up and stood up, saying, Are you okay? If you're fine, I'll leave now. Wait. I have one more question. Kong Wuliang couldn't hold back anymore. Suyi looked at him with a smile. Are you truly only at the chair-refining stage? Can your cultivation return to its former state? Kong, old friend, that's 2 questions. Suyi's smile vanished. Kong Wuliang became anxious. Then it's 2 questions. Suyi pondered. He didn't need to cultivate at all. Over time, he would only become stronger. Compared to before, he seemed much stronger now. He had been trying to keep his strength on par with the times for many years. As for regressing his strength back to what it was tens of thousands of years ago, that was too difficult. He couldn't even remember how weak he was back then. It's a bit difficult. Suyi pondered. I'm afraid it's not achievable. Kong Wuliang burst into laughter. So, you really are just at the chair-refining stage? He laughed loudly, and the other students in the classroom turned to look. In their impression, Kong Wuliang and Suyi seemed to have a good relationship. While they knew Suyi was at the chair-refining stage, they didn't understand why Kong Wuliang was so happy. Suyi paused, realizing that his words could be easily misunderstood. But instead of explaining, he said, If you're done with your questions, then I'll be off. You go ahead. I'll find you tonight for a contest. Let's spar. How about it? Kong Wuliang didn't show animosity, but after suffering so many setbacks at Su Duanhen's hands in the past, now that he had the opportunity, why not reclaim them from Suyi? As Suyi had said, he was now Suyi, and Kong Wuliang was Kong Wuliang. Kong Wuliang challenging Suyi to a duel wasn't for revenge, right? It was just an open and honest swordsmanship meeting. Thinking of how the sword god Su Duanhen was defeated by his soul, Kong Wuliang felt particularly content. Unprecedented contentment. Suyi looked deeply at Kong Wuliang. Was he thinking about challenging him? Let's talk about that tonight. Suyi was busy finding Yishaxuan. Yesterday, Yishaxuan had refined over 900 heavenly grade pills. It was time for her to leave seclusion. With so many pills refined, her control over spiritual power had also improved significantly. Even if she couldn't fly with a sword, using levitation was easy enough. After speaking, Suyi walked out of the classroom. Kong Wuliang called out loudly from behind, I'll meet you in your courtyard tonight. Let's have a good match. All right. Suyi replied before walking away. The news of Kong Wuliang challenging Suyi spread throughout the academy. Emperor Zhang also received the news soon. He was indifferent, thinking that Suyi probably intended to guide Kong Wuliang. Indeed, their relationship was good, and Suyi must have decided to mentor Kong Wuliang out of respect. After hearing this news, some people wanted to celebrate. Was Kong Wuliang, the school bully, finally unable to stand Suyi's arrogance? Suyi was definitely going to be beaten badly. Of course, many started to worrying about Suyi. Suyi didn't think much about it. When he arrived at the bottom of the cliff, Yishaxuan was already standing on the surface of the lake with hands behind her back, looking majestic and unperturbed even upon hearing the noise behind her. Suyi realized that Yishiaxuan was intending to show off her light skills in front of him. Yes, light skills. After this period of alchemy practice, Yishiaxuan's control over spiritual power had reached an unprecedented level, and her cultivation had even reached the later stage of the golden elixir realm. In just 20 days, progressing from the early stage to the late stage of the golden elixir realm would be considered a genius in any cultivation era. However, you, a late-stage golden elixir cultivator, are showing off your light skills here. This is truly embarrassing. Cultivators at the golden elixir realm typically possess incredible abilities like flying and moving mountains. Yet, after all this time, Yishiaxuan still couldn't even fly using a sword. Keep in mind that she was blessed by the heavens, absorbed a dragon ball from an ancestral dragon, consumed dragon meat daily, and was personally taught by a spirit with a sword. And still, she was only at this level, so he thought that even a random stray dog by the roadside would have become enlightened by now. He slowly approached the lakeside, lightly tapping the surface of the lake with his toe. Suddenly, thousand-layered giant waves surged towards Yishiaxuan at the center of the lake. Yishiaxuan was startled, but she quickly formed a sword seal, surrounding herself with sword energy. As the waves passed, she remained completely dry. However, Suyi's action made her pretentious display fail. Annoyed, she turned around, asking, "What are you doing?" Suyi retorted, "And what are you doing? Instead of focusing on your cultivation, why are you standing on the lake?" "I was trying to surprise you. Now I can stand on the lake freely. Doesn't that mean I can cross a river with a single reed?" Yishiaxuan was getting flustered, expecting some compliments from Suyi, but as always, it was just wishful thinking. Suyi disdainfully remarked, "Cross a river with a single reed? Don't you just need a reed for that?" Yishiaxuan felt insulted. Ignoring her, Suyi asked, "Can you ascend now?" Yishiaxuan swiftly flew to Suyi, excitedly saying, "Let me show you the 1008 elixirs I've refined." Suyi turned away, saying, "I'm not interested." Yishiaxuan was speechless. This guy. Are they even a couple? What woman wouldn't be driven crazy by such a boyfriend? Fly up first. Suyi knew what he was doing. He couldn't allow Yishiaxuan to take advantage of his protection to become lazy. Regardless of their relationship, making her stronger was always the right choice. Over the years, Suyi had been with many women, but aside from some women during the primordial era, none had reached the golden elixir stage. It felt like a curse, almost ironic. Now that Yishiaxuan had finally broken through to the golden elixir stage and was also blessed by the heavens, Suyi was genuinely looking forward to see if she could achieve true eternal life. Go up. In these 20 days, apart from alchemy, Yishiaxuan never forgot to try flying with a sword. Although Suyi had sealed the soul-binding power of the spirit, learning the sword art had been easy for Yishiaxuan. Sword technique wasn't as difficult for her as it might seem. With a hum, she waved her hand, and the spirit sword floated in midair. Then, she leapt onto it, standing steadily. The spirit sword still resembled a wooden sword, making her appear like an apprentice from ancient times. Many novices in the past used wooden swords. Suyi nodded in approval, satisfied that Yishiaxuan hadn't shown him her sword art yet. It seemed like she wanted to surprise him. "Go up," Suyi said. "I'll wait for you up there." With that, he vanished from the spot, reappearing at the mountaintop. The mountain was about 3,000 meters high, and he waited for around 10 minutes before Yishiaxuan appeared before him. "Is that it?" Flying at a speed of 300 meters per minute, Suyi had never seen such graceful sword flying. Yishiaxuan stood on the sword, trembling slightly. "I'm here." After landing safely, Yishiaxuan was still a bit frightened but forced a smile. "How was it?" "Not bad, right?" Suyi chuckled. "Your speed." I'm just what?" Yishiaxuan, still shaken, was scared of heights, and just managing to fly up was already commendable. Suyi nodded. "I mean it. It's really good." Yishiaxuan sighed, in relief, showing a gratified smile. "You're finally speaking." She had expected Suyi to taunt her again. Suyi said, "Your swordsmanship is quite refined now. Tonight, you'll compete with someone in my place." Yishiaxuan was flabbergasted. "Compete again?" Suyi raised an eyebrow. "Why again?" Yishiaxuan, feeling exhausted, said, "Why? Isn't it obvious?" Suyi was undoubtedly setting her up. Previously, she had fought someone against whom she stood no chance, challenging someone in a higher realm while she was just a small golden elixir cultivator. It seemed like a mockery, as if he wanted her dead. Suyi didn't respond to her. Yi Xiaoxuan sighed, warily asking, "Tell me first, what realm is this person in?" "Him? He has no realm. He just wants to compete with me in swordsmanship. I find him weak, and you need practice," Suyi said matter-of-factly. "So, this opportunity is for you. Treasure it." "No realm?" Yi Xiaoxuan burst out laughing. "Then I'm in." Suyi nodded. "I think you can handle it. Go for it." Yi Xiaoxuan joyfully smiled. "I think so too," Suyi said. "First, go back to see your father. Then take a bath, change your clothes, and I'll take you to eat something before the match in the evening." He was well aware that the teaching lord was also a master of swordsmanship. If Suyi claimed the first place, the teaching lord could be considered the second. Kong Wuliang also had memories of the teaching lord. In terms of swordsmanship, Yi Xiaoxuan wouldn't stand a chance unless she unsealed the soul-binding power. Facing imminent defeat, he wanted her to relax first before getting beaten. Of course, Suyi also had a little test in mind. Yi Xiaoxuan was now chosen by the heavens, a true chosen one. During their sword match, if Yi Xiaoxuan's life was threatened, would a heavenly thunder strike down Kong Wuliang? Yi Xiaoxuan still doesn't know that Suyi has already thought so much. She thought it was simply to celebrate her coming out, her heart filled with joy, even feeling that Suyi had finally made a significant change for her. They first arrived at Yi's house. When Yi Jingwo saw his daughter, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xiaoxuan had been following Suyi for so long, but there was no news directly. The phone couldn't get through, and she couldn't find anyone, so she asked Suyi, who said he was in seclusion. She even suspected at one point that Suyi had harmed her precious daughter. Although Suyi didn't seem like a bad person, as an old father, not seeing his daughter for so many days, how could he not worry? "Dad, I'm going to take a bath first. Can you fix me something to eat?" Yi Xiaoxuan had been living at the bottom of the cliff these days, and could only use the lake water dyed with dragon blood to bathe. Although it could refine her body, she still felt uncomfortable. Which girl doesn't like to be clean and fragrant? Fan Yejing was informed that Yi Xiaoxuan had returned, and immediately rushed back from the company. He saw that his daughter's complexion was good and she was still clean and white, naturally relieved, asking, "Miss, what do you want to eat? Should Dad make it for you personally?" Yi Xiaoxuan had already rushed into her room, but when she heard him say that, she was startled, and quickly shouted, "Dad, don't do it yourself. Let Antu or Suyi do it." In her heart, she actually wanted Suyi to do it because Suyi's cooking was mouth-watering. But since Suyi and she weren't married yet, and he was basically considered a guest, it depended on how her dad arranged it, as she couldn't eat her dad's cooking. Fatherly love weighed heavily on Yi Xiaoxuan, making her feel overwhelmed. "Suyi, you sit down and let Antu cook for her." Yi Jingwo was quite satisfied with this future son-in-law, but he couldn't let Suyi cook. A man should still hold the position of head of the family. Suyi didn't try to show any intentional behavior and just sat on the sofa. After taking a bath, Yi Xiaoxuan changed into the set of chest-high dress that Suyi had made for her last time. She then put on a beautiful makeup, taking a leisurely hour and a half. She finally transformed back into that delicate little princess. The table was now filled with various dishes. Antu had watched Yi Xiaoxuan grow up and knew better than Yi Fengjing what she liked to eat. In that hour and a half, she managed to prepare 8 dishes. According to Yi Xiaoxuan's habits, she should eat a little of everything since girls are always concerned about their figure. Yi Xiaoxuan stared at the dishes on the table, then sat down on the chair elegantly. Suyi watched her. Yi Jingwo invited him to eat, and Suyi tried some. At first, Yi Jingwo conversed with Yi Xiaoxuan about family matters, but as time passed, the conversation gradually faded. An hour later, Suyi and Yi Jingwo looked at each other, and Yi Xiaoxuan finally put down her chopsticks. She had mastered the essence of Suyi, seemingly eating elegantly but in reality, not stopping at all. The dishes on the table were cleared by her. Then she smiled, wiped her lips with a napkin, and said, "I'm done eating. How about you guys?" Suyi smiled and said, "We've watched." Yi Xiaoxuan glared at him fiercely, her cheeks blushing. Indeed, he never understood what mutual understanding was. "Dad, we're going out to play." Having made it up from the bottom of the cliff, Yi Xiaoxuan naturally wanted to go out and have fun. Yi Jingwo then asked, "Will you be back tonight?" Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Suyi with inquiring eyes. Suyi said, the academy has arranged accommodation for us, so we won't be coming back. Yi Xiaoxuan blushed again. Were they going to openly live together? Then we won't come back tonight. Yi Xiaoxuan followed Su Yi's lead. Yi Jingguo, knowing that his daughter was now an adult, with a complicated expression, said, "Then be careful outside." Although he wasn't a cultivator, he knew that the world of cultivators was more brutal than the world of ordinary people. Yi Xiaoxuan smiled and said, "Dad, rest assured, I'm strong now. What could possibly happen?" Su Yi said nothing, bid farewell to Yi Jingguo, and then left with Yi Xiaoxuan. After playing at the amusement park, and while Yi Xiaoxuan was happy, Su Yi finally said, "Zhuan, there's something I need to tell you. You can tell me where to next." Yi Xiaoxuan's face was filled with a happy smile, her eyes curved, and she mischievously raised her brows. Su Yi said, "I just wanted to tell you that the person you're going to spar with tonight is a clone of the sect master of Tanshan." "What clone? My swordsmanship is very, Yi Xiaoxuan's smile gradually froze, then disappeared without a trace, turning into a bitter melon face. "Say that again. I'm afraid I misheard." Su Yi maintained his smile, gave Yi Xiaoxuan a big hug, and said word by word in her ear, "He's a clone of the sect master of Tanshan." Yi Xiaoxuan pushed him away directly, pouted, and asked, "You mean that sect master of Tanshan, right?" Su Yi nodded seriously. "Although I don't know which sect master of Tanshan you refer to, it should be him." Yi Xiaoxuan stared into Su Yi's eyes and asked, "Do you have another woman?" Su Yi shook his head. "Then why are you so eager to send me to my death?" Su Yi said, "I believe you won't die. Just think of him as a sparring partner. He's just a clone of the sect master of Tanshan, not the sect master of Tanshan himself." Su Yi said, "You don't have to be afraid of him. According to the swordsmanship I taught you, you should be able to handle it. Maybe 70-30 odds." Yi Xiaoxuan furrowed her brows and asked, "I get 8 points and he gets 2 points. Su Yi smiled at her knowingly. It didn't need to be said, right? Sure enough, the 3 greatest joys of men are promotion, wealth, and a nagging wife. Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Su Yi tearfully, seriously suspecting that Su Yi wanted her to go up and sacrifice herself. Su Yi looked at Yi Xiaoxuan's pitiful appearance, but instead felt even happier. "Don't worry, I don't think you will die." Su Yi dared not predict Yi Xiaoxuan's future, nor did he want to, but with the innate Che hovering above Yi Xiaoxuan's head, even if it was the clone of the Heavenly Master, it would absolutely not be able to kill Yi Xiaoxuan. The Heavenly Master himself is about the same. That's the Heavenly Master. Yi Xiaoxuan never expected that figures from myths and legends would actually come out. Would she, a golden core cultivator, battle the Heavenly Master's clone? Su Yi seemed to be overestimating him. "It's just a clone, nothing to be afraid of. You don't need to fear him at all," Su Yi encouraged. "Besides, he is not the true Heavenly Master." Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Even if it's just a clone, it's still the Heavenly Master's clone. Are you asking me to compete with him using my head?" Su Yi laughed. "Don't worry, if you really can't win, I will step in, just like that time on King Yun Mountain." Only then did Yi Xiaoxuan ask in a low voice, "But what if we still can't win?" Su Yi shrugged. "Then we will just have to die together." Yi Xiaoxuan had originally thought that Su Yi would confidently assure her that the Heavenly Master was no match for him. "Don't think too much about it. We'll find out when we compete," Su Yi said, already leading Yi Xiaoxuan to the Cultivation Academy. "Let me show you where I live first." Yi Xiaoxuan nodded and followed Su Yi to the small villa where he lived. Has Su Yi finally come to his senses and planned to live with her, enjoying a blissful life together? Yi Xiaoxuan had forgotten about the idea of competing or not. She chose to trust Su Yi. At least he wouldn't send her to her death. Is this the building of a love nest before marriage? Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but smile involuntarily. "Give me the keys, I'll open the door." All Yi Xiaoxuan was thinking about now was how to decorate their home. Should they get a cat or a dog? Perhaps a golden retriever, some flowers and succulents, low maintenance. Yi Xiaoxuan was all smiles along the way, feeling ecstatic. When she opened the door, she saw Don Taiyue and Lan Wen sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. "Mr. Su, you're back." Don Taiyue saw Yi Xiaoxuan too and shouted in surprise, "Sister Yi, are you out of seclusion? Would you like some ice cream?" "Oh, no need. Thank you." Yi Xiaoxuan felt that reality seemed a bit different from what she had imagined, but considering that these two seemed to be troublemakers, Su Yi probably wouldn't feel at ease without them around. It's fine, no big deal." Just a couple more kids. As she thought this, Jizeon came out of the kitchen and asked, Mr. Su, ready for dinner? The food is ready. I've already eaten. You guys go ahead. Suyi had eaten some food at Yi's house earlier and wasn't feeling particularly hungry. Yi Xiaxuan was slightly surprised, but quickly accepted it. Having a chef at home was fine. Besides, the chef was a man, as long as it wasn't a woman. Just as Yi Xiaxuan was about to smile and greet Jizeon, Garanton walked out of the bathroom. Her long black hair was wet. She was wearing loose home clothes and hadn't even tied up her chest. Clearly she had just showered. Yi Xiaxuan's face turned dark at this moment. She looked at Garanton, and then stared at Suyi. Her lips pursed as she said, in a tone of complaint, and you said you didn't keep any other dogs. Seeing her like this, Suyi's smile became even brighter. So this was what she meant by keeping dogs outside. Garanton asked, what dog? By the way, Ji's teacher, do you want a blow-dry? Jizeon hurriedly found a hairdryer for Garanton. While Garanton was drying her hair, Yi Xiaxuan was starting to feel aggrieved and was on the verge of tears. The words break up were in her mouth, but she couldn't say them for the life of her. Jizeon handed the hairdryer to Garanton and walked up to Suyi. Taking a glance at Yi Xiaxuan, he asked, Mr. Su, may I ask who this young lady is? Suyi smiled, my wife. Well, according to the standards of this era, she's my wife. Jizeon suddenly realized, praising, Madam is indeed as beautiful as a celestial, a perfect match for you, Mr. Su. Suyi just nodded, you flatter me, Jizeon was obviously not one to excessively flatter. He awkwardly laughed a couple of times before saying, in that case, Mr. Su, I'll go prepare dinner. Suyi's mood was obviously quite good. Yi Xiaxuan on the other hand was dumbfounded, standing in place for a long time without saying a word. What just happened? What did Suyi just say? Are you alright? Suyi pinched Yi Xiaxuan's face. Was this girl out of her mind? Yi Xiaxuan's face turned hot. She grabbed Suyi's hand and asked, what did you just say to him? What did you say about me? Suyi frowned. Aren't you my wife? We're already a married couple. Yi Xiaxuan's heart nearly jumped out at his serious expression. Are you trying to say the sweetest things with the most serious expression? But why say it so loudly? There are so many people around too. We haven't even registered the marriage yet. I'm not your wife. Yi Xiaxuan said this, but her hand was tightly holding Suyi's, as if afraid that he would run away if she let go. Suyi's expression became increasingly serious. He asked, are you unwilling to marry me? Yi Xiaxuan was about to be driven mad. Did she ever say she didn't want to get married? Don't you understand the modesty of a young girl? Suyi's eyebrows slowly relaxed. He smiled. I understand now. You're just shy. He considered himself quite knowledgeable about women, just like some love experts for singles. Because of his background in different eras, Suyi had never truly experienced romantic love. Even when he was with young Xiao back then, it was directly proposed by the Heavenly Master, and then Suyi sent a marriage proposal. That's how they become a couple. Later on, it was needless to say, in feudal times, Suyi either did some peculiar jobs or just charmed girls with his charisma. The pursuit process was mostly omitted. He had slept with many women, but he could definitely not be considered a true romantic. You don't need to say anything. Yi Xiaxuan glared at Suyi. Naturally, Suyi wouldn't continue. He wasn't a fool. Yi Xiaxuan definitely wasn't unwilling. Garanton, blow-drying her hair, asked in surprise, you got married? Suyi said, not yet, but she's already my wife. Why'd? Garanton asked thoughtfully, I remember you have to get a marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau to be legally married. Suyi gave her a look. No point explaining to you. Oh. Garanton replied, continuing to blow-dry her hair. Kong Wuliang seeking a sword comparison with Suyi has already spread throughout the entire academy today. At mealtime, a group of people rushed to the arena, eagerly preparing to watch the show. The two main characters had yet to appear, but they were both more active than anyone else, only lacking in selling chilled watermelon seeds at the front. Kong Wuliang also found Suyi in the villa. You win against her first, then come and fight me. Suyi directly pushed out Yi Xiaxuan. Kong Wuliang looked at Yi Xiaxuan. Just a late-stage golden core cultivator. His gaze gradually changed as he stared at Yi Xiaxuan, his pupils shrinking suddenly. Mouth agape for a while without closing. This is golden core. Why is her golden core so strange? And what's with the primordial purple energy above her head? Why does she have primordial purple energy? Isn't that something only a few saints have? Su brother, who is this girl? Kang Wulian was completely puzzled. Could it be that this girl in front of him would become a saint in the future? My wife, Su Yi said. Kang Wulian was even more shocked, looking at Yishiaxuan and then glancing at Gu Tongtong, his expression becoming even more complicated. He originally thought Su Yi intended to rekindle his past relationship with Gu Tongtong, but it seemed that Su Yi did not have that idea. Could it be that he wanted Gu Tongtong to be his concubine? I don't have a problem comparing swords with her, but if I hurt her, it may not be good. Kang Wulian was indeed just a divine clone of the heavenly master in this world, but defeating any cultivator in this world was not a problem for him. A divine clone challenging a saint? Even if Yishiaxuan had primordial purple energy above her head and had refined the dragon ball of the primordial dragon, she was still like an ant in front of him. In Kang Wuliang's view, in the current world, besides the heavenly river, no one else could be his match. Su Yi smiled. You win first. He never really thought Yishiaxuan could defeat Kang Wuliang, but he also didn't think Kang Wuliang could kill Yishiaxuan in front of him. Kang Wuliang likes to learn from others secretly, right? Letting Yishiaxuan compare swords with Kang Wuliang is like allowing her to learn secretly. Su Yi's swordsmanship was indeed powerful, but with Yishiaxuan's comprehension, it would be unrealistic to fully understand it in a short time. Kang Wuliang smiled. Let's not talk so much nonsense. I mainly want to compare swords with you. If I win against her, will you then compete with me? Su Yi nodded, of course. The arena. Let's go. Everyone is waiting. Kang Wuliang's intention was not just to defeat Su Yi with swordsmanship in the public arena. Was it not just a move against Yishiaxuan? He thought defeating Yishiaxuan would be at most a one-move effort. Any further would be a waste of his years. Gu Tongtong and Jizan followed them out. In Gu Tongtong's impression, Yishiaxuan was quite powerful, but as for her master, Kang Wuliang rarely found someone who could make him take action these years. As they arrived at the arena, it was already crowded with people. After Yishiaxuan and Kang Wuliang stepped onto the arena, the onlookers became excited. Countless people strongly condemned Su Yi's shameless act of having someone else fight in his place. Hansen stood in the front row, giving Su Yi a deep look. An elder is an elder. Even when so many people are criticizing him, he does not refute. This kind of mentality is enough for him to learn. As for the idiots behind him, how would they know that Su Yi is the true strongest proxy? Hansen recalled every encounter he had with Yishiaxuan, almost always with Su Yi's presence. Looking back, everything made sense. The true ace was Su Yi after all. Yishiaxuan was probably just an ordinary golden core cultivator. Hansen couldn't tell the primordial purple energy above Yishiaxuan's head with his strength. That was something only those favored by the heavens could possess. Even Emperor John couldn't see it. Emperor John only felt Yishiaxuan's vitality surging, the strongest mortal he had seen so far. Is she Mr. Su's disciple? It turns out, Kang Wuliang is not worthy of Mr. Su's personal guidance after all. When Yishiaxuan entered the academy's arena, her steps felt heavy. She hated Su Yi. He had said that Kang Wuliang was just an ordinary person, but now tells her that Kang Wuliang is a divine clone of the heavenly master. Even if it's just a divine clone of a saint, she can't handle it. Elder, please go easy on me. Yishiaxuan and Kang Wuliang stood 5 meters apart, and Yishiaxuan couldn't help but smile awkwardly, asking for mercy before the fight starts, just in case she really gets beaten. Kang Wuliang nodded slightly. You're free to start. He saw Yishiaxuan holding a wooden sword and wouldn't bully her. He reached out his large hand, and a branch flew into his hand. I'll use this, so no one can say I'm bullying you, Kang Wuliang said thoughtfully. You start the sword play, so there's no missed opportunity. This aloof attitude really needed a good beating. Some spectators couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Wasn't Kang Wuliang aware that Yishiaxuan surpassed the ascension stage? It seemed he was about to be beaten to death here. Yishiaxuan nodded, holding the broken soul sword, remembering the swordsmanship Su Yi had taught her before. After 3 breaths, she directed a straight sword towards Kang Wuliang. Kang Wuliang squinted his eyes slightly. This swordsmanship, indeed, had a hint of Su Broken Soul's style. However, there was only a trace of resemblance. This sword technique seemed to be inherited from Su Broken Soul, but the gap was not small. Masters of swordsmanship can influence the enemy's mind with powerful sword intent. But Yishiaxuan trying to affect Kang Wuliang's mind with sword intent was truly a joke. Kong Wuliang flicked his wrist, and the branch hit Yishiaxuan's hand back, causing her sword to fall to the ground. In the next moment, the branch was pointing at Yishiaxuan's throat. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Many people hadn't understood what had happened. Kong Wuliang's attention was drawn to the wooden sword on the ground. This sword, it seems not just an ordinary wooden sword. Kong Wuliang was about to take the soul-severing sword and play with it in his hand, when a glint of determination flashed in Yishiaxuan's eyes and the sword returned to her hand. "Can't hold the sword?" Suyi's voice sounded in Yishiaxuan's ear, but she found that she was no longer in control of her body. At this moment, the strongest substitute player came online. Yishiaxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Suyi here, she didn't seem to be afraid even if the opponent was the leader of the Profound Heaven sect. Kong Wuliang had not yet realized that the opponent had changed. He smiled. "Little girl, step down and let Suyi come up. You are not my match." Yishiaxuan's gaze turned cold as she said, "Do you want to compare sword skills or sword intent?" Kong Wuliang laughed. "As you wish. Just use your strongest sword skill. As for sword intent, let's forget about it." "Is that so?" Suyi's voice sounded in Yishiaxuan's ear again. "Pay close attention. You not only have to learn my, but also his. His sword technique is simpler, so it should be easier to learn." Yishiaxuan also responded to Suyi in her mind. If someone else heard Suyi's words, they would probably collapse. "Yes, you're awesome. The leader of the Profound Heaven sect's sword technique is at the level of preschool children." Just when everyone thought the match was over, Yishiaxuan once again thrust her sword towards Kong Wuliang. At the moment this sword was thrust, the previously cloudless sky suddenly filled with red clouds. A strange phenomenon occurred in the heavens and the earth. Kong Wuliang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The sword was about to pierce his throat, and he could only use a tree branch to strike at the soul-severing sword in Yishiaxuan's hand. Yishiaxuan's sword intent indeed had no effect on him, but what if it were Suyi instead? The tree branch touched the sword body of the soul-severing sword, only hitting the flat side of the sword and turning the branch into powder in an instant. The wooden sword pointed at Kong Wuliang's throat, only a few millimeters away. Cold sweat dripped from Kong Wuliang's forehead. He had no doubt that this sword of Yishiaxuan's could take his life. Kong Wuliang even had a feeling. Could this sword erase his soul? There is something wrong with this sword. Kong Wuliang stared intently at the wooden sword in Yishiaxuan's hand. "This sword is definitely not right." Yishiaxuan mocked. "Are you trying to say that my sword is a divine weapon?" Hu Tongtong shouted from the sidelines. "Junior brother 6, her sword has a sword spirit and is very powerful." Suyi almost forgot that Gu Tongtong had seen the sword spirit of the soul-severing sword. Kong Wuliang then said, "I knew it wasn't right," but as he said it, he felt even more uneasy. Even if Yishiaxuan was powerful, she was only a cultivator at the Golden Core realm. Even if you gave her a fairy sword, could she release the same sword intent as before? It's not about the sword at all. Sword intent, that elusive thing, has nothing to do with what sword she wields. "Do you want to continue?" Suyi, controlling Yishiaxuan's body, said, "If you think there is a problem with the sword, we can switch swords and continue." Kong Wuliang could accept losing to Su's soul-severing sword, but he absolutely could not accept losing to Yishiaxuan, a cultivator at the Golden Core realm. Even if her future potential is unlimited, at least for now, she is still pitifully weak. "Come again." Kong Wuliang frowned, and his aura underwent a drastic change. This time, he was going to go all out to see what this little girl in front of him was capable of. The aura of the leader of the Profound Heaven sect's soul surge, overwhelming everyone in the vicinity. Only Emperor Zhang, who had been smiling and watching the battle just now, had a sudden change in his expression. This aura is so familiar. After racking his brain for a while, he finally remembered whose aura it was. "Despicable scoundrel, daring to deceive me." Emperor Zhang was furious and had already sealed off the surrounding space. Sensing the abnormality in the surrounding space, Kong Wuliang's mouth twitched. "Oh no. I've been found out." In his excitement just now, he had forgotten that Emperor Zhang was still watching nearby. Kong Wuliang, as a divine lord, had truly overplayed his hand this time. Emperor Zhang, who controls the laws of reality, is not someone his divine lord avatar can contend with. It's just a pity that he can still steal Emperor Zhang's spatial laws. During these days of learning those witchcraft spells, Kong Wuliang was actually quite disdainful. At this moment, Suyi glanced at Emperor Zhang, who shuddered all over and turned to look at Suyi. He quickly understood that Suyi probably knew Kang Wuliang's identity long ago, but Suyi didn't say anything, which tacitly approved Kang Wuliang's actions. If he were to kill Kang Wuliang now, would Suyi be angry? Thinking of this, Emperor Zhang retracted his power and glared angrily at Kang Wuliang. Kang Wuliang keenly felt the fluctuation in the spatial forces around him, realizing that Emperor Zhang had not locked onto his aura. Putting that aside for now, even if it meant death, it would only be a Divine Lord avatar. If it die, it would die. It wasn't a big deal. Before dying, he wanted to finish this match first. He reached out with a big hand, and a precious sword fell into his hand from the side. The long sword pointing at Yixiaxuan from a distance. You don't need to change swords. Suyi didn't forget how Kang Wuliang had taunted Yixiaxuan earlier. Yixiaxuan's lips curled up in a disdainful smile. I'm afraid you'll say I'm bullying you. After speaking, she put away the soul-severing sword, and a branch with tender green leaves fell into her hand. Kang Wuliang's face looked unpleasant. Although he was a saintly avatar, the leader of the Profound Heaven sect had a bad temper to begin with. A golden core cultivator dared to play a great reversal with him. She returned everything she had said and done earlier. Most importantly, if she was already this powerful, what did the first sword mean? Was it deliberate? HMPH. Little girl. This time I won't show mercy. Kang Wuliang snorted and raised the long sword in his hand. The red clouds in the sky scatter, and purple lightning entwined the sky, accompanied by heavenly music. Looking up, only the purple electric light and the thundering sound were present. Hansen, who was standing by, was already dumbfounded. What sword technique is this? The sword can simplify complexity, gathering power in one sword. But Kang Wuliang did not intentionally summon this thunder and lightning. These were just signs caused by his swordplay. Although Yixiaxuan couldn't control her body, she could still see everything in front of her. It's over. He's angry. Yixiaxuan's heart was on the verge of collapse. What does it mean when the leader of the Profound Heaven sect is angry? What's the rush? Calmly comprehend the sword intent of this sword. This is the one sword of the Juxian array. Most people who have seen this sword have died. You can still learn from it, so cherish it. Suyi controlled Yixiaxuan's body, holding a small branch in his hand, showing no intention of making a move. It was as if during a game, one could see the opponent charging up a big move but kept incessantly taunting them by pressing mocking keys. How do I learn this? Yixiaxuan was really on the verge of collapse. The one sword of the Juxian array. It sounds very powerful. So he looked casually at Kang Wuliang opposite and said to Yixiaxuan, calm down. You can do it. Yixiaxuan was also a bit at a loss. Understanding the sword intent. Again, did she really think it was just that easy to come here? Yixiaxuan didn't dare to argue and could only calm her mind to try to understand the sword intent of this sword. With the sword intent taught by Suyi before, Yixiaxuan did have some insights into the way of the sword. But Kang Wuliang's sword was not slow. With a lift of his hand, the world changed. The sword fell. Endless sword intent swept over. If it were just Yixiaxuan herself, she would likely be directly disabled by this sword attack. Just then, the branch in Yixiaxuan's hand suddenly turned into a soul-breaking sword. Scenes of Suyi slaying fierce beasts flashed in Yixiaxuan's mind. The rest is up to you. Suyi's soul left behind these words and directly left Yixiaxuan's body. Yixiaxuan regained control of her body, her eyes full of fear. Suyi actually chose to leave her body at this moment. There was no visible sword chain Kang Wuliang's sword, but the intangible oppression was terrifying. Yixiaxuan felt as if she was in a sea of waves, facing death. Suyi was quietly watching from a distance. He didn't believe Yixiaxuan could defeat Kang Wuliang, but he also didn't believe Kang Wuliang could kill Yixiaxuan. Only at the moment of life and death could Yixiaxuan's potential be fully unleashed. How could a truly chosen one die so easily? Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the innate purple energy above Yixiaxuan's head merged into her golden core. Suyi was paying close attention to every move Yixiaxuan made. At that moment, a faint purple light appeared in Yixiaxuan's eyes. With the soul-breaking sword in her hand singing towards the sky, Yixiaxuan seemed like a different person, her gaze determined as she thrust her sword towards Kang Wuliang. The spirit of the soul-breaking sword erupted with a terrifying sword intent, forcibly breaking through Kang Wuliang's intangible sword intent. This sword was what Suyi had taught her before, and she had learned a good portion of it. Combined with the power of the innate purple energy, it broke through the seal Suyi had casually placed on the soul-breaking sword. Well done. Indeed, there is consciousness, Suyi muttered under his breath. That strand of innate purple energy definitely possessed self-awareness. Could it be carrying the will of heaven? The seal on the soul-breaking sword was broken, and the precious sword in Kong Wuliang's hand disintegrated into fragments in an instant. The electric light dispersed without a trace. Daring to draw a sword in front of this sword spirit, the sword spirit of the soul-breaking sword laughed heartily, thinking that Suyi had removed the seal. This guy in front of him dared to challenge Yexiaxuan. Wasn't this seeking death? Kong Wuliang's face changed drastically. His sword intent was broken, and that voice of the sword spirit. Damn it, he finally understood why he felt this wooden sword was extraordinary. Wasn't this Su's soul-breaking sword? His sword was in Yexiaxuan's hands, and even the sword spirit had come out. Could this prove that Suyi at least retained his memory and perhaps his strength had not weakened much? Fraud. Suyi this fraud. Kong Wuliang's sword intent was shattered, and at this moment, Yexiaxuan, with the power of the innate purple energy, the sword intent of the soul-breaking sword, and Su's soul-breaking sword move, he decided to give up resistance entirely. It was just a strand of soul. After all, even if he evaded, that Emperor Zhang guy would probably kill him. Maybe that bastard Emperor Zhang would exile him to the chaotic space stream, and then he would suffer who knows how much. If he die, he die. Since he was sure that Suyi's power had not diminished much, it was enough for now. He couldn't escape now unless he killed Yexiaxuan. He could do it, but there was simply no need. Most importantly, he feared provoking Suyi because of it. Kong Wuliang glanced at Suyi and even had a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Just as Yexiaxuan's sword was about to pierce his chest, in the next moment, Kong Wuliang appeared directly in his own bedroom. Spatial law. Although his aura was locked by the soul-breaking sword, not even Emperor Zhang could save Kong Wuliang. But with just a glance from Suyi, Kong Wuliang managed to escape death. Where is he? Emperor Zhang's eyes flashed with shock. He knew Suyi also mastered the spatial law, but he didn't expect Suyi to utilize the law to this extent. Just now, the space around Yexiaxuan and Kong Wuliang was unstable. If it were Emperor Zhang, he could have taken the opportunity to kill Kong Wuliang, but he couldn't have saved him from the soul-breaking sword. The divine sword and Yexiaxuan's sword collided, and there should have been no living beings near Yexiaxuan and Kong Wuliang. Emperor Zhang didn't know how to move any of them, but Suyi effortlessly did so. Where is he? The purple light in Yexiaxuan's eyes disappeared, and she looked around in fear. Let's go, he's gone, Suyi shouted from a distance. Yexiaxuan then ran to Suyi, her heart beating wildly, looking at Suyi with some confusion. Let's talk about it when we get back. Suyi glanced at the soul-breaking sword in Yexiaxuan's hand. This time, the seal was much stronger than the last time. Without Suyi's permission, even the innate purple energy shouldn't be able to break it. Suyi led Yexiaxuan out of the arena. After they left, the students started whispering. Is that it? What about Kong Wuliang? Was he blown to pieces? It seems so. I thought he was powerful, but he dared to challenge Yexiaxuan. He was challenging that shameless Suyi. Suyi just got someone else to fight for him. Such a shameless playboy. But Kong Wuliang isn't a good guy either. It's good that he's gone. The students discussed, while Hansen stared blankly at where Yexiaxuan had stood just now. Was Yexiaxuan really that strong? And that student named Kong Wuliang was so out of line. Hansen imagined himself facing that sword of Kong Wuliang's and fear he would have been shattered by now. And Yexiaxuan's sword was just too terrifying. Earlier, when he saw Suyi use a sword, he had learned a bit, thinking he was no longer weak in the way of the sword. But now, compared to those two swords just now, he felt truly weak. Miss Yi. Where is my sixth junior brother? Gu Tongtong followed Suyi and the others from behind, stepping forward and stopping Yexiaxuan. Yexiaxuan looked puzzled. You mean that guy just now? I don't know. Gu Tongtong frowned. Did you kill him? Yexiaxuan looked at Suyi, then at Gu Tongtong, and said helplessly, I really don't know. Suyi could only say, don't worry, he's still alive. Gu Tongtong nodded. Oh, that's okay. Suyi was used to this. Gu Tongtong wouldn't ask for specifics. He said it and she believed it. She didn't even bother with where Kong Wuliang had gone. Alright, you weren't trying to kill me just now, were you? Yexiaxuan arrived at Suyi's bedroom and immediately started complaining. Kong Wuliang's sword just now was so terrifying, but Suyi actually abandoned him at a critical moment. Wasn't he intentionally trying to harm her? Suyi opened his mouth, originally wanting to tell her that it was for her own good, that potential can only be stimulated in life-threatening situations, and so on. But some videos and books he had seen recently made him feel that such an explanation was not very meaningful. Suyi twitched his mouth, looked at Yi Shaxuan and directly kissed her as he held her face. These were teachings from some old ladies at a little broken station. When a woman is angry, don't explain. Just kiss her and it will be over. If kissing doesn't work, Suyi's hand began to fumble, saying, "Let me give you another treatment." Yi Shaxuan widened her beautiful eyes, breathing quickly, her voice so low that she could hardly hear it herself. "It's still daytime, and there are people outside. They can't hear." Suyi gestured with a sweep of his big hand, isolating all sounds from this room, ensuring that nothing could be heard from the outside. In the hall, Dantelyu and Longwen were snacking and watching anime, living a comfortable life. During this period, they had already adapted to their current life. In their view, constant fighting and killing were really boring. Wasn't it much more comfortable like this now? In those immortal realms, one had to remain vigilant at all times, living in constant fear, guarding against those immortal kings and divine kings, as well as other powerful demons. Following Suyi around, other than worrying about being turned into a dish by Suyi, it seemed that they had nothing else to worry about. Jai Xiang also tried to build a relationship with the two little ones. He glanced at Suyi's bedroom and said, "It's been a while since Mr. Su and Missy went in. I wonder what they are doing." Dantelyu glanced at him and said, "Are you so curious that you want to go in and see?" Jai Xiang smiled embarrassingly. "Forget it. I don't know if Missy was injured in that battle just now. Maybe Mr. Su is treating her injuries." As they were talking, Emperor Zhang knocked on the door. After Jai Xiang opened the door, Emperor Zhang asked, "Is Mr. Su here?" Dantelyu and Longwen never liked Emperor Zhang, as the two races could be considered mortal enemies. "Mr. Su is with you. Just call him." Dantelyu was looking forward to Emperor Zhang provoking Suyi. She was curious to see who was stronger, Emperor Zhang or Suyi. But looking at Emperor Zhang's attitude towards Suyi, it shouldn't be hard to guess. Dantelyu was full of ill will. If Emperor Zhang provoked Suyi, he would probably end up in a very bad situation. Emperor Zhang glanced deeply at Dantelyu, then took a look at Suyi's bedroom before sitting down on the sofa. He wasn't a fool. He just asked, "Is Missy also in there?" Jai Xiang answered, "I think Missy might be injured, and Mr. Su might be treating her wounds right now." Treating her wounds? Emperor Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Shaxuan hadn't been injured just now. If that was the case, Suyi and Yi Shaxuan shouldn't be treating wounds in the room right now. A strange smile appeared on Emperor Zhang's lips, and he remained silent. Despite Dantelyu and Longwen having lived for so many years, according to their race's calculation, the two little ones were still not of age and naturally did not understand the matters between men and women. As for Jai Xiang, this guy was probably a simpleton, so there was no need to pay attention to him. Emperor Zhang also remained silent, helping himself to the snacks on the table. Seeing that this person was not going to cause trouble, Dantelyu ignored him and continued with her own activities. After more than an hour had passed, Suyi held Yi Shaxuan and asked, "Do you still think I wanted to kill you?" Yi Shaxuan's face flushed red as she pinched him hard and said, "You still wanted to kill me, didn't you?" "Not at all." Suyi naturally understood what she was saying, but just now, he had already been careful in controlling his strength. "I said no and meant it. Be gentler next time." As Yi Shaxuan said this, her brows furrowed slightly. Suyi really didn't know how to treat her with care. "Are you getting up now?" Suyi was already preparing to get up. Yi Shaxuan pursed her lips and shook her head. "I want to rest for a while." "Then rest well." Suyi had carefully examined the strand of innate primordial chi above Yi Shaxuan's head just now. This thing had some consciousness, but it was very weak, and it had already recognized Yi Shaxuan as its master. Unless Yi Shaxuan died, it wouldn't easily change masters. When Yi Shaxuan was fighting Kan Wulian, the flash of purple light in her eyes was also sensed by the primordial purple chi, which urgently protected its master. Of course, if Suyi insisted on taking it away, it wouldn't be able to resist. Suyi walked out of the bedroom, and Emperor Zhang smiled at him. "Mr. Su, is that big-nosed guy dead?" Suyi shook his head. "He's not dead. He's at your place." "Ah." He dared to go back. Emperor Zhang was furious. Did that big-nosed guy not take him seriously? Suyi said, "I sent him back." "Oh." Emperor Zhang instantly lost his temper and could only ask weakly, "Can I kill him?" "No." Suyi said, "He and I are considered old friends, and if you keep fighting like this, when his original body descends, will you have to fight again? We'll fight if we have to. Am I supposed to be afraid of him? Emperor John couldn't help but get angry when he thought about how he had been fooled by Khan Wuliang recently. Su Yi said coldly, "It's not about whether you're afraid of him. According to your way of fighting, within a day, the entire civilized world will be destroyed. That's an exaggeration. Wouldn't it be enough for us to go and fight in the universe?" Emperor John was afraid of Su Yi, but he couldn't bear this humiliation. That big-nosed guy was too ruthless. He had made him look so foolish. "If you go outside to fight, even if you fight fiercely, I won't care. But if you engage in illegal fights within China, harming innocent people..." Su Yi looked at Emperor John coldly, scaring Emperor John. Su Yi didn't see himself as the protector of China. He just didn't want these guys to disrupt his comfortable life. According to their way of fighting, how much infrastructure would be destroyed in China? By that time, mobile phones might lose signal, traffic might be paralyzed, various delicacies might be destroyed, and life might become bleak and boring like in the primordial era. Yes, yes, yes. Can I take him out now? Emperor John's eyes lit up, using the principles of space to take Khan Wuliang out to the universe where he could kill him however he wanted. Su Yi frowned. Did this guy not understand what he was saying? Killing Khan Wuliang was naturally not difficult for Emperor Zhang, but if he did it, wouldn't Heaven Lord Tia have to seek revenge on him? Seeing Su Yi frown, Emperor Zhang quickly said, "It will only take me 3 breaths to kill him. When that bull of a man from Heaven Lord's sect arrives, I can challenge him to a battle outside. Or I can take Khan Wuliang outside and kill him. Would that be better?" Su Yi thought for a moment, his expression somewhat complicated, and smiled. "If you hadn't told me and just took him out to kill him, I wouldn't say anything. But do you know that I'm a public official now, and I'm in charge of this matter?" Di Zhang looked at Su Yi, feeling a bit confused in his head. When he was in the immortal realm, he had once fought with the leader of the transcendent teachings, and the result of that fight was that whenever the leader took it seriously, he had no choice but to run away. But if he couldn't defeat the leader's true self, could he not take revenge by killing one of his avatars? Seeing Di Zhang still looking at him with a puzzled expression, Su Yi frowned and asked, "Do you think he can't kill you?" Di Zhang hesitated and said, "If he has the 4 divine swords of executing immortals, I'm naturally not his match, but it seems that his swords are missing. Although I can't defeat him, it's not that simple for him to kill me." Su Yi really wanted to slap this idiot to death. "If you encounter his 2 senior brothers, I think you will die miserably." Su Yi's relationship with the leader of the transcendent teachings was actually quite good, and he understood the leader's temperament. Although sometimes shameless, his character was still decent. For instance, when he sparred with Yi Xiaxuan just now, he didn't actually go for the kill. He seemed to have figured everything out, deliberately showing a flaw with the last sword of executing immortals, allowing Yi Xiaxuan to break through forcefully, and then he just waited for defeat. Otherwise, he could have counterattacked Yi Xiaxuan. Di Zhang's face turned slightly unsightly as he muttered, "Are you saying that, in the immortal realm, he was letting me off? Otherwise, what do you think?" Su Yi laughed. He still remembered that after Hanjun Daoist passed away, there were 5 holy figures in the world. Laozi, Yuanqi Qianzun, the leader of the transcendent teachings, Jian Daoist, and Junti Daoist. As for Di Zhang and the other ancestral sorcerers, they were only quasi-saints. Even if the leader of the transcendent teachings lost the 4 divine swords of executing immortals, with just the blue water sword in hand, killing 12 ancestral sorcerers would be easy. All those spatial laws were nothing in front of the path of the holy figures. It's just that these 5 holy figures were reluctant to easily take action for various reasons. Let alone the minor disturbances in the immortal realm. If Di Zhang killed the leader's avatar, the enmity would truly be significant. Did he also want to challenge the leader to a battle outside? Going out would mean death. Although Su Yi seemed to be helping Khan Wuliang, in reality, he was giving Di Zhang an opportunity. Wasn't it good to live? Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Di Zhang fell silent for a moment. He naturally understood the gap between the saint and the quasi-saint, but he had also fought with the leader of the transcendent teachings before. He even once believed that with the spatial laws he had mastered, as long as he wasn't facing Su Yi, he could at least survive against others. Fine. I've said so much. How you want to proceed? Think it over yourself. Su Yi couldn't be bothered to say more. If Di Zhang insisted on seeking death, then Su Yi could only execute him after he killed Khan Wuliang. Thank you for your advice, sir. Djong said without hesitation. He had been in turmoil before, merely wanting to vent his anger, but now that he saw the reality clearly, he naturally wouldn't act recklessly. Suyi added, actually, you can also choose to cooperate with the interception teachings. Wanting to prosper the sorcery sect may not be that easy without allies. Suyi had also thought this through. It was impossible to make those cultivators strictly abide by the rules, so it was acceptable to just keep them away from civilians when they fought, to avoid excessive damage. Cooperate with the interception teachings. Djong fell into deep thought again. In the immortal realm, he knew that the interception teachings and the clarification teachings had long been at odds, but the interception teachings were weak. Perhaps the leader of the transcendent teachings would be willing to cooperate with the sorcery sect. Mr. Su, how about you come with me to find Kong Wulian? Djong suggested. He must be afraid that I'll kill him now, and I'm not good with words. Suyi chuckled. Are you the only one who knows you're not good at words? Let's go. Since Suyi had nothing else to do, bringing Kong Wulian and Djong to make peace would also benefit the people. Most importantly, he felt that Djong wouldn't say much. Maybe they would start fighting in the middle of the conversation. Djong's divine awareness scanned the room where they stayed, saying, he's not in the room. I can't sense his presence. If he's really alive, then he must be hiding. Djong frowned. Normally, Kong Wuliang's level should be much lower than his own, but he couldn't capture Kong Wuliang's aura. A saint's avatar also had remarkable means. If Suyi didn't follow him, Djong felt he might really not be able to find Kong Wuliang. He's already on Qingyun Mountain, Suyi said. Kong Wuliang was quite skilled at escaping. He had made it to Qingyun Mountain in no time. It was very normal for him to go to Qingyun Mountain where the patriarch, Zhang Daoling, seemed to have some connection with the leader of the transcendent teachings. Shall we go to Qingyun Mountain? Djong now saw promoting the sorcery sect as his responsibility. As Suyi had mentioned, with various major forces in the immortal realm coming down, he needed allies. Moreover, it was better to resolve the enmity with the leader of the transcendent teachings. It's settled then. After Suyi finished speaking, the two of them disappeared on the spot and appeared in the guest room of Qingyun Mountain. At this time, Kong Wuliang was meditating on the sword strike from Yixiak Suan. Suyi wanted Yixiak Suan to learn from him, so why couldn't he also learn a thing or two? The last time Suyi struck with his sword, it was too terrifying to comprehend immediately, but he could sense some sword intent from Yixiak Suan's strike. Unlike Yixiak Suan, who was focused on that single sword move, he was filled with thoughts about becoming stronger. When Suyi and Djong appeared in the room, Kong Wuliang was startled and opened his eyes. No way, Su Duhan, are you selling me out? Kong Wuliang didn't believe that Djong could find him, but they had found him, which proved that Suyi's statement about wanting to restore his previous strength was a lie. This revelation confirmed it. So he directly called Suyi Su Duhan. It seemed that the four divine swords of executing immortals were still in Suyi's hands. He just didn't want to return them. Suyi almost kicked him. He's here to reconcile with you. If you disagree, he'll kill you now. After your true self returns, you can kill him then. Djong stood beside him, speechless. Was this how Suyi reconciled? With just a few words, the atmosphere became awkward. Reconcile? Kong Wuliang smiled. That's naturally not a problem. Are you planning to form an alliance with our interception teachings? Djong hadn't even mentioned forming an alliance, but this old fox had already guessed everything. Djong gave him a deep look and nodded. I don't think we have deep-seated enmity. Why not shake hands and make peace now? If you want to deal with the clarification teachings, I can help you. Feel free to ask if you need further clarifications. Suyi doesn't have a great understanding of the situation in the immortal realm, but he believes that there won't be too many changes compared to the chaos of the primordial era. Kong Wuliang said, we don't need your help dealing with the Chen school. What we need to do now is join forces to deal with the Western school and the demon clan. When the War of Conferred Godhood just started, Suyi exterminated the world, causing all the plans of the Chen school to fall through. All the powers in the immortal realm were rebuilding, and while the Ya school and the Chen school didn't exactly reconcile, their conflicts were minor. However, the primordial heavenly venerable saw through the hypocrisy of the two saints of the Western school and occasionally contacted Tanshan to form an alliance against the Western school. Tanshan didn't have much trust in the primordial heavenly venerable either. Without the extermination for swords, if he were to be plotted against again, who knows if he could be resurrected again? Not need to deal with the Chen school, When Emperor Zhang heard Khan Wuliang mentioning the possibility of joining forces against the Western School and the Demon Clan, he was overjoyed. The witch tribe in the immortal realm was no longer a major power. The Ya School, Chen School, Demon Clan, and Western School all suppressed them. The true gods continued to gain strength from the worship of their believers, making the witch tribes weaker over the years. The witch ancestors held the power of law, arousing covetousness in others. Yet, the internal discord among the 12 witch ancestors led to their decline. In the immortal realm, Suyi listened to discussing these matters in front of him, and couldn't help but say, after the immortal realm descends, don't come over here. Using modern laws to constrain countless gods and Buddhas was naturally impossible. The immortal realm was vast, and if its framework collapsed and descended upon the original world like the small world before, they could still continue their activities in their own realm as long as they didn't affect modern civilization. Khan Wuliang naturally understood the implication of Su Yi's words. When the immortal realm descends, I will warn them. Khan Wuliang smiled. I remember that Blackwater Kid spread a message in the immortal realm before, saying that Su Duanhan issued an order that all people from the mortal realm must follow local laws. Have you met him? Su Yi countered with a question. So, you actually knew I was here back then? Khan Wuliang chuckled and didn't answer, as there was no need to. He just said, Brother Su, about my four swords. Since Su Yi had already guessed it, Khan Wuliang no longer concealed it and directly drew his sword. If you want the sword, wait until your true self comes down. So he wasn't very interested in the extermination for swords. He had studied them for so many years that even if he recreated them, they might be of better quality than the original. Su Yi's remarks implicitly acknowledged that the swords were currently in his possession, and he also admitted that he would return them to the Lord of Tongshan. Brother Su, didn't you die in that catastrophe? Khan Wuliang finally asked the question he most wanted to ask. Khan Wuliang's secret technique completely concealed his aura. Even though he was just a clone, the technique couldn't be faked. If he weren't a saint, no one could find him. Su Yi could still find him so quickly, proving that Su Yi's strength was comparable to a saint. Why ask so many questions? What does it matter to you whether I'm alive or dead? Su Yi gave him a direct look. He couldn't tell Khan Wuliang that the catastrophe was caused by him. Seeing Su Yi not answering, Khan Wuliang straightforwardly said, Then shall we have a competition? Su Yi chuckled. Can't even beat a golden toe realm cultivator. And you want to fight me? Khan Wuliang twitched at the corner of his eye. It wasn't that he couldn't win, but he didn't want to harm Yexiaxuan. That was all. A saint's clone, nearly killed by a golden pill realm cultivator, shamelessly begging to be accepted under Emperor Zhang. You really know how to make a show, Su Yi taunted. After the immortal realm descends, I'll spread these two incidents all over the world. Khan Wuliang's eyes were almost popping out. Did Tongshan, the supreme of Tongshan School, have no pride? A clone bowing under Emperor Zhang's door to learn illegitimately. If nobody knew, that was one thing. But if it became known, he would truly lose all face. Stop the nonsense. Let's have a match. Khan Wuliang was somewhat annoyed. Su Duanhan was just so detestable. Su Yi leisurely extended a middle finger and aimed it at Khan Wuliang. I've learned a new gesture recently. Khan Wuliang frowned. What kind of seal is this? There is no power surge. After Su Yi raised the middle finger, his smile grew broader as he was about to leave. I don't care about that. Let me see your strength first. Khan Wuliang didn't care anymore and prepared a spell. Behind him, a pair of yin and yang fish appeared, and his aura became terrifying. Seeking death on your own. Don't blame me for bullying you, Su Yi said as he appeared in front of Khan Wuliang, raising his fist and punching. Divine punishment. Khan Wuliang's expression turned serious, and the batwa chart behind him flew towards Su Yi, while a blood-colored lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky. Su Yi shattered the yin and yang fish chart that had turned from illusory to real with one punch. The blood-colored lightning bolt blasted the roof and hit near Su Yi's head before making a turn and accurately striking Khan Wuliang. In the next moment, Khan Wuliang was struck by the thunder he had summoned himself, leaving him dazed and reeling from the punches delivered by Su Yi. In an instant, cries of pain filled the air. Su Yi's control over his strength was precise, preventing him from delivering a blow that could have obliterated Khan Wuliang's soul. At present, the pain Khan Wuliang endured was only physical. Though the injuries weren't severe, the humiliation was profound. The dignified saint of Tongshan was pinned down and beaten on the ground by someone else, and the lightning he conjured even struck himself. After 3 minutes of intense output, Kang Wuliang's face was covered in black, with a swollen nose and bruised face. His clothes tattered and pathetic. Kang Wuliang coughed out a puff of black smoke, looking pitifully at Su Yi, and mumbled unclearly, "Is this your chair refinement realm?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "Yes. Do you have any objections to the chair refinement realm cultivators?" Emperor Zhang could only turn his head away. Kang Wuliang was clearly seeking trouble. Challenging Mr. Su, he had no idea how miserable those beings that were stronger than them had been when they encountered Su Duanhen tens of thousands of years ago. Anything that looked delicious was pretty much killed instantly and cooked. Although Emperor Zhang acknowledged the strength of the saints, he didn't think any saint could be a match for Su Yi. After all, the primordial heavenly venerable had been so powerful, yet he was humiliated, and had his 3 treasures stolen by Su Yi to be displayed at home. Kang Wulian doesn't know yet. After Han Zhan's ascension, Su Yi, with nothing to do, split Han Zhan's original innate purple chain into 3 parts, which eventually became the 3 clears. Strictly speaking, even the Master of Tonshin and the primordial heavenly venerable should address Su Yi as uncle when they see him. Your uncle remains your uncle. Han Zhan was slighted by Su Yi for being too weak, only managing to fight him to a draw out of boredom, let alone the Master of Tonshin. Older individuals always tend to resist acknowledging their age, just like Su Yi, who always likes to act young. At one point when he was together with Yang Xiao, he even shamelessly called the Master of Tonshin his master. Now that Yang Xiao is also gone, he is capable of beating up his master's clone. Brother Su, if you didn't die back then, have you already investigated the circumstances of the calamity? Kang Wuliang felt that if Su Yi survived that disaster, logically speaking, he should have looked into the specifics. Despite his thick skin, Su Yi must feel some embarrassment for causing so many deaths, including some former friends. I really don't know. Su Yi chuckled. Why should I investigate these things when I have nothing else to do? Kang Wulian was caught off guard by his response. If you have nothing else to do, shouldn't you investigate these matters? Otherwise, what's the point of living for so long? Su Yi chuckled. And what meaningful things have you done in your many years of life? Kang Wulian earnestly replying. Cultivation. Only by constantly improving can one live longer. Only by exploring the truth of the great Tao, seeking true immortality, and eternal life. Eternal life. Su Yi frowned. And then what? And then? Then just eat, drink, and be merry every day, not caring about anything. If you're already immortal, naturally there's nothing to fear. Many cultivators, including the Master of Tonshin, strive to become stronger through continuous cultivation because only with sufficient strength can they survive. But Su Yi doesn't need to cultivate, and he's already immortal and invincible. Many people seek opportunities and cultivate for the state he is already in. Yet Su Yi achieved it without doing anything. Su Yi nodded. I think you make a good point, so I'll take my leave. No. Even if you haven't investigated the calamity from back then, what about the great demon god? You surely looked into that. Kang Wuliang furrowed his brow. If left to develop unchecked, will the world face destruction? Don't ask me. I know nothing. After saying that, Su Yi disappeared on the spot. The great demon god, when others were cutting off their 3 corpses back then, he did the same. In the end, not even he knew what he had cut out. Surely it wasn't the 3 corpses, but that guy wanted to replace him, and with a simple slap, he turned him to dust. That the consciousness of that guy persisted. Could it be that the thing he cut out was also immortal? With a modern scientific theory, it may be explained as energy conservation. Although Su Yi killed that guy, his energy still floated in the universe, with conscious components trying to reassemble for a resurrection effect. Even if that guy were to be reborn, what's the point? Annihilation? Su Yi wasn't pleased, and with a slap, if he reformed after a few millennia, he would be slapped again. As Kang Wuliang mentioned, at Su Yi's level of immortality, why not eat and drink? Upon returning home, Yexiaxuan had already come out of the bedroom, and Su Yi's current concern was how to make her stronger. He is immortal and invincible, but Yexiaxuan still has a long way to go. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere, Su Yi said, as he saw Yexiaxuan lying leisurely on the sofa eating chips, sitting beside her. Yexiaxuan widened her eyes and stared at Su Yi wearily, saying, I'm not going anywhere. That's not allowed. Su Yi didn't bother to negotiate with her. Not go. Just lounge around here. If I say I won't go, I won't go. Yexiaxuan held on to Don Taiyue with a firm grip, refusing to let go. Last time when Sui took her to a place, she had spent over a month at the bottom of a dark and damp cliff. Now, he was taking her somewhere else. Is she naive? Especially now, with another woman living in the house, if he just leaves, he might come back and start a harem directly. Sui didn't waste time and directly disappeared from the room with her in tow. Xiaoxuan only felt a blur before finding herself at the mouth of a volcano. It was the same old small world, but this volcano had been dormant for years. Why did you bring me here? Xiaoxuan felt a bit flustered. Below the volcano, it was pitch dark, with nothing visible, but she had a bad feeling about it. To practice flying with a sword, Sui stated matter-of-factly. Why practice here? I can practice anywhere. Xiaoxuan's sense of foreboding grew stronger. Because I think this place can unleash your potential. Sui glanced at the volcano, from which scorching lava was already erupting. You wouldn't. Xiaoxuan stared at Sui, fearing he might do something insane. Wouldn't he throw her inside? He had already leavened up a dormant volcano. Exactly. Sui chuckled. Will you go down yourself, or shall I push you? Are you serious? Xiaoxuan was on the verge of tears, feeling this was a direct attempt on her life, more than just not treating her as a person. I'm here to teach you flying with a sword in this place, Sui said. You can only move within the upper perimeter of this volcano. We're not in a hurry, we'll take it day by day. Sui continued. I'll stay with you this time. If you persist for a month, that should be enough. A month? Xiaoxuan bit her lip, looking at Sui in disbelief. Yes, a month, approximately. Sui nodded seriously. We can start now, 8 hours a day, and your progress will be rapid. Xiaoxuan probably knew that things were beyond her control now. Staring at Sui, she said, Don't move, I'll do it myself. Sui nodded, and Xiaoxuan summoned her sword, then stood up and flew to the top of the volcano at a leisurely pace. Is this enough now? Xiaoxuan shouted loudly. Sui stood beside her, shaking his head. This is just the beginning. Xiaoxuan heard what Sui said, and couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. She could feel the scorching heat rising from below. The magma was beginning to surge, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to spew onto her legs. Terrified, Xiaoxuan quickly formed a sword seal, and sword chest surged around her, dispersing the spewing magma. That was close, Xiaoxuan exclaimed, cold sweat dripping down her face. Sui, watching from the side, found her reaction quite unexpected. Considering Xiaoxuan's current cultivation level, it was surprising that she was afraid of magma. She seemed to lack a clear understanding of her own strength. As the magma continued to rise higher, Xiaoxuan had no choice but to control her flying sword and ascend further, until she reached an altitude of over 1,000 meters, where she began to tremble. Regardless of her cultivation level, her fear of heights was something she still struggled with. In the past, when facing a cliff in Qingyun Mountain, Xiaoxuan was so scared that she clung to a nearby wooden stake without daring to move. Now, standing on a flying sword at 1,000 meters above ground, with magma splattering below from the volcanic crater, surviving without being scared to death was already quite an achievement. Sui found Xiaoxuan's performance somewhat satisfactory. Overcoming inner fears was something crucial on the path of cultivation. Xiaoxuan stood steadily in midair at 1,000 meters for over half an hour, her complexion improving. Meanwhile, Sui discovered a monstrous beast's corpse beneath the volcano. This beast had likely lived in this place before and was considered powerful even in this small world. Unfortunately, under Sui's indiscriminate spiritual attacks, the creature, despite hiding under the volcano, couldn't escape its demise. Don't just stand there. Something is approaching, Sui yelled, controlling the monster's corpse as it flew straight up. What is this? Xiaoxuan finally understood Sui's warning. Sui didn't answer her. The monstrous beast's corpse was covered in red skin, with a terrifying and monstrous face, enough to scare even 10 Sudians. In terms of courage, Sui felt Xiaoxuan wasn't much different from Sudian, so the monstrous beast's corpse might also be able to scare her. Indeed, Xiaoxuan was frightened and flew further into the sky. Sui controlled the monster's corpse to follow her, continuously putting pressure on her. Unknowingly, Xiaoxuan had flown over 3,000 meters high. Sui was quite satisfied with this training session. Just then, rumbling thunder echoed in the sky as dark clouds covered the sky for miles, light streams descending from them. Sui raised his eyebrows, realizing another small world had collapsed, likely with only a portion of the strong descending, indicating the world had completely disappeared. Sui had encountered such situations before, where the small world's collapse led the strong individuals to be forcibly descended into the original world. However, during the primordial era, with numerous powerful individuals, those who descended often didn't last long if they became too arrogant. While Sui could eradicate these individuals directly, he felt it wasn't necessary, as he couldn't simply exterminate every individual each time a small world collapsed. This time, the descending individuals seemed quite strong, and Sui felt the presence of that person from many others. Another contract had been made. Sui was observing Yishiaxuan in the sky when a man with long blood-red hair stared at him from a distance, then glanced at Yishiaxuan and the monster in the sky, declaring loudly, "Insignificant humans, this area now belongs to me. That woman up there can serve me, and I may spare you." Sui simply ignored him. Such melodramatic lines were beyond what any carbon-based lifeform would say. "Oh, little guy, have you been scared silly by me?" The red-haired man's body ignited with flames, appearing before Sui like a red light. Mockingly, he held a flame sphere in his hand. "Insignificant little guy, I'll give you a chance to run. If you can escape." Sui grew impatient and promptly slapped the man's face, instantly turning him to dust. The incessant chattering annoyed Sui. Yishiaxuan hadn't even noticed the arrival of the red-haired man as she was already flustered, with thunder overhead and dark clouds gathering. Only hearing someone speaking below, she assumed it was Sui saying something. On another mountain top several kilometers away from Sui, another red-haired man stared fearfully towards him. What had he witnessed? The next heir of their fire god clan was casually slapped to death by someone. They were true deities, with unparalleled mastery over flames in their original world, and their physical bodies were incredibly powerful. Yet, the individual Sui had struck down was their clan's heir, recognized as the strongest youth in the fire god clan. Sui had long detected someone observing him from afar, but didn't take any action, not wanting to ruthlessly eliminate them all. Good. He seems not to have discovered me. I should quickly meet with the God King. Only he can deal with such a formidable foe. The red-haired man in the distance nervously fled the area. At this time, almost all the deities that descended from the small world gathered at the previous landing site. To them, humans in this world were too weak to bother with directly. To rule this world, they first had to eradicate its strongest individuals. The cultivation practitioners of the original world were mainly from the small world that had previously descended. While these deities were powerful, they also had their pride, not resorting to mass slaughter right away. Instead, they gathered, planning to rule this world, and were beginning to allocate territories and powers amongst themselves. This was where their fortune lay. If they had gone on a killing spree upon arrival, Sui might have mercilessly wiped them all out if his mood wasn't pleasant. Their powers far exceeded the average level of this world. Thus, Sui paid some attention to them. They intended to issue a challenge, deciding ownership of the world through duels and dividing territories based on victories. The people of this world were treated as mere possessions, to be claimed by the deities. Are they going to play? Sui was somewhat intrigued. If future descenders were like this, it might be interesting. It could also provide a chance for Yishiaxuan to practice, and he could have some fun too. Yishiaxuan simply had no idea what was happening. In her eyes, there shouldn't be anything else happening besides Sui scheming new tricks to harm her. As for Sui getting into trouble, even if the earth were to be destroyed, he probably wouldn't be affected. It wasn't until Yishiaxuan painstakingly and pitifully flew her soar in the sky for 8 hours that when she landed, her legs were weak. Sui nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. We'll continue tomorrow." "What's good about it?" Yishiaxuan felt uneasy when he said that. Sui asked tentatively, "You don't like this kind of training?" Yishiaxuan replied, impatiently, "I don't think anyone would like such a perverse training method." Sui agreed, "I think you make a valid point. Since you don't like this training method, let's switch to another one." Yishiaxuan looked at Sui suspiciously, wondering if he was being sarcastic. In reality, Sui was already getting angry. After all, she knew that Sui was training her for her own good, and her attitude was disappointing. It was normal for him to be angry. I'll continue training tomorrow. Don't be angry." Yishiaxuan, understanding the situation, held Sui's arm and shook it. Sui, somewhat surprised, said, "I'm not angry. Why would I be?" Yishiaxuan pouted, saying, "You are indeed angry." After some time, Yishiaxuan said, "I'll continue training tomorrow. don't be angry. Suyi thought for a moment, realizing that this didn't seem right. According to some instructional videos, at this point, most women would say, "Fine, you dare to be angry with me." Then he would say, "I'm not angry." This would go back and forth endlessly, even to the point of writing at least a chapter. Unexpectedly, Yexiaxuan didn't play along and almost bewildered him. "Since you like this training method, let's add a practical combat training on top of it," Suyi said. Thinking about those alien visitors, he felt that not utilizing them would weigh on his conscience and bring him condemnation. What? Add practical combat training? Yexiaxuan was stunned, realizing her thoughts had gone astray again. Was Suyi actually worried, or was her mind playing tricks on her? Clearly, Suyi had already planned to add practical combat training while speaking earlier. Suyi said seriously, "Yes, merely flying the sword like that is too simple for you. You must find it boring. Do you think practical combat is more interesting?" Yexiaxuan forced a smile, responding, "You have really thought this through." Suyi nodded, looking deeply at Yexiaxuan, saying, "Rest assured, we won't have you spar with the sect leader's clone again. In all honesty, there is still a gap between you two." And he held back. Yexiaxuan's mind was filled with question marks. He held back. Did this mean he found someone who wouldn't hold back? Was Suyi worried she wouldn't die quickly, or that her life was too long? "Let's go. I'll introduce you to some new friends," Suyi said as they returned to his bedroom. It was already night, and as they emerged from the bedroom, Lao Yang was sitting stiff on the sofa. Besides Lao Yang, Dijon and Kong Wulian were also in the room. These two had formed an alliance. As for Don Taiyue and Long Wen, they were minding their own business and didn't care about these matters. A strong presence? How strong? Wasn't Dijon strong enough? Seeing Suyi and Yexiaxuan coming out of the room, Lao Yang quickly stood up and said, "Mr. Su, you're home." Suyi nodded. What's the rush?" Lao Yang said, "I don't know where a group of people emerge from, challenging the world. If we lose, they will become the masters of this world." Suyi replied, "I know. Haven't they not won yet? Why the hurry?" Lao Yang took a deep breath and said, "Han Jiangxian has already been defeated and is now recuperating. There are hundreds of those people, each one very strong." Suyi said, "Wasn't it agreed for tomorrow? Relax, they won't win." He then glanced at Yexiaxuan and said, "She can defeat all of them alone." Yexiaxuan felt extremely stiff. What was this? Was she supposed to fight hundreds of people alone? Master Yi only fought 10, and now she had to fight hundreds. The key was that when Lao Yang heard Suyi say this, he actually breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "That's good." Yexiaxuan stared at Suyi, then at Lao Yang. What was good? She, as the person involved, hadn't said anything. Suyi and Yexiaxuan exchanged smiles and said, "Hundreds of them would be enough to occupy time." The people inside the room, except for Yexiaxuan, were not panicking. Dijon didn't care about these people, and Kong Wulian was indifferent. He had seen the strength of those people. The strongest was only at the peak of Daluo Jinxian, not even a quasi-saint. If their true selves appeared, it would be a massacre. At present, only a powerhouse like Suduan Hun could deal with them. In Kong Wuliang's opinion, Suyi was Suduan Hun and had never died. How fierce was the former Suduan Hun? People say that beneath the saints are ants, but little did they know that in the eyes of these 5 saints, beneath Suduan Hun were ants. Each of the 5 saints during the primordial era had been taught by Suduan Hun. Since Suyi had said so, what was there to worry about? Seeing that Yexiaxuan seemed a bit concerned, Suyi smiled and said, "I'll take the first match tomorrow. You can practice the rest slowly." Upon hearing Suyi say this, Kong Wuliang, even more excited, wanted to see Suyi in action again. As a bystander, watching him would be enlightening. The next day, at dawn, a group of strangely looking individuals stood in the arena of the Cultivation Academy, still discussing who should go first. After all, the first one to play was most likely always undefeated. When it came to dividing territory later, wouldn't that be a significant advantage? One person from each of the 5 clans will take turns, 1 match each. If you win, move on. If you lose, don't ask for anything, announced a middle-aged man with red hair and horns on his head, calling themselves the Divine Clan, not bothering to pay attention to these humans. It was absolutely disgraceful to lose. At that moment, a man in a white robe with a bronze mask appeared in the center of the arena, pointing his teaching stick at the man with horns, saying, "It's you. Come up and send one." Who else could it be with a bronze mask if not Suyi? On the side of the academy, many people have already witnessed how powerful these strange individuals are. Even the head of the extreme polar immortal sect, Hansen, was directly defeated by a lackey. Now, a person suddenly appears so arrogant, pointing at the opponent's nose and asking them to come up and be sent off. Where did he get the courage? Most importantly, in the eyes of everyone, the aura emitted by this fellow who seemed to have popped out of nowhere was clearly weak. Do they really think that by wearing a strange mask and putting on a white suit, they become experts? Even if you want to pose as an expert, at least bring a decent weapon. Dare to approach with just a stick. That's what real strength looks like, and it's sent off in such a high-profile manner. The middle-aged man with horns on his head frowned, and two gleams burst out of his blood-red pupils towards Suyi, then said to the people behind him, "Who will go first?" In his view, the masked fellow was already dead. The next moment, Suyi was still standing in place, and the blood-red light that burst out disappeared without a trace 5 feet away from Suyi. Ha! The man with horns furrowed his brow. Suyi didn't die. Doesn't that make him look weak? A mere glance can't even kill a mortal. This kind of clown. Who will go up and kill him? The horned man named Huanfu Wushuang, also the patriarch of the Fire God clan, has already reached the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, just one step away from the Quasi-Sage. In theory, with his cultivation, to kill a mortal, he only needs a glance. But now that Suyi hasn't died, it proves that this person is definitely not simple. As for how not simple, he can't be bothered to try. Just let someone go up and try casually. If that doesn't work, he can take action later. Heh. Huanfu Wushuan, this is very interesting. People wanted to challenge you. Why not let the people of your Fire God clan go first? A blue-haired old man not far away laughed. With the same cultivation level as Huanfu Wushuan, in his opinion, Huanfu Wushuan is clearly setting a trap for others. A person who can't be taken down by a Great Luo Golden Immortal indicates that this person must still have some strength. Letting others go up now, if it were a younger person with insufficient strength, it would be very likely to be in danger. Not only would they miss out on the benefits they deserve, they would also lose face in front of everyone and become a shame to the entire divine race. Father God, let me go. A young man in battle armor behind Huanfu Wushuan said as he stood up. But Huanfu Wushuan frowned. His eldest son died at the hands of a mysterious person yesterday, and they still haven't found that person. Now his younger son is volunteering. And it is precisely because Suyi slapped Huanfu Wushuan's eldest son to death yesterday that Huanfu Wushuan and others are somewhat wary. Losing a son is nothing to him. The main concern is how strong that mysterious person really is. Is he powerful enough to threaten their divine race's rule over this world? That is the most important question. Also, is that mysterious person present today? If he is present, where is he watching them from? Without saying much, Huanfu Wushuan couldn't refuse, as it would be a slight to their Fire God clan if he rejected his son's request. Lowly mortal, kneel for me. Huanfu Wushuan's son, Huanfu Beishan, stared at Suyi and roared, attempting to suppress Suyi in terms of bloodline. Generally, some powerful races can oppress weaker races with their bloodline aura. If the person in front of him was just a mortal, under his roar, the other party would definitely kneel. However, after his roar, Suyi still stood motionless, and beneath the bronze mask, his eyes were full of disdain and indifference. How dare a so-called divine race of a small world try to play bloodline suppression in front of him? Is this kid still half asleep? Huanfu Beishan felt a little surprised. Could it be that the strength of this masked man is not weak? His father God had already attacked him once just now. Even if he were stronger, he should be very weakened now. Cold light shimmered in Huanfu Beishan's eyes. This person must die. His older brother was already dead. As long as he wins this first battle today, who in the Fire God clan will dare to challenge him in the future? Bastion's judgment. Huanfu Beishan suddenly burst into flames all over his body, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear was also burning with flames. With a loud shout, the spear, like a dragon, instantly pierced through Suyi's chest. The spear pierced through Suyi's chest. Hey! Too weak to withstand a single blow. Huanfu Beishan was very clear about the power of his spear. He was already at the late stage of the Golden Immortal realm, with the Bastion's judgment complementing his spear technique and bloodline talent. Below the Takesi Golden Immortal, no one should be able to survive. The body has been pierced through, and with no blood spraying out, It's because the wound should have been instantly burned by the divine fire on his spear. The next moment, the pure sea disappeared. Huan Fubation furrowed his brow. Did this person's body turn into ashes from his divine fire? But he didn't feel like he had hit solid flesh just now. Is this feeling because the opponent is weak? Bashan, behind you. Unable to help himself, Huanfu Wuchuan shouted. What Huanfu Bashan had just pierced was only a residual image. Suyi was already standing behind him, and he was still in a daze. Huanfu Bashan was shocked, turned around, and stabbed again. But he couldn't feel Suyi's breath at all. Suyi waved the wooden staff in his hand to parry the thrust of Huanfu Bashan's spear, seeking death. Huanfu Bashan was a bit anxious, but he didn't think that this person could match his Bastion's Inferno spear with a piece of wood. The divine fire on the spear could almost consume everything, and someone was trying to confront him head-on with a piece of wood. Who was he insulting? Snap! The wooden staff in Suyi's hand hit the tip of the spear, and in an instant, the flames on the spear dissipated completely. Huanfu Bashan was actually knocked flying by this hit. The next moment, Suyi stomped him back to the ground from midair. Doom! Gravel flew in the academy's arena, with a huge pit appearing within a radius of several hundred meters from Suyi. The terrifying airwaves were only raging within this range and did not harm the people outside the arena. Suyi cleanly broke Huanfu Bashan's ribs. Little golden immortal, what are you thinking? Suyi pointed his staff at Huanfu Bashan's throat. Huanfu Bashan spewed blood from his mouth and nose, but he was still smiling. You can't kill me. I am a golden immortal. Golden immortals are immortal. Unless you have reached the realm of the Takeseed Golden Immortal. Takeseed Golden Immortal? Suyi's voice was filled with indifference as he casually swung the wooden staff in his hand, wiping out Huanfu Bashan's neck. Golden immortals are immortal. Suyi laughed. Even a sage wouldn't dare say such words in front of him. Jingxian indeed has the legend of immortality, with a lifespan that can reach almost 10,000 years, and the soul is extremely tough, but it has not yet reached the point of immortality. Suyi waved the teaching stick in his hand, and Huanfu Bashan was directly killed on the spot. The surrounding rubble fell to the ground, the dust scattered, and the people from the Immortal Cultivation Academy in this area were all stirred up. Wow, amazing. Does this count as an instant kill? Not really. After all, the one who died seemed quite powerful. The students of the academy were filled with excitement. It felt like a group of aliens were trying to invade Earth and enslave humanity. And these aliens were unbelievably strong. They almost felt hopeless. But suddenly a superhero stood up and saved them. This superhero was dressed in white with a tall figure, and the mask he wore appeared mysterious. They had probably forgotten that when Suyi first appeared, they were full of disdain and mocking words. Bashan! Huanfu Wuchuan cried out in pain and rushed towards Suyi. Suddenly, a thick pillar of fire fell from the sky. The pillar of fire seemed to have descended from the distant sky beyond the clouds. Terrifying heat waves swept through, and if any mortal touched even a spark, they would inevitably be turned into ashes. All the students and immortal cultivators present felt a deep fear from within. Regardless of the battle situation on the field, they all sensed that they might die in the aftermath of this battle. Suyi raised his head, held the teaching stick in his hand, and with a casual wave, the invisible force shattered the pillar of fire. With just a wave of his hand, he dispersed it effortlessly, just like swatting away a buzzing fly. The frightening pillar of fire dissipated, and in the next moment, Suyi's teaching stick penetrated through Huanfu Wuchuan's chest. The people of the divine race were all dumbfounded. What did they just witness? Huanfu Wuchuan being pierced through the chest by a human with a wooden stick. Was that wooden stick a divine weapon? Huanfu Wuchuan must be just playing around with this human bow. Among the divine race, the leader of the Thunder tribe laughed lightly. He didn't think Huanfu Wuchuan had lost so easily, and a stick could kill Huanfu Wuchuan. What a joke. Huanfu Wuchuan is still the same. His son is dead, and he's still playing around. Another leader of the Wine tribe also laughed. He also thought that Huanfu Wuchuan was teasing the mortal. Would a Grand Luo Jingxian be pierced through the chest by a stick? The divine race was all laughing in amusement, especially the Fire tribe of the divine race, who cheered, feeling that their god king was playing the role very well. Doom! The huge body of Huanfu Wuchuan slowly collapsed. Suyi kicked Huanfu Wuchuan's body aside and said, indifferently, carry him away. Next, the whole scene fell silent. The people of the divine race seemed as if their throats were being strangled, each with faces full of disbelief. This Did Huangfu Wuxuan really die? The gods glanced at each other, especially the god kings of the 4 tribes, who were all at the level of the Grand Luo Jingxian, with 2 of them even weaker than Huangfu Wuxuan. Now that Huangfu Wuxuan couldn't even take a single move, how strong was this person really? Su Yi stood in the ruins of the arena, with 2 bodies at his feet. 1 Grand Luo Jingxian and 1 Jingxian. However, it was obvious they hadn't seen Su Yi's full strength. With just a teaching stick, he had achieved a double kill in a direct manner. No one else. Su Yi's gaze swept over the group of divine people. His eyes were cold, as if looking at a group of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. With these words spoken, the people of the divine race fell silent. Huangfu Wuxuan was definitely considered a top powerhouse among them, but they hadn't even figured out how exactly Huangfu Wuxuan died. A wooden stick pierced through the chest, and that was it. Normally, in order to kill a powerhouse like Huangfu Wuxuan, you would have to destroy at least half a planet. Killing a Grand Luo Jingxian with such ease, especially a god king with innate talent, seemed incredibly unrealistic, especially since Su Yi's attacks were not fancy at all. When powerful individuals kill, there should be some signs from heaven and earth, or some incredible scenes. However, when Huangfu Wuxuan made his move, it seemed like he wanted to destroy the world. But Su Yi's moves were plain and simple. The wooden teaching stick in his hand was like a divine weapon. 1 move and the Grand Luo Jingxian was instantly killed. It was too unbelievable. The people of the divine race were divided into 5 tribes: wine, fire, water, earth, and thunder. Huangfu Wuxuan, as the patriarch of the fire tribe, and also the god king of the fire god tribe, was killed so easily. The people of the other 4 tribes watched in horror. They couldn't understand how powerful this mysterious masked man truly was. The leaders of the remaining 4 tribes looked at each other, and in the end, with just a glance, they decided to join forces and attack directly while Su Yi was seemingly weak at that moment. In their view, although Su Yi appeared relaxed, it couldn't be that easy to kill a god king. He must be very weak at that moment. This was the critical moment that must not intimidate them. Otherwise, there would be no place for them in this world. By killing this mysterious man in front of them, they could rule the world. In an instant, the world changed. Fierce winds howled. Translucent soul-piercing waters shot towards Su Yi, and the land under Su Yi's feet turned into a giant beast's mouth trying to swallow him. Countless thunderbolts descended as if it were doomsday. Su Yi simply stepped lightly on the ground, causing the land to return to normal. With a wave of his teaching stick, the hurricane calmed down, and the soul-piercing water dissipated. As for the lightning that struck down from the sky, it had no effect on Su Yi's teaching stick. You 4, come at me together. Su Yi remained standing in place, calm as ever. The 4 god kings joined forces, but they couldn't harm him in the slightest. At this point, the 4 god kings were completely stunned. A mere ordinary human. Was he really that ordinary? However, if they didn't kill him, how would they rule this world? The 4 god kings almost instantaneously appeared in front of Su Yi altogether, each using their own divine weapons and most powerful divine arts. With Su Yi at the center, the surrounding space fragmented, and the terrifying energy was enough to destroy a planet. Su Yi, dressed in white, waved the teaching stick in his hand, and in an instant, the violent energy disappeared. In the next moment, there were simply 4 more bodies around Su Yi. Grand Luo Jingxian, God Kings. A joke. Who did they think they were? Not far away, Kong Wuliang spat heavily. Indeed, he had been deceived. Su Yi's strength was still as strong as it had been tens of thousands of years ago. Just for Grand Luo Jingxians, for Su Duanhan, didn't amount to much. Kong Wuliang felt that even if it were for saints attacking Su Duanhan, the outcome wouldn't change at all. Too strong. At this moment, he was completely at ease. What kind of demon king? Faced with Su Yi, he would die a miserable death. It was just a matter of what position he would die in. Is there anyone else coming up? Su Yi stood in the middle of the arena, dressed in white without a speck of dust, his teaching cane inserted half a meter in front of him on the ground. Beneath the bronze mask, his eyes were calm, as if casually asking if anyone wanted more food. The gods of the divine race looked at this person in front of them in horror. This person was too terrifying, wasn't he? Therefore god kings attacked at the same time, but within a single breath, they all die. It was their god kings who had taken them through the spatial channel to the origin world when their small world collapsed. The power of the god kings was so immense that they could already resist spatial turbulence. To kill for god kings in an instant What kind of strength did this human possess? Not a single member of the divine race dared to fight anymore. They all focused on Suyi, forgetting to speak. No one else. Then it's my turn. Suyi slowly pointed to Yishaxuan outside the arena and said, "The rest is up to you. In one-on-one battles, they can admit defeat, but you cannot." These people were the opponents Suyi had arranged for Yishaxuan for real combat practice. Yishaxuan naturally understood Suyi's intention. If she could, she would refuse. Suyi's killing of those people looked so effortless that she even had a feeling of illusion. Are those with dyed hair not weak? But obviously, she also knew that this was all an illusion. Yishaxuan slowly approached, holding the broken soul in her hand, feeling a bit more reassured in her heart. "Come on." Yishaxuan took a deep breath and pointed the broken soul at the divine race members in front of her. She really didn't know that all the realms her sword pointed to were above the earthly immortal level. Any of these divine members could easily defeat Yishaxuan in one move. Suyi's gaze swept over those divine members, forcibly suppressing their cultivation levels to the golden core realm. Without exception, the divine members' eyes were filled with panic as they could clearly feel their powers being suppressed and sealed. Just a gaze sealing their powers was too terrifying. "Let's get started," Suyi said before walking away. All of them were in the golden core realm, so Yishaxuan still had the strength to fight. The divine members looked at each other, and finally, a tall figure with red hair from the Fire God clan gathered courage to step forward. In seeing Suyi come down, the people from the Immortal School cheered, but Suyi didn't look at them or Yishaxuan. Flames erupted behind him, and various explosive sounds were heard. He walked to Emperor Zhang and said, "You are responsible for maintaining the safety of the spectators." Emperor Zhang nodded. With Suyi's control over the spatial laws, he had already suppressed the divine members' strength to the golden core stage. Even if they fought, Emperor Zhang could still seal off the space around the arena to protect the innocent. Most of the Fire God clan members had blood-red hair. The first person from the divine race to come up was over 2 meters tall, with clearly visible veins pulsing under his muscles and a determination in his blood-red eyes. The strength Suyi displayed indeed frightened them, but the divine race had its pride. Since they couldn't beat Suyi, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill them? Now that Suyi let them fight against Yishaxuan and promised the winners could live, while the losers would fight Suyi, they had no choice. They could only fight against this seemingly weak woman. At least winning would let them live. They could only hope that a powerful figure like Suyi would keep his word. Yishaxuan fought back and forth with the strong man from the Fire God clan. She was not inexperienced after these days of training, and her understanding of sword intent had deepened. Although Suyi had suppressed her strength, the sharpness of the broken soul was still unparalleled. The strong man from the Fire God clan manipulated the divine flames with skill, and Yishaxuan was initially wary of these flames. Until she was carelessly attacked by the divine fire on her hand back, she involuntarily screamed, only to find that the divine fire couldn't harm her at all. "Huh, what kind of fire is this?" Yishaxuan even held the divine fire in her palm to examine it. It seemed that this fire couldn't harm her. Suyi and Khan Wuliang sat side by side, and their faces under the masks twitched. What was Yishaxuan thinking? Now that Suyi had suppressed the strength of the Fire God clan members to the late Golden Core stage, the power of the divine fire naturally couldn't be as powerful as before. Yishaxuan's Samadhi true fire, after this period of refinement, had also reached perfection. How could the so-called divine fire harm her? The strong man from the Fire God clan was also stunned. Even though his cultivation was suppressed, he was still a god. Now a sword held by another person was played with in their hands. Wasn't this embarrassing? Could it be that this woman was actually a top-tier powerhouse, just pretending to be weak and playing with them? The flame attack seemed futile in front of Yishaxuan. The strong man roared, and his muscles bulged, increasing his height by more than half a meter. He roared and threw a punch at Yishaxuan. The huge fist's speed caused bursts of air to explode. Even with his cultivation suppressed, this punch was enough to level a mountain range. If Yishaxuan was hit by this punch, she would surely be severely injured. Yishaxuan gradually adapted to this type of combat, frowning, and recalling the swordsmanship Suyi had taught her. In one move, her sword was quick to strike, and the tip of the sword directly pierced the strong man's fist. The man from the Fire God clan felt a wave of dizziness, as if his aura was being blocked by this woman. The sword in her hand didn't seem ordinary. "We can't just clash head-on," He tried to withdraw his fist to dodge the sword but found that his movement speed seemed much slower than the sword. He was already enveloped in Yishiaksuan's sword intent. It was over. Despair filled the eyes of the strong man. His fist was disabled. The sword in Yishiaksuan's hand was enough to disable his hand. At the next moment, Yishiaksuan suddenly retracted her sword, choosing to deflect the strong man's fist. She didn't want to kill or disable others. Unexpectedly, the strong man's eyes erupted with two rays of light, feeling the terrifying sword intent dissipate, and he struck Yishiaksuan's sword with the side of the broken soul. The immense force directly sent Yishiaksuan's sword flying. Suyi watched without any movement. Though Yishiaksuan was merciful, it didn't mean others would spare her. As the chosen one, the current master of the broken soul, wouldn't it be ridiculous if she died this way? Yishiaksuan, in a moment of urgency, unexpectedly released her alchemy furnace from the jade bracelet. The alchemy furnace suddenly appeared, and Yishiaksuan pushed herself back against the furnace and leapt, while a strong man from the Fire God clan struck the alchemy furnace with a fist. The alchemy furnace, made entirely of refined golden spirit sand, could not be damaged even by a punch from a Fire God clan member at the Golden Pill realm, let alone the leader of the Tanshan sect. However, the alchemy furnace received a huge impact and quickly flew towards Yishiaksuan. Yishiaksuan retrieved the alchemy furnace back into the jade bracelet with a flip of her hand. Even Suyi found this move somewhat unexpected. He had always thought Yishiaksuan appeared not too bright, but she surprisingly came up with the idea to use the alchemy furnace to block attacks and then retrieve it. This was quite unexpected. Yishiaksuan initially thought of doing this out of desperation, but she found that the big guy seemed unable to damage the alchemy furnace in any way, which gave her a bold idea. When the strong man from the Fire God clan attacked again, she promptly summoned the alchemy furnace and put herself inside. Suyi really thinks this girl has some unique thinking. Using an alchemy furnace made of refined golden spirit sand as a turtle shell. Not only that, a layer of samadhi true flame ignited around the alchemy furnace. Yishiaksuan felt safe inside the alchemy furnace, holding the sword technique in her hand, and the soul fragments that were knocked away earlier began to launch attacks. The strong man of the Fire God clan snorted coldly, and each time the soul fragments flew towards him, he smashed them with his fists on the cross-section of the immortal sword, sending them flying repeatedly. This was probably the most humiliating battle for the soul fragments in many years. Never before, following Suyi, had they suffered such humiliation, being punched and sent flying by someone. Yishiaksuan paid no heed to all this and thought it was quite safe to deal with her opponent in the most effortless way possible. The strong man of the Fire God clan repeatedly knocked away the soul fragments and finally found an opportunity to strike the alchemy furnace with his fist. Flames enveloped the alchemy furnace. When have the Fire God clan members been afraid of fire? They practiced in magma. This punch also concealed a profound technique, the eightfold fist force. Even if he couldn't break the alchemy furnace on the outside, the person inside would undoubtedly die. The fist struck the alchemy furnace, emitting a deafening echo. Yishiaksuan, inside the alchemy furnace, was deafened by the reverberations caused by the punches. But she only felt a bit dizzy. The strong man of the Fire God clan outside was not so lucky. Although Yishiaksuan's cultivation level was not high, her samadhi true flame was truly terrifying. Even the Fire God clan's divine beings, once touched by this samadhi true flame, had their fists begin to melt. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood on their fists were burned to white bones. The strong man of the Fire God clan was ruthless. He felt that if he continued to be incinerated like this, his whole body would turn to ashes. He groaned in pain and tore off his own arm forcefully. Although Yishiaksuan was inside the alchemy furnace, she was still aware of the situation outside, using her divine knowledge. When she saw the strong man tearing his arm off, she was also frightened. Although she was also a cultivator, she had not experienced many battles or bloody scenes like other cultivators. She just wanted to end this battle quickly. So, she controlled the soul fragments, and while the strong man was in pain, the tip of the sword was already pointed at his throat. At this moment, she retracted the alchemy furnace, took a deep breath, stared at the strong man of the Fire God clan, and said coldly, "You lose." Originally, she thought the man would surrender at this point. Unexpectedly, he roared in anger and charged forward. The soul fragments pierced directly through his throat, blood splattering everywhere. Yishiaksuan stood still, speechless for a moment. She had never really intended to kill this person. Wasn't it supposed to be a competition? Even if he lost, was there a need to commit suicide? Yi Xiaoxuan found it difficult to understand the thoughts of these divine beings. Just accept defeat. Isn't it better to live? She had no idea that as deities, they had their own beliefs and pride. As a divine being of the fire god clan, being burned to death by mortal fire, and then having his arm torn off, followed by having a sword pointed at his throat for surrender, was more humiliating than being directly killed. In his view, this was a complete shame. On the contrary, if Yi Xiaoxuan had killed him directly, he wouldn't have minded, as in his previous world. Failure meant death, with no room for discussion. So Yi glanced at the center of the arena. The second divine being from the Thunder Department had already entered. Initially, these divine beings had not even considered human beings, thinking that they could easily kill any human strong. After all, their cultivation levels spoke for themselves. But now the situation had completely changed. Su Yi's appearance, instantly killing for divine kings and suppressing the cultivation levels of all divine beings, had placed them at the same level as Yi Xiaoxuan. They had shifted from wanting to easily conquer this world to defeating the woman in front of them and surviving. Yi Xiaoxuan was still battling the newly arrived divine being. Suddenly, a huge fireball appeared in the sky and headed towards the Immortal Academy. At the same time, 13 places reacted instantly. Several intercepting Dao projectiles were launched at the fireball, trying to stop it in midair. However, upon hitting the fireball, the Dao projectiles exploded but caused no change to the fireball, which continued to swiftly descend towards the ground. Su Yi raised his head and appeared under the fireball in the next moment. He took out the fan made of Dan Ta Yuling's feathers and gently waved it. The fireball dissipated, revealing a giant holding a huge hammer in the air. It's Lord Sol. The divine beings near the arena all cheered. This Sol, a god emperor who surpassed the four divine kings and was equal in strength to an immortal king in the immortal realm, was the true supreme deity of their small world. Sol's appearance gave them hope. Perhaps only their world's main deity could defeat this masked freak in front of them. Lord Sol, this human killed our tribe's divine king. Lord Sol, tear him to pieces. The gods began to cheer. In their view, their main deity was invincible, the main deity of one world. Even if this human is strong, can he surpass the main deity? Human, Sol was over 5 meters tall, and the giant hammer in his hand looked more like a small mountain. Su Yi stood in the void, facing Sol. Sit quietly below and watch the competition, or die. Su Yi's tone was calm, devoid of any killing intent, but just a single gaze made Sol feel uneasy. Could an ordinary person kill for divine kings? But he was a main deity, the main deity of a world threatened by a mere human. In the 3,000 small worlds, there are 2,000 main gods, most of whom have strength comparable to the immortal lords among cultivators. Above the immortal lords are the immortal emperors, and above them are the quasi-saints. The difference is that these main gods have divine status. As long as they are in their respective small worlds, they are nearly supreme controllers with the backing of celestial powers, able to freely manipulate the forces of the entire small world. As long as beings below the level of saints appear in their small worlds, even formidable entities, like Dijon, comparable to quasi-saints, are helpless against them. Appearing before Su Yi is Sorel, who is many times more powerful than characters in the film The Avengers. He is also an invincible existence for life. Holding the Thunder God's warhammer, he stares at Su Yi intently. Although the man before him makes him uneasy, the pride of a main god does not allow him to simply sit back and watch. Sorel's body is shrinking while his aura continues to rise, his muscles becoming more pronounced. I hope you are worth my full effort in battle. Sorel's fighting spirit is resolute. Afraid? Fearful? These are definitely not emotions a main god should possess. Sorel's gaze is cold, and the space near the Thunder God's warhammer is already bursting, with light distorting, purple lightning surrounding him, and terrifying thunder resounding. Su Yi still wears the peculiar bronze mask and has put away his fang, his hands behind his back as he calmly observes Sorel. He doesn't even assume a defensive posture. Has the main god of the small world also made a contract with the person he confronted? Is he trying to gather the divine status of the 2,000 main gods? Hey, combining the strength of the strong beings from the 3,000 small worlds, and then returning to replace Su Yi. Su Yi doesn't regard Sorel highly. He is only thinking, could that guy have made contracts with all the main gods? That's too far-fetched. In that case, Is that guy planning to destroy all the small worlds, wait for the arrival of all the main gods in the original world, use Suyi's hand to kill them, then collect their power, and finally kill Suyi? If it is indeed so, Suyi's eyes reveal a faint smile. It seems quite possible. Interesting. In that case, no matter what, let him come and kill. He has long been puzzled. That guy shouldn't think that gathering the power of some chosen ones can match him. If we count now, the power of the main gods and divine beings of the 3,000 small worlds, along with the demon races in the immortal realm and the aura of some human elites, may indeed be able to kill him. It's quite intriguing. Suyi has lived too long after all, and unlike the leader of the heavenly teaching who still wishes to become stronger, he no longer feels any sense of crisis. Such a life is not exciting. Sorrel's brows gradually furrow, his momentum reaching an unprecedented level. From Suyi's eyes, he senses indifference. Facing this condition, the fact that this person in front of him is still thinking about other things is sheer arrogance. It's even an insult to him. Bastard, how dare he? Sorrel grits his teeth in anger, his stern face full of fury. Good. Mortal, congratulations, you have successfully angered me. Sorrel speaks in their world's divine language, but at their level, any race's language is merely a conveyance of meaning, and Suyi can understand clearly what he is saying, just as Sorrel can understand what Suyi says. Suyi raises an eyebrow and looks at Sorrel. Are deities so easily provocable? Sorrel falls silent and suddenly swings his giant hammer. In an instant, serpents of lightning entwine as the hammer swings, breaking the surrounding space and causing spatial disturbances. The Thunder God Sorrel's most powerful strike. The wrath of the Thunder God. If it were in his small world, at this moment, all living beings under the sky would bow down, praying for the main god to calm down. The terrifying pressure can make all beings tremble, but Suyi stands in front of Sorrel, unaffected by the intimidating presence expected. Apart from the vast lightning, the people below witness only a slightly scary sight in the sky, with no other negative effects. Doom. The hammer falls. Suyi extends his right hand. Arrogant human, accept the baptism of death. Sorrel's smile turns sinister. Would someone really attempt to block his most powerful strike with bare hands? Doesn't he know that the reason deities are called gods is not only because of their inherent strength but also the divine artifacts they possess? The Thunder God's hammer falls on Suyi's palm without hesitation. In Sorrel's eyes, even as main gods, Suyi would be smashed into a pulp under such an attack. The lightning vanishes instantly. Suyi stands in midair, unmoved, having stopped the Thunder God's hammer with a single hand. I also wish to receive the baptism of death. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. Suyi's eyes reflect neither joy nor sorrow, more like self-talk. What? How is this possible? Sorrel's pupils contract, shocked at how this human blocked his attack barehanded. That's wonderful. Sorrel's eyes gradually become excited. How many years has it been? He can't remember the last time someone could make him feel this excited. As a main god of a world, being undefeatable in that small world means loneliness. Sorrel wants to say, finally he doesn't have to feel as lonely. Come on, show me your true skill. Let's have an intense battle. Sorrel's eyes gleam with purple light, and his smile becomes crazed. As he speaks, he retrieves the Thunder God's hammer again and attacks Suyi as if going mad. I hope you don't die too quickly. Sorrel laughs heartily, striking towards Suyi once again, with 108 layers of divine thunder. 108 attacks, each one doubling in strength compared to the previous. Suyi remains standing in the air. What Sorrel said is also what he wanted to say. Since Sorrel won't listen, he decides to play along. After this time, there probably won't be another chance to swing the hammer. As Sorrel approaches for the second strike, Suyi can already feel that this blow is significantly more powerful than the last one. How much stronger exactly? He didn't pay attention. It's all the same anyway. The second strike, Suyi still blocks with one hand. The third strike, the fourth strike. Sorrel wields the Thunder God's hammer with incredible speed, already at the 50th strike. The strength increases by multiple folds, and Suyi feels that this strike could probably destroy a planet. However, Suyi still merely blocks it with one hand, as if waving away bothersome flies on a scorching summer day. Concerned about Sorrel's feelings, Suyi decides to let him fully unleash his attacks, knowing that after this, he probably won't have the chance to wield his hammer again. Soren still didn't fully understand the type of existence he was facing. It was just that Suyi's ability to casually block so many of his attacks had already revealed his strength. Most importantly, from the way Suyi had acted, it was obvious that he hadn't used his full power yet. Soren was still unfazed. Although he may not have lived as long as Suyi, he had also endured many long and boring years. In a certain sense, he was quite similar to Suyi, invincible to the point of boredom. Soren, fully immersed in the battle, did not think much, only continuously wielding the hammer of the Thunder God in his hand. Until the 107th hammer fell, Suyi maintained the same state as before. Soren had already suffered too much counterforce, causing blood to seep from every pore of his body. 108 hammers. This was his limit. Kang Wulian looked up at the sky. He was no longer interested in the battle of Yishiaxuan and the divine beings. He also wanted to see if Suyi was still at his peak state. With this strike, he should be able to heavily injure the immortal emperor. Kang Wulian squinted slightly, a smile appearing on his face. Di Zhang also nodded, saying, almost. In their eyes, Soren's strength was impressive to unleash such an attack. It's just that his opponent was Suyi, the Su-breaking soul that made even the saints bow down. Soren was already spitting blood from his mouth, finally swinging the giant hammer and roaring, "Die!" Suyi still looked at Soren coldly. Just as the massive hammer of the Thunder God was about to strike his head, he extended his hand again, catching the hammer. This time, his body moved slightly to the side by a few centimeters, but the Thunder God's hammer was directly crushed in his palm. A divine weapon, it was still a bit fragile. Soren's muscles on his body couldn't withstand the strong counterforce. His skin cracked open, blood gushing out, terrifying and fierce, yet the purple light in his pupils continued to flicker. "Come on, let me see how strong you really are." Soren stared at Suyi firmly, unable to repair a hammer of the Thunder God. He threw away the handle, his right hand still wearing a metal glove empowered with divine power. After saying this, Soren clenched his fist again, making an attacking posture. Suyi raised an eyebrow slightly and also slowly clenched his fist. Since he was so eager for death, Suyi was also ready to give him a clean end. How strong was he really? Suyi adjusted his angle, making a serious stance in the air, looking seemingly earnest. There was no sound. Soren only saw a fist rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Before he could strike again, he had already lost consciousness. Suyi's punch didn't even use his full strength. But even with this level of power, it was enough to reduce Soren's physical body and soul to nothingness. Kang Wulian and Di Zhang stared fixedly above. Suyi's punch was almost impossible for them to capture. The force wiped out Soren. Everything on him vanished in an instant as the force continued, obliterating meteoric asteroids until the edge of the solar system, gradually weakening. However, any planet touched by the force shattered instantly. Suyi gazed at the sky, silent for a moment. He estimated that he only used about 10% of his strength in that punch. He wondered if his full power punch could break through the end of the universe. He actually wanted to do it, to shatter the end of this universe and see if there was anything beyond. Many years ago, he had tried but failed. It was boring, but now he must have become 10 times more powerful than before. He would try it again when he got bored. Near the arena of the Immortal Academy, the divine beings from those small worlds were utterly dumbfounded. Many of them even burst into tears on the spot. They never expected that their main god, Soren, would be unable to defeat this masked man. How strong was he really? Kang Wulian, however, chuckled. Clearly, Suyi was probably still as formidable as he was tens of thousands of years ago. He didn't know that Suyi had only used 10% of his strength in that last punch. A full-powered strike. Suyi really didn't know who in this world could withstand that. Suyi defeated Soren, while Yishiaxuan was still evenly matched with the divine beings. Despite Soren unleashing so many attacks, none of them lasted more than a second. The speed of the main god's attacks was beyond what Yishiaxuan and the others could compare to. To everyone's eyes, Soren only swung his hammer once, and then vanished entirely. Suyi's punch? Who could see it clearly? Not over yet? Suyi had just enjoyed that punch moments ago, as he hadn't fought against those above the immortal monarch level in many years. Kang Wulian approached Suyi and whispered, "Madam's comprehension is quite impressive. The sword stroke just now even resembled a taste of the annihilating immortal sword." Suyi replied, "If your sword technique is so basic that she can't grasp it, isn't that embarrassing?" "Basic?" Kang Wulian was momentarily speechless, his expression nothing short of entertaining. This bastard was being infuriating as always. In any world, his annihilating immortal sword technique would definitely be considered top tier. So he actually called it a basic sword technique. Say that again. Kang Wulian's demeanor had been generous, but Su Yi's words felt like an insult. Su Yi chuckled. Being old acquaintances with the heavenly profound master, what kind of words couldn't be spoken? Inherently basic. This guy was something else, being insulted once, yet still asking for another. Su Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Kang Wulian took a deep breath, attempting to adjust his emotions, and sarcastically said, "So my simple sword technique is too difficult for you to comprehend, that's why you let her come and learn from me." After that, Kang Wulian smirked, feeling like he had won a small victory against Su Yi. Su Yi casually said, "There's nothing I can do. The sword technique I teach is too complex. Her attitude is too poor. She can only learn something simple from you." Kang Wulian swore that if his true self were here, he would definitely have a showdown with this guy, to redeem his dignity. Was he talking like a human being? What did he mean by Yishak Suan lacking the aptitude to grasp Su Yi's sword technique, and then coming to him to learn? Wasn't it just saying that his annihilating immortal sword technique was basic? How basic was it? "I don't want to talk to you now." Kang Wulian turned his head away. Su Yi chuckled. "It seems like you were the one who approached me to talk, making it seem like I was eager to chat with you." Kang Wulian turned back and stared at Su Yi, but in the end, chose to remain silent. Right now, he was just a divine incarnation. He wouldn't win in a fight, but he also didn't expect idle chatting would make him feel so hopeless. Being unbeatable shouldn't be like this. "You guys enjoy yourselves," Su Yi said. "I'm going to buy bubble tea for my wife." Kang Wulian hurriedly shouted, "I want a cheese and fruit peach bubble tea." Su Yi couldn't be bothered with more nonsense. 100+ kilogram person, an instructor at the Immortal Academy, a saint's incarnation, yet still craving cheese and fruit peach bubble tea. Su Yizhen wasn't worried at all about the safety of Yishak Suan. He had now realized that Yishak Suan was actually able to comprehend the sword technique in the novel Jushian, even if it was just a little bit, which was quite impressive. Perhaps she had been silently working hard when she wasn't by Su Yi's side. Also, Su Yi had set a higher starting point for Yishak Suan. He personally possessed Yishak Suan to demonstrate sword techniques for her and help her comprehend the sword intent. Plus, the sword spirit of soul cutting was personally teaching her, along with the support of the heavenly Da and the purple Chev chaos. It could be said that all kinds of heavenly plugins had been activated. If she still couldn't make it with all of that, then she would truly be hopeless. After changing into casual clothes, Su Yi went to a shop he often frequented and bought 3 cups of milk tea. Just as he was about to return to the Immortal Cultivation Academy, he sensed a familiar presence from the neighboring shop and decided to walk over with the milk tea. Upon arriving, he saw Su Diandian sitting bored at a table. "Brother Su Yi," Su Diandian called out upon seeing Su Yi at the door, sliding off the chair agilely like a little pig. Her eyes couldn't help but glance at the milk tea Su Yi was carrying. Of course, a child like Su Diandian wouldn't be greedy for food. No way. Su Yi learned that Zhang Ting had opened her shop in this commercial area. The rent here was definitely not cheap, but the funds provided by Miao Miao should be sufficient. As Zhang Ting was busy discussing shop rent with the real estate agent, she hurried over to Su Yi upon seeing him. "Since you're here, can you help me decide whether to open the shop here?" Su Yi hadn't charged his phone for 2 days, so his visit was purely coincidental. "You can decide that yourself, I'm not sure." Su Yi felt that Zhang Ting had a good eye. The location was near many office buildings, in the heart of Qingzhou City. Rent would undoubtedly be expensive, but if she wanted to go for a high-end route, there was no problem opening there. Zhang Ting had been in business for many years and didn't need Su Yi's advice on negotiating rents. "Do I have to make all the decisions again?" Zhang Ting felt a lot of pressure. Miao Miao and Su Yi were major shareholders, yet they left everything up to her. Miao Miao only provided funds and connections, while Su Yi taught her how to cook. The rest was simply you decide. Having been in business for so many years, Zhang Ting had never seen partners who were so hands-off. "You can go ahead. I'll take Diandian to play." Su Yi understood many things from Su Diandian's eyes. This little one didn't want to stay here. Could Zhang Ting not know what her daughter was thinking? "Okay, but don't let her drink the milk tea. She's already had 2 cups today. 1 more and her belly might burst." John Ting had noticed the milk tea in Su Yi's hand and knew how much he doted on the child. "Alright," Su Yi nodded and then said to Su Diandian, "Let's go, I'll take you to watch a movie." Su Yi had never been to the movies for a long time. Yay. Su Diandian excitedly took Su Yi's hand. She rarely went to the movies, and she always found it fun to be with Su Yi. After they walked away, Su Yi handed the milk tea meant for Yishiak Suan to Su Diandian. "Mom said, if you drink more, your belly will burst," Su Diandian said, as she stared at the milk tea, showing a sign of refusal on her face. Su Yi nodded. "I just want you to hold it for me. This one is for Sister Yi." Oh. Su Diandian could only hold the milk tea and continue walking forward. She thought Su Yi was telling her even if she drank another cup of milk tea, her belly wouldn't swell, so she could maybe try it out. But she never expected that Su Yi just wanted her to hold the milk tea and announced that it was for Sister Yi. Sister Yi's milk tea didn't seem to taste either. Su Yi took Su Diandian to the cinema to watch an animated film. Su Diandian enjoyed it and whispered to Su Yi, "Su Yi, drinking 2 cups of milk tea alone won't make your belly burst. I'm an adult, so I won't burst. Just hold on to that cup. Do you want to drink it?" Su Yi had finished his milk tea, but Quan Wuyang's cup was untouched. "I don't want to drink it. Drinking it will make my belly explode." Su Diandian persisted in her principles. After watching the movie, Su Diandian seemed to be suffering. Holding 2 cups of milk tea, she forced a smile. Su Yi always felt that seeing a child look sad was worse than watching a movie. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when the movie ended, and Su Yi finally said to Su Diandian, "If you want to drink it, you can." Su Diandian's eyes lit up. "My stomach won't explode, right?" "I don't know. Maybe it will," Su Yi said. "For most people, drinking 3 cups of milk tea in a day will definitely burst their belly. But what if you're not like most people?" Su Diandian frowned, lost in thought. "So if I only drink half a cup, I won't burst, right?" This seemed to be a query from her soul. Su Yi could only say, "That should be the case. This is Sister Yi's milk tea. If I drink it, will she be mad?" Su Diandian couldn't resist taking a sip of the milk tea, showing a content smile on her face. Su Yi smoothly continued, "If she finds out, she probably kill you." Su Diandian's face immediately darkened. She didn't know whether to believe what Su Yi said, but she had already drunk the milk tea. Would she really be killed? Thinking about it, Su Diandian took 2 more sips. Since she was doomed anyway, she thought being stuffed to death might be a better fate. Seeing this, Su Yi said, "Diandian, you're finished." As she continued drinking, Su Diandian suddenly felt the milk tea was no longer tasty. Looking at Su Yi, she asked, "Su Yi, can I still apologize to Sister Yi now?" Su Yi shook his head. "I don't know. Let me take you to see her." Su Yi had nothing else to do, so he decided to take Su Diandian around. The fights at the academy were getting too bloody, so Su Yi planned to play with Dantelyu and the others. Although Dantelyu had lived for so long, her appearance still resembled a child, and Su Yi felt that she might not be much smarter than Su Diandian. Su Yi took Su Diandian to the arena and asked her to wait on the sidelines. By this time, Yishiak Suan had already fought several battles, so Yi wanted to set some rules and directly used Yishiak Suan's body. Yishiak Suan has been playing for 4 consecutive rounds, and the intense consumption has made her appear somewhat weary. Although she can also be considered as a cheat in human form, she cannot resolve an enemy as effortlessly as Su Yi, nor can she become more courageous in battle like Gu Tonton. The original idea of the gods who are currently fighting against Yishiak Suan was to go one by one, fighting in shifts, and with the strength that Yishiak Suan has shown, she is bound to lose eventually. The reality is just as they expected, because Su Yi did not specify how many matches Yishiak Suan should play before leaving, leading Yishiak Suan to accept challenges repeatedly, and now she is reaching the end of her strength. When Su Yi was controlling Yishiak Suan's body, the god on the opposite side wielded a giant blade and suddenly slashed down. If it were Yishiak Suan, although she would not fail to catch it, it would certainly not be easy to deal with. She now understands Su Yi's intentions and will no longer hide inside the alchemy furnace, but confront the situation head-on. After 4 battles, Yishiak Suan can clearly feel that she has adapted quite a bit. Su Yi suddenly controlled her body, causing Yishiak Suan to be startled. The feeling of entering. This was not the first time, and she was quite familiar with it. So, she decided not to move, leaving the rest to Su Yi. With a casual flick of his sword, Su Yi lifted the giant blade in the god's hand into the air. The next moment, the sword was already at the god's neck. the movements flowing smoothly like clouds and water. Go down. Suyi glanced at the god and said lightly, starting tomorrow, fight 3 matches every day at 2 p.m. Go register your names first. Even though Suyi was using Yi Xiaoxuan's body, how could that last move be considered the end of her strength? It was clearly the last straw that broke the camel's back. The method of fighting in shifts had been directly declared a failure. I have not lost yet. The deity still battling against Yi Xiaoxuan had no intention of giving up. He leapt forward, launching a punch. Utilizing Yi Xiaoxuan's body, Suyi's lips curled up as he received the attack, responding with a punch. Using fists in front of him, the deity's reaction was quick, but he was soon knocked flying. Even before Yi Xiaoxuan could see her opponent's punch, he had already lost. After taking a stroll outside, Suyi also realized some things. He could not demand everyone to pursue peace. Just like how he had observed the world as a bystander for so many years, now because he liked this peaceful world, he was getting more involved. Whether it was a deity or an immortal cultivator, their lifespans were much longer than ordinary people's. Although he couldn't compare to Suyi, almost any powerful species had the impulse to conquer weaker ones. From ancient times to the present, Suyi had seen too much. Some originally weak creatures were bullied, even to the point of having their lives at stake, before striving to become stronger. When they became strong, apart from seeking revenge, they would also set out to conquer other weaker beings. The struggle for existence, survival of the fittest, war and bloodshed were inevitable, and these were what allowed weaker species to continuously grow stronger. Just like humans today, like the people of China. After realizing all this, Suyi decided not to act too easily, unless there was an existence that was too powerful and wanted to destroy the world. Otherwise, his intervention would disrupt the balance of the world. Therefore, Suyi planned to spare these deities, at least giving them a chance to live. With that, Yi Xiaoxuan unilaterally announced the end of today's competition. Lao Yan also timely appeared to have the deities register with him. Even though Saul had already died, these deities were not at the point of despair yet. They might not be able to conquer the world, but they could not collectively commit suicide. By surviving and becoming stronger, perhaps one day, they could take revenge for their god king or even become a god king themselves. Exiting the arena, Yi Xiaoxuan went straight to Su Yi's side. Looking at Su Diandian holding a cup of milk tea beside him, she asked, "Why did you bring Diandian here too?" Su Diandian held Su Yi's hand, having seen Yi Xiaoxuan knock a big guy flying from a distance just now. After some consideration, she drank half of Yi Xiaoxuan's milk tea. Even if she wouldn't actually be killed, getting beaten up would probably hurt quite a bit. Su Diandian held Su Yi's hand, trying to hide behind him, looking very scared. Yi Xiaoxuan was full of doubts, recalling that Su Diandian used to be quite affectionate, not afraid of strangers. What could be going on? Has it been too long since they last met? She squatted down, looked at Su Diandian, put on a friendly smile, and softly said, "Diandian, it's been so long. Do you miss me? Is the milk tea you have good?" Hearing about the milk tea, Su Diandian burst into tears. Yi Xiaoxuan was perplexed. Su Diandian never cried so easily before, right? Su Yi remained indifferent. Not only did he not comfort Su Diandian, but also said, "She drank the milk tea I bought for you. Now she's probably afraid you will kill her." Kill? Kill? Yi Xiaoxuan was dumbfounded. Did she look that fierce? She could understand being hit, but being killed too. What did Su Yi say to Su Diandian? "Sister Yi, I only drank half a cup. If you want to hit me, please don't kill me." Su Diandian managed to hold back her tears, pleading, "Just hit me half to death." Ooh. Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Su Yi in an amused manner. "Why would you scare her like this? What if you scare her badly?" Su Yi said, "I told her before she drank the milk tea that she's not afraid of death. A child not afraid of death should have to pay some price, right? Don't cry. Diandian, I won't hit you." Yi Xiaoxuan had to clarify this matter, otherwise, she would become an evil figure in Su Diandian's mind. She wanted to be seen as a sweet and gentle girl, not a tigress who wanted to harm children all the time. Upon hearing this, Su Diandian wiped her tears, pursed her lips, pitifully handed the remaining half cup of milk tea to Yi Xiaoxuan, whispering, "There's still half left, for you." Yi Xiaoxuan thought that Su Diandian might not cry again. Her image had also been restored, so she smiled. "I won't drink it, you have it." Hearing this, Su Diandian was stunned for a moment, then tears welled up once more. "Indeed, you still won't forgive me. Alright, just hit me then. Yi Xiaoxuan's mind was having trouble keeping up. Didn't Su Diandian just drink the milk tea she offered? How did it end up like this again? And did she offer herself to be punched by Yi Xiaoxuan? Su Yi held Su Diandian's hand, keeping silent. According to Su Diandian's analysis, after finishing that half cup of milk tea, she was bound to have a bloated stomach and die. Asking Su Diandian to finish the last half cup of milk tea must mean that Yi Xiaoxuan wanted to kill her, right? Deaths or being severely beaten up, Su Diandian decisively chose to be beaten half to death. Su Diandi finally realized that Yi Xiaoxuan didn't intend to kill her, nor did she half kill her. But she dared not drink the last half cup of milk tea. Su Yi led Su Diandi to the villa where he currently lived. Tan Ziyue also cleverly acted as Su Diandi's playmate. In her eyes, Su Diandi was likely Su Yi's child. Under Tan Ziyue's hospitality, Su Diandi kept snacking on various treats, and the three children sat on the sofa watching cartoons, with Su Diandi eating until her belly was round. Su Diandi, aren't you afraid of eating too much and getting sick? Su Yi saw this guy lying contentedly on the sofa, touching her belly, and felt like this child might really eat herself sick. Su Diandi said seriously, eating more can nourish the fairy grass. This was similar to many children who raised dogs. They ate the meat and left the bones to feed the dogs. Su Diandi was even more ruthless, puffing herself up like a bowl just to provide more fertilizer. It's evident that you have taken good care of that grass. Su Yi couldn't help but throw a praising gaze at Su Diandi. Yes, it was a praising gaze. She would definitely eat like this again next time. Sure enough, when Su Diandi heard Su Yi's praise, she smiled happily. For Su Yi, today was just an ordinary day, but for other cultivators, it was a day full of dangers. If it weren't for Su Yi's powerful intervention, perhaps all of humanity would have succumbed to the tyranny of those gods. After registering the names of those gods, Lao Yan directly headed to the small villa where Su Yi lived. Although Su Yi wore a mask when he appeared, in his eyes, that person must be Su Yi without question. He was also glad that humanity had a strong individual like Su Yi. Visiting, he wanted to discuss matters related to those gods with Su Yi. Su Yi was originally sitting on the sofa watching TV, waiting for Jixiang to make dinner. After Lao Yang came in, he stood up and said, "Let's talk outside." Lao Yang nodded at Jixiang, who was wearing an apron, and the others in the house before leaving with Su Yi. "Mr. Su, how should we deal with these gods?" Lao Yang felt that this matter should be left for Su Yi to decide. Even though it was a society governed by law, the respect for the strong was ingrained in everyone, and even Lao Yang could not avoid it. Su Yi said, "I won't interfere in this matter. Wasn't a policy issued before? Just follow the policy." Lao Yang did not catch the meaning behind Su Yi's words and nodded. "Then we shall follow the policy and see if they are willing to coexist peacefully." With the previous arrival of those demon kings, Lao Yang had gained some experience in handling them, and was not completely clueless. According to Su Yi's previous words, regardless of which powerful individual arrived from any world, they needed to abide by the law. During this period, they had also established some laws pertaining to cultivators to impose a certain level of restraint on them. Su Yi coldly stated, "This is your responsibility. You don't need to report to me in the future. I am just a minor employee of the 13 places, cultivating and nothing more." Lao Yan nodded repeatedly. "Yes, you are cultivating." Lao Yan didn't ponder deeply. As long as Su Yi was willing to intervene at critical moments, it was sufficient. Su Yi frowned slightly. Why did he feel that Lao Yan didn't truly understand? But that was not important. He would try his best not to intervene in the future. After spending a day playing with Su Diandi, Su Yi finally remembered Li Youayu, whom Su Diandi had taken good care of. After Su Diandi's unremitting efforts to fertilize, the Millennium Zhuantang should have grown quite well. After sending Su Diandi back in the evening, Su Yi went to the courtyard on Wudan Street. In the yard, Xuan Bao, responsible for guarding the house, quickly approached Su Yi upon seeing him. Su Yi handed him a small jade bottle containing pills. "Your task is done. You can leave now." Xuan Bao excitedly held the small jade bottle. During these days, he had hardly done anything and faced no risks. The jade bottle Su Yi gave him was obviously extraordinary. Traces of the Tao could be faintly sensed on the jade bottle, and it no longer mattered what was inside. Guarding the yard for such a period and receiving such a precious jade bottle, he said excitedly, "Mr. Su, should I continue to guard for a while?" Su Yi stared at him but did not say anything. 3 seconds of silence made Xuan Bao quickly understand Su Yi's intention. He grinned and said, I'll leave now. With that, he slipped away. Suyi originally intended to have him look after the yard for a while longer, but seeing how fast this guy ran, he decided to let it go. After Xuanbao left, Suyi was the only one left in the courtyard, staring at the Millennium Xuanteng in the corner. After nurturing her for some time, Li Youayu's soul had perfectly merged with the Millennium Xuanteng. This was also considered bringing the dead back to life. Suyi had done similar things before, but those who were brought back would always encounter various issues. When Suyi was brought back before, he created zombies and became one. While it could be considered a form of immortality, after turning into a zombie, the soul dispersed, reincarnation ceased. Bloodsucking was required to maintain basic energy, and one had to endure being devoured by countless insects daily while developing an instinctual aversion to sunlight. Even the strong individuals who were reborn in the immortal realm had paid a heavy price. Reshaping the spirit and body was far from simple. Anything done required paying a certain price. Suyi had done this resurrection using the Millennium Xuanteng before. After being reborn, the cultivation speed increased significantly, but the physical body became extremely fragile and developed a fear of fire. Anyway, since Suyi had promised Li Youayu and the time was ripe, he began his actions. Suyi walked to the side of the Millennium Xuanteng, and as his hand fell on it, a bright green light erupted. In just a minute, the Millennium Xuanteng transformed into a young maiden. Since the body was reshaped by the Millennium Xuanteng, naturally, there were no clothes or anything. Suyi glanced at the resurrected Li Youayu and thought, this figure, could it be a bow? The chest muscles seemed slightly developed, but Li Youayu slowly opened her eyes, looking at Suyi. At that moment, Suyi held her small hand, and Li Youayu placed Suyi's hand on her chest, affectionately asking, Senior Su, is this size appropriate? Huh? Suyi swore that this softness definitely couldn't be muscle. Was it still a girl? Suyi raised his eyebrows, questioning, do you have any misunderstandings about the appropriateness of the size? The smile on Li Youayu's face froze. Had there been a mistake in this process? Reborn and reformed, appearance and shape are all according to one's own ideas. For so many days, Li Youayu's soul hasn't done anything else but design her appearance and figure. Based on her previous interactions with Suyi, she discovered that Suyi prefers children, and then she referenced Ji Hakuin's figure. She also learned about the hobbies of certain men through Qian Meng. The conclusion she reached was that Suyi, this uncle who knows not how many years he's lived, should like flat-chested and cute Lolitas. Isn't there still someone online saying that Lolitas have 3 good qualities, and uncles love Lolitas and such? Therefore, Li Youayu's current body shape is typically light and soft, with a cute attribute. She took the initiative, fully maximizing the 3 great advantages of Lolita. All she thinks about is working hard to attract Suyi for cultivation after being revived, which will undoubtedly lead to rapid progress in cultivation. However, from Suyi's current expression, it seems she hasn't been able to attract him. Suyi calmly withdrew his hand and casually threw a set of Ji Hakuin's clothes to Li Youayu, saying, put on the clothes. Is being half-naked attractive? That depends on the type of man. In Suyi's view, Li Youayu does not have much allure in this state. Although he may not necessarily prefer large breasts as a significant female attribute, Li Youayu is almost devoid of it now. Where is the attraction? Li Youayu's cheeks were red with some irritation. Suyi's attitude like this is the greatest insult to a woman. She has already done this, and yet Suyi still seems indifferent. Isn't that an insult? But in front of Suyi, she dared not show any discontent. After putting on the clothes, Li Youayu bowed to Suyi as a sign of respect. Thank you, sir, for giving me a second chance at life. When she was in the fairy realm, Li Youayu was considered a powerful demon, and she actually cared a lot about etiquette. It's nothing, these are all things I promised you before, Suyi said. It's best for your current body not to go near open flames. I've told you about this before. The other thing is to drink plenty of water. Although the perennial mysterious vine can be used, if you exhaust your spiritual power, you will age rapidly, just like withering vines. And once age, you cannot return to youth, so it's best for you if you can avoid it, Suyi said, because this time, your rebirth means that if you die again, your soul will be extinguished. That is true death. Suyi was not just conveying this information to her, but also subconsciously summarizing the drawbacks after rebirth. He has used various methods to help people be reborn before, and today is just one of those times. It's all about summarizing experiences. One of the crucial reasons for helping Lee Yoayu be reborn was that he was in the mood for it. Lee Yoayu didn't find anything wrong with what Suyi said. Avoid acting if possible, and fear of fire. I understand. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Lee Yoayu had been lodging on Wen Qianmeng's body for some time in the immortal realm. She actually thought this era was quite good. If she didn't have to worry about safety, wouldn't it be nice not to act? In the fairy realm before, many times, not acting was impossible due to the overall environment. If she could stay by Suyi's side, it seemed she wouldn't have to act. Suyi smiled. Taking care of you is Su Diandian. She almost worked herself to death just to fertilize you. Fertilize? Lee Yoayu's expression at this moment was very complicated. When she was not yet transformed, she indeed needed nourishment. Although she couldn't see the external situation these days, she could feel that there was someone taking care of her, and the nutrients were abundant. However, upon transforming into a human form, and hearing the word fertilize, she couldn't help but feel it was bizarre. Did she really grow up by being fed by Su Diandian like fertilizer? Complicated emotions. After all, before asking Su Diandian to take care of the perennial mysterious vine, and saying it was a fairy grass, she should repay this kindness after her revival. Suyi was disdainful of her repayment, feeling a sense of rejection even when he responded to her advances. That night, Suyi did not return to the academy and had Lee Yoayu clean up the feces and fences in the corner. That was like her dog's nest. Now she doesn't live there. Who else would clean it up? Early the next morning, Suyi finally turned on his phone. Yi Hakusuan sent him several messages, asking where he was and telling him she had gone to the volcano to practice swordsmanship. Daytime practice, afternoon sparring, and evening rest. This was Yi Hakusuan's daily schedule. However, Suyi didn't expect Yi Hakusuan to start practicing so early. After seeing the message, Suyi replied with a simple work hard. He also had no intention of going to watch over her. Must he stand by while she practices swords? He sat in the courtyard of Wadong Street, and the corpse of the fierce beast inside the volcano was thrown out, with magma erupting wildly. Half an hour later, Su Diandian rushed into the courtyard like a little duck. When she saw the empty space in the corner, she froze in place. The perennial mysterious vine had already transformed into Lee Yoayu, so naturally she was gone. Having insisted for many days and suddenly seeing the fairy grass she had to take care of missing, it felt as uncomfortable as not updating for several days. Suyi brother, where's the fairy grass? Su Diandian was stunned, having forgotten to go pick up the feces. Suyi said, do your business first. The fairy grass has turned into a fairy. As he spoke, Lee Yoayu came out of the kitchen carrying 3 bowls of noodles. This is the fairy grass turned into a fairy. Suyi gestured towards Lee Yoayu. Su Diandian looked at Lee Yoayu, opened her mouth, and exclaimed, fairy sister, you're so beautiful. Lee Yoayu's features were so delicate that she seemed to have stepped out of an anime like a female lead, with almost no flaws that could be pointed out. Diandian, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I've cooked noodles for you. Lee Yoayu had also thought about how to repay Su Diandian this evening, thinking all might and probably involving fulfilling her wishes while also taking care of her. Oh no. I'm going to pee in my pants. Su Diandian's eyes turned red as she said. Lee Yoayu quickly said, don't cry. I'll help you. With a wave of her hand, Su Diandian's wet pants instantly dry. Suyi watched on incredulously. A child waits her pants, and you use magic to dry them. Why not just give her a new pair? But since it had been done, Suyi couldn't be bothered to say anything. He looked at the 3 bowls of noodles on the stone table. Su Diandian, have some noodles. Suyi didn't touch his chopsticks. Su Diandian's attention was all on Lee Yoayu after her rebirth, climbing onto the stone stool and staring at Lee Yoayu, grabbing a handful of noodles with her chopsticks and putting them in her mouth. Then her expression changed. She looked down at the noodles, tears falling down her face, but forced herself to swallow the mouthful of noodles. Eating noodles while crying. Fairy sister, are you trying to poison me? Will Lily be able to cook? Suyi can guess even with his toes. Moreover, looking at the noodles in the bowl, you can tell just by looking at them that they're not cooked well. Only a silly girl like Su Diandian would stuff them in her mouth without even looking. Upon realizing something was off in her mouth, she still managed to force down with a stiff face. Truly foolish. Lily was also quite stiff. It was better not to mention the insult she received from Suyi yesterday. Feeling insulted again today made it even more unbearable for her. She had seen Suyi cook noodles before, It looked simple, so why was it so difficult for her? I'm sorry. It's my first time cooking noodles. I didn't know they'd turn out this bad. Lily also found it hard not to laugh or cry. She had been by Suyi's side for a while and it seemed simple when Suyi cooked. When she was in the fairy realm, at least, she was a demon king. Cooking wasn't that hard, right? Even if cooking was difficult, noodles shouldn't be this bad. So Diane finally understood that Fairy's sister didn't really want to poison her, so she put down her chopsticks and continued to stare at Lily. Fairy sister, your clothes. I've seen them before. So Diane thought for a while and finally remembered. Why are you wearing Sister Yi's clothes? Upon hearing Su Diane, Suyi couldn't help but think of some ridiculous videos he had watched recently. Why are you wearing Penru's clothes? How careless. Suyi thought that if Yi Shaxuan saw Lily wearing her clothes, he didn't know what she would think. Women are like vinegar jars. Suyi frowned and said to Su Diane, go back and eat. I'll take Fairy's sister to buy clothes. As the saying goes, the listener has a share. Lily also considered this point and couldn't help but smile. She had long since noticed that Yi Shaxuan had feelings for Suyi, but she didn't know that Suyi and Yi Shaxuan were already a couple. Although Suyi hadn't accepted her yet, wasn't this even more challenging? Even if Yi Shaxuan had already married Suyi, in Lily's view, a powerful man having 2 or 3 women didn't seem like a big deal. Not to mention 2 or 3, even 30 or 300 women. Lily didn't think there was anything special about it. I think this outfit looks pretty good. No need to buy more. Lily smiled and said to Su Diane, how about sister take you out to play today? Suyi glanced at Lily and said, if you think it looks good, it doesn't mean it's yours. Buy your own. Last night, it didn't occur to him, and at that time there were no other clothes. Now that he was alert, how could Suyi let Lily wear Yi Shaxuan's clothes again? Oh, Lily didn't dare to show a small temper to Suyi. Obviously, Suyi wasn't going to fall for it. Su Diane was usually mischievous, but upon hearing Suyi, she said to Lily, Fairy sister, I have to go to school today, so I won't accompany you to play. Suyi, brother, will take you to buy clothes. Schools are still running as usual, and today is Monday, so Su Diane naturally has to go to class. Fairy sister, Suyi brother, I'm going back, or mom will be angry. After saying that, she took a carrot out of her pocket and walked over to a rabbit under a plane tree, squatted down, and placed it in front of the rabbit. Little rabbit, you should eat well. Okay. Seeing the rabbit start nibbling on the carrot, Su Diane waved to Suyi and the others. Fairy sister, I'll come back to play with you after school. Saying that, she ran back. Watching Su Diane's back, Suyi glanced at Lily again and asked, you don't want to take care of her all the time, do you? He didn't use mind-reading abilities, but could see something from Lily's eyes. Lily's face showed a smile she had never had before, saying, when I was in the fairy realm, it was all about fighting every day. I had never encountered such a little ghost. If Mr. Su doesn't mind, I really want to take care of her. Suyi squinted, you don't think she's my child, do you? If Lily thought Su Diane was Suyi's child, taking care of Su Diane was obviously purposeful, either to please Suyi or to get closer to him. Lily said, I used to think so, but now, I don't think she is your child. Mr. Su, you must want to have your own child, right? Suyi lived a long life but had no offspring. If it were another powerful figure with a bad temper, this statement would probably make him furious countless times. Are all children alike? Why does it have to be your own? Suyi smiled rather than getting angry. If you want to take care of Su Diane, it's your business. There's no need to report to me about it. Suyi wasn't as easily offended as a god like Sol. Over the years, he had almost accepted the reality of not having children. Even if he wanted to have his own child, it wasn't about inheritance but striving for something he currently found impossible. Obviously, Yi Shaxuan gave him hope. If he could have a child, it would be a good thing. Thinking about it, Suyi's lips instinctively twitched. Suyi had analyzed the matter of offspring. If a woman was much weaker than him, she couldn't bear the power inheritance and couldn't conceive new life. Even someone as strong as Yang Xiao couldn't become a quasi-sage. Unless Yi Shaxuan could surpass a sane and stand shoulder to shoulder with Suyi, it would still be difficult to have offspring. To be straightforward, Suyi's genes were too powerful. Even the most powerful known goddess probably couldn't inherit them. Lily also noticed Suyi's smile. She felt his smile was more like that of an ordinary person, somewhat similar to the smile Warm Chan dreamed of when thinking of Suyi. It was just a pity that Warm Chan had no idea about the difference between her and Suyi. Mister, are you thinking of Miss Yi? Lily took a deep breath and asked, have you fallen in love with her? Suyi raised an eyebrow. Is that not allowed? Lily was stunned. She hadn't expected Suyi to be so direct. Mr. Su, I always thought that true strong individuals wouldn't fall in love with ordinary people. Lily thought for a moment and said, falling in love with someone would affect the speed of your sword. Suyi's smile remained unchanged. What does it matter even if my sword is slow? Have you ever fallen in love with other women? Or have you only fallen in love with Miss Yi for so many years? Lily knew she couldn't compete with Yi Xiaoxuan, but in her impressions, gods didn't need love, and strong individuals didn't need attachments. Suyi was such a person, even if he had a Dao companion, it was probably only to relieve boredom and satisfy desires. Suyi openly said, I have truly loved other women before, but it doesn't prevent me from falling in love with Yi Xiaoxuan. Lily hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Su, I have something to say. I don't know if I should say it. Then don't say it. Buy a set of clothes and return the ones you're wearing to me. Suyi was just chatting with Lily out of boredom. He could even guess what Lily wanted to say. Lily probably wanted to say he was unfaithful, call him a scoundrel, or say his feelings for Yi Xiaoxuan weren't genuine. True love should only be for one person. Only love one person in your lifetime. However, Suyi had lived too long. He knew better than anyone how to control his emotions. The people he had once loved were gone, and he often thought of them. But now, Yi Xiaoxuan did indeed evoke a strange feeling in him. Living for a long time didn't turn his heart to stone. It was precisely because of this that he would sleep for a while after living for a period and start anew. A scoundrel? So be it. Suyi accompanied Li Youayu to stroll the streets because he wanted to retrieve his clothes. Mr. Su, which type of clothes do you think looks better on me? Li Youayu was persistent, seemingly unaffected by the fact that Suyi already had a wife. In the immortal realm, it wasn't strange for dual cultivation partners to change objects. Anyway, she had taken a liking to Suyi. Suyi glanced at her and said, all are fine. The two had arrived in front of a children's clothing store. Suyi looked inside and said, the clothes in here seem quite suitable for you. Only then did Li Youayu realize her mistake. She was truly mistaken. What had gone wrong with her to mold her body into this form? Her features were cute, but the flat figure and petite stature were indescribable. Wearing children's clothes, Li Youayu took a deep breath to calm herself down, showing no emotions. Compared to when Qianmeng's figure before, it was like heaven and earth. Li Youayu felt like crying without tears, but in the end, she mustered the courage and actually walked into the children's clothing store. Sir, are you buying clothes for your little sister? The salesperson looked at Li Youayu with a happy smile. This young lady is so cute. She must be in middle school, right? Middle school? Li Youayu's face turned red and white alternately. Insult. A huge insult. She couldn't show too much intimacy with Suyi. She believed that if she made any intimate gestures towards him, Suyi would be very displeased. The two of them, coming in like this, looked like a brother taking his little sister to choose clothes. After all, it was a children's clothing store. I've graduated. Li Youayu gritted her teeth. University graduate. University? The salesperson exclaimed. Really? Suyi said. Don't listen to her bragging. She graduated from primary school. The salesperson laughed. Such a cute girl. Always joking. Li Youayu was annoyed, but she suddenly realized that Suyi could joke with her. It seemed like their relationship had become a bit closer again. I'll choose an outfit for myself and for 5-year-old girls. Li Youayu decided to wear children's clothes. No big deal. Shame. What's embarrassing about wearing children's clothes? As long as someone looks good, it doesn't matter what clothes they wear. Li Youayu tried on the clothes and found that they were just oversized children's clothes, but they actually looked quite cute on her. Even the sales clerk couldn't resist taking photos with her. In the end, Li Youayu also bought 2 sets of new clothes for Su Diandian, and that settled it. While checking out, Li Youayu looked at Suyi. That's when Suyi realized Li Youayu had no money. Hey, you have to go work for yourself. Suyi didn't want to support a freeloader. He had already helped Li Youayu reshape her body, and that was about the extent of their fate. Making money was something she had to do on her own. Little brother, your sister is so young, where can she work? The sales clerk had been eyeing Suyi since earlier. You mind your business. Suyi paid the bill, realizing he didn't have much money. It had been a while since he last earned money. These 3 sets of children's clothing cost over 1,000. Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? The sales clerk, who looked to be in her 20s, asked Suyi after seeing him. Can I add you on WeChat? Forget about adding WeChat. Suyi said, I have a girlfriend. Girlfriend? The sales clerk said opally, I mean, with your looks, many girls must be chasing you. Li Youayu rolled her eyes at the sales clerk. Really? Still trying to pursue Suyi, she was already lining up. Li Youayu couldn't be bothered to say anything. It was clear the sales clerk would be rejected. After they left, Suyi said to Li Youayu, you really need to get a job and find a place to live. Can't I live at your place? Li Youayu actually didn't want to move out. Living with Suyi would be the best option. Suyi narrowed his eyes. What do you think? They weren't really close, but Suyi felt Li Youayu, unlike other earthly immortals, was somewhat different. She had descended to the mortal world but hadn't wiped out when Qianmeng's soul. Clearly a demon, yet still somewhat kind. Suyi tolerated Li Youayu's audacity because of this. It wasn't that he treated kind people better, but he had some goodwill towards Li Youayu's behavior. Additionally, he wanted to try helping someone be reborn again, but he couldn't always take care of Li Youayu, right? Yizaxuan probably wouldn't agree, right? What kind of job am I supposed to find? Li Youayu asked. Performing, or live streaming. You can report to the 13 locations, Suyi said. Get an ID card from Laoyan. For cultivators, their department provides subsidies, enough for your living expenses and accommodation. What you want to do afterward is up to you. This was Suyi's arrangement for Li Youayu. Asking her to perform or live stream might be a bit too much for a big demon who had resided in the immortal realm before. Let her find a place to stay first, and what she wanted to do afterward didn't really matter much. Suyi believed Lao Yang would take care of it. Li Youayu nodded when she heard Suyi and said, then take me to see him. Suyi thought for a moment and said, I'll take you to buy a phone. Then you can call Lao Yang yourself, and you handle the rest. Oh, alright. Li Youayu didn't dare to make excessive requests, since Suyi had gone this far. Pushing further might provoke his displeasure. Best to follow his lead. Find a place to live first. Their relationship couldn't end just like that. As long as there was a chance, she could try again. After living for so many years, encountering Suyi made other men seem lacking something. Today, Suyi was hit hard with the bill. Li Youayu chose the latest Huawei phone, priced at $899, while Suyi's first phone after coming out was only $699. Absolutely outrageous. Remember today's bill, and pay me back once you earn money. Suyi believed it was better to settle things clearly. He intended to live an ordinary life, and money didn't just come from nowhere. If you use it, you must return it. Li Youayu happily agreed to repay, thinking about reasons to find Suyi in the future. Well, here was one reason now. Suyi came to the volcano where Yixiaxuan practiced swordsmanship before. He found that Yixiaxuan's state was actually much better today. After the actual combat yesterday, Yixiaxuan had clearly changed and was practicing even harder. When Suyi arrived, Yixiaxuan unexpectedly tried more fancy sword maneuvers, which undoubtedly required great courage for someone afraid of heights. Isn't cultivation about constantly surpassing oneself, overcoming internal fears, and becoming stronger? Suyi had always thought that Yixiaxuan's aptitude was very poor, even a bit silly. But it depends on who you compare her with. Mostly, she used to be lazy. After experiencing so much, she had also changed a bit. Suyi stood near the volcano, and Yuan Haoran was also nearby. Why, still can't forget my wife. Suyi appeared directly beside Yuan Haoran. Yuan Haoran was also surprised when he saw Suyi. He hadn't even noticed when Suyi appeared next to him. What do you mean, my wife? Don't think I don't know you lied to me last time. Yuan Haoran was unwilling to give up. Even though he knew Suyi was powerful, he said, unless you kill me, I won't give up pursuing Missy. Suyi laughed, killing you would be too easy. With that, Yuan Haoran's face flushed red and tail alternately. Since childhood, he had been a pride of heaven, a descendant of the Yuan family, and his personal strength was also outstanding among young cultivators. Kill him too easily. Probably only Suyi could say such words. When they were at the Qingshan bookstore before, Yuan Haoran had already felt Suyi's strength. Even now, he still thought Suyi was formidable. I know you are strong, but you should know, good triumphs over evil, and you will always meet your end. Yuan Haoran also received a system, marking Suyi as the Demon King. In Yuan Heron's view, if the system identified Suyi as the Demon King, then Suyi must be a ruthless executioner with blood on his hands. If he killed Suyi, it would be for the greater good. Good triumphs over evil? Suyi smiled. What is good and what is evil? I'm curious. How did I become evil? Even Yuan Heron was momentarily baffled. Normally, those who endanger society are considered evil. But what evil deeds had Suyi done? You need not explain. Although I don't know what wrongs you've committed, I will keep an eye on you. Yuan Heron just felt the system must be right, because lately, based on the system's prompts, he had killed some people, all of whom were full of evil. And those were just small tasks. The fact that Suyi, this Demon King, with such immense power, likely committed numerous despicable acts. At this point, the system sounded in Yuan Heron's mind. Suyi had slaughtered billions of lives. If the host manages to kill him, they will directly obtain the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. Billions? Yuan Heron was dumbfounded. The system had ordered him to kill Suyi and designated him as the Demon King, but it hadn't revealed Suyi's crimes. Billions of lives. What did that even mean? Destroy a world. Suyi then said, your system is right. I have indeed wiped out billions of lives. Are you considering attacking me? You can hear what the system tells me. Yuan Heron couldn't believe that Suyi could hear the system's voice. It was unbelievable. Suyi disdainfully said, is it so difficult? Just a lousy system. You can hear what the system tells me. Just a lousy system. Yuan Heron had completed many tasks under the system's guidance. After completing tasks, he would receive corresponding rewards. Now, he had reached the later stage of separation, from nascent soul to nascent divinity, and then to the later stage of separation. A regular cultivator would need at least several hundred years. However, after obtaining the system, his strength had grown exponentially. Within a month, his breakthrough seemed miraculous. Even his cultivation would inexplicably soar in regular days. The power of the system was formidable. It could be said that the people using the system were chosen by fate. But to say it was just a lousy system, how strong was Suyi really? I can hear it. Are you planning to kill me now? Suyi looked playfully at Yuan Heron. If Yuan Heron admitted he wanted to kill Suyi, he didn't mind wiping him out. He had already given Yuan Heron a chance before. Yuan Heron frowned, remained silent for a while, and said, I feel if I act, I will die. Right now, I'm not your match. Yuan Heron, as a sorcerer, had begun practicing witchcraft, making his strength unknown, but his intuition told him he was not Suyi's match. Suyi gave him a cold look and said, then leave quickly. With so much talking and still not daring to act, why stand here? After hesitating for a moment, Yuan Heron asked, you won't kill me? Suyi couldn't help but laugh. Do you want to die that badly? If you spare me, you will regret it. Yuan Heron coldly looked at Suyi, saying, I will become your greatest enemy. Suyi calmly replied, to say such things to me before becoming my greatest enemy clearly shows your lack of intelligence. I can't be bothered to kill you. Yuan Heron said solemnly, by telling you this, I believe you won't kill me. Well done. Suyi smiled. Leave now. If you're still in my sight after 10 seconds, you're done for. After Suyi's warning, Yuan Heron directly vanished using Earth Escape. Was Yuan Heron stupid? Suyi didn't think he was all that dumb. Or perhaps Yuan Heron's intuition wasn't wrong. Suyi was currently not interested in acting. He wanted to let things take their course. When only one out of the 100 chosen individuals was left, the person he would strike down would likely be reborn, using that individual's body. But who would be the final survivor and whether that person would retain their consciousness? Suyi wasn't quite sure. Let Yuan Heron develop slowly. It was meaningless to kill someone with such weak strength. Yixiaxuan continued practicing at the volcano until noon. Suyi also noticed Yixiaxuan's progress. In just one day, she had improved significantly. Within a month, she should be able to proficiently fly with sword technique and engage in combat. How is it? Not bad, right? After coming down, Yixiaxuan hugged Suyi's arm and smiled, hoping for some praise from Suyi, which would make her happier than anything else. Not bad at all. Suyi looked up and said, you're already so skilled. You should be able to protect yourself in the future. With just a glance, he could see the state of the 3,000 small worlds. Yesterday's collapse was just the beginning. As time passed day by day, the gods who had descended earlier had all been beaten up one by Yixiaxuan. The only difference was that during this period, in the eyes of those gods, Xiaoxuan was considered a crazy person pretending to be weak. The sword that announced the end of the battle on the first day was unexpectedly powerful, but in the following days, she narrowly won every time, winning all 3 matches in the afternoon. The most ridiculous part was that sometimes, those gods felt they could kill Xiaoxuan, but either they were struck half-dead by lightning, or were taken care of by Xiaoxuan's seemingly strange moves. What was going on? If you're strong, just say it. But every match ended in a draw. Who was this performance for? Towards the end, the gods who had their cultivation suppressed by Sui no longer fought desperately. If you can't win, just admit defeat. If the difference in strength between them is not too great, there is still a chance of winning, and naturally, they will do their best. But if the gap in strength is significant, then fighting becomes meaningless. Because of this, Xiaoxuan felt that the battles were getting easier and easier. Sui, does the cultivation technique you taught me have any follow-up? Should I start cultivating the nascent soul now? Xiaoxuan was puzzled, having studied some theory of cultivating immortality in recent days. According to the standard path of cultivation, after the golden core stage should come the nascent soul stage, followed by the stages of transforming divinity, splitting divinity, transcending tribulation, and ascending. Logically speaking, her recent cultivation progress was quite remarkable, and she had even defeated some nascent soul experts, proving they weren't her match. Should she break through now? Sui smiled and replied, the cultivation technique, Kaipatyu, only goes up to the golden core stage. There is no follow-up. No follow-up? Xiaoxuan asked in confusion. Does that mean it's an incomplete version? Sui explained. This technique was something I created out of boredom. The most you can cultivate in it is up to the golden core stage. If there are any further advancements, you'll have to figure it out yourself or just stick with the golden core stage. In the eyes of Sui, the categorization of cultivation stages among cultivators nowadays was meaningless. Just like how Xiaoxuan at the later stage of the golden core could defeat experts at the later stage of the nascent soul, transcending a whole realm. Who can say that the golden core stage is inferior to the nascent soul stage? You have to figure it out on your own. Xiaoxuan's jaw dropped in disbelief. She had thought that after she mentioned it, Sui would refine the technique and continue training with her. Sui said seriously, the technique I have taught you is just to lay a good foundation for you. As for what it can evolve into later, that will depend on you. Since Xiaoxuan already had the luck of celestial alignment, Sui had no intention of teaching her anything further. He had already taught her almost everything he should, and the rest was up to Xiaoxuan herself. While they were talking, a girl with twin ponytails, dressed in white Chinese clothing, approached them. Xiaoxuan looked at the girl, clearly taken aback. Even she had to admit that this girl was exceptionally good-looking. With skin as smooth and fair as milk, bright and captivating eyes, Xiaoxuan was struck by her beauty. Mr. Sui, let me repay you 1,000 yuan first today. To show my appreciation, how about I treat you to dinner? Li Youayu displayed her tea art to perfection. Repay the money first. Oh. Sui suddenly felt this scheme was familiar. He remembered borrowing money from Yu Huiyan in front of Qin Lin before, then telling Qin Lin that if they kept arguing, he would repay 100 yuan to Yu Huiyan each time they argued. Now Li Youayu was using the same tactic on him. No need for dinner. You don't have to repay the rest of the money. Sui refused decisively. While he was not the kind to be afraid of his wife, Li Youayu's intentions were clearly not right. Who are you? Xiaoxuan cautiously eyed Li Youayu. The issue of cultivation or not was no longer a priority. The key was to figure out who this girl in front of her was and what her relationship with Sui was. Was she another woman of Sui's? But she looked so young. You've forgotten me so quickly. Missy. Li Youayu blinked and smiled. I'm Li Youayu. Mr. Sui helped me reshape my body a while ago, bought me a phone and clothes. Today, I'm here to repay the money. Li Youayu. Xiaoxuan's expression was even more shocked than when she heard Sui say she had to explore the technique on her own. She turned to look at Sui. How come she felt like she had been deceived? Yes, she is Li Youayu. It happened half a month ago. Sui was quite frank. But you didn't tell me about it. Xiaoxuan pouted, but then quickly smiled. As she examined Li Youayu, she asked, how come you've changed so much now? This smile was clearly a bit smug. She remembered vividly, when Li Youayu, possessing warm Qianmeng's body, had told her that the child wouldn't get enough to eat in the future, which had annoyed Xiaoxuan to no end. But now, This person in front of her was clearly still a child. Lee Yoayu naturally replied, "What's the big deal about this change? Mr. Suyi just likes girls like this." Suyi gave her a look and said, "Do you think I have a fetish for refining copper, or something?" He didn't mind Xiaoxuan's size, but Lee Yoayu's current appearance was clearly that of a child, a matter unrelated to size. While in the past, it was normal for 13 or 14-year-old girls to marry, Suyi was up to date and not a pervert to like an underage girl. A fetish for refining copper. Lee Yoayu was on the verge of exploding. "Mr. Suyi, you should know, I've lived for tens of thousands of years," Suyi calmly said. "Then I don't like old women who pretend to be children." Pretend to be a child. Lee Yoayu was left speechless for a moment, especially hearing these words from Suyi. Given Suyi's cultivation, Lee Yoayu didn't believe he hadn't lived for tens of thousands of years. And now Suyi called her an old woman. "Ha ha ha." Xiaoxuan burst out laughing. "Old woman, haven't you been well taken care of all these days?" If Suyi calling her an old woman was a critical hit, then Xiaoxuan's words were a heartless kill. "Do you want to have dinner?" Lee Yoayu was no longer as afraid of Suyi as before, having figured things out in her mind. What was so unmovable in the corner? And she didn't believe that a man like Suyi would genuinely like an ordinary woman like Xiaoxuan. No, Suyi refused directly. Yes. Xiaoxuan's smile became even brighter. "Why not have dinner? Are you afraid of competing with her for a man? If you don't even dare to go out for dinner, doesn't that mean you don't trust the relationship between you and Suyi?" Suyi quickly came to his senses. Someone invited him to dinner. Why would he refuse? "Let's go to Zudidian's house for dinner." Suyi smiled. Zhang Ting's restaurant had been open for a while, and Suyi had a share in it. Since Lee Yoayu wanted to treat, why not take care of his own business too? All right. Lee Yoayu was also willing to take care of Zhang Ting's business. Suyi and the others arrived at the food street in the commercial center, a pedestrian street where cars were parked in nearby garages. Xiaoxuan had been practicing and challenging herself during this time period and was eager to go out and have some fun. Leaving the cultivation school and arriving at the food street, Xiaoxuan seemed as if a fish had returned to water. Her mood visibly lifted. Even Lee Yoayu next to her looked more pleasing to the eye. Upon getting out of the car, Xiaoxuan attempted to hold Suyi's hand, and when she made a move, Suyi immediately held it. Xiaoxuan suddenly felt her blood pressure rise. Although she had played poker with Suyi before, he had never been this proactive about holding her hand in front of others. Despite Suyi telling others that she was his wife, they had never gone on a date like a normal couple. Holding hands and strolling together was unprecedented. Suyi's actions were natural, and Lee Yoayu, who was next to them, saw them holding hands without any sign of anger. What did it matter if they were holding hands? She knew about the relationship between Suyi and Xiaoxuan. Not to mention holding hands in front of her, even if she saw them play poker together, Lee Yoayu wouldn't think much of it. She might even join and play a game of landlord together. What was the point of two people playing poker? It was more fun with three people playing landlord. Lee Yoayu's hands were clasped behind her back as she glanced at them, walking with an unchanged expression. Tears welled up in Xiaoxuan's beautiful almond-shaped eyes, her cheeks blushing. Despite already being Suyi's wife, she still retained the shyness of a teenage girl experiencing her first love. The shop opened by Zhang Ting was named King Liuxian, with these three characters reportedly written by a calligraphy master whom Bai Miao Miao had hired, costing 20,000 for each character, totaling 60,000. And several thousand more for the storefront. Suyi stood at the entrance, looking at Zhang Ting's shop, where two graceful greeters were stationed in front of the door. The decorations were also done by Miao Miao's people, giving it an upscale feel. The customers who enter had all made reservations online and had to show their meal reservation QR code upon arrival. Needless to say, these were all things Miao Miao had orchestrated. Upscale, limited acquisition, must be pre-ordered. Naturally, the prices were high. Suyi didn't see anything wrong with this. Good food was one thing, but making money wasn't so easy. Marketing was the most important factor. Obviously, Bai Miao Miao, the vice president of a media company, was adept at playing these games. As Suyi and the others approached, the two greeters greeted them with smiles. "Welcome, General Su, are you here? Still at Jipan Qiangyuan?" This wasn't Suyi's first time at the shop. As a shareholder, Zhang Ting had introduced Suyi to the staff the first time he visited, and he never had to pay when dining there. Glancing at Li Youayu beside him, Suyi joked, Mingming, it's not my treat today. This year, she's the boss today, so give us a 10% discount later. Of course, General Su, to beautiful ladies, please come in. Led by the greeter, referred to as Mingming by Suyi, they were led inside, with another greeter immediately taking Mingming's place by the entrance. Grasping Suyi's hand, Yishiaxuan whispered, Suyi, you've been here before. Suyi nodded, saying, yeah, this is my place, oh. Yishiaxuan leaned in beside Suyi and quietly asked, so, I won't have to pay when I come to eat in the future, right? Suyi squeezed her hand and replied, since you're almost like a landlady, you don't have to pay. Just put it on my tab, and we'll settle it at the end of the month. He didn't pay for his meals, but everything was on credit. Helping Zhang Ting to open this restaurant was just fulfilling a promise he had made to her previously. When Suyi left the Clear Mind bar, he had told Zhang Ting that she could ask him for help whenever needed. It was just a small favor for Suyi. Suyi quite liked the kid Su Dian. His previous help to Su Chuanhe ended up with Su Chuan losing both his hands, leaving him to beg in Macau. Zhang Ting, a woman raising a child, could make more money so that Su Dian could have a good life. A daughter should be raised well. After Suyi and the others sat down, Bai Miao Miao arrived in just a few minutes. Suyi, you're here? Business must be good lately. Bai Miao Miao smiled as she sat down and glanced at Yishiaxuan and Li Youayu before remarking, Zhuan, it seems you really are with Suyi now. Yishiaxuan proudly smiled, yes, we're together now. Bai Miao Miao, sitting down, casually said, I remember you saying you weren't interested in Suyi before. Turns out you were just afraid we'd snatch him away. Yishiaxuan became a bit flustered, saying, when did I say that? Right. You didn't. Bai Miao Miao poured wine for them, and raised her glass, saying, if you don't make a move soon, I can't help but try to make one first, ha ha ha. I'll raise a toast to your long-lasting relationship. Bai Miao Miao sat next to Li Youayu and, picking up her glass, toasted. Yishiaxuan also confidently raised her glass, saying, just don't have any designs on him in the future. I don't like guys with wides. Bai Miao Miao clinked glasses with Suyi and Yishiaxuan, downed her drink, then turned to Li Youayu and asked, Suyi, won't you introduce this little girl to us? Before Suyi could answer, Li Youayu spoke up, I also like Mr. Su, ha. Bai Miao Miao was taken aback, staring at Li Youayu and furrowing her brows. Little girl, how old are you this year? Li Youayu raised her head defiantly, why do you care about my age? She didn't mention her age now. If she said she was older, it might make her seem like an older woman. If she said she was younger, Suyi might say he wasn't robbing the cradle, making it awkward. Little girl, he has a girlfriend already. Bai Miao Miao didn't understand their relationship. How could Yishiaxuan tolerate Suyi bringing along a potential rival? Small in stature, big in heart. Li Youayu replied calmly, so what if he has a girlfriend? I don't mind him having one more. If you're interested, we can be together too. Are you willing? Together too, okay? Bai Miao Miao opened his mouth, looking at Li Youayu. What has happened in the world now? Even if you want to snatch a boyfriend, you should at least play some art. This little girl in front of her is ruthless enough. Not only did she add one herself, but she also wanted to help add another one. Doing a math problem like 3 + 1 = 3 or equals 4 is really ridiculous. Suyi couldn't stand it anymore, frowned, and said, that's enough from you. Just because you don't mind doesn't mean I don't mind. Li Youayu has been in contact with Suyi for a considerable amount of time, and at least during this period, she could feel that as long as she didn't really anger Suyi, her life was relatively safe. Suyi gives off a friendly vibe. However, at this moment, Li Youayu dared not speak any further, avoid eye contact with Suyi, and turned to the side, closing her mouth. This time, she was actually testing something. She wanted to know, with such a bold confession, what would Suyi's attitude be? Suyi didn't kill her now. That was enough. Faced with Li Youayu's blunt words, Suyi didn't feel embarrassed. Suyi still had desires and passions. In order to make his life less boring, he hadn't eliminated his 3 corpses like a Taoist immortal. Removing the 3 corpses meant eliminating one's benevolent corpse, evil corpse, and self-corpse, which are various attachments. When Taoists eliminate the 3 corpses, they generally transfer their attachments to various innate spiritual treasures to reveal their true self. Buddhists place their attachments on the Dharma body, golden body cultivated in their own practice. Suyi was originally curious and had learned from others to eliminate the 3 corpses, but what he eliminated was simply the desire to become stronger, which technically didn't count as the 3 corpses. That's why over the years, he still indulged in eating, sleeping, and even lust, as well as the most primitive desires of men, without ever considering practicing to become stronger. By Miao Miao, on the other hand, couldn't be like Liu. While she thought Suyi was quite outstanding, there hadn't been anything significant between them, and she wouldn't fall in love with Suyi just like that. As they were dining, Wanzhu also came in and joined them. Upon seeing Suyi and the others, he excitedly walked over. Bai Miao Miao felt a bit strange when she saw Wanzhu. They had met at the Cultivation Academy before. Initially, after Wanzhu apprenticed under Wan Degui, he believed his path would lead to great achievements. He thought every pretty girl he met would be part of his future harem. However, after experiencing setbacks and encountering more formidable experts, Wanzhu began to have a clear understanding of his own position. When he was initially working as a bodyguard for Yi Shaxuan, he had envisioned a love story between a young lady and her guardian. But now, it was clear that Yi Shaxuan was with Suyi. Unlike Yuan Haoran, Wanzhu wasn't willing to be a devoted follower and immediately shifted his focus elsewhere. Now his target had naturally become Bai Miao Miao, a beautiful CEO who also cultivates. Isn't she attractive? Miao Miao, what a coincidence. Wanzhu sat next to Bai Miao Miao and greeted her. Bai Miao Miao couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. I own this place. Is it really a coincidence that you're here every day? It's still quite a coincidence. Wanzhu, now wiser, smiled and called the waiter to bring a pair of chopsticks, then said to Suyi, the first phase of the Cultivation Academy will end soon. Have you thought about which sect to join? Bai Miao Miao was the boss of this restaurant, but she was also the vice president of a company and studied at the Cultivation Academy in her spare time. It was indeed quite a coincidence that Wanzhu could find her here. After summarizing his experiences over this period, Wanzhu wouldn't be foolish enough to bring up anything inappropriate. Bai Miao Miao's behavior indicated that she had a soft spot for Wanzhu and wasn't avoiding him deliberately, even indicating she was waiting for him to approach her. Suyi smiled. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it later. After spending some time in the Cultivation Academy, Suyi had a clear understanding of the strength of contemporary cultivators and had even mastered some basic spells, making some progress. His goal was to improve himself to reach the average level of strength in this era. Wanzhu, with some confusion, looked at Suyi and said, I can now go head-to-head with high-level Yuanying stage experts. I see you have a good relationship with Master Wuzhong. You could ask him to teach you witchcraft. It could be useful. He paused for a moment and looked meaningfully at Yi Shaxuan, suggesting, or you could let Missy teach you swordsmanship. Suyi didn't argue back, feeling the goodwill coming from Wanzhu. Of course, it was possible that Wanzhu was boasting about his strength in front of Bai Miao Miao. Wanzhu, earnestly eating, said, Suyi, I have to tell you, in this day and age, cultivators are prevalent. If you don't diligently cultivate, you may not even have the ability to protect yourself when facing strong opponents. It's not shameful for a man to be weak, but you should have ambition. You can't always hide behind Missy. Wanzhu earnestly advised Suyi. It was like brothers on the street seeing one succeed, while the other lags behind, feeling a sense of frustration for their inability to progress. Suyi wasn't angry but looked at Yi Shaxuan with a smile and said, I'm good at being by her side. Yi Shaxuan's breath hitched. This doesn't sound right. Is a word missing? She couldn't help but recall the new technique Suyi had taught her. Being behind ... is also fine. But saying this in public, that's not right. She must be overthinking. Yi Shaxuan thought her mind was clouded and decided she should reflect on her thoughts when she got back. Wanzhu didn't misinterpret the situation. He sighed and said, do as you please. You're the first disciple I took in after coming out of seclusion. If someone bullies you, tell me, and I'll take care of it for you. If you want to lead an ordinary wealthy life, I can help you with that too. After pausing, he turned to Bai Miao Miao and said, Miao Miao, please help Suyi more, for my sake. Bai Miao Miao was at a loss for words. Suyi was amused and thought to himself, here he goes again. He's soaring this time. Yi Shaxuan couldn't fathom where Wangshu's courage came from to say such things. She had been wondering these days, Just how strong was Suyi? Based on her current understanding of cultivation theories, Suyi seemed unusually powerful, almost as if he didn't belong to any realm. Over the following time, Wanzu intentionally or unintentionally showcased his significant progress and also hinted at his interest in by Meow Meow. After a brief chat, 3 young people swaggered in, with the lead men ignoring the receptionist Ming Ming's polite reminders about reservations and stating, "I never make reservations when dining. Besides, today I'm here to find someone." His gaze had already fixed on Suyi's table while speaking. Suyi had already noticed these 3 people a long time ago. The leader of the 3 was a young man named Sichuji. He had caused trouble for Suyi at King Shen bookstore before, but with Wan Shu's help, and under the strong intervention of Gu Tongtong, Sichuji apologized to Suyi and Wanzu. This incident had passed almost 2 months ago, and Sichuji had also been studying at the Immortal Cultivation Academy for some time. The key point was that Sichuji was also a chosen one. In the past 2 months, his cultivation had made rapid progress, and he had gained some reputation in the academy, being named one of the 3 geniuses alongside Yuan Haoran and Lin Yun. Yuan Haoran and Lin Yun had already joined the Emperor Zhang sect, and other cultivation sects did not have the strength to compete with Emperor Zhang for disciples. Sichuji naturally became a sought-after talent among the major cultivation sects. With extraordinary aptitude, exceptional luck, and a solid foundation in cultivation, given time, Sichuji was bound to become a rising star in the cultivation world. Sichuji, Wanzu saw Sichuji and furrowed his brows, asking, "What do you want?" The first time they had fought, Suyi had transmitted to him the first layer of the immortal slashing flying knife technique, almost completely overwhelming Sichuji. But in recent times, they had crossed paths twice, and despite Wan Shu's partial understanding of the immortal slashing flying knife and learning witchcraft, both encounters ended in his defeat. In the academy, such sparring was considered normal. Even the Emperor Zhang sect wouldn't protect their disciples, and if one couldn't win a fight, it wasn't a big deal. But Sichuji appearing here now was clearly looking for trouble. Sichuji's gaze swept over Suyi and the others at the table, ignoring Wanzu and looking at Yi Shouwan instead. He stepped forward, made a polite gesture, and said with a smile, "Miss Yi, what a coincidence. You're also dining here? What a coincidence." Again, do these men use coincidence when meeting anyone? Yi Shouwan rolled her eyes and said, "We don't know each other, so there's no question of coincidences." Sichuji, who was as famous as Lin Yun and Yuan Haoran, was clearly a far cry from Yi Shouwan. Yi Shouwan's reputation preceded her. Almost the entire cultivation world revered her as a goddess, with rumors suggesting she was a true celestial being. Sichuji dared challenge Wanzu, but didn't dare cause trouble in front of Yi Shouwan. "Miss Yi, there's no need to push people away so coldly. I simply wish to make your acquaintance," Sichuji said coldly. Looking at Suyi and commented, "Miss Yi, do you not think that a waste like Suyi is unworthy of you?" Yi Shouwan was speechless. "A waste?" Insistent on provoking. "Who are you calling a waste?" Wanzu slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Sichuji and shouting, "If you have the guts, let's go outside and settle this one-on-one. I'm referring to Suyi. It's none of your business. You, a defeated subordinate, still can't get enough beating from me all these days." Sichuji coldly smirked. His 2 lackeys laughed along. "I wonder whose face was trampled under Sichu young master's feet last time. I don't know. Maybe it was a fool. That fool seems to be called Wanzu. Are they the same person?" "Oh, really? Same name? What a coincidence." Sichuji's lackeys sarcastically mocked Wanzu, pushing his buttons. He had come here to dine with Bai Meow Meow, and he had just been boasting about how powerful he was to her. He had even earnestly advised Suyi to cultivate and promised to intervene if anyone bullied Suyi. And now this situation unfolded, with Sichuji not only calling Suyi a waste but also hinting at stealing Suyi's thunder in front of Bai Meow Meow. "Let's go outside now." Wanzu gritted his teeth and pointed at Sichuji, saying, "Today, either you die, or I perish. All right. In a fight to the death between cultivators, we just need to sign a life and death contract. This is a policy recently introduced by the 13 departments. I've already signed it. Do it if you dare." Sichuji took out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it on the table. His lackeys quickly produced a pen and placed it on the table. Wanzu was about to pick up the pen to sign, but Suyi took the pen instead. Confused, Wanzu looked at Suyi and said, "Give me the pen. I'll fight him." "Wait." Suyi embraced Yishuowan's slender waist, wearing a friendly smile, and said to Sichuji, "Let me give you a friendly tip. If you leave now, you still have a chance. Otherwise, if my wife gets angry, you might end up dying miserably. As a pseudo-chosen one, so you wouldn't have a hard time killing him." And what intrigued him even more was whether a true chosen one like Yishuowan fighting with a pseudo-chosen one like Sichuji would result in a backlash from the heavens. As Suyi made this statement, Sichuji and his lackeys were stunned and speechless. Such a damn friendly tip. Sichuji felt confident he had effectively drawn resentment, and he would still show respect to Yishuowan since he couldn't beat her. He said those words mainly to provoke Wanzu. As Wanzu was about to sign the contract, Suyi intervened, signed Yishuowan's name on it, and said to Yishuowan, "Honey, he is calling you a tigress. If he calls me a fox, I wouldn't mind. Such a gentle and virtuous girl, and he's calling her a tigress. Young man, you're on the wrong path." After signing the contract, Suyi placed it on the table and looked at Sichuji with a smile. "All right, the contract is signed. Let's settle it outside." "Damn. Do you have no shame? Your attempt at sowing discord is so obvious. Do you think Missy is unaware?" Sichuji clenched his fists. He no longer wanted a life and death duel with Wanzu. He now just wanted to beat Suyi badly, destroy his appearance, to see if Yishuowan would still like this softy after he turned ugly. Suyi slowly raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "Honey, he's indirectly insulting your intelligence." Sichuji hated it, gnashing his teeth. This indirect insult was truly weak before Suyi, and Sichuji seriously doubted that this fellow had won Yishuowan's favor only because of his looks. It should also be related to his way with words. Yishuowan was simply at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She was not a fool. Could she not hear that Suyi was deliberately twisting other people's words? No, his actions couldn't even be considered as twisting someone else's words. He was simply talking nonsense. But the way he called her wife made her heart bloom with joy. She used to think that Suyi was the ultimate steel straight guy who killed countless young girls. But at this moment, she realized that straight men can be quite charming in invisible ways. Life and death challenge. That was no longer the focus. "Shall we go out and fight?" Yishuowan looked at Ctuji, ready to fight this guy to tears. If it were before, Yishuowan might have still been a little hesitant about fighting. What would a girl who played with knives and guns all day look like? Hearing Yishuowan's words, Ctuji immediately flinched and quickly said, "Missy, I have never intended to offend you." According to rumors, Yishuowan was likely a centuries-old monster, even stronger than Hanzan, the head of the Extremity Immortal sect. Even a sword cultivator in the Ascension stage couldn't defeat Yishuowan. Ctuji hadn't inflated his ego to the point of thinking he could challenge Yishuowan. "You offended my husband," Yishuowan said with a smile on her face, using the term husband for the first time, looking both shy and sweet. Hearing them call each other husband and wife, Liuyu couldn't help feeling a bit awkward but dared not speak out, just rolling her eyes silently. Ctuji's facial expression was even more colorful. Damn it, he came to find Wanzu and Suyi trouble, but ended up meeting Suyi, the soft rice prince. In just a few words, he was pushed to be against Yishuowan. Not only that, but he was also forcefully fed a mouthful of dog food. "Miss Yi, I think there is a misunderstanding between us." Ctuji was starting to panic, not even knowing what to say. Fighting a life-death duel with Wanzu, he could definitely kill him, but a life-death duel with Yishuowan, did he really need to say the result? He was only in the late peak of the Yuan infant stage now. How could he win? So he acted like a triumphant person, saying, "Misunderstanding. What's there to misunderstand? Didn't we both sign our names on the life-death agreement? Don't feel like fighting now. Are you still a man?" Ctuji had the signed life-death agreement on him. Didn't that mean he had planned to trick Wanzu all along? Once Wanzu signed, it was almost a dead end. Now, after Suyi's interference, Ctuji found himself in a deadlock. Yishuowan was still at the peak of the Golden Core stage, with her comprehension of swordsmanship far exceeding contemporary cultivators, and she even cultivated the Samadhi True Fire. Even though Ctuji was in the late peak of the Yuan infant stage, he had no chance against Yishuowan in a fight. "You son of a b************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Yuji never expected the soft rice sky Suyi to be so difficult to deal with. Suyi restrained his smile and seriously said to Yishiakuan, "Wife," he cursed at me. Li Youayu and Bai Miao Miao beside them were speechless. Li Youayu couldn't believe Suyi had this side to him. With Suyi's strength, wiping out a small Yuan infant would be a piece of cake, right? But upon careful consideration, it seemed that Suyi wasn't someone who enjoyed killing, or else she would have died the first time she met him. Yishiakuan couldn't help but laugh and cry, staring at Yuji, saying, "There's no point in talking too much. Let's go out. Don't break things here." Yuji felt his scalp go numb. He couldn't win. If he tried to fight Yishiakuan now, he would be throwing himself into the fire. Yuji simply knelt in front of Yishiakuan, crying and said, "Miss Yi, Senior Yi, I was wrong. Can we not fight? Principles? Dignity? Staying alive was the most important thing." Yishiakuan's recent display of strength had left Yuji with no courage to battle her. It was better to stay alive than to die fighting. Fighting was impossible. Just kneel down to her. Okay. Yishiakuan was puzzled by this sudden movement. Wasn't this guy very arrogant just now? Why the sudden change? Can you please get up? Yishiakuan couldn't stand such a weakling. He was provoking aggressively just now, and now he was kneeling down. What was happening? Senior Yi, as long as you agree not to hold it against me, I will get up. Yuji would do anything to save his life. Many customers eating around them witnessed this scene, enjoying the drama. Some even secretly filmed and posted the video online. Shocking. A certain Sima cultivator kneels to everyone. That was the headline. Even the surname was changed. You better leave. I don't feel like fighting you anymore, Yishiakuan said, feeling her appetite being impacted by his presence. Thank you, Senior Yi. I will take my leave now. Yuji was about to leave. Suyi raised his eyebrow and said, "Where are you going? Do you think I signed the agreement for nothing? We have to fight this out. Tomorrow afternoon, at the arena." Suyi didn't want to be bothered during his meal, so he arranged for Yishiakuan to fight Yuji the next day. The pseudo-selected ones like Yuji, who were so detested, should be dealt with one by one. Otherwise, how would the real chosen one that Suyi envisioned be born? If Yishiakuan didn't fight these pseudo-selected ones, how would Suyi distinguish between the real chosen ones and the fake ones? Want to fight? Fight. Don't want to fight? Leave. There's nothing in this world that's so easy. Yuji looked at Suyi, gritting his teeth, and said, "Suyi, if you have the guts, fight me yourself. You scum. You were living with that woman, Bu Tongtong, behind Senior Yi's back. How many women have you harmed? Who are you to say such things?" Yuji had decided that if Suyi didn't want him to live, then he would make Suyi regret it now. Senior Yi. The first time I saw Suyi, he was eyeing Gu Tongtong. They must have had an affair. Yuji also held a grudge against Gu Tongtong. If he could anger Yishiakuan and make her kill Suyi and Gu Tongtong, wouldn't that be wonderful? Yishiakuan knew that Suyi had lived with Gu Tongtong before, but didn't believe Suyi could have had an affair with her. First of all, besides being good at fighting and eating a lot, Bu Tongtong probably wouldn't get involved in such matters. If it were Li Youayu with Suyi, she might have believed it. "I won't fight you," Suyi said calmly. "You're not worthy." Yishiakuan also understood Suyi's intentions. He just wanted to provide her with more practical opponents. This fight was unavoidable now. It's settled then. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, at the arena, Yishiakuan said helplessly, "If you don't show up, I'll come looking for you." With a firm decision, she knew she had to teach Yuji a lesson. In the end, Yuji came aggressively, but left in a sorry state. Suyi and the others continued eating. In this current era, the matters regarding cultivating immortality are no longer a secret, and ordinary people hold some reverence towards cultivators. The constraints of the law cannot restrict the power of cultivators. From a certain perspective, a cultivator could easily kill an ordinary person without anyone noticing. It's not easy to find evidence in such cases. The next day, the news of Yishiakuan facing off against Yuji had spread throughout the entire academy. The cultivators in the academy were talking about it, and those defeated deities had now become spectators. Yishiakuan was already waiting in the arena early, holding a broken soul, her robe fluttering in the wind, like a true immortal. Yuji also arrived on time, but today his presence was imposing, with his pupils unexpectedly golden, appearing completely different from the day before. Suyi, Kong Wulian, and Emperor Zhang sat together. Seeing Sichuji's state, Suyi couldn't help but smile. Has an angel descended? Kong Wuliang's pupils contracted as he stared at Sichuji, somewhat incredulously muttering to himself, "Is this thing also descending?" Emperor Zhang said expressionlessly, "Those bird people with wings? He must have borrowed their power. He sacrificed his own soul to obtain this power." Kong Wuliang frowned and told Suyi, "Although this power is borrowed, it's at least on the level of a golden immortal. Little Yi is in danger." Although Yi Xiaoxuan had made significant progress recently, there was still a huge gap in strength. Kong Wuliang thought Suyi should make a move. Suyi just nodded. About time. Previously, the leader of the Heavenly Sect had created 3,000 avatars to search for Suyi in various small worlds and once encountered billions of angels in one of them. His avatar was killed by a 14-winged angel, so he knew how powerful they were. Despite some angels appearing in the immortal world due to certain circumstances, they were not considered strong and all perished in the realm. Suyi had personally visited a world filled with angels and demons and knew they were categorized into 9 levels. The Archangel of Fire, belonging to the top 3 levels with 18 wings, was as powerful as a great Luo golden immortal. Sichuji clearly borrowed power from the system, a more extreme loan than internet borrowing. Once borrowed, the Borua's life would be ruined. Their body would be taken over by the Archangel of Fire, and their soul would be annihilated. However, Suyi had no intention of intervening because Yi Xiaoxuan had the protection of the primordial purple Chan wouldn't be easily defeated. A blood-red holy sword fell into Sichuji's hand with a loud bang. The sound of explosions filled the air, and a huge pit appeared beneath Sichuji's feet. Emperor Zhang instantly isolated the arena's space to prevent the outside watchers from being affected by the battle. Yi Xiaoxuan finally felt the intense pressure and first swung her sword, then covered herself with the alchemy furnace for protection. Sichuji waved his hand to block Yi Xiaoxuan's sword and laughed mockingly, "You think you're strong? Why are you hiding?" In the next moment, he appeared in front of the alchemy furnace, his sword wildly slashing 1,000 times per second, causing the flames to splatter. Yi Xiaoxuan was astonished inside the furnace. Wasn't he only in the late Jindan stage? How did he become so powerful? Nevertheless, the alchemy furnace held strong against the fiery sword attacks. Yi Xiaoxuan hesitated, and Suyi seemed unsurprised by the situation. The power Sichuji wielded was borrowed, and the contract was made by selling his soul. If Yi Xiaoxuan delayed her counterattack, Sichuji would only grow stronger. Draining Sichuji's energy was impossible. The battle continued as Sichuji relentlessly attacked, and Yi Xiaoxuan realized the increasing strength of her opponent. What seemed like an easy victory before now felt impossible. The arena turned into ruins again, as Sichuji focused his assault on the alchemy furnace. Yi Xiaoxuan struggled to defend herself inside. Realizing the situation was becoming unfavorable, Yi Xiaoxuan thought about how to turn the tide. She recalled a past battle with Kong Wulian, where she seemed to have activated some power. If she could break the seal of the broken soul, she might turn the tables. Yi Xiaoxuan began to feel anxious as time passed. She hadn't kept count of the swords she had blocked, her hand was injured, and Sichuji's attacks were becoming stronger. Her mind raced, and she thought back to the battles with Kong Wuliang and the moments when Suyi lent her the divine weapon and the alchemy furnace. Outside the alchemy furnace, Sichuji's terrifying aura kept increasing until he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Suddenly, 18 golden wings sprouted from his back, and his eyes glistened gold as the flame sword exuded a dazzling light. The true Archangel of Fire had now taken control of his body. Kong Wuliang whispered to Suyi, "If you don't act now, little Yi might die." Suyi watched the situation on the arena without a change in expression, saying, "Wait a bit more." He felt the seal on the broken soul loosening. Besides him, only Yi Xiaoxuan, as the sword master herself, could break it. There were 10 layers of seal. It all depended on how many layers Yi Xiaoxuan could break. Judging by the borrowed rebirth of the Archangel, it seemed he only had the strength of a late golden immortal. If Yi Xiaoxuan could break the first layer of the seal, it might be enough. Yi Xiaoxuan hid inside the alchemy furnace, and the entire furnace was picked up and flew into the air. The fully descended 18-winged blazing archangel behind him radiated dazzling holy light, but his face was ferocious and terrifying, and the flaming holy sword struck wildly. He became more excited, no longer attacking Yi Xiaoxuan hiding inside the alchemy furnace through the furnace's peepholes. He just wanted to shatter the furnace into pieces. The 18-winged blazing archangel, even though his strength was no longer at its peak, did not pay any attention to dealing with the weak human in front of him. In his view, killing Yixiaxuan was just a matter of time, but he found it more interesting to see how many attacks this strange furnace in front of him could withstand. Until a sword chant echoed through the heavens and earth. The flame sword in the hands of the 18-winged blazing archangel suddenly disappeared as he continued to swing his arms, only to swing in vain. The sword master is mighty, actually breaking through Sursu's first seal. The excited soul-split sword spirit exclaimed. This was the first time it felt excited. Originally, it thought that after a new sword master took over, it would be sealed forever, or Sursu might release it casually sometimes for some enjoyment and then seal it again. Unexpectedly, Yixiaxuan actually broke through the first seal with the help of the primordial purple ore and her comprehension of the way of the sword. A purple light lingered in Yixiaxuan's eyes, and the wooden sword in her hand transformed into the original form of the soul-split sword. Breaking through the first seal made Sursu's mirage technique naturally disappear. Can I defeat that guy outside? Yixiaxuan couldn't help but ask Soul-Split. Soul-Split had quite a bit of knowledge, and it had been with Yixiaxuan for some time, so it had a good understanding of Yixiaxuan's strength. Currently, the sword master's strength is still too weak. Unless you use Sursu's sword and deplete all your strength to hit that bird person outside. Otherwise, just hide inside this furnace, Soul-Split replied. The disparity between the Golden Elixir stage and the Golden Immortal was just too vast. Even Soul-Split felt there was little chance of success. Or maybe the sword master can break all the seals, and I can finish him off with one sword without you having to act. Soul-Split began to fantasize. If Yixiaxuan could directly unlock all the seals, then it could manifest itself directly in this world in spiritual form. What was a mere bird person? Just a golden immortal. How many of those ferocious beasts killed by Soul-Split in its prime were weaker than a Grand Luo golden immortal? The bird person outside was nothing more than rubbish weaker than the Grand Luo golden immortal. Didn't you see that after breaking the first seal, the opponent couldn't even use his sword? Anyone who uses a sword would have to kneel before Soul-Split. There are more seals. Yixiaxuan was confused. Didn't she already break the seal? There are 9 more. This should be a test set up by Sursu for you. Soul-Split still held a deep respect for Sursu, as he was the previous sword master, and it was created by Sursu. Yixiaxuan took a deep breath, feeling that breaking another 9 seals was probably impossible. But continuing to hide inside the alchemy furnace would simply be an embarrassment to Sursu. Wouldn't it be enough as long as I can use Sursu's sword to hit that guy outside? Yixiaxuan said, while the 18-winged blazing archangel outside had already begun to attack with his fists. He didn't know why he couldn't activate the holy flame sword, as if he was being suppressed by something. But what difference did it make whether he killed the ant in front of him with or without a sword? In response to Yixiaxuan's confusion, Soul-Split said, what I said is only a possibility. After all, you have only broken 1 seal, and your strength is still too weak. Even if you were to hit him, it would be meaningless without the Hongmeng purple ore and my augmentation. I'll show you the sword technique Sursu used when facing this bird person. Soul-Split had been with Sursu for a long time, and had witnessed countless sword moves before being sealed. It projected those memories into Yixiaxuan's mind. Yixiaxuan was shocked to see the image of Sursu surrounded by countless angels. A golden armor angel sitting on a gem-encrusted divine throne in the void overlooking Sursu. All the angels simultaneously wielded their swords, but in the next moment, Soul-Split released a sword chant, and the swords in the hands of the angels all lost their radiance. I don't quite like others looking down on me from such a high place, Sursu said with just one sentence. All the angels surrounding him disappeared and also didn't know whether they were alive or dead. The golden armor angel sitting on the divine throne appeared in front of Sursu. Do you also use a sword? Sursu asked indifferently. The angel in front of him was obviously scared and slowly drew the sacred sword from his waist. Facing Sursu, he did not dare to move rashly. He had no idea what had happened to his subordinates, and he didn't even know what kind of enemy he was facing. Michael, the Archangel of War, the supreme commander of the angelic army, and the strongest in the angelic army, had never let anyone survive under his sword. Faced with Sursu, he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword. I'll give you a chance to draw your sword. Sursu looked coldly at Michael. If he didn't give a chance, Michael wouldn't even have the opportunity to draw his sword. Michael's expression became serious, and finally, he drew his sword. As the sacred sword was drawn, the space shattered. Even just witnessing the fantasy, Yi Xiaoxuan could feel the terror of this sword. When Michael swung his sword, Sirsu responded with a stab. Sirsu's sword seemed unremarkable, but the restraint within it made Yi Xiaoxuan feel stifled. This sword seemed to suppress the entire world. The shattered space was restored, but the sacred sword in Michael's hand lost its luster. In the next instant, Sirsu's sword had pierced through Michael's chest. The top warrior of the angelic army was destroyed by the terrifying sword aura. As the fantasy disappeared, Yi Xiaoxuan was dumbfounded. "You want me to learn this sword?" Soul Split responded, "Yes. As long as you learn this sword, won't the bird person outside be defeated easily?" Yi Xiaoxuan took a deep breath and tried hard to comprehend it. Sirsu had used her body to draw the sword a few times, and in her mind, those moments of drawing the sword kept flashing, even the sword she had just seen. "It's worth a try." The 18-winged blazing archangel outside continued to swing his fists. Suddenly, the alchemy furnace disappeared, and Yi Xiaoxuan appeared in front of him, dying. The 18-winged blazing archangel's face was ferocious and terrifying, with a horrifying light flickering in his eyes, and he threw a fist towards Yi Xiaoxuan. This punch was bound to shatter this ant into pieces. The 18-winged seraph could only faintly sense Yi Xiaoxuan's aura, not very strong. It was entirely normal to kill with a single punch. It was even said that just a glance could be lethal. But now, having just been reborn, he had to crush the person in front of him with a punch and then massacre all the humans present to release the hostility in his heart. The seraph descended upon this world full of weaklings wouldn't have result in a chaotic slaughter. Since Yi Xiaoxuan had already put away the alchemy furnace, she had made up her mind to fight to the death. Unsheathing the soul-breaking sword, she struck. This sword contained all her insights into swordsmanship from these days, protected by the prime purple energy, and with a hint of heavenly pressure. A true chosen one was not so simple. The 18-winged seraph suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure. Even though his power rivaled that of a golden immortal, he couldn't ignore the celestial principles of this world. But he did not fear, for in his view, absolute dominance in strength was enough. How dare a mere ant challenge him with a sword? What a joke! Just smash it to pieces with a punch. What did it mean to a strength that breaks all methods? The 18-winged seraph did not evade Yi Xiaoxuan's sword due to the pressure of the celestial principles. Fist against sword. He needed ultimate dominance. The voice of the soul-breaker resonated in Yi Xiaoxuan's mind. Is this bird-brained person losing his wits? How could someone dare to confront the soul-breaker sword with a fist? Even if the first seal had been broken, the sharpness of the soul-breaker could easily pierce through the seraph's fist. Just as the 18-winged seraph thought, someone dared to challenge him with a sword, and the spirit of the sword seemed to agree with his thoughts. Yi Xiaoxuan, on the other hand, was unaffected, completely focused on her sword. With the enhancement of the prime purple energy, her world revolved around this sword alone. Sout, the soul-breaker pierced the seraph's fist, and the sword energy erupted, tearing his body into pieces instantly. The seraph descended, indeed rivaling a golden immortal in power, but Suduji's body had not reached the level of a true seraph. Moreover, the soul-breaker had already broken the first seal. The spirit of the sword was not stupid. When it pierced the seraph's fist, it immediately obscured Suduji's physical body. Yi Xiaoxuan's golden core madly circulated in her divine sense, exhausting all her strength in an instant. Most spectators outside the arena only saw Yi Xiaoxuan swing her sword, and then Suduji turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Lowly humans, you shall all perish here. The seraph's soul detached, having descended into this world. With the help of the contract, his corporeal body was dead, but with the power of his soul, he could annihilate all the humans present before his strength dissipated. After Yi Xiaoxuan's sword strike, she suddenly blacked out and collapsed, but she didn't hit the ground as Yi had appeared in the arena and caught her. See, when did he get up there? Look, what's that? An angel? Damn. This angel looks ugly. ... The onlookers all exclaimed. A phantom of an angel 3 John Paul appeared in the arena with golden feathers, exquisite armor, but a terrifyingly ugly face, jet black and distorted features, truly frightening. Due to Emperor John's blockade of the space, those outside the arena could not feel the pressure emanating from the angel. The angel's holy light gradually dimmed, and even its feathers turned as black as ink, as it chanted a strange incantation. Completely fallen upon descending into this world, the angel planned to use his remaining power to bestow a plague upon this world, making the humans here entomb him. He looked down at Yi, who held the unconscious Yexiaxuan, with a sinister smile on his face. These humans were just too weak. With the plague he will unleash using his current power, he could slaughter billions of living beings. As for the two humans before him, their fate was sealed, they had to die. So he held Yexiaxuan, gazing at the fallen angel, simply raising an eyebrow, causing the angel's phantom to dissipate in the air. Even as the 18-winged seraph soul faded away, he never expected that a mere gesture from someone could make him vanish. A plague, non-existent. So he carried Yexiaxuan out of the arena. Despite Yexiaxuan's performance just now, he was satisfied. If Yexiaxuan had only hidden inside the alchemy furnace and dared not draw her sword, then he would have been disappointed. Giving her the soul breaker and not drawing her sword made the whole thing quite ridiculous. Yexiaxuan's sword strike wasn't too powerful just now. If her opponent hadn't underestimated her and evaded that strike, she would have lost completely. Even if her swordsmanship was strong at the Golden Core realm, she still couldn't fully pin down her opponent. In the end, she was still a bit weak. So you noticed that after Yexiaxuan swung her sword, the strand of prime purple energy above her head melted into her dantian, transforming it into a small purple sword. This transformation was an unprecedented breakthrough. Others usually turned their golden cores into nascent souls, but her golden core became a tiny purple sword, a special existence. And after she woke from unconsciousness, she should be able to see her spiritual sea. It seemed that she should have more battles like this in the future because cultivators usually could unleash their potential and on the brink of death. Yexiaxuan was still unconscious, and she would never have expected that after just experiencing a life and death battle. Suyi was not concerned about her safety but instead planned to arrange more battles for her. No one interfered with Suyi. However, those who thought Suyi was weak still considered him feeble. In their view, the angel should have been killed by Yexiaxuan, and the process of his feathers turning black was just a symbol of his imminent disappearance. As they hadn't seen Suyi take action, what did his relation to the angel's death have to do with anything? He couldn't have scared the angel to death with just a glance, could he? Only a few people were puzzled about how Suyi appeared in the arena. Kong Wuliang outside the arena was fixated on the Soulbreaker sword in Yexiaxuan's hand. It was the sword Soulbreaker had used back then, confirming it. In other words, it was evident now and could be confirmed that Soulbreaker had never died, and the divine slashing for swords must be in his hands. Logically, since he had casually handed over the Soulbreaker, he shouldn't care about items like the divine slashing for swords. But if he was in a good mood, couldn't he take them back? So he carried Yexiaxuan back to the villa, and Kong Wuliang closely followed, showing his concern. Mr. Su, is Missy okay? She's fine, Suyi said. She just needs some rest. Kong Wuliang suggested. Well, Missy's swordsmanship is good now. With proper guidance, she should be able to achieve the peak of swordsmanship. Suyi nodded. Almost. If you don't have the time, Mr. Su, I can actually teach Missy. Kong Wuliang noticed that Suyi cared about Yexiaxuan a lot. Since trying to please Suyi directly didn't work, maybe pleasing Yexiaxuan could work. The sooner he retrieved the divine slashing for swords, the sooner he could return to his peak state. Suyi glanced at him. I've already told you, your swordsmanship is too basic. Kong Wuliang has always felt that his relationship with Suyi is pretty good. Similarly, he is quite confident in his swordsmanship. Among the several saints of the primordial era, his swordsmanship is acknowledged as the strongest. But now, was Suyi saying that his swordsmanship is too simple? Kong Wuliang glanced around, and only Emperor John was by his side. Well then, he couldn't possibly deny it. After all, he couldn't beat a clone of Suyi now. Most importantly, the one who said those words was Suyi. If Suyi said his swordsmanship was too simple, he really didn't dare to have any objections, considering that compared to Suyi, his swordsmanship might indeed be a bit simple. Suyi says whatever he says. Yexiaxuan did not wake up from her coma until midnight this time. When she woke up, Suyi was sitting by her bedside. Did I win? Yexiaxuan looked weakly at Suyi. Suyi nodded. It could be considered that way. Not a loss. From a certain perspective, Yexiaxuan's battle today most could be considered a loss. The 18-winged angel was prepared to die with Yexiaxuan at the end. If Suyi hadn't intervened, the final outcome would have been truly unpredictable. After all, even the chosen ones are not immortal. Which of the saints of the primordial era did not die in the end? Yexiaxuan had just woken up, her mind still not working well, but in her eyes, as long as she hadn't died, it could be considered a loss. Suyi asked, "Any thoughts?" "I want to eat," Yi Xiaoxuan said. Then suddenly realized that she seemed to have misunderstood Suyi's meaning and could only look at Suyi pitifully. "I think your thought process is a bit problematic," Suyi said with a smile. "Oh, really? But I'm just hungry." Yi Xiaoxuan could only smile awkwardly and continue her gaze attack. She distinctly remembered that Su Dian's gaze attack was very effective on Suyi, so she believed her own version wouldn't be too bad. "What do you want to eat?" Suyi's voice softened, sounding like a gentleman. Yi Xiaoxuan was almost moved to tears. Was this how having a boyfriend felt like? "Anything you make is fine." Yi Xiaoxuan had the utmost confidence in Suyi's cooking skills. "Wait here." After Suyi finished speaking, he walked out of the bedroom. Yi Xiaoxuan sat on the bed with anticipation. In just 10 minutes, Suyi walked in with a bowl of instant noodles. Instant noodles? Yi Xiaoxuan was speechless. She had thought Suyi would make her a big meal. "Just make do with it," Suyi said. "I have something to tell you." Yi Xiaoxuan, at the golden elixir cultivation level, was definitely not hungry, but her foodie instincts made her want to eat. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Yi Xiaoxuan got off the bed and started to eat the noodles. Suyi asked, "Can you feel that you have become stronger during this period?" Yi Xiaoxuan took a few bites and surprisingly found the taste not bad. "I have certainly gotten stronger during this time." So actual combat can indeed enhance your strength. Suyi's own strength had been steadily improving over time, and he hadn't deliberately pursued getting stronger. But now seeing how actual combat could rapidly improve Yi Xiaoxuan's strength, he naturally began to have some ideas. Hearing Suyi say this, Yi Xiaoxuan vaguely felt something amiss. She could probably guess what Suyi wanted to say next. "Do you want to become stronger?" Suyi intended to first understand Yi Xiaoxuan's own desires. Did she want to live a laid-back life? Everyone has different pursuits, just like how Suyi himself was striving to become weaker. "Of course, I want to become stronger." Yi Xiaoxuan placed the bowl on the nearby cabinet and said seriously, "I want to catch up with your pace." When Suyi heard her say this, he couldn't help but feel that her desire to become stronger was even more problematic than her earlier thoughts. Suyi also hoped that one day she could catch up with him, but that hope was undoubtedly very slim. Even if Yi Xiaoxuan became a heavenly Dao sect leader, she still wouldn't be able to compare to Suyi. Becoming a saint and achieving the Dao was not easy. Being bathed in a wisp of innate primordial violet Che meant that Yi Xiaoxuan was chosen by the Dao and had the potential to become a saint. However, becoming a saint was a lengthy process. The 3 clears, derived from the 27 innate primordial violet Qis, when Han Jun attained Dao, also underwent hardships and took thousands of years to achieve sainthood. Look at Emperor Zhang and the other ancestral witches. Weren't their talents stronger than Yi Xiaoxuan's? Thousands of years had passed, yet they were still only at the quasi-saint level. Yi Xiaoxuan's aspiration to achieve sainthood was already difficult. Trying to catch up to Suyi's pace. Even Suyi found it very challenging. Unless she could gather the forces of 3,000 worlds like the person Suyi had struck down, various heavenly chosen Che, and perhaps there might be a slight possibility. However, Yi Xiaoxuan had merely started to say so. No matter how much time it would require, Suyi intended to see how she would grow. "Then let's wait and see. It should be soon. You work hard, I'll watch." Suyi still intended to be an observer. He had taught Yi Xiaoxuan as much as he could. If she failed to grow on her own, Suyi would be helpless. "You work hard, I'll watch." Yi Xiaoxuan nodded vigorously and said, "Got it. Go to bed soon." Suyi's consciousness swept over the immortal realm. Just now, that Gaitanshan had begun to recklessly destroy the spatial structure of the immortal realm. It was estimated that the immortal realm would descend soon. "Hug me." Yi Xiaoxuan had stopped eating and, looking at Suyi, implied clearly that she didn't want to sleep alone. Who would sleep alone after getting a boyfriend? "Then go wash up first." Suyi took the bowl and left the bedroom, calling out to Lan Wen, who was sitting on the sofa watching anime. "Lan, come and wash the dishes." Teasing children was something Suyi took pleasure in. Lan Wen's face went from smiling to blank upon hearing this, looking at the still cheerful Don Taiyue next to him, then glancing at Zhizong standing beside him. With no choice, he went to take the dishes from Suyi's hands and headed to the kitchen. When Suyi returned to the bedroom, Lan Wen immediately came out, glanced at Zhizong, and said, "You wash the dishes, I'm busy." Then he hugged his iPad and continued watching. The joke continued. At first, Suyi didn't plan to shower, but thinking about it, Bathing was actually quite comfortable. By this time, Lee Suan had already entered the bathroom. Suyi earnestly said, "Let's shower together. I also want to wash up." Lee Suan was surprised by Suyi's unexpected words, but cautiously opened the bathroom door, peeked out and looked at Suyi, whispering, "Is it not too appropriate? What's inappropriate about it?" Suyi's mindset was more open than Lee Suan thought. He had seen what needed to be seen, so what's wrong with bathing together? Lee Suan originally thought that Suyi came in to do something, but during the entire shower process, Suyi didn't actually do anything to her. How should I describe this feeling? At first, she was a bit nervous and shy, but there was also a hint of anticipation mixed in. Halfway through the shower, Lee Suan suddenly asked, "Have you ever tried doing it with someone in the water?" "Yes," Suyi answered without any pretense. Lee Suan couldn't help feeling a bit curious and asked, "So how many people have you done it with?" Suyi pondered for a moment and said, "This one is a bit tricky to count." During this period, Suyi had also watched a lot of love videos, and one of the tips was not to mention past lovers in front of your current partner, otherwise it could lead to misunderstandings. Most importantly, there were quite a few women with whom he had relationships. If he had to calculate a number, it would undoubtedly be very large. Lee Suan's mood instantly turned unpleasant and she asked, "Have you done it with Li Youayu and Gu Tongtong?" Not with them. Suyi had always tried to adapt to the times. In the past, having multiple wives and concubines was normal for men. Going to brothels and being chosen by courtesans for a night of pleasure was even considered a good story. But in this era, monogamy was emphasized. Having relations with other women after having a girlfriend or getting married was considered cheating. Suyi had no intention of doing such things. "All right, I believe you then." Lee Suan's voice was somewhat small as she asked, "So, how does it feel to do it in the water?" Suyi earnestly replied, "It's not that great. It's quite dry at first, and then ... Do you want to try?" To try ... Trying is also okay ... Lee Suan had little experience to begin with, so when Suyi said that, trying didn't seem like a problem. They spent over half an hour showering. If Suyi hadn't muffled the sounds coming from the bathroom, people outside might have thought Lee Suan had been seriously injured. "I told you it would be dry. You're a medical student after all, don't you know?" Suyi mentioned dryness, naturally referring to Lee Suan feeling dry, as water didn't have a lubricating effect. Therefore, ultimately, it was Lee Suan who suffered from the discomfort, right? In some immoral films and TV shows, they always like to play around with some flirtatious water scenes, but for both men and women, it wasn't really a pleasant experience. Back in the bedroom, Suyi said, "Let's start over." Again, Lee Suan was a bit hesitant. "Yes, I will teach you a set of cultivation techniques." No wonder Li Youayu was always tempted by Suyi's body. It was mainly because Suyi's body was indeed alluring. Ordinary women who had intimate contact with him could generally experience benefits like extended longevity and preserved youthfulness. However, for cultivators and demons who entered into such an intimate relationship with him, the situation was quite different. Just a drop of Suyi's blood could greatly enhance Lin Yun's cultivation, so what about the essence within that drop? Although Lee Suan's strength was not yet at a level where she could bear Suyi's offspring, the results of refining that essence would undoubtedly be more potent than when she previously refined the ancestral dragon den. After a night spent earnestly practicing cultivation, Lee Suan could even clearly feel an increase in her own cultivation. Completely refining through the simplest method was still impossible, so Suyi taught her some new knowledge, which had even better effects when ingested orally. This way, she could gradually refine it, right? The next day, Suyi arrived at the base of the 13th Bureau. Nowadays, the 13th Bureau had established bases in every city, and they were no longer hiding their existence. The matters of cultivators were now widely known. The funding provided by the country to the 13th Bureau was also increasing. Suyi sensed some strange auras coming from the 13th Bureau's side, so he came to take a look. Li Qingyuan was overjoyed to see Suyi. His once white hair had turned black, and despite being in his twilight years, he had regained a youthful appearance with even well-defined muscles. "Little Su, do you still recognize me?" Li Qingyuan, clad in a white protective suit, approached Suyi with excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Dr. Li." Suyi naturally recognized him. This old man was truly extraordinary. Although he was only an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, now, Within a short 1 or 2 months, his strength had already reached a level comparable to a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage. Technology replacing cultivation? So Yi could see that Li Qingyuan's innate Jia was nearly depleted, and his final days were approaching. "You actually recognized me," Li Qingyuan said excitedly. "Do you know? I extracted the genes from those demon kings. Now, even ordinary people who receive an injection could become as powerful as them. Do you want to try?" "No. I'll pass." Su Yi didn't comment on this matter. Li Qingyuan must have noticed that the cultivators were becoming stronger. The demon kings whom Su Yi had suppressed and subdued before were even stronger than ordinary cultivators. He used technology to extract the genes of these demon kings, make drugs out of them, and ultimately could change a person's physique. But it was clearly impossible to become as powerful as those demon kings. Firstly, the human body would reject the genes of the demon kings. Even if fused, they wouldn't possess the demonic techniques of the demon kings, they would just have brute strength. Such drugs would only provide a temporary boost in strength, with a heavy price to pay. Li Qingyuan claimed that one could become as powerful as the demon kings because he had no idea about the true strength of these demon kings. After all, while a demon king could lift 10,000 kilograms, after taking the drug, he could too. However, he didn't realize that if those demon kings were to go all out, they could easily kill him. Li Qingyuan pondered. "Well, we can wait a bit more. 80 volunteers have already received the injection, and some are still experiencing side effects. It needs further improvement. Why don't you wait for another 2 months? By then, it should be almost perfected." Su Yi wasn't sure if giving Li Qingyuan another 2 months would allow him to produce side effect-free drugs. Currently, Li Qingyuan's body required a large amount of energy intake, and his daily consumption of innate Qia was accelerating. There was a high chance he wouldn't live another 2 months. "Dr. Li, what do you think is the significance of this research?" Su Yi asked. "If these injections make people stronger but shorten their lifespan, do you think it's worth it?" "It is." Li Qingyuan's response was firm. "If ordinary people cannot become stronger, how will we protect ourselves from those powerful cultivators causing chaos? Without strong martial power, how can we ensure the stability and prosperity of society? Peace is hard-won, and I will not allow anyone to jeopardize it, even if they are deities. Is peace hard to come by? It's only natural, but since ancient times, conflicts have never ceased. During the Chaos era, disputes between races, between sects, and even between two small tribes could still lead to wars for various reasons. Even in today's era, the law of the jungle still prevails as the basic law for survival. While modern China enjoys peace and prosperity, without enough strength, it could still face continuous wars like other countries. Li Qingyuan's thoughts are not entirely wrong. It's just that after witnessing powerful cultivators, he developed a sense of crisis, to strive to make his country and people stronger. Yet, he underestimated the so-called immortals he spoke of. In terms of current human technology, they are still too weak for true immortals. It's like using a lower-dimensional attack. However, Su Yi also believes that even if the entire immortal realm descends, there will still be corresponding rules. Just like how humans are the rulers of this world now and don't wipe out other creatures. Su Yi looked at the other volunteers who had received the injection. Without exception, they had all become stronger by who knows how much, but at the cost of their lifespan. The demon kings who were previously suppressed by Su Yi had almost all joined the 13 realms, living a leisurely and prosperous life. When they first arrived in this world, they indeed wanted to conquer the entire world. But after experiencing the terror of Su Yi, they completely dispelled this unrealistic notion. Xiong Liu, who was not weak in the immortal realm, perished directly upon arriving in this world. Just releasing a bit of his aura coat instilled them with boundless fear. It could be said that if Su Yi wanted to wipe them out, all it would take is one glance. With Su Yi around, where would they dare to think about conquering the world? Isn't it good to be alive? After spending so long in the immortal realm fighting daily, this world offers so many new and exciting things. Good food, drinks, and fun, without worrying if they'll live to see tomorrow. What a wonderful life. "Mr. Su, you've arrived," Aang Chenyu said, when he saw Su Yi, quickly nodding and bowing to him with a smile that showed his flattery. Li Qingyuan was just an old scholar, good at scientific research, but clueless about reading people. Seeing how polite Aang Chenyu was to Su Yi, he didn't think much of it and simply commented, "Aang Chenyu, You seem to have improved in politeness recently. It looks like your recent studies have paid off. Aang Jianyu didn't dare to blabber and continued with a smile. Mr. Li is correct. I've been reading a lot of Mr. Luzon's articles lately. Could they afford to be impolite in front of Suyi? Normally, these demon kings didn't treat ordinary people with much respect while working in the 13 realms. But in front of Suyi, if Suyi allowed him to kneel, he would do so every time. Suyi couldn't help but be stunned. Can Luzon's articles teach you politeness? Having read Luzon's articles, it's possible to learn to curse, but learning manners is rare. Aang Jianyu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, and said, I think they are very polite. Li Qingyuan frowned. Where did you learn such dirty language? From Luzon. Aang Jianyu looked strong but a bit simple-minded. He wasn't stupid, though. Knowing that Suyi liked Luzon's writings, he was merely trying to please him. You really learn fast. Li Qingyuan didn't actually blame Aang Jianyu. He just thought Aang Jianyu was a bit foolish. Suyi saw Aang Jianyu's intentions, but didn't point them out. Would flattering Suyi with Luzon's articles in his favor? Perhaps they were overthinking it. Young man, read more books. It won't hurt. Suyi already felt the space structure of the immortal realm breaking apart. However, unlike the previous small world that descended directly onto Chinese soil, the immortal realm didn't do so on Earth's orbit. It was at this moment that Suyi's phone rang. It was Lao Yang. Mr. Su, where are you? Lao Yang sounded urgent. At the base. Is something wrong? Something came up. I'll come over now. Can you wait for me at the base? Sure. Come over. Suyi probably had some understanding of modern technology. After the immortal realm descended, a planet appeared on the same orbit as Earth. This planet was more significant than Earth by more than twice its size. With today's technology, it wasn't impossible to discover this planet as soon as it appeared on the same orbit as Earth. Humanity had never given up exploring the universe, attempting to find the next suitable planet for human habitation or to trace the footsteps of extraterrestrial beings. If a planet suddenly appeared on Earth's orbit, it should be more shocking than the existence of cultivators. Suyi was just curious about what humans would do after discovering the immortal realm. Would they flock to it or regard it as a hypothetical enemy? Were they planning to occupy it or, like before, begin to worship the divine beings? So much had happened recently, and the world order was rapidly changing. Although Suyi didn't mind, these events would likely shake the minds of ordinary people. Their previous understanding was constantly being overturned, and their limited scientific theories could no longer explain this world. Lao Yang quickly arrived at the base, appearing calm and composed. He greeted his colleagues with a smile until he brought Suyi to his office, where his expression immediately turned pale, nervously saying, Mr. Su, our satellite has discovered a planet on the same trajectory as Earth. Out of nowhere, Lao Yang then opened his computer and played a video. In the vast universe, a space appeared distorted, absorbing all light and forming a black hole, after which a massive planet appeared out of thin air. This video was taken by our satellite, Lao Yang said excitedly. This planet, which suddenly appeared, should have a mass about 10 times that of Earth but a volume only 3 times as large. There should be life on it. With this mass and volume, it could affect the Earth's revolution and rotation. It's possible that one day, the two planets will collide. Lao Yang spoke a lot, and Suyi listened quietly. Finally, he said, So, this is the legendary immortal realm, where many mythical immortals reside. Lao Yang fell silent for half a moment before asking with widened eyes, You're not joking with me, are you? Suyi chuckled. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Lao Yang struggled to force a smile. You do seem like you're joking with me. A planet suddenly appeared near Earth out of nowhere, and then Suyi told Lao Yang that the inhabitants on that planet were all mythical gods and immortals. Moreover, Suyi said it all in a nonchalant tone, which made it all feel like a joke. Although Lao Yang was also a cultivator, he didn't really believe that the gods and immortals from myths actually existed. Or perhaps, he dared not believe. If those legendary deities truly existed, how would they conduct themselves? Mr. Su, do you know about the existence of that planet? This was the thing that puzzled Lao Yang. The planet appeared out of thin air for only half an hour. He found out about it through satellite-transmitted video. So how did Suyi know about it? And why was he so certain that the inhabitants of that planet were the gods and immortals from legends? Could it be that he could see the people on that planet? Or was Suyi someone who had descended from the immortal realm? I do, Suyi said. You can rest assured that the planet will definitely not collide with Earth. Not to mention that Suyi could easily change the trajectory of a planet. Even the saints from the immortal realm could do so effortlessly. The collision of two planets is simply impossible. Lao Yang fell into contemplation and finally asked, Mr. Su, are the powers of the gods and immortals up there truly, as the myths say, capable of moving mountains, filling seas, plucking stars, and seizing moons? Suyi nodded. It's not difficult for them. Lao Yang then asked, can they come to Earth? Suyi said, that's not difficult either. Those emperors and demons of the immortal realm, who among them cannot soar through the universe? Nowadays, there is no longer any spatial barrier between the Earth and the immortal realm. If they wish to come to Earth, it's a simple matter. Are the gods and immortals of the immortal realm all as benevolent as you? This was perhaps the most important question. If the gods and immortals truly existed, then the consideration naturally would be whether conflicts would arise between ordinary people and the immortals. Most of the gods and immortals in Chinese mythology are generally benevolent, even saving the common people from disaster. If that were the case, then those deities wouldn't be so daunting. As benevolent as I am, Suyi was somewhat at a loss for how to answer his question. It should be similar. That's good then. Lao Yang finally felt relieved. In his view, Suyi was quite benevolent. Without Suyi, they wouldn't have been able to handle many of the current situations. Suyi chuckled. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. Only a few from the immortal realm can come to Earth. Those people, I almost know them all. Generally speaking, they have good temperaments. He hadn't expected the immortal realm to descend in this manner. Nevertheless, it was quite good. With this in mind, if they wanted to descend to Earth from the immortal realm, they would have to fly over. Trying to use spatial portals for descent was almost impossible. Anyone capable of freely traversing between planets would need to be at least a golden immortal. Apart from a few demonic cultivators and demon kings, those with such cultivation levels would not recklessly harm others. At least the lower-level immortals and earth immortals from the immortal realm wouldn't clash with ordinary people or cultivators on Earth. Without conflicts between different classes, it would be less likely to lead to war. This was good. Lao Yang felt relieved after Suyi's response, but the appearance of the immortal realm definitely needed to be kept secret. This matter couldn't be disclosed unless absolutely necessary. It couldn't be disclosed to the public. The information released by those astronomy enthusiasts had to be immediately blocked. It was better to keep this news under wraps. The only question was whether the foreign media would report it. Suyi chatted with Lao Yang for a while and then left directly. Yi Xiaxuan was still cultivating in the bedroom, and a small sword surrounded by purple and light golden light lingered in her divine sense. The golden core had not given birth to a nascent soul, but instead produced a mysterious little sword. It seemed that she wouldn't wake up for a while. The energy contained in Suyi's essence was quite terrifying. It was relatively simple for ordinary people to consume it for rejuvenation, but for refinement, it would take some time. Dan Taoyue and Lan Wen were unaware that the immortal realm had descended in this manner. The two little ones were snacking and playing games. Each of them had a computer now, playing a game in duo mode. Stupid servant, why didn't you block the bullets from me? You sold me out with your golden body, and now you still want to die. Dan Taoyue was furious, almost wanting to beat Lan Wen. Lan Wen calmly analyzed, in this round, there is still room for my play. Dan Taoyue chuckled. In the end, a double kill was coming. You're such a noob. Lan Wen defended himself. It was a keyboard issue. Oh come on, you noob. I've never seen such a lazy support like you. Lan Wen was also dissatisfied, saying, this round was definitely due to the jungle's problem. The two kids kept blaming each other, throwing off responsibilities, but they were still having a great time. Suyi, with nothing better to do, went over and saw Dan Taoyue and Lan Wen's teammates directly cursing them as elementary school kids, with the jungle player transforming into his own citizen, constantly berating them. This almost drove the two of them to want to strangle the person through the internet cable. Little dragon, I'll help you play. Suyi was quite free, and he was indeed good at the game. He couldn't figure out how, with Dan Taoyue and Lan Wen's reaction speed, playing these games should have been simple. Perhaps they were quick to react, but not that great at thinking, he mused. Suyi took over as Lan Wen's support halfway through, with impeccable operations, but ultimately, it was due to their teammates being incompetent that they lost the game. Let's start over. Suyi wanted to see if he could win a round even with Dan Taoyue, who wasn't very bright. Lan Wen's computer was taken over by Suyi, so he didn't dare say anything and could only watch. Su Yi and Don Taiyue played together for ranking points until Emperor Zhang arrived. Long Wen opened the door for him, seeing that Su Yi was playing the game, so he could only stand and watch silently for a while. After finishing a game, Su Yi turned around and asked, "Do you need something?" Emperor Zhang nodded earnestly and asked, "Mr. Su, you should already know, right? The immortal realm has descended. I wonder what I should do next." Su Yi then asked back, "What do you mean? What should you do?" Emperor Zhang said, "Can I come down directly to accept disciples?" When Su Yi was playing the game, he had considered some questions as well. He was quite aware that he wasn't as benevolent as Lao Yang made him out to be. Restraining those demon kings and divine spirits from causing chaos was simply because Su Yi enjoyed his current lifestyle, and that was all. Discord and conflicts, to Su Yi, were common occurrences. Now that the immortal realm had descended, besides the cultivators at the golden immortal level and above, others couldn't come to Earth. So, wouldn't everything be peaceful as long as those golden immortal level cultivators were properly restrained or reasoned with? Emperor Zhang naturally wants to promote witchcraft and restore the former glory of witch teachings. However, he is unsure of Su Yi's attitude. Su Yi allowed his tainted land to be revived and spread the teachings of witchcraft, but would he allow his deity to descend into the original world? "It's fine for you to come down and accept disciples directly." Su Yi stood up and gave his seat to Long Wen, saying, "But no matter where you are, there should be some rules to follow. Anyone who returns to the original world, regardless of their identity or race, should abide by the local laws," Su Yi said. "It's best for them to register after coming down, and then stay in one place together. Of course, if they don't want to, just forget what I said." Nowadays, only existences above the golden immortal level have the possibility to come directly from the immortal realm to the original world, and their power is enough to impact the balance of this world. Su Yi has this idea, but he wonders if he is being too lenient. Forcing rules on people based on his personal preferences is not something he should be doing. How about just suggesting an opinion now? It's best for the experts in the immortal realm to discuss among themselves and have a meeting. Emperor Zhang nodded repeatedly. "I think that's fine." What a joke. Is the suggestion Su Yi made even considered an opinion? It's like during a meeting, when a leader proposes a decision, he may ask in an inquiring tone, "Can Emperor Zhang still hold opposing views?" "Let's talk about it later," Su Yi asked. "Do you have any other business?" Emperor Zhang shook his head and said, "I just came to ask you if I can bring other witch gods over. It's up to you, but whoever you bring, you should be responsible for them." Su Yi couldn't directly stop people from coming. Fortunately, Emperor Zhang had been by Su Yi's side for a considerable amount of time, and knew that Su Yi was not someone who liked to meddle in others' affairs. As long as the witch gods didn't act foolishly, they wouldn't die. After bidding farewell to Emperor Zhang, Tan Taiyue and Long Wen stared blankly at Su Yi. "Mr. Su, has the immortal realm descended?" Tan Taiyue and Long Wen's cultivation was not weak, but they had been enjoying themselves so much recently that they didn't even realize the immortal realm had descended. "Yes. Do you need anything?" Su Yi could tell that the two youngsters didn't look too good. Tan Taiyue and Long Wen shook their heads in unison. During this period, they had almost forgotten why they had come to the original world. Weren't they supposed to come to resurrect the Father God? What were they doing day in and day out? Initially, they focused on cultivation, but now they were more into chips, cola, and games. Tan Taiyue paused for a while and tentatively asked, "Mr. Su, can we leave for a while? If you want to leave, just go." So you wouldn't force the two youngsters to stay. In principle, he was now part of the 13 departments, and as long as Tan Taiyue and Long Wen didn't kill ordinary people or disturb social order, there was no reason for Su Yi to intervene. Su Yi could probably guess what Tan Taiyue and the others wanted to do. "Then we'll take our leave. Thank you for taking care of us during this time, Mr. Su." Tan Taiyue and Long Wen had made rapid progress in their cultivation during this time with Su Yi. Staying by Su Yi's side had brought them many benefits. Now the two youngsters' strength was already comparable to a great Luo Golden Immortal, and combined with their racial talents, they weren't easy opponents for most, except for big shots like Emperor Zhang. In the immortal realm, the strength of a demon king was basically limited to the celestial immortal realm, while beasts like Xiangliu had strength far surpassing ordinary golden immortals, even able to confront a great Luo Golden Immortal. Tan Taiyue and Long Wen had now reached the level of demon idols. Of course, above demon idols, There were even stronger demon emperors. Having achieved such cultivation at a young age, if they returned to the immortal realm, they would either be killed by some demon emperor or be protected by some demon forces until they matured. When Suyi first saw them, he knew they had a contract with that guy he had fought. Now that they had left, their mission should be to slay those chosen ones. This included those demon kings who still had contracts on them. They would definitely do something as well. Suyi could annul the contracts of Tantaiyue and the others, but there were some things he couldn't be bothered to interfere with. It's better to just watch quietly. Longwen and Tantaiyue chose to leave, and in the afternoon, Lao Yang called Suyi to inform him that all the demon kings from the 13 departments had resigned, except for Aang Qianyu. These things were within Suyi's expectations. At this point, Suyi directly resigned from the 13 departments. It's better not to do this job anymore. The next day, 23 students from the Academy of Cultivation mysteriously disappeared. Emperor John and 11 witch gods descended. A demon king was killed by Emperor John on the spot when he attacked Yuan Haoran. When Suyi saw Yuan Haoran again, he noticed that the aura around him had become much stronger. Killing the chosen ones could lead to a backlash from the heavens, so those demon kings who killed them would definitely pay a corresponding price. Of course, they might also gain some benefits. None of these were concerns for Suyi. Mr. Su, I have brought all the other 11 witch gods. Emperor John did not bring the witch gods directly to Suyi. He first mentioned it to Suyi. Do you want to see them, or is there anything you need to tell them? Guarding the villa, Suyi glanced at Emperor John and said, just ensure they do not harm ordinary people. Suyi had already let Tantaiyue and the others kill people. He couldn't interfere with the witch gods as well. Emperor John chuckled. Mr. Su, you jest. We are here to promote witch teachings. How could we harm ordinary people? Suyi nodded. All right, you can leave if there are no issues. Emperor John seemed somewhat complicated. Dan said, do you already know about those demon kings killing everywhere? Suyi nodded. What does that have to do with me? I have resigned. Resigned. Emperor John was somewhat puzzled. Suyi had handled those matters before. Was it solely because he was an official of the 13 departments? Yes, I have resigned. So in the future, I have no business with that. Don't bother me. Suyi looked coldly at Emperor John and said, a couple of those witch gods of yours look quite appetizing. Emperor John was dumbfounded. It seemed like he had traveled tens of thousands of years back. Looking appetizing was not a good thing. Emperor John asked, can we take action against those demon kings to protect the human race? Do as you wish. Suyi knew what Emperor John was thinking. To promote witch teachings, they should do things that appeared beneficial to the human race. For whatever reason, when the demon kings attacked humans, what they did could be considered balancing the situation. Suyi had foreseen this, so he had resigned from the 13 departments. Balance was always necessary. Suyi has lived for so many years, actually undergoing constant changes. From the initial loneliness of being alone in a desolate environment, to finding other lives and witnessing their growth. From the excitement of the first battle, wanting to show off to companions, to constantly seeking challenges later on. After realizing how strong he was, he tried to restrain his power to have common topics with ordinary people. Those who haven't experienced his life can hardly fathom the twists and turns he underwent. It wasn't until his first friend, Han Jun, passed away, that he separated Han Meng's purple aura into 3 parts, creating the 3 purities. Before the 3 purities took human form, other creatures had already appeared in the world, mostly ferocious beasts. Of course, this so-called strength depends on who's considering it. Those ferocious beasts introduced Suyi to the taste of meat. Passing time, powerful species emerged in the world. Suyi once speculated that the heavenly Tao was imitating his creation because 2 powerful species had appeared. One had a human face and animal body, known as gods. The other had an animal head and human body, known as demons. When these 2 major races clashed, along with ferocious beasts, some of which were even stronger than gods and demons, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. Although the first group of humans created by Suyi had some strength, they were still not strong enough to compete with them. Suyi once stood with humans against gods, demons, and ferocious beasts, but never went to the extreme. At that time, he felt that life was precious. Until the established rules of the world and the heavenly Tao settled down, he met the woman who touched his heart, Yang Xiao. Apart from her good cultivation talent, Yang Xiao seemed a bit foolish in other aspects. However, Suyi was deeply moved for the first time perhaps experience in love and first love. He expected young Xiao to live on like himself, but she eventually died during a heavenly catastrophe. Sui then experienced the sorrow of losing someone and began seeking ways to revive young Xiao. Although reviving someone wasn't difficult, the outcome left Sui struggling to accept. After reviving young Xiao, the heavenly Tao seemed to intentionally torment Sui with continuous heavenly trials. Young Xiao, after being revived, suffered immense daily pain. Once she left Sui's protection, the heavenly Tao would erase her once again. Enraged, Sui attempted to challenge the heavenly Tao, but to no avail, and ended up unleashing a destructive blow. He thought annihilating the heavenly Tao would be final, but soon after, life flourished anew. However, the revived creatures were not as powerful as before. Perhaps Sui's blow indeed injured the heavenly Tao. Since then, Sui mostly chose to retire from conflicts, and even when participating in war, he often acted as an inconspicuous soldier to pass time. With the arrival of the immortal realm, many figures resurrected were once killed by Sui. Despite trying to avoid conflicts, he found it amusing that just because he revived young Xiao, the heavenly Tao would confront him. Sui wiped out all living beings, yet the heavenly Tao resurrected all of them, transferring their souls to another space. Time can dilute everything, and now Sui holds no grudge against the heavenly Tao, merely feeling curious. He simply wants to test the Tao's endurance with a couple of punches. It's not hard to guess that Sui's blow did affect the Tao's vitality. Otherwise, the Tao could have created more powerful beings instead of transferring their souls to wait for rebirth in another space. Sui once created beings in a space, but found it uninteresting later on and stopped caring. Theoretically, if Sui had revived young Xiao in a new space at that time, the Tao would have had no power. However, Sui's abilities were limited, and he couldn't open a new space then. After Di Jian's arrival, Kong Wuliang vanished the next day, and the primordial master visited personally. After thousands of years, he returned to this land, with a mix of emotions. Most importantly, he finally found Sai Duanhen. Now he could reclaim his sword of the Slayer of Immortals. The promise of lending the sword to Sui for a while had led to his own disappearance. Now in a new world, he had lost track of the sword and Sai Duanhen. Luckily, he found them, and Sai Duanhen, now known as Sui, agreed to return the sword. It was a relief. The primordial master, dressed in immortal clothing, approached Sui and requested to take the person in the room away. Sui's household members had mostly left, and he agreed to hand over the sword. The person in the room declined to become his disciple. The primordial master remained nonchalant and mentioned his identity. As things progressed, Sui casually asked the visitor to take the person away. The conversation ended with the primordial master inviting the person to join him, while Sui continued his game development. The immortal asked for the person to be taken away before retreating with the primordial master. The rune grew silent, leaving Sui absorbed in his game, creating unusual bridges with ease, setting world records. The primordial master approached with a question. Sui handed over the sword without hesitation, signifying the end of this small chapter in their lives, as the visitor opted against joining him. The scene concludes with the immortal engaged in conversation with the visitor, while Sui remained engrossed in his game development. The Lord of Tiantian is of high status. If he wants to take disciples, it seems unlikely that anyone would refuse. Jixian is just a small mortal immortal. If he can become a disciple of Sui, it would be a great honor for him. As long as the Lord of Tiantian reveals his identity, wouldn't Jixian immediately kneel and bow down? Upon hearing the Lord of Tiantian speak, Jixian politely asked, "May I ask for your honor's Taoist title?" Supreme Lord of the Lingbao of Shangqing. After the Lord of Tiantian stated his title, one could almost anticipate Jixian's shocked expression. Jixian slightly frowned, seeming to have some doubts. One of the Sanking. The Lord of Tiantian asked in return, "Isn't it so?" Oh. Jixian suddenly realized and slowly kneeled down, paying a big salute. So it is the Supreme Lord of the Lingbao of Shangqing. I, Jixian of the Linqi sect, pay respects to the Supreme Lord of the Lingbao of Shangqing. Then it's settled. From now on, you will stay by my side. The Lord of Tiantian looked satisfactorily at Jixian kneeling in front of him, already deciding to take this disciple. At the sound of Suyi's request, even if Jixian were a pig, the Lord of Tiantian would still accept. Your honor, I hope to stay by Mr. Su's side. Jixian almost said directly that he did not want to be his disciple. Linqi sect is also a branch of Taoism, and they also worship the Sanking. However, Jixiang's refusal towards the Lord of Tiantian was resolute. "Alright, follow me later." Before the Lord of Tiantian could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized that he was rejected. The Lord of Tiantian, one of the Sanking Saints, was rejected by a mere mortal immortal. The Lord of Tiantian couldn't quite come back to his senses, thinking there might have been something wrong with his ears. "You are unwilling to become a disciple under my tutelage." The Lord of Tiantian could not fathom it. What kind of courage does it take to refuse him? Jixiang's expression did not change, simply nodded, saying, "I hope your honor will fulfill my request." In one set of interactions, Jixiang's refusal was decisive. If it were another practitioner of the Tao, they would probably already be clinging to the Lord of Tiantian. To bow down to a saint as a teacher is a great opportunity. Someone like Jixiang who refused the Lord of Tiantian without hesitation would likely be seen as foolish by the immortals in the immortal realm. Ha ha. You know how to choose. The Lord of Tiantian laughed heartily. "I didn't even realize. Mr. Su was actually hinting for you to leave. Why are you so uncooperative?" Jixiang would certainly choose to leave. From the Lord of Tiantian's attitude towards Suyi, it was evident that Suyi may be more powerful than the Lord of Tiantian. Unfortunately, he misjudged as Suyi was indeed giving him a dismissal notice. Since he had resigned from his previous positions, he had no intention of attending classes at the Immortal Academy. Sooner or later, some powerful beings from the Immortal Realm would come down, and Suyi decided to move back to Wadong Street. "Mr. Su, I do not wish for you to accept me as a disciple. I just want to stay by your side as a cook." Jixiang was astute, recognizing who the real powerhouse was. In his eyes, perhaps Suyi represented the greatest opportunity of his life, and he would rather be a cook by Suyi's side than become a disciple under the Lord of Tiantian. This showed his determination. Suyi set aside his mouse and gave Jixiang a glance, raising an eyebrow. "The dishes you make aren't as delicious as mine. You can leave." Jixiang was speechless. Even if it were true, there was no need to be so blunt. The Lord of Tiantian, on the other hand, was even more delighted. Seeing Suyi tormenting others made him feel extremely joyful. When the suffering he had once experienced was inflicted on others, it brought him great pleasure. Suyi asked, "Now decide, do you still want to go with him?" Jixiang had been helping Suyi with cooking and odd jobs here. Even though his dishes were average, he had still made an effort. When the Lord of Tiantian came asking for the main line for swords, Suyi simply gave him a chance. To be able to become a disciple under the Lord of Tiantian was the dream of countless cultivators. To be taught by a saint was an extremely fortunate thing. Jixiang appeared somewhat embarrassed since he had just rejected the Lord of Tiantian. The Lord of Tiantian was solely focused on retrieving the four swords of the establishing immortals, and in his perspective, being rejected was not considered a significant matter. When Jixiang was able to refuse even after learning his identity, it proved that Jixiang was quite intelligent. If Suyi decides to keep him, his future accomplishments might indeed be significant. "Alright, perform the ceremony of accepting me as your master when you return. For now, wait outside for me. There are some matters I need to discuss with Mr. Su." The Lord of Tiantian waved his hand and had Jixiang wait outside. Jixiang obediently paid his respects to the Lord of Tiantian and then exited the room. "Mr. Su, where is my sword? You didn't mess it up, did you?" Seeing Jixiang leave, the Lord of Tiantian immediately dropped his dignified demeanor, sat down beside Suyi with a smile on his face. Those unaware might think this Taoist was not serious. The first swords of the establishing immortals were the treasure of the Lord of Tiantian's teachings. If the sword formation were to be activated, it would exhibit mysterious and dangerous changes, infinite killing intent, and extreme danger. Even a golden immortal would turn to dust upon entering the formation unless they were a saint. The rumor was that the four swords of establishing immortals could only be broken by the combined power of the four saints. The Lord of Tiantian was worried if Suyi might have somehow mishandled the sword. If it were someone else, the Lord of Tiantian would not worry about this issue at all. However, the sword was in Suyi's hands. He knew that Suyi possessed countless artifacts and that Suyi was a rather frivolous person. What if he insisted on comparing his soul-severing four swords with the four swords of establishing immortals? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? When he recalled Suyi breaking through a formation with a single sword effortlessly, the Lord of Tiantian felt a bit fearful. Who said it couldn't be penetrated without the four saints? Just by using one sword. Suyi made the Lord of Tiantian question his life choices. "Do you really think I can't tell? It was just a loan. How could it possibly be damaged?" Suyi paused and said, Besides, with your measly swords, what's the point of playing? The Lord of Tiantian vaguely felt he was making sense, yet also felt like Suyi was insulting him, but he couldn't find evidence. Suyi waved his robe, and for divine swords floated in the air. If you want to play with swords, let's play in the immortal realm. Naturally, as a saint, the Lord of Tiantian understood how terrifying his four swords of establishing immortals were. Well, they were still somewhat terrifying when not facing Suyi. Such a powerful weapon should not be used easily, especially now when Earth was populated with mortals. If the formation of the four swords of establishing immortals are directly activated, it would likely harm innocent people. Being a saint, it was best to refrain from unnecessary killings and focus on enlightening and guiding the world. The four swords of Juxian have been sealed with Suyi's aura. Over the years, most of the time, they have been hung as decorations in Suyi's residence. The sword spirits of the four swords of Juxian are somewhat depressed. In the past, when they were in the hands of the leader of the Tanshan sect, they were powerful, but when not in use, they were also enshrined in the Biu Palace. During the primordial period, the Juxian sword formation was known as the ancient first killing formation. However, after coming into Suyi's possession, they were basically treated as worthless items. The sword spirits dare not rebel. They are very aware of the terror of this man. With just a sword, he could break the sword formation effortlessly. The weapon in his hand, the broken soul, is of a much higher grade than they are, or rather, they do not even know the grade of the broken soul. They only remember the days, and they trembled in front of the broken soul. Now they have finally returned to the hands of the leader of the Tanshan sect. As the leader of the Tanshan sect collected the four swords, he said joyfully, "Mr. Su is indeed a man of his word. If you have time, why not come and visit the immortal realm? Come to my Biu Palace, I will entertain you wholeheartedly." Suyi had already begun the next game and said, "Let's talk about it later. If you have nothing else to do, you should leave with your people." In the game, the characters controlled by players have fixed attributes, health bars, and can die. This is an experience that Suyi does not have in real life. Perhaps this is also the biggest difference between Suyi and other players. Ji Zhang left with the leader of the Tanshan sect from where Suyi lived, and Suyi continued his leisurely life. As long as the beings in the immortal realm do not go too far, Suyi will not interfere. In his view, helping Yishiak Suan become stronger is the top priority now. From a certain perspective, for Yishiak Suan to become stronger, she must face stronger opponents. It is best to go through life and death struggles like the battle with the 18-winged seraphim last time, as that will bring greater progress. With Yishiak Suan's current cultivation level, she is basically capable of fighting anyone below the ascension period. So he thought of taking her to tour the immortal realm. With her luck, she might encounter some peculiar opportunities. However, with Yishiak Suan's current cultivation being too low, taking her to the immortal realm might just result in her being constantly defeated. Yishiak Suan was still in seclusion, and Suyi didn't think much about it. He spent 2 days playing games at home, and eventually got bored. One day, a thunderous sound came from the sky. Suyi looked out of the window and saw a huge mushroom cloud rising tens of thousands of miles high in the sky. Sword energy swept through, space shattered, and the house shook. The 12 ancestral witches were actually fighting against the leader of the Tanshan sect. The leader of the Tanshan sect was single-handedly taking on all 12 and not falling behind. Suyi was well aware that as long as the leader of the Tanshan sect wished it, those 12 ancestral witches would all perish today. Well, it was said that there was only one level of difference between a sage and a quasi-sage. In reality, their strengths were worlds apart. A sage trying to kill a quasi-sage was as easy as flipping a hand. Any talk of real power was simply a joke, especially, and they were facing the most terrifying of the sages. With the first swords of Juxian in hand, the leader of the Tanshan sect was undoubtedly one of the most terrifying sages, capable of directly eliminating the ancestral witches if he so wished. Remembering Suyi's words, the leader of the Tanshan sect decided not to mess around on Earth with his swordplay. He didn't want to truly kill the ancestral witches and only resorted to passive defense. Di Zhang, hand over that fellow named Yuan Haoran to this deity, the leader of the Tanshan sect said. You should know that this kid might become a future great demon king. If you can't keep an eye on him, it may lead to a disaster in the future. Di Zhang huffed. I know how to differentiate between important and trivial matters. That, as you said, another great demon is already in the hands of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Yuan Haoran naturally has to stay in the origin world. If you and the Eastern Emperor Tai conspire to create a great demon king, who will take responsibility then? In the past few days, Don Taiyue and the others had already killed all the false chosen ones except for Yuan Haoren and another young man named Wan Tang. When they tried to abduct Yuan Haoren, Di Zhang stopped them. Now that the leader of the Tanshan sect wanted to take Yuan Haoren to the immortal realm, Di Zhang naturally disagreed. They both understood that if one of Yuan Haoren or Wan Tang die, the survivor would become the great demon king. But according to the Eastern Emperor Tai's orders, they couldn't kill them directly. They had to take back the final two individuals to the immortal realm. Now that Di Zhang and the leader of the Tanshan sect had intervened forcefully, the situation had become more complicated. Don Taiyue and the others could only bring Wan Tang back to the immortal realm first. The leader of the Tanshan sect was very frustrated. As a sage, he couldn't casually attack those below the rank of sage without reason. This was an agreement among the sages. Otherwise, he would have charged into the Eastern Emperor Tai's domain yesterday and forcibly taken the people. He wasn't like Su Yi, who could do as he pleased. Now Di Zhang was suggesting that he might collaborate with the Eastern Emperor Tai. Had he lost his mind? He had come to negotiate with Di Zhang in a friendly manner, but these ancestral witches dared to attack him because they outnumbered him. This deity is refraining from attacking you. You can go and consult Su Duanhen about this matter. The leader of the Tanshan sect remembered that the first time he saw Di Zhang was in Su Yi's courtyard. Di Zhang should be Su Yi's pet. Ultimately, he didn't dare to kill Di Zhang. He was afraid of angering Su Yi, who knew if Di Zhang's words and actions represented Su Yi's will. I will go consult Mr. Su about this. Even though Di Zhang had been worshipped as a deity, he still held Su Yi in high regard. Then go ahead. The leader of the Tanshan sect had many thoughts as well. If Di Zhang consulted Su Yi about this matter, then it would be Su Yi's business. Let Su Yi deal with Yuan Haoren however he saw fit in the end. If he was willing to kill, then let him, and even if a great demon king emerged later, Su Yi would be the one overseeing it. Now the leader of the Tanshan sect was somewhat looking forward to it. If a great demon king truly appear, who between him and Su Yi would be more formidable? Di Zhang didn't bother with the leader of the Tanshan sect's complicated thoughts. In his view, Yuan Haoren couldn't be handed over to the leader of the Tanshan sect. When the Yao clan united with the human clan to besiege their witch clan in the past, the leader of the Tanshan sect had intervened, and Di Zhang couldn't rest assured in trusting Yuan Haoren to him. Standing in the air, the leader of the Tanshan sect surveyed the 12 ancestral witches with narrowed eyes. A bunch of dummies, still playing with him? Di Zhang didn't think so much. He dispersed the ancestral witches and then made his way to Su Yi's residence. Mr. Su, Tan Chia wants us to hand over Yuan Haoren to him. What do you think? After seeing Su Yi, Di Zhang was straightforward, saying, in these past few days, those bastards from the Yao clan have killed many people, and the other chosen one has been sent to the Eastern Emperor Tai in the immortal realm. I don't know their intentions. Su Yi glanced at him and said, if Tan Chia wants someone, give it to him. Why bother with so much fuss? Mr. Su, handing Bei Hao to him like this, what if he directly kills Yuan Haoren? Wouldn't Wang Tang become the big demon king? Emperor John didn't quite understand Su Yi's meaning. Big demon king, Su Yi asked lightly, is it very powerful? Have you seen it? Ah. Emperor John suddenly realized, what big demon king? All of this was just speculation between Su Yi and Tanshan Daoren. And how powerful could this so-called big demon king be? Can he withstand a slap from Su Yi? Thinking of this, Emperor Zhang suddenly felt less pressure. Yuan Haoren is indeed a hot potato. He had no idea how powerful this so-called big demon king really was. Leaving Yuan Haoren by his side, if Dong Huang Tai directly killed Wan Tang, Yuan Haoren would become the big demon king, and then be by his side. It's not that he lacked confidence in his own strength. After all, anyone dubbed a big demon king by Su Yi and Tanshan Daoren must have some strength. Now that Su Yi had put it this way, why not just hand Yuan Haoren over to Tanshan Master? Let him handle it however he wants, whether he wants to kill or imprison. What does it have to do with Emperor John? Mr. Su, I understand. I will now hand Yuan Haoren over to Tanshan. Emperor Zhang nodded with a smile and left. Su Yi returned to the kitchen to cook. He knew the several saints of Tanshan Master very well. They were just a group of idle fellows who liked to use the world as a chessboard and the common people as pawns. Now they were trying to scheme against him again. Are they tired of living? In the face of Tonshin's petty tricks, Suyi muttered to himself as he cooked the fish. Since the saints and demon emperors liked to play, and he was bored anyway, why not play along? After all, aren't they just playing mind games? Suyi planned to play a big game with them. He believed that after playing games, he would need to find something else to do. Since he decided to play, he might as well find a heavenly doubted challenge, then break through this universe's barrier and see what lies on the other side. Tonshin Master had no idea that his small gesture had sparked Suyi's desire to play a game. He was still waiting for Emperor John's message. After talking to Suyi, Emperor John found Tonshin Master. He even brought Yuan Haoran with him. Tonshin, this person is yours. Emperor John, in his usual generous manner, directly threw Yuan Haoran to Tonshin Master. Tonshin Master caught Yuan Haoran, looking at Emperor John with disbelief. He still didn't know what consequences would follow if Yuan Haoran died, but he definitely didn't dare to let that happen. Didn't Emperor John just give off the impression that he wouldn't hand over the person to him under any circumstances? Why the sudden change? What do you mean? Tonshin Master held Yuan Haoran's neck, looking puzzled at Emperor John. Emperor John smiled. You asked for a person, so here he is. Tonshin Master furrowed his brows. Aren't you afraid I will kill him? Go ahead. If you want to kill him, go ahead. I'll watch. Emperor John felt quite relieved. Seeing Tonshin Master in such a state was even more refreshing than beating him up. This stubborn fellow actually used his clone as a disciple to try to learn space laws from him. Now, seeing him so clueless and helpless was quite satisfying. Tonshin Master took a deep breath and asked, Is this Suyi's idea? Who else? Emperor John smirked. Being able to make a saint suffer a loss was quite a delightful thing. He probably understood why Tonshin Master dared not make a move against him. Wasn't it all because of Suyi? The reputation of Su Duan back then had made all the saints tremble. Emperor John had even witnessed Su Duan kicking Yuan Shiqiantan tens of thousands of miles away. In comparison, Tonshin had it worse, being beaten up by Su Duan and not showing any temper at all. What saint? In front of Su Duan, they were all just kids. Tonshin gritted his teeth and stared at Emperor John, feeling his smile particularly hateful. He really resembled Su Duan, but now, he really didn't dare to make a move. How did Suyi say? Tonshin finally suppressed the impulse to attack Emperor John. Mr. Su said the person is yours. Do what you want, it's none of my business. Emperor John's smile grew deeper. Indeed, it was better to consult Mr. Su on such matters. What's the point of fighting with Tonshin? The fight would be futile. And the situation now seemed better. Tonshin clearly didn't like him, yet he still couldn't touch him. Why hold on to something like a hot potato? Tonshin Master didn't quite understand Suyi's intentions, but now that the person was in his hands, what was to come next? Previously, he had caused such a big fuss, deliberately provoking the ancestors to attack him, creating a huge commotion, all to attract Suyi's attention, leading to Suyi taking over Yuan Haoran. Now, Emperor John had just handed the person over to him. Damn it, how could this be played out? Kill him? Seems difficult. But keeping him by his side, what if Don Wang Tai directly killed Wang Teng on the other side, leaving him to face a fully formed Demon King alone? Why does it feel like he dug a hole for himself? Now say he doesn't want the person. It seems he can't lose face like this. A grand saint, coming to Emperor John for a person, now that Emperor John has given him the person, saying he doesn't want him. Wouldn't that be a joke? As a saint, reputation is still important. Oh, by the way, Ziliu, do you still want to learn the power of space laws? If you want to learn, I can teach you. Emperor John now became more clever. If he couldn't win a fight, he could always win an argument. After spending time with Suyi, he had picked up some skills. Tonshin Master, hearing the term Ziliu, was infuriated. His face turned ashen. He subtly messaged, Do you want me to kill you? Each clone was essentially an independent entity, and the principles by which Kong Wuliang acted might differ from those of Tonshin Master. Ultimately, Kong Wuliang was Tonshin Master. Even if Tonshin Master knew about Kong Wuliang's decision to become Emperor John's disciple, he couldn't stop it. But what Kong Wuliang did was truly humiliating. To secretly learn Emperor John's space laws, he even worshipped him as a master, called Gutong Tong a senior sister, and referred to Suyi as an uncle. What kind of mess was this? If that got out, where would Tonshin Master's face go? Emperor John also knew he shouldn't go too far. He could genuinely feel the murderous intent coming from Tonshin Master. Provoking a saint could have severe consequences. In the end, Emperor John just smiled and said, "Forget it, why be so angry?" With a cold snort, Tonshin Master held Yuan Haoran and flew away in the clouds, leaving Yuan Haoran bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. After Suyi finished cooking, he leisurely started eating. Those leaders of the heavenly cult, didn't they like to use the lives of the people as pawns? Suyi felt that these leaders, demon emperors, and the like were quite nice. It wasn't very interesting for ordinary people to use. Perhaps through them, one could find traces of the heavenly Tao. As for the edge of the universe, let's take it slow and have fun first. Suyi's life was too long, without an end. Playing one thing after another was non-existent. When it comes to scheming, the first rule is not to rush. Taking it step by step was more enjoyable. Suyi thought for a moment. Perhaps he could also use this matter to make Yi Shaxuan stronger. It was undoubtedly a process for ordinary people to grow stronger, and Yi Shaxuan could definitely take advantage of this opportunity. Yes. Let's plan well. At this moment, Yi Shaxuan was still cultivating in her room, completely unaware that Suyi was scheming against her again. Getting stronger naturally would happen, but the process of getting stronger might have some difficulties. After finishing a fish, Suyi had some thoughts. At that moment, several leaders and demon emperors and immortal emperors felt a tightness in their hearts. They didn't know what had happened, but after years of cultivation, their intuition was sharp. In that split second just now, they had a bad premonition. However, this feeling quickly passed. With their status and position, it was impossible to talk about such matters with people around them, but they became more vigilant. At their level, premonitions were something that could not be ignored. After all, caution was necessary. Suyi washed the dishes and looked into the bedroom, where Yi Shaxuan had made remarkable progress in her cultivation. With the assistance of the heavenly Taoist primordial purple energy, Yi Shaxuan had successfully refined some of Suyi's essence. She had fully unlocked all her potential, progressing from an ordinary person to a level comparable to ascension in just a short period of time. However, Suyi didn't find this progress to be significant. Was the strength at the ascension stage powerful? But when encountering a slightly ruthless cultivator, they could easily be eliminated. While Yi Shaxuan was still in seclusion, Suyi played some games until 10 days later, when Yi Shaxuan finally opened her eyes, breathing out a sigh, and a purple light flashed through her eyes. She had no idea how long she had been sitting there, probably a long time. Awake, Suyi looked deeply at Yi Shaxuan. Even with the assistance of the purple energy, she hadn't completely refined the essence, only a small part of it. So, trying to improve her cultivation through this method again would not yield the same results. How long have I been sitting here? Yi Shaxuan didn't remember the time but still asked Suyi. It couldn't have been decades or centuries sitting there. Who knew what changes might have occurred in the world during that time? About a dozen days, Suyi said. Do you want to go out? Suyi had never practiced cultivation. He would simply find a place to sleep when he was bored. Nowadays, the era was changing rapidly. If one secluded oneself for decades, the world might have changed drastically. Let's go out and explore. I'll take a bath first. Yi Shaxuan jumped out of bed, feeling full of energy. Sure. Let's go together. No. Yi Shaxuan's expression changed, still haunted by the previous incident during her long cultivation, and she didn't like the feeling of being in the water. Therefore, bathing together was not an option. Even if they did want to do something, they would decide after taking a bath. Then you go ahead. Suyi wasn't a pervert like Xia Shanhao who used such methods to improve cultivation. He did such things based on his mood. He noticed how frightened Yi Shaxuan was earlier, so it was better to drop the idea. His thoughts were the same as Yi Shaxuan's. They could do things after taking a bath. With no one else in the house, they could do some activities in the living room, balcony, or kitchen without any issues. After Yi Shaxuan finished bathing, she quickly dressed and appeared in front of Suyi saying, "Let's go. Where are we going to explore?" Suyi almost burst out laughing at her actions. Was she guarding against him, or something else was happening in her mind? Why did he feel that his image had changed a bit in Yi Shaxuan's mind? Have you had your treatment? Suyi raised an eyebrow, remembering that Yi Shaxuan had requested a treatment earlier. Now she seemed like a victim again. Embarrassed, Yi Shaxuan said, "Your treatment isn't effective, and besides, who could endure that?" Unlike some who boasted about themselves when it wasn't necessary, Suyi was modest. As an unbeatable warrior, some abilities were almost unbeatable. Although Yi Xiaoxuan was already strong among cultivators, she couldn't withstand Suyi's continuous bombardment. Suyi didn't say much and left with Yi Xiaoxuan. Let's move back to Wudong Street tonight. Suyi was no longer an employee at the 13th Division, and he didn't plan on continuing his studies at the Immortal Academy, so staying in the small villa wasn't suitable anymore. Okay. Yi Xiaoxuan nodded. Let's go back. But first, buy me a chair. Yi Xiaoxuan hadn't forgotten the old armchair in Suyi's yard. She thought of buying a similar one to sit with Suyi in the courtyard, half lying down when there was free time. Watching the stars and the moon together at night would be so romantic. I'll make it myself. Suyi was good at woodworking, so why buy one? After a trip to Yi's house, Bai Yangyun took the elixir given by Suyi. The white hair at his temples had disappeared, wrinkles were reduced, and he looked much younger. At his age, achieving anything significant through cultivation without great fortune would be difficult. Relying on the elixir Suyi gave him, he could live another few decades without any problems. Suyi also thought that in 100 years, Yi Xiaoxuan would also face separation due to life and death. But he had no intention of changing that. Cultivators would likely experience such things. Living long, these were experiences necessary as a part of their journey. It was perhaps a test of their hearts. If Bai Yangyun knew about Suyi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Living happily like this, what more could one ask for? Yi Xiaoxuan walked out of the Yi family, her face filled with the sweet smile unique to women in love. Suyi suddenly spoke up. Your current strength is already very good. Ha ha. Really? It's rare for you to praise me. I'm really happy. Yi Xiaoxuan smiled even brighter. Suyi nodded. If you want to become stronger, you can only continue to battle and then continue to cultivate. I know that. Yi Xiaoxuan had been working very hard recently. She had excelled in the training and challenges arranged by Suyi, and now flying with the sword was effortless for her. Next, you will need to challenge more people, Suyi said. Although your cultivation looks like the golden core stage, your strength is almost comparable to the divine transformation stage. Even if you encounter cultivators in the ascension stage, you can still fight. The smile on Yi Xiaoxuan's face gradually froze. What did he mean by looking like golden core, challenging the divine transformation stage, and being able to fight in the ascension stage? She was no longer novice cultivator now. After golden core came nascent soul, core formation, divine transformation, tribulation crossing, and then the ascension stage. The strength differences between each major realm were like heaven and earth, and within each major realm, there were also 3 minor realms. So, the strength difference between the golden core stage and the ascension stage was at least as much as several floors of a building. Suyi now wanted her golden core to fight in the ascension stage, which was simply a joke. Indeed, happy times always seemed so short. Suyi led Yi Xiaoxuan to major cultivation sects to begin a long series of challenges. For the first battle, Suyi chose an old acquaintance, Hansen, a sword immortal from the Supreme Emperor Immortal sect. Hansen had been severely injured in a recent confrontation with a descending deity and had just recovered some of his vitality, having emerged from seclusion a few days ago. Upon learning of Suyi's visit, he immediately came out to welcome them. Mr. Su, you personally visit our sect. I wonder what instructions you have. Hansen dismissed the surrounding disciples and personally received Suyi and the others. Instead of putting on airs, Suyi said with a smile, It's nothing major. My wife just wants to exchange pointers in swordsmanship with you. Hansen really didn't know how to respond. Exchange pointers in swordsmanship. What was there to exchange? He had sparred with Yi Xiaoxuan before. Wasn't the outcome just him being thrashed unilaterally? Typically, an exchange would involve similar levels of strength. Facing someone he knew wasn't a match for, and risking getting beaten, was simply foolish. Hansen could only awkwardly say, Madam, swordsmanship is superb, I can see. There's no need for an exchange, right? Suyi said. Don't you want to improve in swordsmanship? Her strength isn't as formidable as you think. I've intervened before. To dispel Han Zhen's fears about Yi Xiaoxuan, Suyi explained the truth to him. Is that so? Hansen began to hesitate, thinking that, with Suyi's status and strength, he wouldn't deceive him. I wonder at what realm Madam may be. Hansen could not discern Yi Xiaoxuan's realm of cultivation. As a truly chosen one, enveloped in the cosmic purple Che, and having spent a long time by Suyi's side, Hansen, with his level of cultivation, could not see through Yi Shaxuan. He could only sense that Yi Shaxuan seemed very strong but also not strong at the same time. She should be at the golden core level, at most Nasan Soul. So Yi was unsure how to classify Yi Shaxuan's level of cultivation. Calling her Nasan Soul wouldn't be accurate since she didn't have a Nasan Soul in her sea of consciousness. But to say she was at the golden core level, her golden core had transformed into a purple small sword, and her strength was not something a regular Nasan Soul cultivator could match. Especially with the extraordinary treasure in her hands, after breaking the first seal of the Death Soul, she could be considered unbeatable in the cultivation world. Simply put, once Yi Shaxuan drew out the Death Soul, Hansen would kneel down immediately. No chance of a fight. After breaking the first seal of the Death Soul, regular immortal swords couldn't even be unsheathed in front of it. In this situation, the idea of sparring in swordsmanship was equivalent to making Hansen kneel down. Moreover, Yi Shaxuan perceived herself as weak, often choosing to hide in the alchemy furnace during matches. It was almost like a turtle retracting its neck, refusing to engage in combat. The crucial point was that she had also cultivated the Trisamati True Fire, which, with Han Zhen's level of strength, not only could he not resist it, even a slight touch would immediately render him combat ineffective. How were they supposed to spar under these circumstances? Hansen had no idea that Su Yi's mention of Golden Core or Nasan Soul would be so intense. With a mindset of giving it a try and seeking redemption, he agreed. Since Mr. Su has spoken, let's exchange pointers. Hansen, having undergone numerous battles, had already broken through the ascension stage and become a mortal immortal. A mortal immortal against a Golden Core Nasan Soul? If he couldn't win, there was no point in his cultivation anymore. At this point, he finally came to terms with it. It appeared that Yi Shaxuan was indeed at the Golden Core Nasan Soul level, and the reason she had beaten him before was solely because Su Yi had assisted her on the side. Now, as long as Su Yi didn't intervene, he was confident he could defeat Yi Shaxuan. Wait. After his agreement, Su Yi took out two wooden swords and said, "For fairness, you both will use the same weapon." He wanted Yi Shaxuan to enhance her skills, not to show off. Once the Death Soul came out, there would be no need to fight. Hansen nodded. "Mr. Su, rest assured, I will suppress my cultivation and strive for fairness." "Don't suppress your cultivation." Su Yi was really afraid that this guy would suppress his cultivation. Without suppressing cultivation, what if Lady Yi Shaxuan gets hurt? Hansen felt that, being a mortal immortal himself against a golden immortal Nasan Soul cultivator, it was indeed easy to accidentally harm her. Su Yi laughed. "Don't worry. She won't get hurt." In Su Yi's eyes, Yi Shaxuan was truly a chosen one. If a mortal immortal were to kill her, it would be ridiculous. Yes, it was putting her in a life-threatening situation to spur her growth. Zhuan, you are not allowed to use the Death Soul. I allow you to use the alchemy furnace once in case of emergency, but you are not allowed to use the Trisamati True Fire, Su Yi said. This time is a pure test of swordsmanship. Yi Shaxuan didn't dare to say a word. This was her man. Insane. The Trisamati True Fire was the result of her hard work. Breaking the seal of the Death Soul was also her hard-earned achievement. Yet, he wanted her to spar with someone like Hansen, not allowing the use of the Death Soul or the Trisamati True Fire. Did he want to put her in mortal danger? Hansen listened with confusion. He didn't understand why Su Yi would restrict Yi Shaxuan in such a way. He said, "Mr. Su, it's okay. Madame can use whatever she wants. Why impose limitations? I have a much higher cultivation level than hers. If you don't impose restrictions on me and do so instead on her, it's not fair." Su Yi narrowed his eyes. "Is that so?" Hansen completely failed to realize how self-destructive his words were just now. Su Yi glanced at Yi Shaxuan and said, "Shaxuan, you take out your sword first." Yi Shaxuan probably understood Su Yi's meaning, lifted her hand, and held the soul-slashing sword. Today's soul-slashing sword no longer had Su Yi's blinding effect, and just holding it in her hand, one could feel the surging ancient and desolate aura. Beneath the soul-slashing sword, all swords were without rank. Before Yi Shaxuan even drew her sword, Han Zhen's soul had already begun to tremble. Oh, damn it. It's that familiar feeling again. Hansen found himself unable to muster any sword intent. Sword chat. Drawing a sword? Non-existent. After Yi Shaxuan broke the first seal of the soul-slashing sword, she was able to slay 18 Archangel Seraphims. Although these 18 Archangel Seraphims were not in their peak state, they still possessed the strength of golden immortals. Hansen, who had just entered the realm of mortal immortals, was really no match for the soul-slashing sword. Perhaps there was a huge disparity in realms between Hansen and Yishiaxuan. But Yishiaxuan, dressed in divine armor, seemed as if she had topped up with a billion in-game currency, had an official cheat activated, and her level 1 alpha camp could easily damage billions of HP, equipped to instantly kill anyone she saw. On the other side, Hansen was just an ordinary player who had worked hard to level up by killing monsters. After finally making it to the top 10 on the server, he was completely dazzled when he saw the newbie's equipment, feeling like cursing and almost quitting the game directly. "Alright, Miss Yi, you don't need to draw your sword." Hansen laughed and cried, finally understanding why Suyi had them use the same wooden swords. The sword in Yishiaxuan's hand was too outrageous. If he sparred with Yishiaxuan while she held that sword, he would probably be instantly defeated. Yishiaxuan obediently sheathed her sword, ready to have a fair spar with Hansen. At the back mountain of the Supreme Emperor Immortal Sect, Yishiaxuan and Hansen each held a wooden sword. The two stood facing each other for over 10 minutes, while Suyi sat on a nearby bluestone, almost falling asleep from boredom. Strictly speaking, both of them had learned some sword concepts from Suyi. It could only be said that Hansen's talent in swordsmanship was much stronger than Yishiaxuan's. If Suyi were to compare swords with Yishiaxuan, she probably wouldn't learn much, but she might gain some insight from sparring with Hansen. After waiting for an hour, Suyi took out his phone to continue watching the movie he hadn't finished watching yesterday, with the volume still turned up loud. "Adult, I saw Chanwei calling." Yishiaxuan and Hansen frowned upon hearing this voice. Hansen was somewhat wary of Yishiaxuan, but he knew he couldn't keep holding back forever and had to take the initiative to attack. With a thrust of his sword, only a sword shadow could be seen in the air. Yishiaxuan had a deep understanding of swordsmanship now. Although Hansen's attack was fast, it wasn't enough to defeat her in one move. She quickly turned her body and parried with her sword, barely blocking the first strike. It was obvious that Hansen wasn't using his full strength. He was also afraid of seriously hurting Yishiaxuan. To be able to block his first strike at the realm of Gold Core Infant was already quite remarkable, so you didn't pay much attention to the fight as well. Hansen, being a sword immortal, indeed had a mature sword style. After a few moves, Yishiaxuan could only defend and had no chance for a counterattack. Hansen was clearly holding back, at least not making every move fatal, just treating it as a friendly spar. 13. I'll give you the Shangfang treasure sword. Suyi was enjoying the movie, only sparing a side glance at Yishiaxuan and them. Yishiaxuan had experienced a lot of real battles during this time, but the disparity between her and a true master of swordsmanship was still evident. "Hansen, if you can kill her, I will teach you a complete set of sword techniques." After saying this, Suyi went back to watching the movie. A gleam flashed in Hansen's eyes. "Kill Yishiaxuan?" Did Suyi just say that? Could it be that Suyi was tired of Yishiaxuan and wanted to kill her and find someone new? Thinking of Suyi's status, it was actually possible. A being as powerful as him changing companions. What was so strange about that? Yishiaxuan was also taken aback. Really? Can that be done? Was Suyi really deceiving her, planning to use Hansen to kill her? Yishiaxuan quickly denied this thought. After all, she had the soul-slashing sword in hand. If things got serious, she wasn't afraid of Hansen. Suyi was obviously trying to get Hansen to duel with her seriously. Even if Hansen held back, Yishiaxuan was finding it difficult to keep up. How could she fight seriously? Hansen had also considered this possibility, but didn't care much. With the sword in his hand, he exerted his sword energy, thrusting out once again. This strike was imbued with the sword intent Yi had taught him, completely sealing Yishiaxuan's movements. Yishiaxuan suddenly felt all the hairs on her body stand up, a tightness in her chest, and a strong sense of impending danger that almost made her lose her ability to think. Just then, a purple light flashed in her eyes, and in the clear sky, a thunderbolt struck down accurately on Hansen's sword, shattering his sword intent and giving Yishiaxuan a chance to catch her breath. Seizing this opportunity, Yishiaxuan twisted her body to evade a fatal strike. "You said you had no martial arts skills? Don't you admit to that now?" Suyi's phone was still playing the movie, as he raised his eyelids to glance at Yishiaxuan. Indeed, when Yishiaxuan's life was threatened, the heavenly Tao would intervene to help her. Looking up, he directly sensed that breath, Ha! The Heavenly Tao. Talking about the Heavenly Tao having no emotions. If the Heavenly Tao was truly emotionless and indifferent, how could it intervene when Yishuaxuan was in danger? After sensing that breath, Sui vanished from his original spot. In the vast universe, Din Man desolate, Sui closed his eyes, feeling the laws of the Heavenly Tao around him. The Heavenly Tao seemed to be everywhere. The breaths were like puppet strings, affecting billions of beings. As one chosen by destiny, Yishuaxuan also had a thread connecting her consciousness to the primordial purple Chet. Unable to resist, Sui was earnestly studying the pseudo-chosen one's luck and the true chosen one's connection to the Heavenly Tao. Standing in the boundless universe, his face was expressionless. Time, space, law, everything was calculated by him. I found you. Suddenly, Sui opened his eyes, surrounded by his unique Tao intent. This was probably his true full-powered strike. With Sui at the center, for tens of thousands of light years, planets were annihilated, creating countless black holes. He converged the threads connecting the living beings and the Heavenly Tao into one, finally finding the source of those connections. Sui doesn't believe that the will of heaven is intangible and untouchable. Following the threads formed by these breaths, Sui arrived at the end of the universe, which was about 13 billion light years away from Earth. Here, Sui saw a huge black hole, and all these threads of breath originated from inside the black hole. Standing near the black hole, Sui felt a huge sucking force wanting to devour him, but he stood there without even a hair out of place, and his clothes were unaffected. Are you coming out by yourself, or do I have to force you out? Sui's consciousness spread out, enveloping the massive black hole. It was not any language, but he believed that if there was consciousness inside the black hole, it would surely understand Sui's intention. According to the current understanding of humans, a black hole is a celestial body with gravity so strong that not even light can escape from its event horizon. When the gravity of a celestial body is too strong, it captures light particles, thus forming a black hole. In this place, light particles are absorbed and cannot reflect, making it impossible for ordinary people to explore the interior of a black hole even with instruments. Sui had long wandered among billions of black holes, some of which were simply celestial bodies with extremely high mass density, while some black holes were actually entire worlds within. This was not something rare for Sui. The black hole in front of Sui could possibly be the will of heaven itself, or perhaps heaven was hiding inside it. According to the Big Bang Theory, the universe was formed from a dense and hot singularity that exploded about 13.7 billion years ago. Sui felt that the will of heaven probably gradually emerged during the initial stages of the universe's explosion. He appeared in this world over 40 billion years ago, so theoretically, the will of heaven could be stronger than him. Thinking about this, Sui finally felt a bit of excitement. He never considered himself invincible. Perhaps there truly existed being stronger than him in the world, and the will of heaven was very likely one such being. Sui's divine sense sealed the entire black hole. After conveying the message, he did not receive any response for a long time. He assumed that the will of heaven was just waiting for him to make a move. Sui slowly raised his fist, and the surrounding space shattered along with it, forming a huge black hole like his own, continuously devouring and annihilating planets. Outsiders couldn't see what was happening here. Sui threw a punch. All the black holes within billions of light years were forcibly attracted by the tremendous gravitational force. Countless stars were devoured, and the breath that the will of heaven used to guide sentient beings was torn apart by chaotic and violent forces. Suddenly, countless powerful beings in the universe felt as if they had broken free from the shackles of the will of heaven, especially the saints and demon emperors. They had broken free from the shackles of the will of heaven, which meant they could now do as they pleased. Previously, all cultivators swore oaths that if they did not abide by them, they would be punished by heaven. With just one punch, Sui shattered the rules of the entire universe. Another punch. When Sui's punch landed, all living beings in the entire universe had a sense of impending doom. Was this world about to be destroyed? Were they all about to die in the next moment? What do you want to do? The will of heaven finally couldn't help but send a message to Sui. Can you speak? Sui raised his fist again. I thought you had no consciousness. Stop it. Don't think I can't beat you. I just don't want to fight you. Oh, is that so? Sui threw another punch. Countless black holes around him collectively exploded, then contracted again. With Sui at the center, the matter within a radius of 30 billion light years was all devoured by the terrifying power, once again giving rise to billions of black holes. At that moment, Suyi felt a powerful aura appearing in front of him. This fellow actually tried to block his fist. This is my strongest protector. Let's see if you can defeat him. There was no light inside the black hole, so Suyi couldn't see what the so-called guardian of the first will of heaven looked like, but he sensed a strong aura blocking him. However, once the punch was thrown, there was no going back. There was no sound. Nothing. The presence that had stood in front of him was annihilated in an instant. The strongest guardian of the will of heaven. Easily defeated. What kind of being are you? How did you come to exist in my universe? The will of heaven seemed to be a bit angry. Frustrated feeling, Suyi withdrew his fist. Anger meant he was truly emotional. Any other guardians? Suyi asked casually. None. Go ahead. Destroy it. One more punch from you, and the entire universe will be destroyed along with me. The will of heaven was also quite resigned, essentially giving up the struggle. Suyi frowned. I never wanted to destroy the entire universe. If you don't want to destroy it, then what are you trying to do? Heaven seemed exasperated. I just want to punch you a bit. Such a simple request. After a moment of silence, Heaven finally conceded. Fine. Soon, a very weak aura appeared in front of Suyi. This aura was much weaker than the so-called first guardian of the will of heaven. Is this really you? So weak? Suyi found it hard to believe that this figure before him was the embodiment of the will of heaven because it was so feeble. You should be able to recognize my aura. My power is dispersed throughout the entire universe. If I gathered the power of the entire universe, naturally I wouldn't be so weak. But if I do so, the entire universe will be destroyed. Are you sure you want me to do that? I see. Suyi pondered and then started delivering a series of punches and kicks to the human-like figure before him. The punches and kicks he was throwing now were not as powerful, more of a way to vent and find some satisfaction. You don't even feel pain from being hit? Suyi asked as he continued to strike. Come on. Scream a little. Heaven was speechless, and could only respond with vague sounds. Suyi found it hard to derive satisfaction from the situation. Suyi beat up the embodiment of Qiadao. Just simple punches to the flesh. However, the embodiment of Qiadao didn't resist at all, completely allowing Suyi to beat him up like a sandbag. Boring. Suyi kicked the embodiment of Qiadao away and finally stopped. Before this, Suyi was somewhat curious about Qiadao. He even wondered if Qiadao was similar to him, simply powerful to a certain extent, like a major god in a small world who establishes some world rules. Now it seems that Qiadao exists in this world as an ideology. Or, in fact, Qiadao does have a physical form, but he doesn't want to fight Suyi. So he deliberately brought up all these things. Qiadao must have also concluded that Suyi wouldn't directly kill him. From the words of Qiadao, it can also be analyzed that apart from this universe, there should be other universes. Suyi also believes that these pieces of information were intentionally revealed by Qiadao. He didn't think Qiadao was like a scared little girl who gave up resistance in front of him. Could someone who possibly originated more than 17 billion years ago be weak? Or afraid? Even in front of Suyi's rage, most likely it was just an act. A complete diva. It's even possible that Qiadao intentionally leaked so much information in order to use Suyi for something. Suyi didn't deliberately expose him, confirming that Qiadao was conscious was enough. In the long and tedious life, he had found a well-matched opponent. Why did you choose Yishak Suan? Suyi had only this question. He wasn't in a hurry to reveal other things. Even if he asked, Qiadao might not necessarily tell him the truth. In short, Suyi wasn't very trusting of Qiadao. Of course it's because of you. Qiadao's message quickly came. I don't want to be your enemy again, so I selected someone close to you as the guardian of Qiadao. This way, she also has the opportunity to be immortal and indestructible like you. Is that a good thing? Immortal and indestructible? Suyi sneered. He didn't think that the guardian of Qiadao could really achieve immortality. After all, the guy referred to as the strongest guardian by Qiadao was just struck down by him with a punch. Yes, it can be considered immortal and indestructible. Qiadao explained. Just like those creatures you killed before, as long as it's in my universe, I can resurrect them. It's just very difficult to make their memories exactly like before, as it is a very delicate process, Qiadao said, indifferently. After all, they are just some boring creations. There's no need to be so serious. Resurrecting the dead. Suyi naturally believed that Qiadao had this ability. He had been to the underworld, where everything was an existence similar to consciousness. With Qiadao's ability, resurrecting all the beings killed by Suyi back then should be achievable. This ability was beyond doubt. Even at this point, Xiao Dao was still hinting to Suyi that he could truly resurrect a person. It might just be a complex procedure. It wasn't a matter of capability, it was a matter of willingness. It carried a sense of showing off, or perhaps Xiao Dao thought Suyi would beg him to resurrect Yunzi. Do you think I can't kill you? Or do you think I can't kill you? Suyi was certain that Xiao Dao couldn't be that weak. He was acting, pretending to be weak in front of Suyi. Strictly speaking, you really can't kill me. As a Xiao Dao of the universe, even if you destroyed this universe, I would just fall into a deep sleep. As long as I gather all the energy in the universe, it wouldn't take long for me to be reborn. And most importantly, I think you wouldn't want to obliterate such a beautiful universe. Suyi laughed. Was this feeling confident or bluffing? Maybe both. Just as Xiao Dao said, he wasn't that morbid. He hadn't gone crazy enough to destroy the entire universe just for an experiment. How about helping me out? Xiao Dao suddenly sent another message. Here we go. Suyi smiled. Go on. Make my guardian stronger, or become my guardian yourself. As a reward, I can help you resurrect the person you want to revive, including her memories from her past. Suyi knew that this was Xiao Dao's true intention. Do you think I can't do it? Suyi just raised an eyebrow. The temptations Xiao Dao thought he could use to ensnare Suyi were not really tempting. Over the years, Suyi had been studying how to rebirth a person. He had indeed achieved it. Li Youayu and those zombies could all be considered a form of resurrection, but he had never resurrected Yunzi again. With his current abilities, he could even directly reproduce Yunzi from his memory. The same abilities, endowing her with the same memories. It was like programming a robot, so he could even give her emotions, just like when he created the first generation of humans with Shiranaryu. But he hadn't done that, because he wasn't sure if what came out like that was really Yunzi. Trying to tempt Suyi with such things was ultimately meaningless for Xiao Dao. Wasn't Suyi the same way? Some things weren't about capability, it was about willingness. You really make one's head ache. Do I even have a head? Xiao Dao said. Are we discussing whether I have a head or not? Stop babbling. If all you wrote was this kind of nonsense, you would have been beaten to death a long time ago. Suyi frowned. What exactly do you mean by guardians? Xiao Dao could only explain. Just like Yishiaxuan by your side, she received a strand of my innate energy, so she is my guardian. We agreed among all the major universes that every once in a while, the guardians would have a battle, and there would be consequences for the loser. The smile on Suyi's face grew stronger, but a terrifying murderous intent enveloped the entire black hole where Xiao Dao was located. Is this the reason you made Yishiaxuan a guardian? No. As I said, the reason I chose her is that I didn't want to be your enemy. When the time comes, she doesn't have to participate in the fight. This time, Xiao Dao seemed genuinely flustered. After all, genuinely angering someone like Suyi would have serious consequences. He knew Suyi had the ability to create his own space, or even destroy this universe. Taking the people he wanted to other universes was not impossible. You can provoke, but don't provoke to the point of real anger. Do you refuse to fight? Who are you looking down on? Suyi was originally just protecting his own interests, but after hearing the explanation from Xiao Dao, he became a little intrigued. There are other universes, not just 2 or 3 it seems. Despite the truth or falsehood in Xiao Dao's words, challenging Yishiaxuan to compete against the guardians of other universes is a good idea. Xiao Dao was surprised. Why is this person not playing by the rules? Alright. There's nothing else to do now. I'll come back to fight you next time when I have nothing else to do, Suyi said before disappearing. He had noticed his presence in the black hole. Undoubtedly, the person he fought before was also inside. Maybe he had some agreement with Xiao Dao or had become one of Xiao Dao's guardians. However, it didn't matter, as this person was still too weak at the moment. It was boring to defeat him with just one punch. After Suyi left, information intertwined inside the black hole. Do you think he's noticed me? Of course he has. Yes. But he won't make a move. He just looks down on us. I know. I don't need you to tell me. He's waiting for me to become stronger. Maybe he even hopes I can kill him. Suyi returned to the gate of the extreme Emperor Immortal sect. Just now, Yishiaxuan, who had lost the protection of Xiao Dao, was almost killed by Hanzan. In desperation, Yishiaxuan summoned the alchemy furnace and hid inside, resembling a turtle hiding in its shell. Even in this situation, Yishiaxuan did not use soul splitting or the samadhi true fire. She absolutely trusted Su Yi. They had agreed to fight, and even if she died under Han Zhen's sword, she would keep her promise. When Su Yi returned, Yi Xiaoxuan was still hiding in the alchemy furnace. Han Zhen tried his best from the outside, but he could not damage the furnace in any way. Even the shockwaves of his sword could not harm Yi Xiaoxuan inside the furnace. The materials of the alchemy furnace were too good, and with Han Zhen's cultivation level, it was impossible to hurt Yi Xiaoxuan inside. Su Yi was quite impressed that just as the fight started, Yi Xiaoxuan hit again. He didn't rush her and instead sat on the side, waiting to see how long Yi Xiaoxuan would hide. Time passed, but Yi Xiaoxuan showed no sign of coming out. Han Zhen looked helplessly at Su Yi and awkwardly said, "Mr. Su, look, Miss Yi refuses to come out, so we can't continue the fight." Su Yi could only shout, "Yi Xiaoxuan, are you going to fight or not?" Yi Xiaoxuan's teary voice responded, "I can't beat you. If I can't win, then I can't win." Due to the vast difference in their realms, Su Yi couldn't restrict her this way or that, and Yi Xiaoxuan didn't know how to fight. Su Yi was also helpless. Under all these constraints, it might indeed be a bit unfair to Yi Xiaoxuan. "Come out, I'll teach you." Su Yi had to take matters into his own hands. In this situation, there was a chance that Yi Xiaoxuan would keep hiding. If she did come out, there was a good possibility that she would be killed. "Stop lying to me. If you want to teach me, just possess my body," Yi Xiaoxuan said, in desperation, realizing afterward that her words sounded wrong. She meant for Su Yi to control her body and teach her how to use the sword. "Okay, I'm in. Pay attention," Su Yi said, as he once again controlled Yi Xiaoxuan's body with his spirit. Once the alchemy furnace was removed, Han Zhen could clearly feel that Yi Xiaoxuan's aura had undergone a drastic change. And that aura was so familiar. Su Yi had previously fought using Yi Xiaoxuan's body against him. The moves were exactly the same, without any changes. Han Zhen was speechless. Was this how a battle should go? What happened to the fair duel they agreed on? If Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't win, she would just hide in the furnace. Afterward, how could they figure out who won? Initially, it was already cheating, and now it just didn't make sense. "Draw your sword." Su Yi decided to teach Yi Xiaoxuan properly once again. Han Zhen's body trembled, but he quickly regained composure. Even if he knew it was Su Yi, he couldn't be scared to the point of not daring to draw his sword. As Han Zhen drew his sword, Su Yi used his spirit to analyze the situation with Yi Xiaoxuan. When facing an enemy, learn to shield your aura, otherwise, how will you hide it? With your current realm, it's impossible not to reveal any flaws. In that case, show the opponent a fake flaw. Besides, you need to learn to sense your opponent's aura. When he raises his sword, you can perceive that he aims for your throat with that strike. Just lift your sword lightly, lean to the left. Su Yi explained the sword moves while Yi Xiaoxuan was still confused. She easily blocked Han Zhen's attack with a sword and then had her sword at Han Zhen's neck in the next moment. "Is that it?" Su Yi said with a simple tone. "You tried." And then Yi Xiaoxuan was defeated once again. However, this time, Han Zhen didn't strike to kill. He had realized that Su Yi did not wish for Yi Xiaoxuan to die. He was just a sparring partner. What reward would he get for killing Yi Xiaoxuan anyway? Especially after that lightning strike that came out of nowhere earlier. It wouldn't be a victory anymore. How could he use the Thunder Law to break through her sword intent? Once he figured this out, Han Zhen, as a sparring partner, became more honest. Winning required effort, but he couldn't harm the person. He had to win while allowing Yi Xiaoxuan room to perform. Perhaps this was the highest level of being a sparring partner. For half a month, Su Yi and Yi Xiaoxuan arrived at the Extreme Emperor Immortal sect early in the morning. Han Zhen, the sect's leader, did nothing else but spar with them. Although Yi Xiaoxuan's cultivation was not as high as his, he learned a lot from these fights, and his strength increased rapidly. In contrast, Yi Xiaoxuan seemed to be slower in understanding. She wasn't able to learn the sword moves Su Yi taught her, but Han Zhen did. One day, Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes flashed with a purple light, and she said to Su Yi, My cheat seems to have arrived." Su Yi raised his hand and tapped her head, saying, "You can't use that." The so-called cheat she mentioned was what Tiada had given her, right? Su Yi had noticed that the strand of primordial Hongmeng purple Che had completely fused with both Yi Xiaoxuan's body and her soul during this period. Tiada must have given some benefits to Yi Xiaoxuan. But in competitive matters like this, where's the fairness in constantly cheating? The heavenly Da probably realized that Yi Xiaoxuan's aptitude was really too low, so it unexpectedly gave her a cheat. By utilizing the power of the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat, her eyes could see the flaws in other people's moves, and her learning ability was greatly enhanced as well. She also became more sensitive to the intent to kill released by enemies and various auras. In addition, after completely integrating with the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat, her physical strength, resistance, spiritual awareness, and mental power all increased exponentially. So ye also noticed that once Yishiaxuan used this ability, the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat would slowly deplete. With the heavenly Dao's ability, it could easily grant such powers to others. Just like the pseudo-selected individuals who also have various benefits, wouldn't Yishiaxuan, as a guardian of the heavenly Dao and a true chosen one, have a cheat? With all attributes increasing several times, this cheat could be considered abnormal. However, Suyi did not know if the heavenly Dao could bestow this kind of power on him. He dared not imagine what would happen if all his abilities increased several times, or even more. Would a single punch shatter the entire universe? Unfortunately, Suyi never desired power. After all, only the weak yearn for power. As a person like Suyi, who had cut off the desire to become stronger, he had no interest in getting stronger anymore. Today was another day when Yishiaxuan was suspended and beaten. Yishiaxuan was making progress, and Hansen was also getting stronger. Suyi was starting to have trouble distinguishing whether Hansen came to practice with Yishiaxuan, or if Yishiaxuan was practicing with him. A cheat? Even if bestowed by the heavenly Dao, that would still be someone else's possession. If one became dependent on it, wouldn't they be left with half if the heavenly Dao took it back? Suyi watched on the sidelines and roughly calculated that Yishiaxuan's abilities had probably increased by about 5 times, but in combat, it wasn't just as simple as being 5 times stronger. With strength and speed both increased by 5 times, and reaction abilities also enhanced by 5 times, she, as a barely considered Nascent Soul cultivator, was almost able to go head-to-head with a late Nascent Soul stage cultivator. Alright, let's end it here today. Just as Yishiaxuan was sent flying by Han Zhen's sword hundreds of meters and stuck in a stone wall, Suyi called off the practice. Go back and cultivate. Suyi led Yishiaxuan back to Wadong Street. In his opinion, after this period of being beaten, Yishiaxuan had basically reached a bottleneck in her swordsmanship. The next step was to elevate her realm. As long as Yishiaxuan's strength reached the Jidao stage, she should be able to defeat Hansen even without using the Disruption Soul and Samadhi True Fire techniques. As they entered the courtyard, they saw Li Youayu sitting in the courtyard, looking like a statue waiting for her husband. Why are you here? Yishiaxuan frowned when she saw Li Youayu. Li Youayu's intentions towards Suyi were already obvious. How could Yishiaxuan not understand her motives? Perhaps in the past, she might have held her tongue. But now that she and Suyi had some standing, how could she tolerate another woman seducing Suyi here? She had to assert her sovereignty. After seeing them, Li Youayu's eyebrows lightly flirted with Suyi and she said with a smile, Ijiji, I just wanted to look after Sudayandian, and I also came to repay the debt today. Can I sit here for a while? Yishiaxuan was taken aback. Li Youayu's care for Sudayandian and her debt to Suyi were things she also knew about. If she drove Li Youayu away in front of Suyi, wouldn't she appear jealous? While she was in a dilemma, Suyi suddenly spoke, You owe me money. Pay up now, and then don't appear in front of me again, or else I will kill you. Suyi said this without a hint of anger on his face, calm as water. But after he said this, Li Youayu's heart pounded. Her smile instantly froze on her face, and she turned pale with fear. She dared not question Suyi's words. Was she betting that Suyi wouldn't harm her? The fear from deep within her soul made it difficult for her to speak. She could only force out an ugly smile and said, Mr. Su, I can only repay part of it for now. Then put the money down and leave. Suyi walked into the courtyard and casually said, She doesn't like you being here, so you can't be here. Do you understand? Li Youayu finally revealed a look of sorrow at the end, pitifully saying, Mr. Su, you should know that I like you. Why would you be so cruel? Suyi's gaze sharpened as he looked straight at Li Youayu, let out a soft chuckle, and nearly shattered Li Youayu's soul. The probing question from deep in the soul, there was gratitude, admiration, but mostly just coveting Suyi's body. The intentionality was strong. Perhaps this could also be considered a form of affection. Can't liking be purposeful? Li Youayu surprisingly withstood the question from Suyi's soul, trembling as she stopped in the courtyard. Lastly, she smiled and said, So what? Now do you believe me? Su Yi raised an eyebrow and said, I believe you, but I don't like you. Yi Xiaoxuan stood dumbfounded on the side, unsure of what Li Youayu had just experienced. However, from the conversation between Su Yi and Li Youayu, it seemed that Li Youayu really liked Su Yi. Alright, I understand. I won't show up in front of you anymore. Li Youayu took out a wallet, placed it on the side table, and left the courtyard dejectedly. Before this, she was not even sure if she really liked Su Yi. She once thought that she simply wanted to dual cultivate with Su Yi to become stronger and perhaps had some fondness. Only that. But after what had just transpired, she felt that she might have truly fallen for Su Yi. Unfortunately, Su Yi's rejection was too resolute. Watching Li Youayu's figure disappear, Yi Xiaoxuan felt a twinge of pity. After hesitating for a moment, she opened her mouth and said, Is it too cruel for you to treat her this way? Su Yi raised his hand and lightly tapped her head. Are you an idiot? Don't tap me. Another tap and I'll really turn stupid, Yi Xiaoxuan cried, holding her head. It seemed like she had been often tapped in recent days. Su Yi did not offer any further explanations, but told Yi Xiaoxuan, Go inside and cultivate on your own. Okay. Yi Xiaoxuan held her head and entered the house to continue her cultivation. Su Yi, as though nothing had happened, retrieved a book from his sleeve, sat down under the wadong tree, and began to silently read. Everything was tranquil. Whether it was the heavenly Tao, the descent of the immortal realm, or being cruel to someone, none of these seemed to matter to him. It was as though he had never done anything before. He was still the youthful person who had just awakened. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Since her last seclusion, Yi Xiaoxuan had not emerged. This was probably the longest period of seclusion she had experienced so far. For cultivators, 5 years in seclusion was definitely considered a short time. Su Yi remembered that during the time of chaos, there were some individuals who sequestered themselves for over 10 Dao years, only to perish upon emerging. And during the pre-Qin period, those cultivators with already short lifespans spent more than half of their lives in seclusion. It was truly boring. In the 5 years that passed, many things had happened. 4 years ago, Li Qingyuan passed away, and the entire population of China seemed to have only discovered the existence of such a person. He had developed a complete set of technology that allowed ordinary people to become stronger through science. In the last 3 days of his life, he solved the core issue of establishing a strategic defense station in space for humanity. It was on that day that the hundreds of patents held by Li Qingyuan were made public. Everyone discovered that all his patents were targeted at cultivators, even beings from unseen alien worlds. And because of this, even after his death, some would mock and ridicule him, saying that he was delusional, claiming that there were no aliens in the world. Learning so much knowledge, yet never putting it to practical use, absolutely ridiculous. Until 3 years ago, an angel clad in battle armor with 14 wings on its back and a demon with black fleshy wings descended from the sky. Their battle stirred up a 100-john-high tsunami, and the angel even cleaved a certain island country in the northeast of China into two with a single sword strike, submerging the nation under the waves. A country destroyed in barely 2 minutes. The people of China finally came to understand the wisdom of their ancestors. Born in distress, die in peace. Take preventive measures before disaster strikes. Just as the angel and the demon were about to set foot on China's territory, the space-on cannon established by Li Qingyuan during his lifetime descended from the sky, vaporizing half of the demon's head with a single shot. The angel gazed at the lifeless demon, then deeply at the land of China before disappearing. Su Yi was dumbfounded when he first learned of this news. The strength of that demon was comparable to that of a golden immortal, yet it was taken out with a single shot. What kind of miracle had Li Qingyuan created within that short year? The power of mortals, vanquishing a golden immortal. Su Yi felt that he had no need to intervene. Humanity would continue their civilization in their own way. The stronger the enemy, the more it would drive their development. Undoubtedly, after that incident, Li Qingyuan was practically deified by the Chinese people. No, not quite deified. The Chinese people seemed to still not believe in deities. They respected their ancestors, their forebears, inheriting the unyielding will of their predecessors, revitalizing China. Since then, fewer people pursued fame and fortune in the stars, and the Cultivation Academy once again expanded its enrollment. The 13th Bureau was officially renamed the Special Forces of the Milky Way, not only recruiting powerful cultivators, but also seamlessly integrating technology and cultivation. During this period, Suyi occasionally helped manage the Yi family's business, haggling with vendors, fishing, cooking, reading, playing mahjong with local elders, leading a leisurely and carefree life. It's worth mentioning that Su Diandi joined the Special Forces of the Milky Way, demonstrating extraordinary talent at the young age of 10. Li Youliu also joined the Special Forces of the Milky Way to take care of Su Diandi. Since that day, Li Youliu had not appeared before Suyi again. Whether it had to do with Suyi or not, the collapsing small worlds no longer directly descended upon the Earth but appeared as planets instead. Previously, these small worlds existed in different dimensions from Earth, but now they were on the same plane, just at a considerable distance apart. Surprisingly, the closest one to Earth was the immortal realm, sharing the same orbit as Earth, which caused unease for many. One day, while Suyi was playing mahjong with a group of elderly folks in the senior activity room, Lao Yang once again found him. Lao Yang came to see Suyi over 10 times a month on average, simply to persuade him to join the Special Forces of the Milky Way. Suyi had grown accustomed to this and didn't rush him away. Lao Yang, you shouldn't keep coming to little Su's house for meals. The elderly folks in the activity room had become familiar with Lao Yang and began teasing him upon seeing him. John Ting's father, Lao John, chuckled. Lao Yang, are you here to find a granddaughter-in-law for little Su again? Let me tell you, little Su is quite popular among the girls. Whenever the elderly folks teased him, Lao Yan would simply smile and remain silent. Dressed in old-fashioned Zhongshan attire, with small eyes, he gave off an air of stern formality, making him seem like a serious old man. Lao Yan, were you a leader in the past? I'd say he was at least a village cadre. I'd say more than that. The lives of the elderly men and women were quite leisurely. When they saw a figure like Lao Yang, it was time for some gossip and chit-chat. Lao Yang never got upset, always standing there with his hands behind his back, perpetually wearing a polite, smiling expression, resembling a statue of Maitreya Buddha. Waiting for Suyi to finish the game of mahjong, Lao Yang greeted the elderly folks in the activity room before leaving with Suyi. Mr. Su, something's happened. On the way back home with Suyi, Lao Yang could no longer contain himself, his eyes widening substantially. However, Suyi nonchalantly remarked, strange things happen every day. What's so unusual? These days, odd and peculiar objects would occasionally fall from the sky. The soldiers of the Special Forces of the Milky Way were becoming stronger, with some cultivators using potions created by Li Qingyuan along with advanced technological equipment. The combat prowess of these soldiers was nearly on par with the Czech cultivation experts of the pre-Qin period. Within the 13th Bureau, there was actually a powerhouse at the Ascension realm, so he had no real reason to worry. Lao Yan took a deep breath and said, they're preparing to launch a probe into the immortal realm. Suyi was equally indifferent, saying, if they wish to launch it, let them. What's the worst that could happen? What if it provokes those immortals? What then? Lao Yang said anxiously, I know the civilization in the immortal realm must be incredibly powerful, at least beyond what we can handle now. Originally, their location was directly opposite the sun. As long as we don't actively explore, they might not notice our existence, but if they pay attention to us, I dread to think what might happen in the future. You can advise them, can't you? Suyi felt it was a straightforward matter, and in reality, the powerful beings from the immortal realm were already aware of Earth's position, with only the lower echelons left unaware. Lao Yan shook his head in frustration. The leaders of our country indeed listened to my advice, but those folks from the United States just won't stop. Once they discover the immortal realm, their first thought is to occupy that planet. How can I dissuade them? Occupy the fairyland? Seize the resources? Be the first to land and achieve a great feat for humanity. Suyi couldn't help laughing after hearing old Yan's words. Regardless of the development of human technology, Suyi felt that Americans have truly excelled in the art of courting death. You don't have to persuade me on this matter. Suyi thought it wasn't something he should worry about, as whatever these people did wouldn't really affect his life. Over the past 5 years, Suyi had already accepted modern life, but upon reflection, he realized that he had always viewed the world as a bystander. He could accept his current life, and whatever came next, he would still be able to accept it. In a world full of uncertainties, Suyi could only watch as Americans courted death. The key was that their reckless behavior could very possibly drag all of humanity down with them. Just 10 days after old Yang finished talking to Suyi, the live broadcast of the global landing on the planet named Marine by the Americans began. Not only did they dispatch a probe, but also astronauts. So you watched the live broadcast with interest. Landing in the fairyland, exploring resources. Such audacity. During the rocket launch, the live feed showed several American astronauts talking and laughing inside the spacecraft. From their conversation, it was evident that they seemed to think the planet they were about to land on might be a primitive and barbaric world of a lower civilization. They even speculated about what rare minerals the planet might hold, until their spacecraft pierced through the fairyland's atmosphere and landed safely in a jungle. 8 American astronauts stepped out of the spacecraft. Oh my God, the gravity here is 20 times that of Earth. This is not scientific. The oxygen density is 3.4 times that of Earth. Damn it, what kind of planet is this? The astronauts were astounded as they saw a 100-meter-tall giant ape and a group of humanoid creatures flying in the sky engaging in a battle in the distance. The live broadcast ended with this scene, and suddenly, the giant ape, that was thousands of meters away just moments ago, appeared above them and stomped down with a foot. The live broadcast of the fairyland journey came to an abrupt end. People around the world were shocked. Just like the astronauts' mindset, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of planet it was. These astronauts may have carried weapons, but they didn't even have the chance to draw them. The incredible speed of the giant ape was terrifying. The humanoid creatures that could fly were pursuing the giant ape. After the broadcast ended, online discussions exploded. Some Chinese internet users even speculated that the giant ape might be Sun Wukong, with the flying humanoids being the heavenly generals and heavenly soldiers chasing after him. So you couldn't help but admire the imagination of the internet users. Looking at the videos that had emerged, there seemed to be some truth to their speculations. However, this so-called Sun Wukong was probably somewhat different from the one known in mythology. So ye also knew that the various gods and saints of the realms coveted the belief power of humanity, as this belief power would enhance their own strength qualitatively. That was why these gods and figures always seemed to be vying for territory in seemingly gentle ways. Whether it was the fairyland or other small worlds, they were all built on the structure of Earth's existence. If Earth were to be destroyed, these worlds would also be destroyed, returning to nothingness. Because of this, Zuyi firmly believed that whether it was the fairyland or other small worlds, they wouldn't be foolish enough to destroy Earth. However, wiping out humanity was entirely possible. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that these terrifying beings seemed not to have noticed the arrival of extraterrestrial visitors. People began to pray that the inhabitants of that planet wouldn't attack Earth. At the end of that year, with heavy snowfall, an array of space battleships appeared not far from Earth. These battleships exuded a strong sense of technology, and the images transmitted by satellites made leaders around the world fearful. Thousands of angels materialized on the battleships, clearly heading towards Earth. Finally, Old Yang couldn't resist and came to Su Yi's house to wait. The moment the angels landed on Earth was getting closer, and Old Yang was anxious. Regarding the imminent threat posed by the angels, he knelt in Su Yi's yard, urging him to take action to potentially save humanity. Su Yi, sitting on his chair, remained calm. Don't worry, they haven't landed on Earth yet, have they? But they will be here soon. Old Yang was in a hurry. By the time they do, it will be too late. Su Yi poured a cup of tea, unperturbed. Whether it was angels or the myriad gods, they were all guided by the celestial Tao, an invisible hand manipulating everything behind the scenes. Curious about the angels' attack, Su Yi wondered if it was related to the celestial Tao. If so, what did the celestial Tao intend to do? Seeing Su Yi's composed demeanor, Old Yang felt his thoughts becoming chaotic. He didn't even know if Su Yi could actually stop the angels if he intervened. However, after much consideration, he could only place his hopes on Su Yi, wishing that he could work miracles, turn the tide, and save humanity from the brink of life and death. Sit down and watch carefully. Su Yi took the tablet Old Yang gave him and observed the information sent by satellites. With no other choice, Old Yang sat down beside him. As time passed, the angels' warships drew closer. Suddenly, a purple light appeared on the screen, and a Taoist priest in purple robes, wielding a celestial sword, appeared near the satellites. Who's this? Old Yang exclaimed. He seems to be just passing by. Su Yi chuckled. Just passing by. Old Yang was even more puzzled. However, Su Yi knew that the Heavenly Order's Supreme Master was most likely looking for him and coincidentally encountered the angels on the way. The Supreme Master had strong suspicions that Suyi was responsible for the annihilation of all living beings in the world back then. The various saints and demon emperors of the fairyland had made a significant decision, and now, the Supreme Master intended to come and discuss with Suyi. But unexpectedly, they encountered so many bird-like creatures on the way. "What do you want?" The Supreme Master, treading on the Kingping sword, gazed at the countless angels in the distance. An 18-winged angel in golden battle armor, holding a divine sword, pointed at the Supreme Master and issued the command, "Attack!" Leader Tonshin arrived with his sword, and was surprised to see the dense group of birdmen in front of him. At his level, language was no longer important, he could understand regardless. The birdman said, "Kill him." His sub-ego had been directly eradicated, and he went to the world of angels. Now, just passing by, these birdmen actually wanted to kill him. Leader Tonshin smiled slightly. "Perfect, the first swords of exorcism have not been used for a long time." Now in outer space, he wasn't afraid of harming the innocent. A group of angels charged at Leader Tonshin with holy light. He waved his robe, and four celestial swords floated around him, with the exorcism formation beneath his feet. With 2 fingers, he directed the 4 swords of exorcism toward the angels. A yellow mist rose, fierce winds blew, and thunder and fire filled the sky, enveloping tens of thousands of angels. Where the yellow mist passed, any angels touched by it turned into black haze. The strong winds even dispersed the flesh and blood of the 18-winged angels, leaving only white bones. The thunder and fire turned them into ash. The 4 swords of exorcism wove together a myriad of sword energies, making every lost soul weep. Within 5 breaths, tens of thousands of angels were annihilated. Not worth mentioning. Leader Tonshin glanced at the corpses floating in the vast universe, put away the sword formation, and left. Upon reaching the Earth's border and crossing the atmosphere, an ion cannon rushed toward him, but his speed was too fast, evading the attack. "What's this?" Leader Tonshin was surprised. It had been a while since he last visited Suyi. Humans had created such a deadly weapon. He could sense the power in that light. While it may not injure him, it could still potentially kill a golden immortal. Old Yang, sitting next to Suyi, was terrified by the scene he just witnessed. From a distant satellite view, it seemed that Leader Tonshin had eradicated all the angels with just a wave of his robe. Seeing his people attacking Leader Tonshin, Old Yang quickly called the Galaxy Special Forces Command Center. "Stop. Don't attack that doused." Old Yang shouted in excitement. "Are you all fools? Can't you differentiate between friend and foe?" The person who ordered the attack at the command center broke out in a cold sweat. Leader Tonshin's speed was too fast, leaving no time for second thoughts. At that moment, they realized that this divine being, who effortlessly annihilated tens of thousands of angels, was being targeted with cannon fire. Had they become impatient with life? Leader Tonshin paid little attention to it. As soon as Old Yang hung up, he appeared in Suyi's yard. Old Yang was stunned. "So quick to show up. Mr. Su, it's been a long time." Leader Tonshin showed respect in front of Suyi. Old Yang was at a loss for words. While he had seen Kong Wulian, he had never met Leader Tonshin. After witnessing the latter's power, he realized the terrifying strength he possessed. Despite his previous doubts about Suyi's abilities, seeing Leader Tonshin acting respectfully made him consider Suyi might be even more powerful than this mysterious doused. Suyi poured him a cup of tea, a hint of a smile on his face. "Just get to the point," he said. Leader Tonshin wouldn't visit without reason. In the past, such visits from Leader Tonshin often had some ulterior motive. "Let's talk before drinking the tea," Leader Tonshin warmly replied, casting a glance at Old Yang. The implication was clear. While Old Yang's cultivation may not be high, his years of leadership experience gave him insight. He chuckled, saying, "Mr. Su, I still have soup cooking at home. I should take my leave." With that, he left after a polite nod to Leader Tonshin and Suyi. Old Yang had sought Suyi upon seeing the angels nearby. Now that they were all dead and if Leader Tonshin didn't pursue the cannon attack, everything would be fine. After Old Yang departed, Suyi didn't question Leader Tonshin. He had some tea and picked up a book to read. Leader Tonshin also remained quiet, sipping tea and sitting nearby. As the sun set, Leader Tonshin still said nothing. Suyi put down his book, entered the kitchen, and started cooking. Surprisingly, they spent the whole afternoon without exchanging another word. When the food was ready, Leader Tonshin naturally served 2 bowls of rice and conjured a jar of wine on the stone table. "Here, Taste this peach blossom wine aged for 10,000 years and see if it suits your palate. Leader Tanshin effortlessly poured two nightlit wine glasses and made Suyi feel at ease, treating him like an old friend. Glancing at him, Suyi said seriously, "Are you just here for a free meal? Ha ha. I thought you'd avoid asking me." Leader Tanshin laughed. Suyi, deadpan, remarked, "Your sense of humor is lacking, is it?" Leader Tanshin maintained his smile and asked, "Is Missy still in seclusion? Are you in the mood for idle chatter recently?" Suyi poured himself a drink but didn't bother for Leader Tanshin. Their interaction resembled that of playful children. This time, "I wanted to ask ... Leader Tanshin paused. "Are you going to the immortal realm? Are you inviting me for a meal?" Suyi countered. Leader Tanshin decided to be direct. "Our Taoism and Buddhism are planning to consolidate the forces in the immortal realm. If you intend to go, what are your plans so we can prepare?" Suyi inquired. "Are you planning to purge the witch and demon clans?" "You don't need to be so straightforward," Leader Tanshin replied. "I know you dislike beating around the bush, but that was quite direct." "Oh, what's wrong with being direct?" Suyi was just guessing. Any force would aim to unify the immortal realm, right? Unity had somehow become a belief. Leader Tanshin gazed at Suyi seriously, asking, "Have the witch clan sworn allegiance to you now?" "Sworn allegiance?" Suyi replied coldly. "I belong to no faction and don't accept allegiances. So if we target the demon clan, you won't interfere, right? I heard that Don Taiyue and Longwen were with you before." Leader Tanshin was apprehensive. He didn't wish for Suyi to intervene with a counterattack if they moved against the witch and demon clans. Without clarifying these matters, how could they act? "Why should I interfere?" Suyi wore a mysterious smile. "You play your game, and I'll play mine." "Huh." Leader Tanshin suddenly felt that Suyi's words were off. What game did Suyi want to play? Suyi planned to go to the fairy world. To put it bluntly, the people in the current fairy world are almost the same as those guys from the primordial era. It's not quite right. Even if those guys from the primordial era are reborn in the fairy world, most of them have already passed away. Even the great Luo golden immortals, I'd encounter something in that world and die on the spot. A golden immortal living for 2,000 or 3,000 years is already quite good. The so-called immortal golden immortal is subjective. Suyi didn't really want to go to the fairy world before because all of those guys in the fairy world had been killed by him once. Moreover, Suyi felt that the fairy world wasn't fun. All day long. You hit me. I hit you. Especially since he was invincible. It was quite boring. Now he feels a bit different. Those old guys from before have almost all died. The name Su Duanhen has almost become a legend in the fairy world. Not many people know him, so it seems like there's no problem in going up to play. In recent years, Suyi has also been a bit bored. Since those sages and demon emperors want to play, then he will play too. "I'll go up in a while," Suyi said. "Just don't reveal my identity." The master of the Tanshin sect nodded understandingly, naturally. Although he didn't know what Suyi wanted to do, since Suyi said so, he naturally had to cooperate. The master of the Tanshin sect probably understood Suyi's meaning. He would still go to the fairy world, but what he would do there was not something he could speculate about. He didn't dare to calculate what Suyi would do in the future. During the primordial era, the boundless Taoist, known as the greatest divination master in the world, died on the spot because he tried to forcibly deduce Su Duanhen's past and future. Even the supreme beginning heavenly venerable suffered a blow to his Tao heart when he tried to deduce Su Duanhen. What Suyi wanted to do was something he couldn't control. "Well, I want to take Tauntaun as my disciple again. What do you think?" When the master of the Tanshin sect came this time, he not only wanted to ask Suyi something but also wanted to take Tauntaun away. "That's your business. No need to ask me." Suyi's response was still straightforward. The master of the Tanshin sect hesitated, then asked, "What do you think about her?" Suyi countered, "Are you talking about Yangshao or Tauntaun?" The master furrowed his brows. "Aren't they the same person?" "Do you think they are the same person?" "Aren't they?" "Are they?" "I think they are," Suyi said, indifferently. "I don't want your opinion, I want mine." The master fell silent for a while, then stood up and respectfully said, "Farewell." Suyi didn't even bother to look at him, let alone talk to him again. What the master of the Tanshin sect did in outer space was not only seen by Lao Yang and the others. Several countries internationally discovered the appearance of the angel corps warships not far from Earth, but they dared not go up again. After all, The recent case of country are being destroyed was still fresh in their minds. Who knows if there are any living angels on the warship? 3 days later, troops from China boarded the warship. When other countries found out that there was no danger on the warship, they immediately issued a joint statement proposing that these outer space resources should be shared. Many countries speculated that a country with such etiquette as China would not oppose this, and the result was not unexpected. China's foreign ministry allowed them to go up, but also stated that if any accidents happened after going up, it would not be China's responsibility. Well, the foreign ministry's statement was simply stating its own views, without any threat, but just saying so. No one dared to go up again. Who doesn't know how strong China is now? Or rather, who knows how strong China is now? The appearance of the master of the Tanshan sect clearly resembled the immortals in the Chinese legends. Thinking this, they dared not go up even more. While Yi Shaxuan was in seclusion, Yi simply went to the fairy world alone. Actually, the fairy world could no longer be considered a barbaric place. With tens of thousands of years of cultivation civilization, those big shots from the primordial period were definitely not as stupid as the humans in the 21st century. Even though there were wars all year round, they had their own rules. This was Su Yi's first time coming to the fairy world, and what was before him was just a small city among thousands of cities in the fairy world. It was roughly equivalent to a county-level area in China. Various defensive runes were inscribed on the 100-foot iron wall, and there were watchtowers and guards every few steps on top of the city wall. Magnificent palaces floated above the city, surrounded by immortal mists and divine radiance. Ice Wine City. So Yi looked up at the big characters above the city gate and walked straight in. The city wall was indeed laid out with countless formations. If Su Yi wanted to enter, he could directly cross space. But today he just came to take a look, so naturally he followed the rules and entered through the city gate. A long line of people was lined up at the city gate, entering the city one by one. So you noticed that each person entering the city would show a jade token containing their identity information, race, name, cultivation realm, and affiliation. Fellow Daoist, please show your identity jade token. When it was Su Yi's turn, two golden armored soldiers at the city gate began to assess him. These golden armored soldiers were also mundane immortals. They found that they couldn't discern the cultivation realm of the person in front of them. Coupled with Su Yi's extraordinary aura, they naturally didn't dare to offend him and were very polite. Su Yi casually took out a jade token and handed it over. The guarding soldier read the information on the jade token and was petrified. Du Palace, disciple of the Tanshan master, Su Yi, a mundane immortal? Fellow Daoist, please come in. Do you need to inform the city lord? The golden armored soldier lowered his head in front of Su Yi, being strangely respectful. No need. I'm just taking a casual stroll. Su Yi retracted the jade token and said politely, if there are no issues, I'll just go in. Fellow Daoist, please come in. The golden armored soldier didn't even dare to catch his breath, speaking nervously. Under the Tanshan master's door, even mundane immortals were absolutely not to be offended. Moreover, the soldier didn't dare to doubt Su Yi's identity. Who would dare to impersonate a disciple of the Tanshan master? Wouldn't that be seeking death? But why did he come to a small place like Ice Wine City? Could it be for the ancient dragon's legacy? It seemed that the ancient dragon's legacy had really attracted many strong individuals. No wonder the city lord ordered them to step up their guard. This matter must be reported to the city lord immediately, mainly because the identity of the disciple under the Tanshan master was just too sensitive. If something happened to him in Ice Wine City, given the protective nature of the Tanshan master, the entire city would probably be overturned. No. This matter must be reported to the city lord first. After Su Yi entered the city, the soldiers guarding the gate hurried to the city lord's residence. The Icewind City is just an ordinary small city in the immortal world, but it is lively and bustling within the city walls. Mortal immortals, earthly immortals, and heavenly immortals can be seen everywhere in the city. In addition to cultivators, occasionally, one can also see some powerful demons with animal heads and human bodies, as well as demigods with human heads and animal bodies. Surprisingly, they coexist peacefully in the city. So you notice that there were hundreds of fairy mountains floating tens of thousands of meters above the city, where the city lord's mansion and some strong individuals of the city are located. As for the Icewind City, there are patrols of guards from time to time. These guards generally have modest cultivation levels, with the highest ranking among them only being earthly immortals. Suyi had forged his identity token previously and adjusted his aura to that of a 5th grade mortal immortal. Strong individuals above the 5th grade mortal immortal level could see through his cultivation level. He didn't want to attract too much attention. Being a 9th grade mortal immortal is considered average in this city. With this level of cultivation, it wasn't easy to draw attention. He also believed that the soldiers at the gate would report his identity as a disciple of the heavenly sect leader to the city lord, so he should be safe in the city. So he always believed that to understand a city, one should start by exploring its cuisine. So he directly went to a restaurant called the Heavenly Domain Inn. Along the way, Suyi also discovered that the city's transactions were conducted using spirit stones that stored spiritual energy as currency. The spirit stones were generally uniform in size, inscribed with incantations to ensure that the spiritual energy didn't dissipate when not being refined. Whether immortals or demon gods, they relied on refining spiritual energy to improve their cultivation levels before reaching the level of golden immortality, making these spirit stones a hard currency in the immortal world. Just how hard? At least harder than gold. So he had quite a few spirit stones filled with spiritual energy in his spatial ring, which he had casually collected many years ago. The interior design of the Heavenly Domain Inn was magnificent, but the guests inside seemed somewhat gloomy. In such a large inn, no one was talking. So he glanced inside, and all those people were just sitting there, not even ordering food. It was strange. So he became more interested. He liked peculiar things, especially now that he could be considered a disciple of the heavenly sect leader. Wouldn't that bring fame to the sect? After entering the inn, the waiter didn't welcome him or say anything and didn't pay any attention. With no one greeting him, so he simply found a table and sat down, knocking on the table and calling out, "Waiter, bring some food and drinks." Upon hearing this, the young demon dressed as a man sitting next to him frowned. All the other immortals and demons in the restaurant also focused on Suyi. Many immortals began communicating with each other. Does this kid have a problem with his head? Looks like he's sick. A mortal immortal sitting at the table of a 5th grade demon. Is he trying to get himself killed faster? The waiter remained still. The waiters here were all earthly immortals and didn't plan on paying attention to Suyi at all. Today, all the strong individuals in the city gathered at the Heavenly Domain Inn. Who would come here to eat? Get lost. The female demon sitting across from Suyi coldly reprimanded, and a strong demonic force attacked Suyi. Suyi sat there without moving at all. The female demon in front of him had one eye flashing red sparks and the other eye shimmering with sky blue light. She was a descendant of the ancient demon Nine Infants, with pure bloodline. Currently, she had grown 5 heads, known as John Woo Infant. Today, she represented the demon clan in Icewind City to compete for the remnants of the ancient true dragon. Don't move. So he took out a crystal-emitting red light and placed it on the table. He then called out to the waiter, "Waiter, bring the menu." John Woo Infant was momentarily speechless. Normally, a mortal immortal like Suyi who had been reprimanded by her should have instantly perished. In her eyes, Suyi was likely a scapegoat sent by the city lord of Icewind City. She probably wanted to provoke her and incite a conflict. She was also considered a powerful demon now, with the strength of an 8th grade golden immortal. She had 100 demon clan experts in the city waiting to act. Since Icewind City had taken the initiative to provoke, she had no intention of backing down. However, what kind of person was this mortal immortal in front of her? The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Wasn't the demonic power John Woo Infant had just displayed powerful? Did she show mercy? Endured it? Are you curious why I'm unscathed? Suyi blinked at John Woo Infant. Why do you care? John Woo Infant felt like she was being foolish, and angrily said, "Who cares? If you don't want to die, then get lost. Why am I unscathed? Are you crazy?" Suyi took out his forged identity token and placed it on the table. His identity information was then projected above the table. Disciple of the heavenly sect leader, John Woo Infant's 2 eyes widened in disbelief. All the immortals, demons, and demigods around couldn't take their eyes off Suyi. Unaffected, Suyi said, "That's right. But I see you all seem to have some business today. I just passed by to have a meal. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. It won't be a problem, right?" It was a test to see if the heavenly sect had a stable position in the immortal world now. After all, being a sage, he should have some face, right? Many present gasped in shock. Was the heavenly sect also getting involved? It seems the remnants of the ancient dragon are indeed real. But who were the experts from the heavenly sect attending this time? Zhang Wuinfen scrutinized Suyi. 9th grade mortal immortal, will the heavenly sage accept you as a disciple? The information on the identity token belonged to Suyi, a direct disciple of the Supreme Pure Spirit Treasure Celestial Master. It wasn't from the disciples in the later generations of the heavenly sect. What did being a direct disciple entail? Killing him would directly provoke the wrath of the heavenly sect leader. Suyi smiled. If you don't believe it, try killing me. Zhang Wuinfen was so furious that she clenched her teeth. She really wanted to kill this guy now. But from what happened just now, Suyi likely had some defensive treasures on him. Because of this, she was now certain that the guy in front of her might indeed be the direct disciple of the heavenly sect leader. If she did kill him, she would anger the entire heavenly sect, which would be a huge disadvantage for her. Why did you choose to sit at my table then? Zhang Wuinfen's frowned deeper. She didn't believe that this disciple of the heavenly sect only came here for a meal. So you looked around at the filled tables and said, aren't all the tables occupied? Do you think I wanted to sit with you? If you're not happy, you can move to another table. I don't like forcing others to switch tables. Zhang Wuinfen was about to explode with anger. If the person in front of her was a strong member of the heavenly sect, she would have yielded. But the guy in front of her was just a mortal immortal, relying on his status as the direct disciple of the heavenly sect leader to be so arrogant, pretending to be strong with borrowed power. Zhang Wuinfen wished she could just punch Suyi, but she had to hold back. She had to endure it. Suyi felt relieved seeing that the order in the city was maintained. It seemed that the immortal world wasn't all about fighting. Long live for 10,000 years. If it were just an ordinary mortal immortal, the shop assistant would not have even noticed him. But Suyi actually dared to speak to Zhang Wang like this, and the spirit stone he took out was the size of a fist, with spiritual energy flowing on it, extremely restrained, not needing any spell inscriptions. Ordinary mortal immortals could only produce 1 or 2 high-grade spirit coins at most. How could they be as extravagant as Suyi? It was almost confirmed that he was a disciple of the Supreme Saint. Regardless of his cultivation level, since he was the Supreme Saint's direct disciple, his future was limitless. How could anyone dare to offend him? May I ask what the guest would like to eat? The assistant approached Suyi, bending over to list the names of dishes. We have steamed spirit turtle eggs, braised chuanji bear paw, top-rate fish dragon slices ... Suyi listened to him list a bunch of dish names. The ingredients were mostly from ferocious beasts. As for the fish dragon, it was a carp that turned into a dragon after passing the dragon gate. Many immortals in the immortal realm like to eat this, so it could be considered a high-end ingredient. Just look at this spirit stone. That's fine. So you didn't find these dishes particularly rare. After all, in his early years, Suyi had eaten dragon meat. All right, please wait. The assistant put away the spirit stone, first went to hand it over to the manager, and then went to the kitchen. The assistant went into the kitchen, and the atmosphere in the restaurant remained tense, until a man in black battle armor with white feather crest walked in. All eyes shifted from Suyi to him. Nangongsi, you certainly have a big attitude. Zhang Wang coldly snorted when she saw this man, flames and ice flashing between her eyes. Quite a sight. Suyi stared at Zhang Wang's eyes, which reminded him of a cat with narrow eyes. He was very clear, however, that the appearance of this Zhang Wang was not particularly attractive, and he didn't seem delicious either. Just like the 9 infants back then, with a bull's body and dragon tail, as well as 9 heads that looked ferocious. The current Zhang Wang should be similar. Nangongsi belonged to the human race cultivators, now also a first-grade golden immortal, and the lord of the Ice Wine City. Though not as strong as Zhang Wang. 20,000 years ago, the Jade Emperor and the Demon Emperor signed a peace treaty. Since then, as long as the demon races did not kill indiscriminately, they would be allowed to freely enter the cities under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Palace. But defining what constitutes indiscriminate killing was not easy. Miss Wang is joking. How can I, Nangon, have an attitude in front of you? Nangongsi was tall and robust, and he sat directly at the same table with Suyi, smiling at Suyi, and said, is the Taoist under the teaching of the saint? I don't know what message the saint has to convey. The soldiers guarding the city gate had already informed him of Suyi's arrival, so he came to the outer area of the heavenly domain in as soon as possible. He also heard the conversation between Suyi and Zhang Wang. Based on Suyi's attitude towards Zhang Wang, he was sure that Suyi must be on his side. Could this mean that the saint knew about the Ice Wine City and could lend them a hand? A message. No messages. Su Yi said. I am just passing by, planning to have a meal. If you have things to discuss, and find me a bother, please change places to talk. The people around all stared at Su Yi. Is this what a mortal immortal would say? A small mortal immortal speaking directly to two golden immortals. But considering that he was the Supreme Saint's direct disciple, it seemed like he could be quite bold. Damn it. How annoying. Why would the Supreme Saint take a liking to such a low-cultivation little guy? If Dao Su doesn't mind, I'll just sit at this table. Nangongsi could still endure. What could he do if he couldn't? Could he really kill him? A smile played at the corner of Su Yi's mouth. He could sense the discontent of the people around him. Hey. Discontent was just right. He just wanted to test how strong the Supreme Saint's reputation was today. Zhang Wang was also holding back her anger, not looking at Su Yi's hateful face, and said to Nangongsi, this time we found the relic of the ancient true dragon. Our demon clan intends to take half. Isn't that fair? Of course, it's fair. Nangongsi smiled. Ancient relics, the capable obtain them, as long as the demon clan has the strength, not to mention half, they can take it all. Zhang Wang's face turned cold. She asked, what do you mean by this? Just the literal meaning. Nangongsi said, it is said that the Ice Wine Dragon tomb is right below the Ice Wine City, but the specific location is unknown to anyone. Does Miss Wang plan to seek and explore or something? Zhang Wang coldly sneered, if I were to seek and explore, do I still need to cooperate with you? Cooperate with me? Nangongsi frowned, but I don't seek and explore either. Nangongsi. Zhang Wang's face looked even worse. She angrily said, are you trying to force me to overturn the entire Ice Wine City? Miss Zhang Wang may as well try. Let's see if the Heavenly Palace will send troops to suppress. Nangongsi remained smilingly composed. A higher cultivation level, many stronger cultivators behind him, he represented the entire Heavenly Palace. Zhang Wang's eyes shimmered and changed, and ultimately said, then I'll find it myself. If I find it, you better not meddle with Ice Wine City. Just then, the assistant carried the dishes out of the kitchen and stood not far away, unsure whether he should serve the dishes. It seemed that the lord of the city was having a serious conflict with Zhang Wang. Nangongsi's eyelids flickered, saying, that won't do. If found in my Ice Wine City, it belongs to my Ice Wine City. I've already sent the documents to the Heavenly Palace. I believe that in less than half a day, the Heavenly Soldiers will come to Ice Wine City. Miss Wang, to go or not, you decide for yourself. He now seemed to have a similar attitude to Su Yi's earlier one. Fearless, Su Yi listened to the conversation between the two, then waved to the assistant, bring it over. The assistant could only helplessly bring the dishes over. Su Yi symbolically asked Nangongsi and Zhang Wang, do you want to eat? Nangongsi's smile didn't diminish. Dao Su, please enjoy. Zhang Wang directly ignored Su Yi and coldly said to Nangongsi, Nangongsi, do you really think your letter can reach the Heavenly Palace? Since I dared to sit here and talk to you, it naturally means that I cut off your reinforcements. Nangongsi, still composed, perhaps influenced by Su Yi's earlier attitude, looked at Zhang Wang and said, so Miss Wang wants to level the city. Feel free to try. Zhang Wang's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, saying, are you really not going to make concessions? After Su Yi finished eating a chopstick of the dishes, he finally couldn't help but say, Wang, right? You just want to find that tomb, right? I can do it. I'll help you. Nangongsi's eyeballs were about to pop out. What the hell? How did the Supreme Saint's disciple end up siding with the demon clan? Zhang Wang stared at Su Yi somewhat foolishly. If Nangongsi was shocked by what Su Yi said, she was now full of question marks. This annoying guy in front of her actually wanted to help her. Although the Heavenly Master of the Straightening Sect has always preached about teaching without discrimination and does not discriminate against the demon race like other saints, he has no reason to send his direct disciple to help the demon race. No need. Su Yi put down his chopsticks, looked at Zhang Wang, and said lightly, if you don't need it, forget it. I need it. Zhang Wang finally came back to her senses and felt something was wrong again. She asked vigilantly, why are you helping me? Do you need a reason? Don't you need it? Do you need it? Do you not need it? Nangongsi finally couldn't help but say in a muffled voice, just playing with words, isn't it? Alright, do you really know how to search for dragon treasures? Zhang Wang finally stopped and stared straight at Su Yi. Su Yi said seriously, I know a bit. Zhang Wang couldn't help but say, even if you know a bit, you dare to be so arrogant? Nan Gongxi raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, those who say I know a bit are usually more powerful, and those who say they're very powerful. Is that so? Zhang Wang furrowed her brows, half believing and half doubting it. I also read it in some novels, Nan Gongxi said. Since brothers who said that, I have no objection. Find the relics and seize the treasures based on your own strength. Su Yi discovered the secret of the Icewind City before entering. What ancient dragon relics? All lies. Just 50 miles west of the heavenly domain in, an ancient fierce beast named Zhu is sealed. Zhang Wang's visit this time was clearly purposeful. Distract them with one hand and do something else with the other. But this is not important. Su Yi is now eyeing the identity of the direct disciple of the Heavenly Master. If he releases Zhu Ying, that would be interesting, especially since there's a history between Su Yi and Zhu Ying. When Zhu Ying first met Su Yi, it was like she wanted to eat him, and the result needs no further explanation. When the captured Zhu Ying didn't look appetizing, Su Yi was ready to kill her on the spot. However, that creature unexpectedly turned into a small, fluffy white pet, living on as Su Yi's pet. The Heavenly Master sought out Su Yi and hinted at the Saint's plan to confront the demon emperors. Knowing the Heavenly Master well, Su Yi understood that the Heavenly Master probably didn't want to exterminate the demon race. Speaking those words to Su Yi was likely a hint of his intentions. Releasing the ancient fierce beast Zhu Ying would probably be in line with the Heavenly Master's intentions. Su Yi goes with the flow, but it's absolutely not to help the Heavenly Master. As they say, each to their own. The Heavenly Master is preparing to use Su Yi, but in turn, Su Yi will counter him. If he wants to help the demon race, then it should be done openly and honestly, not sneakily like a saint. In fact, there are experts in the inn. Rumor has it that there are ancient dragon relics in the Icewind City, naturally attracting those in the know. Moreover, those present are either immortals or demigods, so there are bound to be some who understand the methods of feng shui. Zhang Wang's argument with Nan Gongxi here is just a cover-up. As for Nan Gongxi, being the lord of a city and having the cultivation of a golden core, he is naturally no fool. How could he not know if there are ancient relics in his own city? Previously, he almost swore not to agree to Zhang Wang's request. But now, as soon as Su Yi spoke, his attitude changed immediately, simply agreeing without much ado. This is probably because he sees Su Yi as representing the straightening sect and wishes to have a hand in it. Su Yi knows that these people all have their own schemes, but he doesn't expose them. The most pitiful are probably those who believe in rumors. Zhu Ying wanting to break the seal and reappear in the world naturally requires sacrificing some lives. Those who wish to reap benefits within the ancient relics are undoubtedly the sacrificial offerings chosen by Zhang Wang. Now that it's settled, let's meet outside the city, 100 miles to the east. Tomorrow, Su Yi said, as he continued to eat his food nonchalantly. 100 miles east of the city. Nan Gongxi's expression showed a hint of surprise as he looked at Su Yi with some confusion. As the lord of the Icewind City, he also had tasks assigned by the Heavenly Court, and he naturally knew that Zhu Ying was sealed to the west of the Heavenly Domain Inn at the God Weeping Ridge. Now, Su Yi was talking about meeting 100 miles to the east. Could it be that Su Yi didn't come for Zhu Ying? Any questions? Su Yi looked up and smiled. Could it be that Lord Nangon already knows where the ancient relics are? Nan Gongxi raised an eyebrow and said, Lord suggests, Nan Gongxi has guarded the Icewind City for 5,000 years. If I had known about the ancient relics, Miss Wang wouldn't be in this situation now. In that case, let's meet tomorrow. Su Yi glanced at Zhang Wang. Miss Wang, do you have any objections? Zhang Wang said expressionlessly. No. If that's the case, we'll talk about it tomorrow. With that, Zhang Wang left directly. The other people in the Heavenly Domain Inn followed suit and left. In just a moment, besides the staff, only Su Yi and Nan Gongxi were left in the inn. You all can leave too. When Nan Gongxi saw that everyone had left, he waved his hand, and the inn's owner, waiters, and even the chefs retreated, closing the doors of the inn. As soon as the door closed, the defensive formations inside the inn were activated, making it difficult for people outside to enter and eavesdrop on their conversation. Nice anti-theft measures, Su Yi said, putting down the chopsticks, but his expression soured a bit. But I paid and only ate one dish. Is this not being thorough? Nan Gongxi slowly stood up with his back to Su Yi and asked, Are you really a disciple of the saint? Are you doubting my identity? Su Yi leaned back in his chair. Isn't it normal to have doubts? Nangongsi sneered coldly. Anyone with a bit of brains would doubt you. Who is the supreme Saint Chengda Chanzun? And how could he take you as a direct disciple, when you are nothing but a mortal? How can you dare to impersonate a disciple of the saint? Nangongsi didn't even look at Su Yi, saying coldly, who are you really? Are you so bold as to impersonate a disciple of the saint? Do I need to impersonate? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Isn't my jade token genuine? A jade token like that? Nangongsi sneered. Am I a saint just because I can make a saint's jade token? Oh. Then how about this? Su Yi reached into his sleeve and pulled out the Heavenly Master's purple thunder hammer from his spatial ring. He casually threw it on the ground near Nangongsi's feet. What is this? Nangongsi frowned, looking at the hammer at his feet. It's the purple thunder hammer. Haven't you heard of it? Su Yi smiled. Then I have no way to prove it. Nangongsi trembled all over. As a golden immortal, he almost fell to the ground directly. The purple thunder hammer. It is a pre-heavenly spiritual treasure, naturally containing the power of thunder, and is one of the most precious treasures of the Heavenly Master. This hammer looks like an iron hammer on the outside, but it has purple patterns on it. A single strike can bring down the most powerful purple cloud divine thunder in the world, something even a Daluo golden immortal couldn't withstand. And now, Su Yi tossed it at his feet like garbage. Is this real? Nangongsi's eyes stared fixedly at the purple thunder hammer at his feet, finding it hard to believe. How many years has it been since the purple thunder hammer appeared in the world? To suddenly see it in front of him now, and still being taken out by a mortal fairy. Su Yi sat there, smiling. You judge for yourself. Being a first-class golden immortal, he should have some discernment. Although Su Yi had sealed the power of the purple thunder hammer, those with keen eyes could still see the flowing aura on its surface. Nangongsi carefully examined the purple thunder hammer at his feet. He couldn't sense the power of the hammer, but just by looking at the flowing markings on it, he felt it was extraordinary. This was definitely not some trashy magic treasure. Nangongsi reached out his hand, then quickly withdrew it. He just couldn't bring himself to touch it for real. Having lived to his age, he was quite insightful. Rubbing his hands, he chuckled. Master Su really knows how to joke. Do you still need to prove your identity? I was just pulling your leg earlier. Hope you don't mind. Su Yi said he was a direct disciple of the saint teacher, and took out something resembling the purple thunder hammer. Was there a need for further verification? As long as he didn't harm Su Yi, a bit of patience should suffice. If Zhang Wang killed Su Yi, it would be easy if he was a fake disciple, but if he was real, Zhang Wang might have to face consequences. Regardless of authenticity, let's just treat him as real for now. The reputation of the purple thunder hammer was too immense, and Nangongsi couldn't truly confirm its authenticity, so why bother verifying it? Lord Nangong is quite humorous. Su Yi laughed in response, then directly took back the purple thunder hammer. Nangongsi chuckled. I felt the tension in the air. I believe those people have already gone where I said. Why are you free enough to joke with me? Su Yi squinted at Nangongsi. It was more interesting to converse with these old foxes. Nangongsi chuckled awkwardly. Master Su, don't joke with me. 100 miles to the east is the Spirit Buddha Temple, a Buddhist territory. There's no cure. Nangongsi's smile stiffened, unable to continue his words. Su Yi chuckled. To be honest, 500 meters below the Spirit Buddha Temple, there really are remnants of the ancient true dragon. Really? Nangongsi swallowed hard. Over the years, the relationship between Taoism and Buddhism had gradually improved, even forming the Heavenly Court. The Spirit Buddha Temple near Icewine City propagated Buddhism, recruited disciples widely, and its influence was not weak. The presiding monk at the Spirit Buddha Temple had an unpredictable strength. Su Yi was drawing everyone to the Spirit Buddha Temple, and wanting to dig 500 meters underground. Was he trying to provoke conflict? Can't you defeat the guy at the Spirit Buddha Temple? Su Yi suddenly asked. Nangongsi shook his head. I can't. I can. Su Yi stood up, saying, let's go. I feel like waiting till tomorrow is not an option. At that moment, Nangongsi truly believed that Su Yi was indeed a direct disciple of the saint teacher. A mere mortal acting so arrogantly. Of course, if the item Su Yi had just shown was indeed the purple thunder hammer, then he did have the right to be arrogant. The fact that the Supreme Purified Spirit Lord entrusted the Purple Thunder Hammer to a disciple whose cultivation was merely that of a mortal fairy spoke volumes about how much he valued Suyi. Even if Suyi defeated the Spirit Buddha Temple's monk, it might lead to a rift between Taoism and Buddhism. After all, Suyi was carrying the title of being the direct disciple of the saint teacher. Nangongsi felt a bit flustered for some reason. This guy named Su came to town and stirred up trouble right away, and on such a large scale. What was he planning to do? Doubts started creeping into his mind. Was he really a disciple of the saint teacher? Would a disciple of the saint teacher engage in such behavior? Suyi had already reached the door, while Nangongsi remained motionless. Lord Nangon, could you please open the door? Suyi looked back at him. Nangongsi smiled. Sorry, I don't know how to open this enchantment. It will open on its own after 2 hours. Why don't we wait, and I'll personally cook for Master Su. Nangongsi's feelings were complicated at the moment. He wanted to stop Suyi, because if Suyi truly attacked the Spirit Buddha Temple, it could lead to conflicts between Buddhism, Taoism, and even the demon clan starting from his Icewine City. At the same time, he also wanted to test whether Suyi was truly the direct disciple of the saint teacher. The enchantment was under his control. Without him opening it, a mere mortal's strength should not be able to leave. Unless the Purple Thunder Hammer in Suyi's hands was real, and he could wield its power. That if that was the case, if Suyi used the Purple Thunder Hammer to forcefully open the door, then he would inevitably be injured. Nangongsi's mind was in turmoil. How did he get so entangled in this situation? Opening the door wasn't an option now, and keeping it closed wasn't either. Suyi grinned. Is that so? Without many words, he took out the Purple Thunder Hammer, slowly raised it in front of Nangongsi, emitting a primitive aura as if from ancient times, the terrifying pressure making Nangongsi unable to move. Cold sweat dripped from Nangongsi's forehead, his pupils shrinking as he tightly stared at the Purple Thunder Hammer in Suyi's hand. At that moment, he realized he couldn't control the enchantment in the room. Damn, if that hammer were to strike, the enchantment would surely break, and he would probably be severely injured. Watching the hammer about to fall from Suyi's hand, Nangongsi's heart almost leapt out of his chest. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to speak. Damn that oppressive feeling. Just then, Suyi reached out and pushed the door open. Nangongsi realized he wasn't injured. No. How did he get out? He just pushed the door open and walked out. What about the enchantment? Nangongsi was in a state of shock, looking bewildered. Suyi hadn't used the Purple Thunder Hammer, yet he ignored the enchantment. This was getting a bit out of hand. Lord Nangon really knows how to joke. You open the door. What enchantment? Suyi laughed. You almost made me want to use the hammer to break the door. Nangongsi had a sentence in his heart that he really didn't know if he should say. Who exactly was scaring whom? If you were going to push the door, what were you lifting the hammer for? Are you using that thing casually? Heh. Master Su, you have quite a sense of humor as well. Nangongsi was truly thrown off balance by Suyi today. By now, he was 100% certain that Suyi was the saint teacher's disciple, because that oppressive feeling just now couldn't be wrong. But was Suyi truly at the level of a mortal fairy in cultivation? He wasn't so sure anymore. Or maybe Suyi had other magic treasures. Well, there's nothing to be done. He had to follow him now, just hoping Suyi wouldn't cause too big of a commotion. In the pure land of the western heaven, auspicious clouds and mist enveloped the scene, with the Buddha seated high on a lotus flower platform, possessing 84,000 transformations, exuding a mysterious and majestic presence. The Buddha's voice resonated. I see a connection between the seal, 9 infants in the extreme east and our Buddhist teachings. They will surely become protectors of our faith in the future. Who among you is willing to go and guide them towards conversion? In the Hall of Treasures, a multitude of Buddhas paid their respects. However, the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats below all appeared as if they were already in a state of meditation, focusing on their breath and inner thoughts. A handsome white-robed monk on the platform knitted his brows. Guide the 9 infants. They were ancient fierce creatures, incredibly powerful on par with 9th-grade golden immortals. Without the eldest disciple present, aside from him and the Buddha, who else could guide them? Golden Cicada, I see you frowning. Are you willing to go? The Buddha finished speaking and slowly extended his hand, conjuring a Bodhi seed out of thin air in his palm. As the Bodhi seed manifested, the Buddha's light illuminated the heavens and earth. Golden Cicada stepped forward. accepting the Bodhi seed from the Buddha's palm. Retreating 3 steps, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and decisively said, "I refuse. I can't win." The Buddhas chuckled inwardly. As the Buddha's second disciple, Golden Cicada possessed unfathomable strength, yet he was also known for his playful nature. "Since you won't go, why did you take the Bodhi seed? And what's with saying you can't win? It's absurd." Golden Cicada was not only the first mosquito to achieve enlightenment in the world but had also reached the quasi-saint level. He even devoured the Buddha's treasure, the 12-rank lotus platform, elevating it to a 9-rank spiritual treasure. Indeed, the 9 infants were formidable, but compared to Golden Cicada, there was still a considerable gap. Silence filled the hall above, and the Buddha fell silent. Finally, Golden Cicada sighed and said, "Why not? I'll go. But if she refuses to convert to Buddhism, in the end, I will let her go. As long as you subdue her, the Bodhi seed I gave you can help her regain her strength and guide her into our Buddhist path. After subduing her, you may travel from east to west, purging demons and evil spirits, and return to Mount Ling in 100 years, the Buddha said. "Not bad." Golden Cicada chuckled twice, then flew off on a cloud of light. As he left, a collective sigh of relief echoed in the great hall. It was no secret that while Golden Cicada possessed profound Buddhist knowledge and strength, his tendency to ramble made him quite a burden to converse with. The Buddha and the 3 saints of Taoism had made their plans, starting with Golden Cicada's journey to the Icewind City. So he had no knowledge of the actions of the saints and was unaware of the Buddha's intentions. Qian and Gongxi arrived near the Spirit Buddha temple. At this moment, Zhang Weiying and powerful representatives of various factions had already surrounded the Spirit Buddha temple, sensing a subtle dragon aura emanating from beneath it. Despite its faint presence, it was discernible. The temple had always been guarded by a bodhisattva. In the past, these demons would not have dared to behave so recklessly in such a place. However, with the increased numbers and Zhang Weiying at the helm, the situation was different. If they could defeat a bodhisattva and turn the temple upside down, it would be a great victory for them. The demon clan did not hold much animosity towards Taoism, but they held a deep fear and hatred towards Buddhism. Since ancient times, many demons had been captured by the powerful Buddhists and either tamed or subdued by force if they resisted. The most ruthless among them even castrated those who refused to submit. "Are you all here to convert to Buddhism?" A bodhisattva surrounded by Buddha's light emerged slowly from the temple. "Convert?" Zhang Weiying's subordinate scowled at him and threatened. "Bald donkey, step aside, or we'll tear down your temple." "Namo Amitabha." Do not make mistakes. The bodhisattva gestured for his companion to be silent and approached Zhang Weiying, asking, "Are you referring to the bodhisattva who removes obstacles in Buddhism?" "Indeed, it is I. What guidance may you offer?" The bodhisattva who removed obstacles was one of the 8 great bodhisattvas in Buddhism and had powers that surpassed even the 5th grade golden immortal, Zhang Weiying. However, Zhang Weiying had nothing to fear as she had been guided by the bodhisattva to arrive at the Icewind City. According to their previous agreement, Zhang Weiying only needed to find the 9 infants and help them escape from the Icewind City. The bodhisattva would then intervene to ensure the 9 infants' safety, but in return, the 9 infants clan had to form an alliance with Buddhism. Zhang Weiying knew that forming an alliance with Buddhism would not be easy, but her ancestors were no weaker than the bodhisattva who removed obstacles. She also sought support from the Xiangliu family's ancestors. Regardless of what tricks Buddhism might play, she would rescue her ancestors, the 9 infants. However, she could not have predicted that the Buddha, to ensure success, had also dispatched Golden Cicada. Each faction had their own calculations and contingencies. The outbreak of war seemed imminent. Who would have anticipated the sudden appearance of a personal disciple of the Transcendent Saint? Zhang Weiying said to the bodhisattva who removes obstacles, "We are here to search for the remnants of the ancient true dragon." The personal disciple of the Transcendent Saint claims that the remnants are here. Upon hearing this, the bodhisattva who removes obstacles was taken aback. The disciple of the Transcendent Saint, who might that be? He knew that rescuing the 9 infants was meant to escalate the conflict between the demon clan and the heavenly court, giving them a reason to eradicate the demonic forces and expand the territory of Buddhism. So why would the personal disciple of the Transcendent Saint lead people here? A mortal named Siyi. Does the bodhisattva recognize him? Zhang Weiying pointed at Siyi, hoping to avoid offending the Transcendent Saint and Buddhism, and perhaps spark a conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. How could the Bodhisattva not know that the Transcendent Saint has taken another disciple named Suyi? The Bodhisattva, who removes obstacles, smiled gently. Has this person misled you? Zhang Wang then pointed directly at Suyi and said, That's him. Doesn't the Bodhisattva recognize him? With both Buddhism and Taoism belonging to the Heavenly Court faction, and the significance of the Transcendent Saint accepting a disciple, she was surprised that the Bodhisattva did not know. An ordinary immortal? The Bodhisattva who removes obstacles looked deeply at Suyi, smiled, and said, The disciple of the Transcendent Saint? While I have interacted with the Transcendent Saint, I was unaware of his new disciple. Impersonating a disciple of the Transcendent Saint could lead to severe consequences. The Bodhisattva, who removes obstacles, gazed at Suyi with a hint of threat in his eyes, suggesting that Suyi was not worth his attention. Pull out your tongue, Suyi sneered, directly taking out the purple thunder hammer and unsealing it. Instantly, thunder rumbled between heaven and earth, with black clouds covering the Lingfo temple for thousands of miles, even shrouding the entire Ice-Wine city. Within the black clouds, electricity intertwined, and thunder shook the sky. Even Vajrasattva was dumbfounded. Suyi hosted the purple thunder hammer, gazing at Vajrasattva and raising an eyebrow, saying, Please repeat what you just said. Vajrasattva gazed at the purple thunder hammer in Suyi's hand, momentarily unsure of what to do. He had some insight into the realm of eyesight. Although the purple thunder hammer had been taken by Suyi for the establishment of Buddhism, so the heavenly master of Tanshan had never used the purple thunder hammer in the immortal realm, but he could tell that the hammer in Suyi's hand was extraordinary. Purple thunder hammer, Vajrasattva was somewhat of a prominent figure in Buddhism and had heard about the Tanshan heavenly master. The Tanshan heavenly master possessed a congenital treasure, naturally endowed with the divine power of thunder, called the purple thunder hammer. If this was the purple thunder hammer, then Suyi's identity. Suyi didn't bother to reply, arrogantly saying, Those who know what's good for them should step aside. With one swing of my hammer, I only intend to help my fellow Taoists dismantle your temple for now. Arrogant? Suyi was truly versatile, capable of being a law-abiding citizen as well as a tyrant. Since that guy Tanshan wanted to use him, he might as well make use of the situation. Vajrasattva nervously asked, Are you really the disciple of the senior clear spirit god? If you say I'm not, then I'm not. Suyi smirked, slowly raising the purple thunder hammer, a stark contrast to his previous peaceful image. Vajrasattva quickly said, Even if you're a disciple of a saint, is it appropriate to destroy the temple of this poor monk? Does the school of intercepting intend to break the long-standing peace and make enemies with my Buddhism? Ha! Make enemies with your Buddhism. Suyi's smile was full of disdain. A bunch of bold donkeys dared to make enemies with my school of intercepting. After speaking, Suyi raised the purple thunder hammer, the hammer emitting a divine aura, thunder roaring, and terrifying electric rays bursting forth. Even Zhang Wang and Nangongzi were scared back thousands of miles away. The other demons and demigods retreated hastily. Damn! A mortal using a congenital treasure was this terrifying. If Tanshan Heavenly Master used this thing, wouldn't it cause devastation? Vajrasattva's gaze turned cold, staring at Suyi and saying, Even if you have a congenital treasure, it's hard to bridge the gap in cultivation. How dare a mere mortal use a congenital treasure? Aren't you afraid of backlash? As he spoke, Vajrasattva's body radiated with Buddha light, with golden light shining for miles around, a golden sphere floating in front of him, seeming to challenge Suyi head-on. Suyi paid no attention to his nonsense. Since the other party chose to attack, then, should he hold back, just to avoid beating someone to death? The purple thunder hammer struck down. The golden light surrounding Vajrasattva seemed to solidify, shattering into pieces. The airborne orb exploded into powder. Vajrasattva extended his right hand, protecting himself with peerless Buddha Dharma. Doom! The space around the Lingfo temple collapsed, sinking hundreds of meters around Suyi, resulting in Vajrasattva being blasted into bits. Suyi put away the purple thunder hammer, looking at the leveled Lingfo temple, raising an eyebrow. In the end, he had underestimated the power of the purple thunder hammer and overestimated the strength of Vajrasattva. Even though he had tried to suppress his power as much as possible, that strike still extinguished the soul of Vajrasattva. The dragon energy surged from the ground below the ruined temple, and the ground began to tremble. Far away, Nangongzi and Zhang Wang were petrified, hesitant to move. The demons and demigods were at a loss. Vajrasattva get killed. It seems so. That man named Suyi is just a mortal, right? A mortal wiped out one of the 8 great bodhisattvas of Buddhism, Vajrasattva. It seemed inconceivable no matter how one looked at it. After a moment of bewilderment, John Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This is getting interesting. The direct disciple of the saint of Tangshan wiped out a bodhisattva from Buddhism. Things are escalating. Yes, it's quite entertaining. Nangongsi swallowed hard, trembling all over, completely at a loss. Haven't Taoism and Buddhism been peaceful coexistence all this time? If Suyi takes action like this, won't the entire mortal realm be thrown into chaos? A bodhisattva has been killed. This is no minor figure. Will the Buddha give up easily? That the senior clear spirit god is not someone to mess with. He's known for being protective and hot-tempered. Won't the saints start a fight over this incident? A legend has been circulating in the immortal realm that during the primordial era, the extinction of the origin world was caused by fights between saints. After all, in the eyes of ordinary immortals, only saints possess such power. As for Su Duhan, in the eyes of most people, he's just like that. Any fight involving Suyi would be perceived as evenly matched, even though he's strong, it's only slightly so. Those defeated by Suyi wouldn't spread rumors about being beaten by him. Now, those who know about Su Duhan's overwhelming strength are just the saints, demon emperors, and shaman gods. Indeed, beneath the Lingfo temple is a sealed ancient true dragon, which had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Now, as Suyi leveled the Lingfo temple with a strike, the ancient true dragon broke free from its seal and soared into the sky. Roar! Damn bald donkey, I'm finally out and I will go to the Ling Mountain to destroy your Buddhism. The ancient true dragon roared with fury, vowing to take revenge. Suyi stood there, calmly observing its bragging. Where's that bald donkey? Vajrasattva. Let him come out. The ancient true dragon flew higher, bellowing as it kept an eye on its surroundings, ready to flee. When it saw the person standing below, but not Vajrasattva, it bellowed. Little guy below, you rescued this dragon. The ancient true dragon finally took a closer look at Suyi, the purple thunder hammer in Suyi's hand. No. This person's appearance, it seemed familiar. Su. The ancient true dragon, after recognizing Suyi's appearance, was too frightened to speak clearly. That name was just too terrifying, more frightening than any saint's name. While saints were formidable, they didn't eat dragon meat. In the eyes of the ancient true dragon, Su Duhan was like a demon. When Suyi entered the forest, it was akin to entering his own backyard vegetable garden, eating whatever divine beasts or fierce beasts he encountered. Most importantly, the ancient true dragon was very clear that in Su Duhan's eyes, it was probably considered very delicious. The ancient true dragon wanted to escape. However, after recognizing Suyi, it dared not escape. It was very clear that if the one standing below was really Su Duhan's soul, then with its strength, it was impossible to outrun a monk running away from a temple. In the past, those divine beasts and fierce beasts, if targeted by Su Duhan's soul, undoubtedly had only two best choices. One was to stand still honestly and wait for Su Duhan's soul to cook. If Su Evil Demon's appetite wasn't very big that day, one could extend some unimportant parts and let him taste a bit. At least it was a very good way to stay alive. The second option was to try to please Su Evil Demon, as he was said to like cute things, so one could become cute and make him unable to act, which could save one's life and even obtain some good opportunities. Just wait until Su Evil Demon got bored. Then one could go home. Of course, these were the two best choices.